Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
They say the hardest part of getting something done is getting started. Well, we did that 30 years ago, when California first took on the tobacco industry. Now, smoking is down 60%, lung cancer 52%. A couple of our cities have already ended tobacco sales. A California without big tobacco isn't just possible, it's already happening. See our progress at undo.org.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game this Friday for Football Fridays, where they discuss the red and gold and their upcoming game, presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only. And then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
I'm Sia, and I support Humane World for Animals. Together, we have created a new version of Peter Gabriel's beautiful song, Salisbury Hill, to celebrate Humane World for Animals and everything they do. Enjoy the song and join us in helping Humane World for Animals end animal cruelty.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for kids. K-A-R-S Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming, only on Paramount Plus.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
San Francisco high of 60, showers clearing this afternoon.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy. Right.
All the Heat have to do is cross the timeline. So the Warriors will finish this road trip 3-3. Pretty good road trip for Golden State when you consider everything. The rough schedule, and they've completed this first 17 games of the year with 12 road games and 5 back-to-backs with an above 500 record. And will head home for a series of home games. And they'll be home for a couple weeks and a chance maybe to get well on the home floor and to start pile up some wins.
Get well soon, Warriors. Get well soon. Tough loss last night to wrap up the road trip, 110-96 with a short-handed Dubs team. Tim Roy on the call right there. Again, you're home for Golden State Warriors basketball right here on 95.7 The Game. So the vaunted tough part of the schedule, the 17 games are done. And now we have an upcoming homestand at Chase Center where all Warriors fans, all the players, all the coaching staff, all the announcers, everyone can take a deep breath and exhale. They're 9-8. The season's not over, but I do think that was a disappointing end to a trip. That could have been a really, really successful one, Joe.
That's the first time I've heard Tim Roy's breakdown there. I know we're partners with the Warriors. We are. Like, we just straight up are. I'm just going to call like I see it. Like, honestly, we got to stop. These local teams, we got to stop. We got to stop reading from the playbook. All right? I know that the mandate gets sent down from the high heavens of all of these organizations. Like, honestly, I mean, seriously. The schedule. It's just, the schedule. You found out the schedule was released August 14th. All right? You had an opportunity to swing a deal, not sign Kaminga, trade Kaminga, figure out your roster however you wanted. You knew what the schedule was going to be, and you created this whole team. You knew what game was ahead of you in front of the Miami Heat game, and you went out there and played lackluster. I would say 9 of the 11, 12 guys that played against Orlando. You forfeited the right. In my eyes, as a fan, you forfeited the right for me to just chew up this BS narrative. I hear it from Fitz on the broadcast. I'm hearing it from Tim Roy, and I understand these are our partners. I'm pissed off as a consumer. Get out of here. The schedule, the schedule. The schedule. Stop it with the schedule. Stop it with the schedule. Like, honestly, you think the plumber who's got 4 kids right now, trying to put them through school, working side jobs, you think he gives a damn that you had to play 14 games in a month? You were like, honest to God, like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? The Niners do this, we don't think we can compete this year,
Whoa,
we can't trade.
Niners are going to the
We
playoffs.
can't trade our first, second, or third rounder because those are plug and play players. Even though we got a couple of those guys that clearly aren't plug and play players on our team. Like, we do this. Every team does it. It's not just the Warriors. The Giants do it. The Warriors do it. The Niners do it. They just here's the narrative. Here's the narrative. Here you go. The schedule. Stop. Stop it. How about you show some accountability? And here's my problem with last night. I wanted to turn it off. I wanted to protest.
You're a glutton for punishment, aren't you?
I legitimately wanted to protest watching the game. Like, why should I, Joe the fan, okay, who buys his own tickets.
Joe fan.
Okay, buys his own tickets. Why should Joe the fan care about that game last night when your team and your mega stars making 150 of the 160 or whatever it is $1 million on your salary cap, they don't care? Why should I care? I'm asking sincerely. So I wanted to protest the game. And then I said, you know what? No. These young guys that you've been throwing under the bus for the last 4 years, I'm actually invested in them emotionally. I'm pulling for them. I'm rooting for them. I'm legitimately rooting for the young players because it's always their fault whenever we lose a game. And it drives me absolutely bonkers. So I'm all over the place this morning. We got to stop it, though. We got to stop with the excuse making. The fans are not born yesterday. We're not naive. Stop it. Legitimately stop it. Can we be real here? We're not dummies. I know you think we're dummies. We spend our hard-earned money. People really do care, but they legitimately adore this team. They adore this team. And I would say this. Had you guys won in Orlando, you would have earned the right to sit whoever you wanted against the Heat. But you forfeited that right to me as a fan. And so I'm asking, all right, Steph's not feeling good or he's got an ankle injury. I'll buy that. What's Jimmy's problem? Why can't Jimmy play? Why can't Jimmy play?
Oh, well, he had a back problem.
Okay, well, why can't Draymond play?
He's sick.
Look, I'm all for if you win the appropriate games.
The Miami flu hit.
I will buy it. If you win the appropriate games, I will, as a fan, I will justify your ability to just, hey, we're just going to sit everyone. We're going to punt this game. All right, fine. But you lost the game before. We're in no position to do this. You did this last year. Last year, you punted a bunch of games. And then it ended up costing you down the stretch, right? Did it not?
It did.
It cost you down the stretch. You played 41 games in 85 nights, and now you're already complaining about the schedule again. It's just, at some point, you got to stop just taking a dump on the fans' face. For
no
real.
No one wants that.
No, for real. Everybody, what about the Amazon Prime partners? What about 95.7 The Game? Well, what about NBC Bay Area? What about Joe the fan sitting on his couch wanting to watch the game? I mean, come on. It's just, the Homer crap has got to stop. Just stop treating us like we're at the kiddie table. Come on. We have loyally supported this team forever. Hey, we sat everyone because we're old. You built the old team. What? You knew what the schedule was. No, it's just, we got to stop. It's the closing minutes of a game against Miami. Let's talk about why we lost the game. The young players that did play. Instead, the schedule, we can't even practice. We just can't even practice. We can't practice.
38-22 fourth quarter in favor of Miami.
Joe, we did
Turnovers
the summit.
Are horrible.
Joe, we did the summit. We can't have a pre-show meeting. You think the audience gives a damn whether we had time to have a pre-show meeting because we had the summit the night before a couple weeks ago? They don't give a damn. They're like, bro, entertain me. I'm in my car. I'm just being real.
You good?
No.
Okay. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing the dealer. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, and I want to know if fans feel like Joe's feeling right now.
I just think
sick and tired of the schedule talk, and we don't have to talk about it anymore, Joe.
No, it's not you. It's just
I know you're not. I know you're not directing it towards me.
Everybody from the high heavens who's associated with the team.
When the head coach talks about it all the time, when the head coach talks about it all the time, that's what we're going to talk about. Because the head coach is the voice of the team.
And here's what I'm saying. Give me a break. You're making $55 million, Jimmy. $55 million. You know why you're not in Miami? Because they wouldn't give you $55 million. You know why you're in Golden State? Because we gave you $55 million.
Well,
55? You're making $55 million. I told you the other day. The average NBA salary is $12.5 million. That is $155,000 a game. Come on, man. Just so we can't practice. You know, we just.
Would you like the official reasons?
Can't practice.
The official reasons why they were out. Steph, he had that right ankle tweak, so we kind of knew that. He was a game time decision. Jimmy, lower back strain. Must have slept wrong. Draymond, general illness. Horford, he's got that toe/injury management. You know, he doesn't play on back-to-backs.
Oh,
Tyler Hero had ankle surgery, and Terry Rozier is not with the team.
I'm done.
Where's he at? Where's Terry? I wonder.
Ooh.
But it's just.
Are you satisfied, though, with the 3-3 road trip? Like, heading into it? Like, I know the schedule.
No, I'm not satisfied. You literally gave up in one game, and then you blew another game. So, no, I'm not satisfied. But I have to take it because I can't practice. Well, I'm not allowed to critique anything. We can't practice.
I mean, just heading into it, I think you would have taken 3-3. Warrior fans, 888-957-9570 is the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, 888-957-9570. Are you satisfied with that 3-3 road trip? And this team is now 9-8. They're 9-8, 4-8 on the road, and you get to come back home, 5 games, about a week and a half, all the way up through December 2nd, I believe. Take some exhale. Not exactly world beaters by any stretch that are approaching, but you can't sleep on anyone right now. When you lose to games like you've done in the past to the Indiana Pacers, I get it, on the road. When you lose to the Milwaukee Bucks without Giannis, when you lose to the Orlando Magic without Paolo Banchero, again, all on the road, this makes his upcoming homestand that much more important for me, Joe, as we're going to be talking about it, you know, the next couple weeks. You got the Blazers, you got the Jazz, you got the Rockets, you got the Pelicans, you got the Thunder to wrap it up. So you got some teams in there that you should theoretically beat. The problem is right now...
I can't predict anything because I got to see what the practice schedule looks like.
What I'm going to say, though, real quick, I can't say that this team, I'm not giving them a benefit. I think you're with me. You can't give them the benefit, they should beat this team.
I don't even... Yeah.
Okay, they can. They can. No, but that's how it differentiate what is a good team, as we talked about yesterday, and what is a team that is flawed.
Yeah.
A good team isn't a team that you could beat everyone, but you could also lose to anyone.
Yes.
That's not a good team, actually.
I would agree.
That's a flawed, mediocre team. A good team is the Houston Rockets, is the Denver Nuggets, is the Oklahoma City Thunder. Those are the top 3 seeds in the West.
Yeah.
Those are teams that go out and beat the teams they're supposed to. The bad teams, the Scribinis, the teams that you take advantage when the team doesn't have their best players. You got the Blazers tomorrow, and I want to say that you should beat them at home, and the role players will play better, and hopefully they do, because generally that is the consensus. Role players play better at home. But the Blazers are a young, feisty team that waxed you in their home building a couple weeks ago. So we'll see when it comes to this homestand, but I'm with you. It's hard not to feel frustrated on what could have been with this road trip. And instead of celebrating the highs of Stephen Curry and what he was able to do against the Spurs, and you got that nice win, I call it a nice win, but they blew out the Pelicans, which is what a good team should do. It's all kind of soured the last couple nights with that 2-gamer in Florida. And I keep going back to that night against the Magic when no one else stepped up. And then yesterday, it's hard for me to come in here this morning, and you're not doing this, I'm not saying you are, but I'm not crushing the young players today. I know a lot of people want to. I actually thought they played hard. Like there was a game heading into the fourth quarter.
Did you feel what happened in the middle of that game?
What?
There was a transition. Pat Spencer is coming for minutes from Brandon Podziemski. And Pods was doing some weird stuff at these timeouts, coming up to him he was coaching him up. And I'm like, hey, bro, I don't think you have the equity to be doing that to anyone on the roster right now. You need to worry about you right now. I get it. It's some teammate stuff. I'm going to tell you right now, I personally believe Pat Spencer's a third point guard. All right. But right now he's playing the position as well, if not better than what Pods is.
He had 13 assists yesterday, Pat Spencer.
If you watched that game yesterday, I thought he flipped the game with his energy. I thought his floor, just his overall floor game was excellent. And there were some grenades that these guys threw to him, and he had to get some shots up. Now, did Pods hustle and make some plays? Yeah, absolutely. But I think there are a lot of jobs on teetering for opportunities right now. Trace Jackson Davis, every time he plays really hard, and he gives them an element of physicality and rebounding. that they just desperately need. I don't know where the fit is for him, though, Joe. Like, you're running this motion offense. He doesn't really fit motion offense.
No.
Like, at all. And
when the team is humming and doing well, he's iced out, basically.
Sure,
Yeah.
but he brings something to the table that they desperately need. A physical element who will contest shots, who will give, like, he has a physical presence. And at 6'9", it's one of the biggest bodies on the team. Did you see what happened in yesterday's game? Quentin Post actually had a post move with a hook shot from the paint. It might have been the first legit block big man point scored all year.
I remember when we interviewed him before the season, Joe, I think it was during preseason. And you're like, have you worked to your back to the basket game at all this offseason? Have you been, posting up or anything? He's like, what? Huh? What? Oh, but he showed you something there a little bit yesterday. He probably got that in high school when he was playing overseas in the Netherlands. Definitely not at Boston College, I'll tell you that.
But I think because of their offense, and this is, I think a lot of guys on this team, there's such a specific way to play when Steph Curry's on the floor that I do think it limits almost everyone on the team. And I'm not saying that they're like, you cater to Steph. Oh, obviously you cater to Steph. But there is a small negative to all of that. Like right now, Moses Moody. When Steph doesn't play, I think some of the flaws for Moses Moody get exposed, right? He can't really beat anyone off the dribble. He is not a guy that's going to break down a defense when he's your best perimeter offensive player, right? I mean, not a lot of guys are, right? But he's perfect as a catch-and-shoot three guy. Opposite Steph, is he not?
Yes.
He's going to get wide open looks. He's the guy they're going to lay off. He fits that role really, 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 really well. But when Steph's not out there, it's not a great look for him because he's not a guy that's going to beat anyone off the dribble.
I'm glad you said that. Anthony Slater had a tremendous piece this morning that got released from ESPN, obviously, formerly at The Athletic. He's now covering the team for ESPN. Anthony Slater is more tapped in than anyone outside of our guy Nick Friedel, who's joining us a little bit later today, our Odyssey NBA insider. But he released this article titled Inside the Warriors' Quest to Solve the Jonathan Kuminga Puzzle. And there's a lot of really juicy, interesting quotes we're going to get to in regards to that. Jimmy Butler and JK's relationship, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr. But in this piece, Joe, I'm glad you brought it up. Jimmy Butler said this, quote, "The second that Steph is in the game is completely different than when Steph is out and I'm in the game. And if you're still trying to run the Steph stuff, it's not going to work." Nobody's overreacting to anybody. I'm not saying, no, we should never do that. All I'm saying is Steph is the ultimate cheat code.
Okay. I've been talking about this for how many years?
Oh, wow.
Okay. In football, if Joe Flacco's your quarterback, you play a certain way.
Correct.
If Lamar Jackson's your quarterback, you play a different way.
You should cater the offense to the skill set of the quarterback.
Yes.
I think you and I are in agreement. Not everyone does that. They try to cater it to the system instead of the player.
It's the essence of coaching.
Yep.
What do you do well? Why was Bill Walsh so revered? Because he would say, some guys are the opposite. Some guys like, you can't do this, and this, you'll never see the floor.
Yeah.
Bill Walsh had many flaws. One of his brilliant aspects was, you can only do X, Y, and Z. I won't have you do the stuff you struggle at, and I will just highlight what you do well. You know who does that in today's modern day?
Andy Reid.
Thank you.
Yep.
You know who else did it in between the two? Mike Holmgren.
Yeah.
Right? There are certain offensive guys that understand that. I think when I think of defense and finding the best version of a particular player, Dick LeBeau comes to mind.
Yeah.
Dick LeBeau would be like, hey, Greg Lloyd, you're only going to rush the passer. We are not going to have you drop back in space. That's not what you do well. Like, so why would I do that? Like, okay, my scheme, and this is where I think matching your scheme to the personnel and being able to evolve it is the most important attribute. Now, let's get back to Steph Curry. Carter and I talk about this all the time. The motion. We're running around. No one ever brings this up. Now, yes, they are very well conditioned. Steph is 38. And do I want him running exclusive pick and rolls all game for 80 games or however many he plays? No. He'll wear down that way too. But you know what else will wear him down? Constantly running around the court in the motion nonstop. So I think there's a happy medium. Run the stuff that is I call it the bread and butter, right? You run in the bread and butter. But for the other guys, that's not their bread and butter. Like, it's just not. Who is a great catch-and-shoot player on this team?
I guess theoretically Buddy Hield, but he's not great right now.
If Buddy has to put the ball on the floor more than 2 dribbles, we're in trouble.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. But like,
we're in trouble.
Ideally, he is the catch-and-shoot guy, though. Would you agree with that? Ideally, he would be.
That's one guy.
Yes.
Okay, I would put Moody in that category.
Yeah.
They're both so streaky.
Yeah.
Would you cater an entire offense around 2 players?
No.
I mean, Steph, and then I would combine both of them as half a play. No. So, like, what do some of the other guys do well? So, like, for example, Jimmy Butler, we got to get him on the block. We got to get him going downhill more, don't we? And yeah, the ball's going to stop. I know you hate that, but the ball's going to stop. And so you're back to the basket and your ability to have shooters around Jimmy Butler. Now we're talking, scheme and strategy. You got to have shooters around Jimmy Butler because he is a great passer. You got to have some athletes that can cut back door because he is going to find you jumping to the lane. GP2 does play well with Jimmy Butler. You know why? Because he moves out the ball. Kaminga is learning how to play with Jimmy Butler because he's learning how to move without the ball. So right now they just don't have enough, balance in their offense. And that Jimmy's one who said that about changing the style of play? Yep. I'm 100% with him. 100% with him.
At least when Curry's not on the floor is what he is getting at. It's a different game and it's a different team. And I understand that because, as Jimmy puts it, he's the ultimate cheat code. I want to get more into this article on the other side, Joe, because clearly they are missing Jonathan Kuminga. Like, yesterday would have been a perfect game for JK to be a part of. And the unfortunate part is, like, is the knee now a problem? We were talking about it yesterday and, like, not really like poking fun at it, but, like, the guy's super young and he has bilateral knee tendonitis. I'm concerned. Steve Kerr talked about it after the game. We'll hear from your boy Pat Spencer, who also talked after the game. And wait till you hear what the GOAT had to say about load management. It might change how you feel currently about this team and their wantingness to rest these players on back ends of back-to-backs more often than not. We'll get into that. Plus, more of your calls, more of your texts. I mentioned Nick Friedel at 9:20, courtesy of River Islands. And this segment was brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Ceremony Ford's year-end sales event is on with a 0% APR for 60 months, 0 down, and no payments for 90 days, all on Ford's top models. Deal ends January 5th. Visit Ceremony Ford on Ceremony Boulevard in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com.
Rake in the savings this fall and get rewarded with Milgard Windows and Doors. For a limited time, receive up to $135 back per qualifying windows and patio doors when you buy from Dolan Lumber Windows and Doors. But hurry, this offer ends December 8th. Upgrade your home with energy-efficient windows and patio doors designed for lasting comfort and style. Don't miss out. Visit DolanLumber.com or call 801-609-9275 today.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling,
You busting out of your front door? Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box. Blue and Gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Debs. Brought to you by Shaneco, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shaneco today.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shiesky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, JK? Warriors need you back bad. They need you.
Let me ask you a question. You ever watch De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis play together?
Yeah, I saw him in the playoffs a couple of years ago against the Warriors.
You know, there's so many different little concepts that you could run throughout the league. They would run a play where it would be De'Aaron Fox at the top of the key. They'd throw it to Sabonis at the elbow. And because he's a threat to score, shoot, pass, put the ball on the floor, you know, he would catch it at the elbow. He'd pivot and square up to the hoop. As he's doing that, you know, they would run, you know, some sort of a simultaneous sprint off of De'Aaron Fox where it could be a handoff type of a play, but he's spinning off and they create that action. The Warriors have never run that play. I have never once seen them try to throw the ball to Jimmy Butler at the elbow, who, against most guys who defend him, he's as strong, if not stronger. Against most guys who defend him, he can take off the dribble or just rise up and shoot over.
Or get a foul.
Right?
Yeah. Like draw the foul.
Yes, and like to me, those are the types of plays. I know we go just straight to pick and roll, but just a simple handoff play where, and Brad Miller was famous for this. Yeah. Chris Webber was famous for this. Utilizing what you do have and then running plays off that to get movement and to get the ball into your playmakers' hands deeper into the paint. There's just too much. This entire team runs the majority of their offense so far away from beyond the three-point line. And they're not a great three-point shooting team. They need to play inside the arc.
We are reacting to a road trip that has finally come to a conclusion. 3-3 on the road trip for the Warriors as they fall last night on the tail end of it, 110-96 in Miami. They are now 9-8 and await at home tomorrow the Trailblazers in what is an NBA Cup group stage game. Before I play the sound that I teased from one Michael Jeffrey Jordan, Joe, I do want to get to the coach in Vallejo.
All right, we'll go to coach in just a second. Yeah. Chip Kelly. You know he drives me nuts.
No, I'm with you now. I actually think he's going to be one and done.
Yeah, he's awful.
Yeah.
The day I realized I was done with him, and this is just, I've coached so many teams. I'm not pretending like I'm a pro coach, but I have to see what I have before I cater whatever my team's strengths or weaknesses are, and devise plans to strategize to win games. I have to see what I have. Do I have a point guard? Do I have a center? Do I have shooting? All right, can we guard man-to-man? All right, we can't. We better learn 1-3-1. We better learn 2-3. Can we press? Are we fast enough to get back? I have to assess what I have. The day I lost my all faith in Chip Kelly, they said to him, so you'll never use the fullback. And Lowell Cone said this, and he goes, nope, my offense doesn't use the fullback. He goes, so if I gave you Mike Allstott in his prime, you couldn't find a way to use him? He said, nope, we don't use the fullback. I was like, Mike Allstott in the prime? You couldn't draw up a couple plays to use Mike Allstott?
Joe,
I'm out on you.
He can't even use his 6th overall pick, Ashton Genty, to run the ball. They threw it 50 times with Geno Smith on Monday night. So, yeah, that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
So, I'm not saying that Steve hasn't played with a big man, because he did at one point with Bogut. It feels like he has gotten so into the weeds on small ball that I look at the other team that we just played and with that kid Ware, the young player.
Khalil Ware, yeah, off the bench.
I think it was Indiana with TJD.
Yeah, 16 boards last night.
So raw. Yeah. So raw. It's going to make some crazy plays, but a load underneath. We would never play that guy traditionally because he doesn't fit the way we want to play ball. And to me, it's like, no. It's your job as a coach to realize, wow, he's bouncy, springy, tall, long. How can we incorporate what he does do well to help give us an element that we just desperately haven't had? And that's where I'm not saying Kerr's lost me, but he is losing me in the fact that he has a particular style of play and a typecast of the player he looks for. And if you don't fit that mold, there's almost no room for you. And that doesn't jive right now for me. It just doesn't. You don't have that roster. This is what you're given. Make it work.
We got the coach in Vallejo joining us now. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's up, Coach? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good early rainy morning. Hope you're doing well.
I miss you, Coach.
Hey, Jasky, my brother. Again, I want to piggyback on what you were saying. There's an old saying, you give someone a rope, that doesn't make them a cowboy, okay? And Podziemski's been given a rope, and now he thinks he's a cowboy. He thinks he's a made man in the NBA when he hasn't done anything yet. He likes to tell people what to do. He's on the court pointing out to people where to go on the court. And even someone like Buddy Hield, even though he's not playing well, but he's been in the NBA 10, 12 years.
Yeah.
Okay? Buddy's a made man. Okay? And I think that arrogance of Pods, talking to the referees all the time. Kerr had to tell him to cut that out. The refs are like, who are you to talk to us? You're not Draymond, and bouncing the ball before the game from the referee before a jump ball like he's an elite shooter. No, he's acting like a made man. It's irritating teammates, and it's really irritating the other teams. That's why he gets a lot of cheap shots.
Yeah.
I mean, Desmond Bain and these people, they cheap shot him as much as possible because, who is this arrogant, cocky guy?
Okay, let's move off Pods. Do me a favor, Coach. Let's move beyond Pods because there's bigger. I don't want to pile on Pods here.
I got you.
What else you got?
Okay, here's the thing. The Warriors do need some players that can play one-on-one and create their own shots. They don't have that. okay? Because, again, Moody spot-up shooter, Hield spot-up shooter. That's why you needed J.K., okay? And Kerr needs to understand today's NBA is more athletic than, if you want to call it, cerebral. No, you need guys to jump higher, run faster, okay? And Kerr needs to understand the Warriors are old, slow, and short. Those three, that trifecta is not going to win in the NBA, so he needs to get J.K. and say, J.K., we need you. Play your game. Quit looking over your shoulder. If you throw the ball out of bounds, I'm not taking you out. I need you, J.K. And if he does that, the Warriors have a chance. If not, the Warriors do not have a chance. Steph can't score 49 points every game.
Thanks, Coach. That's the coach in Vallejo.
I'm with him.
Yeah.
This sounds so like counterintuitive. You obviously rely on Steph. But in my estimation, they're too Steph reliant. And I'm talking about when he's not on the floor.
You don't only think that. Clearly, Jimmy Butler thinks that too.
I'm with
Jimmy. Buckets is a guy that's used to being an alpha. So on Steph, and this is what they're going to be doing going forward, especially in the regular season. You'll see it in the playoffs. When and if they make it. Staggering those 2 minutes. One of those guys has to be on the floor at all times. That's why it is so difficult. And that's why I do give some leeway to the young guys, because it's very hard when you're learning, and this is your first cup of coffee in the NBA. This is all you've known, playing with Steph Curry. If you're Moody, if you're Pods, if you're JK, all three of those young guys that we need, if you're a Warriors fan, to make a next step in that evolution of a player, if you want to contend for a title, it's hard to know what to do when he's on the court. And then when it's off the court, it's just like a whole new offense. Yeah. It's like, like, now am I supposed to feed it through Jimmy? Is it supposed to be my turn? Is it your turn? Like, it's very difficult. I just don't think we talk about that aspect enough. I know you do. Like, but for these young guys, when we're just like, oh, it's just playing with Steph. If you can't play with Steph, then you just can't be on the team. No, because Steph's not playing every single minute of the game. So it's not that easy.
So hard.
And Jimmy, I think, is giving us finally a new perspective of a guy that's been on a lot of different teams, played at a very high level, and has been the alpha on two teams that have made it all the way to an NBA Finals.
I think it's a great point. Joe, I remember the end of John Elway's career. Now, John didn't have as much left in the tank as where Steph is now. Part of why John won those...
He's still really good, though.
No, he was amazing. No, he was amazing. But part of why he won those final two championships was why? Because he finally got a running game. And it balanced out, and it wasn't so reliant on John Elway to carry everything. Okay? And I'm not saying it's as desperate as where that situation was, but similarly, they need other guys to fill that Terrell Davis run game role to allow him to be John Elway in the final couple minutes. What's the play everyone thinks of with Elway?
When he runs and he does like the helicopter
jump,
spin.
right?
Yeah, gets tackled. Yeah.
Go back and look at what Terrell Davis did in the playoffs in both those, and the regular season in both those. Like, it helped get him there, and then he was able to have that moment.
And famously, either in the AFC Championship or the Super Bowl, I believe it was the Super Bowl, he was dealing with a migraine. Terrell Davis, he's like, I can't see. He's like, you got to tell me where. You got to just go out there and run. We'll get you in. Yeah,
Joe, they're down so bad in terms of playmakers. I truly believe Pat Spencer might be one of the top 4 guys who can win off the dribble in the half court.
Well,
that's how down bad they are.
You and Jana Mountain View agree. 888-957. That's her favorite player. She loves Pat Spencer.
Well, okay, timeout. I've been leading the Pat Spencer bandwagon.
You and Jan, come on.
Okay,
you and Jan.
I mean, for a long time now, I've been, and I don't pretend that he's some starter. He's a perfect third point guard.
888-957-9570 is the number. We'll pick this up on the other side. Plus, we need to dive into this latest piece from Anthony Slater inside the Warriors' quest to solve the Jonathan Kuminga puzzle, because there are juicy, and I mean juicy quotes in regards to JK, Jimmy, Steph, Draymond, all that. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Let's be real and face reality in its face.
Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins. September 24th, Shoreline Amphitheater. The Crew celebrates the 20th anniversary of Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue, with performances by Tesla and Extreme. Tickets on sale Friday at 9 a.m. at LiveNation.com. The return of the Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Tired of the same old night out? Head to Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood spot for an incredible time. They take pride in their huge selection of in-house craft beer, innovative craft cocktails made with fresh ingredients, and full menu of delicious scratch-made food, from their smash burgers to their unique appetizers. Don't miss their special entertainment nights, featuring Wednesday night trivia. On Friday and Saturday night, Ghost Hour is 50% off all drinks, 9 p.m. to close, and featuring a live DJ on Fridays. Find your vibe at Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City, and at Ghostwood.com.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. You asked, and we listened. Our pre-holiday sale has been so popular that we've extended it another week. You now have until November 24th. Get 30% off everything in the store. Hardwood, carpet, laminate, waterproof flooring. I mean 30% off everything. Plus guaranteed installation before the holidays. It's our biggest sale of the season, but it ends Monday. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Considering starting your weight loss journey with GLP-1 medication? Don't trust just anyone with this decision. Jumpstart MD is your local trusted provider with 13 Bay Area clinics and expert care available online or in person. Jumpstart MD specializes in safe, effective weight loss with personalized clinical support. Trust the experts. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com. Mention radio and start for only $99 this season.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us, no trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credit extended balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Kaminga has to play more, and I love Draymond. I hate Draymond. He is a heart attack.
Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you can see us live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Just search 95.7 The Game and make sure to subscribe. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Draymond out last night due to general illness, they're calling him. Feel a little under weather. I hope he didn't pick up whatever Steph had, because that was not good. He was out for far too long due to a sickness. So hopefully it's not that, and Draymond can return to the court tomorrow when the Warriors will face the Portland Trail Blazers in the Emirates NBA Cup group stage at Chase Center. But right now we're reacting to a 110-96 victory for the Miami Heat, as the Warriors are now 9-8 on the year, 4-8 on the road in this vaunted, grueling, horrific 17-game stretch is finally over, people. And they have a 5-game homestand approaching when they take on the Blazers, teams like the Jazz, teams like the Pelicans. But you also got the Rockets and Thunder in there. So very interested to see how they bounce back there. Is Jonathan Kuminga going to play in any of these games? I'm concerned. I'm officially concerned about the knees.
You're not the only one.
I'm very concerned.
I got a couple of text messages I want to read from a anonymous source.
Oh.
OG Warrior fan. Morning. Is this an ongoing issue for Kaminga? Because knee tendonitis can become a chronic condition if it does not heal properly with rest, treatment, or physical therapy. Chronic tendonitis is usually a result of an ongoing strain, obviously the repetitive activities, or not allowing enough time for recovery from a prior injury. Also, Joe, these players are coddled like prize artwork. There's just too much money. It's all about overs and unders in basketball. The rest is all theater. And some nights the performance outright stinks. I'd rather go to a high school game sometimes.
Whoa! High school games? They're doing the same thing, though. Aren't they just running around chucking threes these days? No?
No, you got to go watch.
Do we have fundamentals still? Still, we have fundamentals in high school? I know college, it's that product is awful.
Sure, whatever. Okay.
How's Brian feeling this morning? Hey, Brian, you okay? You can call in, 888-957-9570. Hey, speaking of load management.
So Draymond was sick?
Well, that's what they said. General illness.
Stephitis?
I thought it was the Miami flu, is what that's what they call it sometimes. Hey, Michael Jordan, your thoughts on load management?
You play basketball 2.5 hours a day, 3 hours a day, right? That's your job. That's what you get paid to do as an NBA player. What are you doing the other 21 hours? I mean, to me, that's when you should be preparing for your next day of work or your next, challenge. Now, I'm the worst. Maybe I'm not one of the guys that you would probably model that. But you should think about that in retrospect of what load management really is. I always felt like one, it was a sense of pride for the fans that are paying. Right. Two is a sense of, making sure that I stay sharp. I'm not going to lose it. And three, I want our rhythm as a team to always be there. It can disrupt that synergy that's happening.
And that was obviously from opening night, NBA on NBC, and he's doing all these little cuts. And he said something funny. He's like, well, Michael's load managing now with some of these clips that they keep releasing after one sit down. That's pretty good. But he's right. Like, and I do like what he said. He's like, hey, that's me, though. Like, I'm wired different, and I understand that, and that's what made him the greatest of all time. He's just wired differently.
He also had specific seasons where he didn't play, and
Correct.
So I do believe that absolutely helped him. But look, I'm a Michael stan. 82, 7 because he got hurt. 82, 82, 81, 82, 82, 80, 78. Yep. Didn't play in 93, 94. I now believe it's gambling related, but whatever.
He's Space Jam. We all know it was setting up for the comeback.
94, 95. He played the 17 games. I'm back. 82, 82, 82. Took 3 years off. 60. And then his 39-year-old season with the Wizards. 82 games played.
39 years old. 82 games played. He started 67 of them, too. And he was on the cover of NBA Live 2003. Remember that? Yeah. Great game. PlayStation 2, baby. He's wired differently. But when you hear it from the GOAT's mouth, it does carry weight. I know there's a lot of people, it's just like, everything you guys think is everything he says is gospel. I was like, honestly, I can listen to Michael Jordan read from a phone book and I will be interested because the guy doesn't speak a lot. He doesn't do public interviews a lot. So that is why what he says holds water. Like, and yeah, we hear from Charles Barkley, we hear from Shaq, we hear from Kenny, we hear from all those guys. And I'm not saying any of those guys are close to the level of player that Jordan was and what he meant to everyone. But like, we hear it all the time. So when he says it, it holds weight. Now, you have Steve Kerr earlier in the week talking about the pace of play being the real issue. And now I guess, I don't know if you saw it yesterday, our guy Doc Pondia, our 95.7 The Game medical insider, was responding to it. But I guess they're doing like these, they're going to be doing more tests like with 500 subjects across the NBA and like trying like biometric scans and trying to see what's really happening with all these soft tissue injuries. So they're really trying to invest in the sports science even more, which I appreciate. But if it is actually what Steve Kerr's saying, the pace, like, how do you combat that?
Well, it's not just the pace.
What are they going to get rid of the three-point line? They're not doing that.
Look, I referenced the Jordan thing because I think it's an interesting reference point. But like Michael Jordan at 13 years old did not play travel basketball. He played baseball.
Yeah.
Rec baseball. Okay? At 13. So,
and he was playing in the backyard with his brothers.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, okay, Cooper Flagg at 13. How many games? This is the number one pick overall. Yeah. How many games do you think at 13 he played his 13-year-old season? Just games. On basketball. Hundreds, I bet. Joe, like, think about it, so it's just, the eras are so different. These guys come into the league with so much wear and tear from play. It's not natural to run on the hardwood floor. So I will meet in the middle on this one and say, I do think that these players are coming into the league with way more wear and tear, the specialization. I think that they're training almost too hard on their bodies, and I don't think that they're balancing it out with doing other athletic things that are not basketball related. Like, I truly believe that. I go by the Tom Glavine rule. Tom Glavine was asked, how did you pitch till you're 43? He's like, well, I played hockey.
Yeah.
And when I was in high school, the scout my junior year came to come see me, and we won the state championship, whatever. He goes, all right, when's the next time you're going to pitch? And this is in June. He goes, I don't know, February of next year? Because he was going to, be a kid in the summer and then get ready to play hockey and then play a little basketball and then come baseball. He's going to play baseball. So I think there's like a combinations of things going on here. But as a league, the NBA needs to step in and recognize what the product is that they're receiving coming into their league and try to do the best you can to put the best product out when you're charging the prices you're charging.
So this was from Shams Charania at ESPN, obviously their lead NBA reporter. The league is launching a league-wide biomechanics assessment program. More than 500 players have already gone through a level of testing. There's 4 rounds of biomechanics testing also need to be done for the rest of the season, and that's going to be used to optimize exactly what's going on with some of these injuries and how to reduce them going forward. So, great. But again, like, if it is, what you're saying, if it's the sports specialization, which is happening.
It's a lot of things.
If it's that, the pace on top of it, I just don't think we're ever going to go back to it like how it used to be, Joe. I don't foresee that. Where, as Tom Glavine and the guys you're referencing and how we grew up as kids, like, it makes so much money for these specialization type of things, whether it's basketball, whether it's baseball, whether it's soccer, whether it's golf, any sport. They're making money hand over fist with it. And they're going to continue to do that and get in the parents' ear and say, hey, you want little Johnny or Sally to go to USC? Or you guys want to go to Stanford? Or you guys want to play professionally somewhere? You guys got to go do this.
No, I hear you. But look at who the best players in, the older best players in all the leagues. Tom Brady played baseball growing up.
He did.
All right, for a long, long time.
Played basketball, too. We talked to the guy that played with him over at Sarah High School.
Matt Stafford famously was the catcher for Clayton Kershaw.
Yeah.
Clayton Kershaw also played multiple sports. Patrick Mahomes, 3-sport athlete.
Russell Wilson.
Steph Curry played high school golf, played baseball. Klay Thompson played baseball. I don't know. I think there is, and look, Klay Thompson played multiple sports, and he got hurt.
Oh, and you don't think all these international guys from Europe didn't grow up playing what?
Soccer. Yeah. Tim Duncan was a swimmer, I believe.
Yeah, there you go.
He
took 2 strokes, and he was already on the other side of Tim Duncan. It's like 8 feet tall.
I love Tim Duncan.
I know.
But like it's a variety of things. But if I was running the league, you have to consider all this. Now, you brought up the Kaminga, Jimmy Butler article.
Oh, yeah.
I think we should kind of sink our teeth into that.
Want to dive into that? This segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Yeah, this just dropped a couple hours ago from Anthony Slater, who covers the team, obviously, for ESPN. He's our guy still. We still like to claim him. All right. We're efforting trying to get him back on the station. ESPN thing holding it up. But this is the article. Inside the Warriors' quest to solve the Jonathan Kuminga puzzle. And the article dives into, first and foremost, a conversation that was had in mid-September between Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga. And I guess Jimmy Butler, as he does all the time in the offseason, he's doing all these different events. He likes to go to Dubai. In this particular case, he was in Marbella, Spain, at a paddle event. And I had to look that up, like pickleball? And yeah, it was like a paddleball thing, like international thing. I don't know, whatever. But there was a conversation that happened in mid-September from Spain between Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler, and it was on the phone. And this is what Jimmy had to say in regards to that to Anthony Slater. Quote, "I effing love him," talking about Jonathan Kuminga. "I know he has fans, but I'm his number one because he's got all the tools to be great. Somebody just needs to show him how to utilize these tools." So I guess Kaminga had called Butler to break the news that negotiations with the Warriors remained stalled. A contentious restricted free agency was bleeding toward training camp. He wouldn't be in San Diego to go to that all players function at Jimmy Butler's pad. His relationship with the franchise was too shaky and uncertain. Butler recalled, quote, "Bro, that's fine. You got to do what's best for you. I understand the situation you're in. I don't think anybody on the squad got bad blood. I rock with you. I see a lot of myself in you." End quote. I had mentioned it a couple months, Joe, and I truly felt like Jimmy Butler was the best thing for Jonathan Kuminga. And this isn't me patting myself on the back saying I told you so, because I didn't even know it was this deep. Like, we saw the report, like, oh, they got dinner together. Like, they're clearly very tight. And that is Kuminga's number one confidant now within the organization is Jimmy Butler. So all eyes are going to be on this relationship going forward between Jimmy and JK. When I read you those quotes, what did that spark anything in your brain in regards to?
I'm frustrated.
Yeah. With what?
Well, the fact that right now Kaminga can't get on the floor. He's hurt. It sucks. Right? Like, hearing that makes me extremely optimistic and excited, but I'm also, rife with frustration because he can't get on the floor. And right now they need him. Joe, don't they?
Absolutely, they need him, especially in these last couple games when you felt like the old legs were getting tired, especially in Orlando. In that fourth quarter, they needed an extra burst. And yesterday, they needed the size and the length to combat a young, tall, and athletic Miami Heat squad. They needed him.
I just...
By the way, Andrew Wiggins, captain consistency yesterday. I think 17 points, 7 to 16 shooting, 6
Didn't
points.
feel his impact at all.
Yeah, that's fine. You got the win, though. Saying captain consistency. You guys were all making fun of me yesterday. But I'm
looking
with
at just one second. Looking at season stats to correlate whether someone is consistent game to game or not is wild.
I mean, no, but that's just what he's done. That's what he's done his whole career. 17 points is what I'm getting at. 2 of 4 from beyond the arc, 6 boards and assists, a couple steals, a block. He is a solid NBA player that I would love to have on my team if I'm a contender. That's all I'm saying about Andrew Wiggins. That being said, back to the article. What did you make of it when he said, Jimmy Butler, I see a lot of myself in you, to JK?
Sure. I mean, okay, that sounds great. I like the part where he said, I blank and love him. Yeah. Like, that to me was really the first time I can remember one of these veterans truly outwardly saying something like that about one of the younger guys.
Well, that's what I wanted to get on. It's not what Jimmy is saying. I mean, it is, but also the fact that he feels so embraced by a guy that just got here like 6 or 7 months ago and never felt like that within anyone else from the organization, that's not a great look. It's just not. And sometimes it does take an outsider. That was my whole spiel these last few months. Sometimes it just takes an outside voice to reach someone when you've become, so engrossed in an organization from a young age. it just felt like your voice gets lost or like miscommunication, or you just tune people out. That's what you do. I have 9 brothers and sisters, and Joe, I got to tell you, come Thanksgiving and Christmas, like 2 hours in, I'm probably going to tune a lot of them out. That's just what happens.
So, like, you know, anytime you bring up, you know, positives and negatives, people think that you're hating on one particular side. The dynasty over the last decade plus has been unbelievable. The last 7 years, if there's one consistent theme, it's that we need you, but don't shine too bright. Because if you shine too bright, we're going to ship you out.
Yeah.
Or we're going to blame you for why we aren't reaching our ultimate goal. And that is a real element. Like, I love Steph. I love Draymond. I throw Clay in that bucket as well. And there was a level of, not threatened isn't the right word, but we're up here. We can do no wrong. You're down here. You're not on our level. You never will be. And it's never felt like they've really, truly, in my perspective, again, I'm not at practice. I'm not on the road. I've never felt like hey, Jordan Poole, let me reach down and bring you up to our level.
There's the haves and the have-nots.
Yes.
Yeah.
And even when Jordan Poole was doing what Jordan Poole was doing, they would say things at the podium that were very standard, but I never got the arm around the shoulder feeling, lovey-dovey thing. And not everyone's going to be that way. I don't expect you. It's not a Disney movie, but like there was a defiance in Clay's whole attitude coming back. And, you know, in retrospect, I look back at it and I go, I think a lot of it was Jordan Poole fueled.
Yeah.
And his status being, you know,
threatened.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
There was a threat aspect, and that's normal. The greatest players of all time constantly are paranoid and feeling threatened. Tom Brady talks about it all the time.
Yeah. But I always viewed the younger players as the fountain of youth, and I could understand from their perspective when you're chasing dollars and years and money, you're like, every dollar that goes to him doesn't go to me. And what's bizarre is that Andrew Wiggins was never viewed as a threat.
No.
And why?
Well, because
he's Mr. Inconsistent.
Well, he's Mr. Inconsistent.
And he's never going to be the top dog on the team.
And he's also going to be the quietest guy and not say anything. He's just not going to say anything.
Totally.
By the way, you're listening to 95 on the game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. So right now we're diving into the latest piece from Anthony Slater. ESPN obviously covers the Warriors. Inside the Warriors' quest to solve the Jonathan Kuminga puzzle. And, you know, a lot's been made about the team's recent wins, although it's funny now that we're talking about it, because after they won those 3 games in a row against San Antonio, the 2 teams there, and then in New Orleans, like, oh, see, we don't have JK out there. There must be a correlation here, right? Tim Kawakami said, as a standard, it's worth noting, at least, when the team was winning and JK wasn't in there.
I noted it.
This is what Jimmy had to say in regards to that. Quote, him not being in the lineup ain't the reason that we're winning. We're just playing better basketball. Roles are clear. We're making shots. We're guarding. That ain't got nothing to do with him. If he was in the lineup, I still believe that we win all these games.
God, I love that.
There you go.
Just silencing all the crowd. Jimmy is just, he does not suffer fools. He doesn't like, kind of like the, I think one thing is everyone leads in different ways. And one thing that I've noticed is sometimes the Warrior culture is they kind of just let everyone around the team do the talking and the inferring on what's going on the team. Jimmy's like, nah, I'm just going to address it head on. I love that about him.
Well, I remember we were just a couple weeks removed now from the personal agendas. We got to be honest with ourselves kind of a thing. That was the talk from the locker room. Was it after the Oklahoma City loss, I want to say, when they got absolutely boat raced. But, you know, I keep diving back into this relationship.
One second before you do that. There's the other part of Jimmy.
Well,
where if you were the leader and the catalyst of the young guys, maybe you would have played last night in your old hometown.
Was that Steve Kerr telling him no, though?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like we're giving Jimmy all of these special credit, and it's like, why didn't you play last night? So you know what I mean? Like I love all the stuff he's saying about Kaminga. Go out there and play, though.
I mean, he was listed with a back strain. I'm curious to see what he's going to be able, or what he's listed as tomorrow when they take on the Portland Trailblazers.
Do I sound crazy just even referencing that?
No, because I had buddies. Hell, our guy Stephen Langford, was texting Carter. Shout out Stephen Langford, KCBS. Hey, Jimmy Butler's making $60 million a year. Couldn't really suit up.
Well, my buddy said the paternity test came in. He is not Michael Jordan's kid.
Oh, thank you.
Because he would have played last night.
And for those of you who don't know the joke, they have like the faces next to each other.
People think that Jordan and Jimmy Butler, like that is his son.
Well, there was also the Anthony Edwards one too, where they put their faces together and they actually looked pretty similar. But
we're gonna call Jordan Sean Kemp. You are no longer Spawn. It is Jordan.
Spawn was. I love Spawn, the superhero or anti-hero, whatever he was. It's classic, baby. Here's more from what JK had to say, though, because we keep hearing the quotes from Jimmy in this article. I feel like in this league, Jimmy's one of the few people that actually has been in my shoes throughout their career and knows what I've been going through. Butler had Kaminga over to his house for dinner after a recent home game. He took Kaminga out again on the team's most recent road trip. This is what Butler had to say. I realize that he listens to me. He respects me. And I don't ever take that for granted. But I'm also going to tell him the truth, too. And when JK's doing some bullish, I'm going to tell him, we can't have that, man. And
You need that person in your life.
This is the guy that gets to Kaminga. And when and if he does come back to the court, I need those two on the court together. I need to see it on the sidelines. Like, I am so happy they made this move to get Jimmy Butler here. And I had no idea it was going to be able to lock JK to this degree early on. And unlock is strong because we haven't even seen if he can truly unlock him, because Jimmy's right. A lot of this is on JK at the end of the day, Joe. He's got to do the stuff on the court that is asked of him. Because if they are losing games and JK is playing heavy minutes and it's not going well, unfortunately, he might become the scapegoat again. That sucks to say that. But Jimmy's here to tell him, hey, dude, you can't be doing that stuff. You can't be doing it. So I'm just happy that JK has someone in his corner within the organization, because it felt like for the longest time he didn't. At least when the fans talk about it. And clearly JK feels that way. Like it's validating how a lot of us felt at the time when you hear these quotes, does it not? Because we've been talking about forever, like whatever Steph, whatever Draymond, whatever Steve Kerr is telling this guy, it's not reaching him.
Can I ask you this?
We used to get mad at JK.
Okay.
And it's just, and maybe it was no one's fault, is what I'm getting at.
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
You brought an angle up there that just kind of piqued my interest. Where they are today, is it because of the youngsters and all the others on the roster, not named the four unks, okay? Or is it the age and the play of the four unks? Why are they where they are right now in terms of record and where they are in the season?
I'm going to answer that on the other side. That's a great question.
Because you're like scapegoat, and you're right. Like, I'm seeing it with Pods right now. Like,
yeah.
Am I a huge Pods fan? Not really. I think he's a backup point guard.
No, but to get mad at him for yesterday's
people
loss,
are losing their minds.
I mean, come on.
They're losing their minds. I'm just not here for it.
I actually thought they played spirited yesterday, which sounds like, oh, spirited, you're not in it, you talk a lot. I was like, dude, but they didn't have their best three players yesterday. That's usually what it looks like. I'm going to answer that on the other side.
Notice you didn't say Horford.
No, 888-957-9570 is the number. And this segment was brought to you by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside, only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Joe Shasky here from my squad at Sarah Monty Ford. And the year-end sales event is on right now. This is the time to score 0% APR financing for 60 months with $0 down and 0 payments for 90 days on some of Ford's hottest models. You get the F-150, Explorer, Escape, the Super Duty regular, and the Super Cab. They got a Transit van, Lightning, and the all-electric Mustang Mach-E. Look, I absolutely love my Ford. It's perfect for my family, packed with cutting-edge tech and the style to stand out wherever I go. And with deals like these, you don't want to miss the chance to grab your dream Ford. Remember, that's 0% APR for 60 months, $0 down, and no payments for 90 days. And you can save big on top models right now. But hurry, these year-end savings end on January 5th. So swing by Serramonte Ford in Colma, just off of Serramonte Boulevard, or check them out at their incredible inventory site right now, SerramonteFord.com, if you want to see everything they got. Serramonte Ford, the Bay Area's go-to spot for unbeatable year-end deals. And don't forget, tell them Joe Shasky sent ya. Joe Shasky here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County, with over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David. And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio face.
Guys, not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar. With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little sh**. I love Jax.com.
With T-Mobile, we don't miss out on any family fiestas.
Hola, mija, ¿cómo quedó el mole?
It turned out great.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile and stay connected with los tuyos. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with no trade-in needed, plus 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store at T-Mobile.com or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits and imbalance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $800 required. Not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. and primary usage must occur on our network. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Here we go! Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount+.
This is incredible!
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown!
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Get ready for the return of the legendary rock group Motley Crue when they come to the Bay Area September 24th at Shoreline Amphitheater with Tesla and Extreme. For more info and a chance to score a pair of tickets, courtesy of Live Nation, enter our contest online at 957thegame.com.
Shot clock at 10, game clock at 22. Heel crossover dribble on Smith. Penetrates out to Moody above the break right side. Moses got it to fall. Nice job by Buddy Hield. The Warriors haven't had much dribble penetration.
Yo, what's up? This is Javon from San Francisco. I want to shout out my favorite morning roast, my favorite radio station in the whole Bay Area and the whole country, 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. We are rolling, baby. Spadoni and Shasky here. And we're reacting to a 17-game stretch that many called grueling, horrific. Think of any other synonym to either of those words. Very tough, gritty. They're 9-8, guys. They're 9-8, and gals. Are the Warriors here because of the veterans or because of the young guys? They are 9-8 on the season. There's been some ups. There's been some downs. The good, the bad, the ugly. Clint Eastwood. All that being said, who do you think,
where do you
Joe?
think they are right now? Because Steve Kerr said last night after the game,
I have it.
He likes where they're at.
Yeah, and I'm going to play that sound actually because it's fascinating.
I'm very indifferent on that.
Here is what he had to say. There's a couple things. I'm going to start first and foremost because he was proud of the effort put forth last night.
Really proud of the guys for the effort, the fight. You know, I thought Bam and Norm took over the game the last 5 minutes, but we hung in there. You know, a couple stretches of the game where we went cold really hurt us. And then the turnovers, you know, we had maybe 4 of them, like where they pressured us on inbounds and we weren't able to, you know, get the ball up the floor cleanly. Those possessions really hurt. And give Miami credit. They put a lot of pressure on us.
And they did. They pull away with that 38-22 final fourth quarter there, 110-96. But I agree. I'm not. That's not the game I'm going to get triggered at in the loss. But there's a lot of games this season where you're just left just disappointed. And as a parent, Joe, you'll learn this. And you were our son. And the parent says, "I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed." There's a lot of disappointment going on with this team right now. A lot.
I don't feel great about them.
No. How could you?
No. I every time I wrap both arms around them, they just totally implode.
They push you away
for like a week later.
Yeah. It's like you trying to hug my kid, my little girl, Nora. She's like, I even tried to give her a kiss. Ow, that hurt because my beard. I was like, well, damn. Okay. Well, I'm not going to give you a kiss then. All right.
Everything that is built around this team is built around the veterans. I'm talking about the 4 unks. And so to me, if you're asking why are they where they're at, it's because it's close. It's more because of the 4 unks. I mean, how many great games have we gotten from all 3 of those guys at once?
Honestly, you probably got it in a loss to the Orlando Magic. No, seriously.
Okay, I would say the Laker game.
The Laker game.
Okay. I would say the Denver game.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the Spurs games.
One of the Spurs games. And then the most recent one, I would say all 3 of those guys did play well against the Magic.
All right.
They just, no one else stepped up.
So they've played how many games total?
They played 17. So 4 out of the 17.
Okay. So 25% of the games.
Yes.
So if we just extrapolate that throughout the year, is that good enough?
No.
When everything's built around them?
No. It's not good enough to be a playoff team, maybe to be a play-in team. But
now that being said,
the goal of this season is what, though, Joe? To be a playoff team.
Yes. Now, that being said, how many of those same games, the 17, have the young guys been good? Not many.
Not many. It started off good.
But they're only making a fraction of what the top dogs are making. And we're not running specific stuff for the young guys. Everything flows off the big boys. So I'm leaning the vets.
Yeah, I'm going to lean the young guys in this scenario, and I'll tell you why. The proof was in the pudding early on how well Jonathan Kuminga was playing when this team was in sync together. And he got the starting nod, and it was him, and it was Jimmy, and it was Draymond, and it was Steph, and then hell, you got the closing lineup, and you had Al Horford in there. I was like, wow, okay, I could see the vision. Wow, I think this could work in the playoffs. This is fun. This is good. No Moses Moody early on, and now we're adding Moody on top of it. This is great. Okay, Paz isn't playing very well. All right, well, maybe he'll find his footing, and, he's a streaky player too. We'll figure it out. But JK playing well early on, that was the blueprint. Now, he started to struggle. The team started to struggle with him. And as is every team, it's not one or the other. And I get it. This is the segment that we're doing. Mm-hmm. So there is a give and take scenario. But I feel like the young guys have been so poor this season. So poor. Pods has not been good. Moody's had a couple stretches, couple flashes. It's been solid, but yesterday wasn't very good. The Orlando game wasn't very good. Will Richard, he's a rookie. He's shown some moments, and I'm high on the kid too. But gave me nothing yesterday. He's a minus 25. He's 0 points. He didn't do anything. So Quentin Post, I know he played well yesterday. That's great. Pat Spencer, we haven't really seen. How Guy Santos had to start yesterday.
But Joe.
They haven't been good.
Okay. The salary cap, right? It's a hard cap league. Would you agree?
Yes. We've seen this offseason. Yeah.
Steph Curry's making 40% of their cap.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Butler makes 35% of their cap. Draymond Green makes 17% of the cap. You just do the quick math. That's 92% of their cap is 3 players.
Yes.
If they're going to be good or great or awful, 92% of the cap has to play like the players that they have paid.
Yeah, but they're 3 players, and how many other players are playing in a given game? A lot more.
I agree, but you're making the big bucks.
I understand.
Right?
Can one of those other guys, though, do anything on a given night? That's all I'm asking. Could someone step up on a given night from any of those other players than those big 3, Joe? And that's, again, it's hard not to get mad at the young guys, but at the same time, in the regular season, when it is a marathon, not a sprint, I need to rely on those young legs more often than not when I know the old guys, whether we like it or not, Joe. We understand that in back-to-backs and some of these road stretches, they're going to miss some time. Someone else has to step up. 1 or 2 players in a game like yesterday has to step up. They haven't stepped up enough early on in the season. Not saying they can't. And JK being out these last few games is a big part of that. They need him back in the worst way possible. I agree. It was all hunky-dory. Oh, see, no JK, no problem. Yeah, you still feel that way?
Well, JK, in terms of the cap, now they're over the cap, but in terms of the cap, JK is underneath Draymond Green at 14.5%. They need him too.
Absolutely. He's making a good chunk.
But
he is.
I keep going back to Steph's making 60, Jimmy's making 55. That's 110.
But I can count on the games that they have individually helped win too, because Steph is that great. He won the Nuggets game for them. Now, you can say those in some of those losses, he was a stinker too, and I'm not going to fight you on that.
When you pay Shea, you expect Shea to be Shea.
Yes,
70 of the 80 games he plays, right?
Yes, at this age for sure.
And what about Jokic?
Yes.
Okay, right.
Those guys are also 8 years younger than him.
But this is the team they built.
That is
right. I keep coming back to this is the team they built.
Right? We all accepted it.
I accepted it.
Yes.
But when they accept it, I'm talking about those guys. More is asked of them, fair or not. That is what they've signed up for.
Are the Warriors at 9-8? They are 9-8, 4-8 on the road. This has kind of been an up and down season, the good, the bad, the ugly. Are they here because of the vets or because of the young guys? 888-957-9570. Let's kick it off with Cameron in Antioch. What's up, Cam? You on the roast?
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Doing well, man. How are you?
Going good. The problem is the problem that's been going on for years. It is curving these rotations and how we treat these players. Pods should never been in the starting lineup. Why is Pods, GP2, and Buddy getting more run than Will Richard? Why is he still running these 4-guard lineups? We could have won the last game against Orlando. He put the double bigs in, and we started coming back, getting the rhythm. Then he went back with the 4-guard rotation. GP2, Buddy, and Pods are not it. Even Pat Spencer last night was doing wonderful. I would rather see Pat Spencer than Pods. It's these rotations in these small lineups. When a player do good, he'll put him on the bench, not giving him his minutes. Will Richard went for 30 points. The next game, he didn't see the floor till the second quarter mark when it was almost over. When Moody do good, he gets his low minutes. When Pods, Buddy, and GP2 play trash, they still get consistent minutes, and that's when people confidence. Look at TJD last night. He was actually doing all right. If he gives these guys the confidence and get these guys actual minutes, we will be good. We playing too small. It was an open lane straight to the basket. It's been this way for years. The problem is Kerr. I don't know how we don't see this.
Can I ask you a question? You brought something up there
Go ahead.
No, I think you're speaking the voice of a lot of frustrated fans. The last couple of years, whether it's Lamb, GP2, whomever, if Kaminga has a stinker, who checks in first? Kaminga or those other 2 guys I referenced?
The other 2 guys.
Okay.
They started over Kaminga in the first place.
Exactly. Pods has now had some stinkers in a row. Pat Spencer's playing well. Are they gonna go to Pat Spencer before they go to Pods? Probably not. That's
the smart thing to do was to bring Cryer up. He's playing better than all those guys.
I would love to see it. But do you agree with me? I think that's where the whole Pods frustration, like, I think Pat deserves maybe to just try one game, him coming in front of Pods.
For sure. Richard should have more minutes than Buddy, Pods, and GP2 every game. He proved himself. Yes, he is a rookie. He's going to have a little mistakes here.
I agree.
Everybody gets pulled when they make one mistake except Pods, GP2, and Buddy. It's like they have this complete confidence. Yes, they're vets except Pods, and they do their thing, but we got to get these other guys a chance. We need height. We cannot be running 4-guard lineups. That is killing us. This is not 2016 when we had height at these positions.
I'm with you.
Kurt has never changed, and he's always blowing games. That Pacer game, the 2 other games that we lost, there's no reason for us. We got an okay team. We still need to probably make some adjustments. We should never trade Kaminga. That was the proof in the pudding last night. We have nobody that could attack the basket and dribble the ball like that. Pat Spencer did wonderful. I definitely would love to see Pat over Pods, but I would also like to bring Cryer up.
I like that.
See what Richard did.
Yeah,
he was about to send Richard to the G League until Steph got hurt, and then Richard proved himself.
Yeah.
It's like he always going the opposite way. And Draymond, he does great on defense, but he holds up the offense so much. Like
I agree.
So
there's a give and take with Dre.
Thanks, Cameron.
I love Cameron has good takes because there's a give and take with Dre. He's great. And part of his defense that you have to accept is he's going to have his back to the basket beyond the three-point line, looking for Steph Curry to pass to, and he's not going to be a threat offensively on most possessions.
I mean,
the Pods thing is interesting, man. Like, it really is. Like, I ask you, Joe, you think there's any chance in hell Pat Spencer gets subbed in before Pods?
Probably not.
Why not?
Why? Because I think the body of work
just to see
the body of work for Pajemski is better than Pat Spencer right now, and maybe Pat will give you a boost here and
Anthony
there.
Lamb had no body of work.
Yeah, but Pajemski has infinitely more body of work as a Golden State Warrior than Anthony Lamb.
The last year for Pods has been really up and down.
Yeah. Hey, I'm with you right now. I need someone to step up. And I hear him on the LJ Cryer thing, but I'll also say when he's saying I can't have these 4-guard lineups, but I also don't want like a 6-foot guy out there that's going to get picked on defensively.
Well, that's
I have
the
enough
problem.
of undersized guards on this team right now getting picked on defensively because that's what happened yesterday, Joe. They got picked on.
No, I'm with you. They had lineups over the last 2 weeks where it's Pods, Buddy. I'm laughing because it's bad. Pods, Buddy, QP. Could you get 3 worst defenders out there simultaneously?
That's not doing anything for anyone.
Like, if I were to pick the 3 worst defenders on the team, I might start with those guys.
And I think that's what we're getting at right now, talking about defense, because we're so hyper-focused on the offense, and I get it.
No, their defense is really bad.
It's an offensive-driven league, and that's where I've been most, if we're talking about the young guys right now, the conversation is, are the Warriors where they are because of the vets and how they've played, or because how the young guys have played? 888-957-9570, and I know it's a little bit of both. But even I'm going with the young guys right now only because they've just been so awful on both ends of the floor, man. They've just been bad, like turnstiles defensively. And thank God for Moody, but when Moody's not hitting his shot, who else is? So, like, I hear you on the Pods. He did score 20 points, not in the most efficient way, 6 of 19. Someone, like, I didn't hate hero ball yesterday. I needed someone to be the hero. I've been asking that. I need a hero.
Well, this is what happens when, like, you know, I use the Lamar Jackson example because he's just so unique, right? Steph's so unique compared to the rest of the league.
Yes.
Would you agree?
Yes.
Lamar's so unique compared to the rest of his league.
Unicorns.
When Lamar's not there, all these other random dudes that only play well around Lamar don't look good at all.
No.
And it just doesn't fit. And so when Steph doesn't play or when he's not on the floor, they're just, I mean, you want to talk about taking on water into the boat. It's awful.
This is what Steve Kerr had to say on the road trip takeaways when they finished it at 3-3.
Well, there's plenty of data. There's plenty of film. I was just most pleased with, after that OKC game, just felt like our level of fight and competition was where it needed to be. And so we were able to, obviously split the 6 games on the trip coming off that beatdown in OKC. And so I like where we are now, better as a team, but we have a lot of work to do.
All right. So he likes where they're at right now, Joe. There's a lot of work to do. They're 9-8. And I want to make this clear because we get a lot of people on the text, on the Boxer and Gerson work injury text line. You guys are acting like this team's cooked. It's over. We're 17 games in.
We're assessing where
we're assessing what we're seeing right now. And I think everyone can agree there's a lot of flaws right now.
But you know, one guy I put him in between the young guys and the old guys. I really do believe like the Jonathan Kuminga injury is coming at a horrible time for him and the team. I think they need him. Now, we could argue about come January 15th, what's out there, how's he playing? I'll take that road when we need to take that road. I'm not ready to just trade him away for anything. I want to see what's out there, and I want to see where he's playing at. Well, here's the line that I love, though.
Ooh, in this article?
Yes. From Jimmy Butler. The ambition for more is hard for a lot of people. It's hard for teammates. It's hard for fans. It's hard for coaches. I definitely think he has the potential to be a star. Now, I don't care about you being a star, right? But with that, I think Draymond nailed it on the head. He said, hey, you asked for this. So all the talking that they talking, good, bad, indifferent, you can't let this blank affect who you are. You can't let this blank affect how you play. And then I come back to, he's hurt right now. And it couldn't come at a worse time. It's the same thing that happened last year. He got hurt at the worst time where he was going to get a runway. So, you know, as much as I want to cape up for JK, it's hard for me to have a lot of empathy. It's not his fault he's hurt, but it could not have come at a worse time when they need him, and he could have had opportunities to insert himself back into the lineup, you know, naturally, because they're looking for guys who can play. You asked for this. This is why it was such a hoopla all summer.
We got a Throwback Thursday coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Can't wait for that. We will talk some 49ers there because Niners are taking on the Panthers on Monday night, and we're going to relive it. A special trade that went down between those two teams, and we went through the archives, and it's pretty juicy. So that's coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. But the article you're referring to right now is the latest piece from Anthony Slater from ESPN, Inside the Warriors' Quest to Solve the Jonathan Kuminga Puzzle. And right now, our question to the audience at 888-957-9570 is, are the Warriors where they are because of the vets or because of the young guys at 9-8 currently? And this is another one, piggybacking off that quote. And again, really good article here and a lot of juicy stuff from Jimmy Butler. This quote about JK is really good. Jimmy Butler, quote, so he's got a lot of feelings, which is okay. Talking about JK. I think I just got to stay on him, though. Let him know that I am in your corner. We are all in your corner. Just breathe. Breathe. We're not out to get you. I don't think anybody's out to get you. Fans or media, maybe, but the people in it, we are not out to get you, bro. I promise you. I promise.
I do believe if I'm Kaminga's family, there are a couple people in this market that go at him, and it's bizarre to me. Very bizarre to me. It feels like deep and personal. If I'm like, I'm just being real, like, I've been all over the map on Kaminga because he's been all over the map. He flashes, he stinks it up, he's unavailable. Like, it's kind of been a little bit of everything. Wouldn't we agree? Like a grab bag.
Yeah.
Right? So I get being all over the map on how to assess him. But there are like a few people, specifically in the major media markets, that are just like in this area that are just like on his radar every day. Like, back off him, dude.
I do think we're still holding it against him when he was a really young player, when he went to, who was it, CJ Holmes of then the San Francisco Chronicle.
3 years ago.
Yeah, but remember the first round series, he didn't get any touches, and he's just like, hey, you know, I would have liked to play, you know, against the Kings or against the Lakers, you know, I'm just getting iced out. You know, probably it wasn't a good look. It wasn't a good look.
He was really good. He was really good and helped them get into the playoffs. Wiggins returned, and he did get iced out.
He did.
So those were all real. And yeah, it was a bad look, but it's also a 21-year-old player at the time, or 20-year-old player. I don't know. I had a little more leeway. And I find it ironic because the same people like livid about that have been complaining for opportunities, whether it be in major print media or on air forever, and backstabbing people left and right for their own cause when they're not good enough. So that's interesting.
We got a $5 super chat from K-Way. He's saying talking about LJ Cryer, wouldn't get picked on defensively. He's a 4-year college player, equal or better than Davion Mitchell right now. And Mitchell bothered us last night.
Davion's shot looks a lot better.
Yeah, he bothered a team that, you know, again, a bunch of backups is what I'm saying. So LJ Cryer at 6 feet tall if you really need scoring that bad, I guess, but he's not going to be the difference for me right now. It's a great story. He looked fun in the preseason. Sure. Why not? Is LJ Cryer doing anything for you right now, Joe?
Well, Pods ain't doing much for me either.
Okay. Sure.
So, but I'm open to anything.
Pat Spencer. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about LJ Cryer minutes. But we're crying for LJ Cryer minutes.
I watch every Warrior game. Now, it's not every time, but Pat Spencer, more times than not, when he comes into the game, there's a jolt. And I see the team, like yesterday, they were down 20-4.
I'm not scoffing at Pat Spencer. I'm not. But like, if we're starting to clamor for that stuff, then things are going drastically wrong.
Look, bench players are important. TJ McConnell has made a career of being a bench player. You know, I always bring up Peyton Pritchard. You know that. None of those guys are that player.
No.
But it is very important to flip a game energy-wise coming off the bench, even if it's in a reduced role. So, like right now, like is Pods bringing more to the table or less to the table than when Pat's out there? I'm asking just straight up. The last couple times you've seen him play.
Well, Pat Spencer is coming out like in how many meaningful games is what I'm saying. Like
was yesterday meaningful for Pods?
I guess.
I thought Pat was better than him.
Okay.
A lot.
On that night, you're probably right. On yesterday, you're probably right. Is Pat going to be better than Pods on most nights? I still say no.
I don't know.
For now.
I think we go back to form. This is where I go like, okay, resume over form. He's a young player, Pods. You think he's more established than I do, and that's fine. I think Pat's solid.
The Warriors think he's more established.
Well, we disagree on that assessment. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, we can disagree on that. And I've watched them play guys that weren't established at all over young draft picks who had shown a little promise time and time again. And I'm asking, well, why is this situation different?
Speaking of Pat Spencer, he actually spoke to the media after the game, and this is what he had to say about the schedule, because there's been a lot of bickering about it.
Yeah, I think we've been bickering about it internally a little bit, but we're a little bit older. I think we'll be grateful towards the end of the year that this isn't the stretch that we have come into the season. So we like where we're at. You know, I think obviously would have liked to grab these last couple on the road, but to be where we're at with the number of games that we've played, to knock on wood, have a really healthy team at this point in the season, I think we'll be grateful we're not doing this on the back end of the year.
I'm a Pat Spencer stan.
You just smiled when you heard him.
But I've been here for like a year now, have I not?
You do. I love the list, by the way. It is. It brings him character. It's kind of like the Michael Strahan. It's great. The mustache, the look, all of it. I like Pat Spencer too. He's a fun story, but if we're clamoring for Pat Spencer on this team right now.
We're saying less Pods, more Pat.
Great. What is that going to give you? Couple more assists.
How many minutes a game is
they
Pods
need
playing?
Jonathan Kuminga back.
No, I agree, but like Brandon, we act like Brandon
back.
doesn't. He at the end of the year, will he not be in the top 5 of minutes played on this team?
Probably.
So he's an important player, and I think they're putting too much on him. I think we need to have a reality check here.
He hasn't been good to start the season at all. But again, I keep coming back to this, and the question is right now: are the Warriors where they at because of the 4 veteran players? Or because of the young guys? 888-957-9570. When we say young guys, we're talking about JK, Moody, Pods.
He's playing a career high in minutes this year, Pods.
He is. They need him to. They need the young guys to like use their legs and use their youth.
He might end up with twice as many minutes played than Al Horford.
I mean, Al Horford's 50 years old.
I agree,
yes.
But like, I think we all underrate how they do think he's extremely important, and I don't think he's playing well. And so if they keep telling me he's extremely important and they keep carving out all these minutes, he also has to play better. Now, unlike Kaminga, he's on the floor every night.
I mean, if they keep playing this poorly, though, I will say this. You will have to revisit trade talks come January if they continue to play this poorly. Now, having said that, if they continue to do that, what is their trade value?
Mm-hmm.
Not going to be very good. So did you screw the pooch on that one over the summer when you maybe potentially could have moved on from these guys? I know everyone's going to be saying it. The Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Lowry Markkanen. I keep hearing whispers about that again. Oh, you could have moved him, but you had to keep Pods. Again, we weren't saying that this time last year. We were saying, thank God they didn't do the Lowry Markkanen deal. Thank God they got Jimmy Butler instead. So they go on a quick run here again, and Pods looks good. Maybe we won't talk about it. But there's going to be chirping the next month and a half, Joe. If these young guys continue to be poor, about bringing in a veteran piece. This is why we had the conversation yesterday about J.K. and Andrew Wiggins. At least with Andrew Wiggins, I do think he's going to stay healthy for the most part, and he's going to be playing in the games. And I know what I'm going to get more often than not. You're scoffing at that.
Well, he missed months.
Yeah,
he had an abductor strain as well. But
a lot of that, let's be honest, his dad was dying. And his father passed away last summer.
Joe, he also had an abductor strain.
Yes.
And then in the playoffs broke his ribs.
He did. That was unfortunate. He tried to gut through it, and it sucks that he didn't. It sucks that he couldn't, I guess, because Moody had to come in, and LeBron picked on him, and the rest is history against the Lakers in that series. It was a bad matchup with Anthony Davis to begin with. But I'd bring it up again. Like, if it's on the table to go get Andrew Wiggins back, and you had to give up some of the young guys, I'd do that in a heartbeat. 888-957-9570. You're scoffing.
Well, for what? So Kaminga and Pods for I think most people would probably do that. But again,
I talked to Big Boss Man. He didn't agree with that. Like, no.
Well, I just think that I don't know what Wiggins you watched the last 3 years. Like, he was wildly inconsistent.
If you're expecting him to be the second or third best player, he will disappoint you. If you're expecting him to be your fourth best player, he'll be surprisingly good.
I don't even know what that means when we get down to like 3, 4, 5 best player. Like right now, who is their fourth best player?
Exactly. I know it would be Andrew Wiggins if he came over here.
Sure? You sure about that?
Who is there?
Because Kaminga outplayed him when they were on the floor together for quite some time, and then other guys had leapfrogged him. Like he was. Do you remember how bad it was?
I was on the pregame show, RIP, 5 a.m. saying they need to trade Wiggins and attach a pick just to move off the vibes. So I'm with you, but now we know why the vibes were there and why it's just. We learned more things.
Vibes.
The vibes were bad. He was a dark.
Does this team need to go on a cruise together? Well,
the banana boat might help. Where's Chris Paul at when you need him? Warriors legend. 888-957-9570. Would you trade for Andrew Wiggins, Warriors fans, if the opportunity presented itself? We got more on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. 925. I think the irony and the hypocrisy when everybody wanted Andrew out of here when he wasn't showing up when his stats were below good.
Exactly.
And he definitely had the Bay Area ready to get rid of him. What a Bay Area fan stereotype to then want that guy back. Again, I'm being transparent here. I'm owning up to the fact that at one point I said I wanted him off the team, and now I'm saying I would like him back. Not as the second best player.
I'm good.
Not as the third best player, as a fourth best player. I would take it in a heartbeat. Hey, it's a 2-year window. Why does it matter anyways? Are we expecting Jonathan Kuminga and Pods to just, carry the torch after they're gone?
He played yesterday. I mean, I don't even remember him doing anything yesterday.
7-16, 7 points, 2 of 4 from beyond the arc, 6 boards and assists, 2 steals. Whatever. And he played pretty good defense, I thought.
He was okay. Ware was killing them. And
he had by the way, we're talking about plus minus, a team high plus 25.
Just
telling you. Just telling you. By the way, they really liked the vibes from the vets on the bench, Steve Kerr said.
I could feel, Steph and Jimmy on the sidelines. I felt their presence. At the meeting today, those two guys were giving advice, and I mean, that's really important for our guys to, to feel the support of their vets on a night like tonight when those guys are out and the young guys are the ones out on the floor fighting. And yeah, we're a connected team. We've got a good vibe, good group. Like I said, we've got some improvement to make on the floor, and that's the main thing.
You think the vibes are good right now? How would you assess?
I have no idea.
Well, that's Nick. Nick Friedel, cousin Nick, 920, covers the team.
How can you
travels
with
them. I don't. That's why I want to ask guys there every single day. Because last week, the vibes weren't very good because we were talking about personal agendas. We were talking about, hard truths cutting both ways. Shout out Stannis of the House Baratheon. People aren't being truthful, being honest. Okay. Let's be honest about this team right now. They're 9-8. They're 4-8 on the road. This is not a good team. They're not good. I don't know what to, I just don't want to sugarcoat it now. I'm not going to do a sugarcoat job. This isn't a good Warriors team. The 49ers, somehow I feel better about where the 49ers are at than where the Warriors are at. How the hell is that possible? Seriously, with all the crap that has gone on with the 49ers injury-wise, Warner out for the year, Bosa out for the year. I don't even know if Brandon Ayuk might be out for the year. Who the hell knows? Kittle missed a chunk of the season. Your starting quarterback missed a chunk of the season. And I somehow feel better about their chances going forward than I do about the Warriors. That's insane. And maybe I'm smoking the peyote on that one a little bit. But if Brock reels off a couple more wins, you know what? People are going to be jumping onto that bandwagon again. I promise you that. Beat the Panthers, beat the Browns, beat the Titans. All of a sudden, maybe the Niners could go on a run here. Oh my goodness. How am I feeling better about that team than this Warriors team that has Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler? How?
I don't know. Well, they've got talent that's in their prime. Kittle hurt is still in his prime. Purdy coming back from injury still in his prime. I mean, you're looking at an older team. I mean, the equivalent would be like, hey, this series we're resting George Kittle.
That would be great. On Monday Night Football, yeah, he's got to take a playoff.
He's got to take 2 series off.
2 series off. Oh, like
the reverse is actually happening. Christian, we're up 8,000 points. We need you to continue to take runs between the tackles.
Hey, you know what?
You brought up something about the Niners, though.
The Niners could use pods. You can use his touches. You'd be a good backup, probably.
You're bringing me to a point about the Niners that I had, and I get a lot of different ideas from people, myself, and I'm hearing a lot about the Niners, and I'm just letting you know where this ends.
Where what ends?
The season ends.
For the Niners?
Yeah, whether it's in the postseason or whether it's failing to make the playoffs. There will be a huge chunk of fans, no matter what, that will be absolutely livid.
Oh.
It's science.
No, I want you to know this.
Oh, they're going to be angry no matter what, because that's what fans do.
No. This fan base is unique. Everyone's like, just make the playoffs. It's all good. I will guarantee you, and I'm going to do my best to not be one of these fans, but hey, I might end up being there right with you. If they fail to make the playoffs, it'll be an indictment on Purdy somehow. If they don't make the playoffs, it'll be John Lynch didn't make the trade, which I wanted him to do at the deadline, and they were 1 pass rusher short.
Oh, they are not 1 pass rusher short this season. I am not hearing
to make
that
the playoffs.
They're gonna make the playoffs. Lock it in.
If they don't, you know what? People are going to come for Pods. For Purdy's head.
They're still going to come for Pods. It's Pods' fault the Niners didn't make it. It's Kaminga's fault.
People will lose their minds if CMC goes down.
Yeah.
All right. If they lose in the playoffs, right? What will happen? If they go one and done, meaning they play just one game, we will go back to. This is why you needed to make a trade at the deadline. See. Purdy can't win playoff games when he doesn't have the Avengers on both sides of the ball. I am letting you know, no matter what the outcome of this Niner season, the next day will not be, I'm so proud of my team. What a great year they had. It's just, I know.
That's fine. They can call and be angry, and we'll take all the anger and all the sadness.
But where was
and all
that anger? At the deadline. See, that's the problem. I'm not letting some of you get away with this. Where was your anger at the deadline when I was pounding the table for them to make a trade for someone? I still wanted to fight for this season. And so I know.
Yeah, but they were telling you all year they probably weren't going to make a trade. They were telling that through the media. So that's why they weren't upset.
Every fan that had zero outrage at the deadline is not allowed to call into this station the week that their season ends and be mad. You need to be calling in.
Yeah, but you're acting like one player would have made the difference this season. And I'm just going to flat out disagree with that.
I didn't say one player would make this huge difference. I'm saying you're always trying to make your team better for the now and the future.
So if Jalen Phillips was on this team, you'd feel it's okay.
I would feel a little better. Hell yeah.
You wouldn't be mad then if they had gotten Jalen Phillips.
I would have said, you know
White.
What?
You like Keon White. You've liked what he's done.
It's not enough, right? You traded a 6th-round pick for Keon White. He's a situational rusher.
It was never going to be enough for the Niners.
No. I just want you to know. No. I'm telling you right now. Was I not adamant that they could go get someone who could help them for the now and the future?
Yes.
Right? I'm not letting people come in here and just bash Purdy when they fall short. Bash John Lynch. Where were you weeks ago? Where were you frustrated weeks ago when I wanted them to add? You never punt on a season in the NFL when you're 6-3 at the deadline. That was my core belief. You're 6-3. You owe it to yourself to make a big move. That doesn't mean be reckless, but you owe it to yourself to make a big move. I am not letting Niner fans come in here, bash the coach, the GM, the quarterback, the running back, the defense, when you had an opportunity to tell this franchise how you felt about them at the deadline.
He cannot be that guy.
Letting you do it. I'm not letting you do it.
I am so confused right now. They're 7-4. They're going to win 2 of these next 3 games at least. That puts them at 9 wins. And then you really just have to win one of those last 3 against the Colts, the Bears, or the Seahawks. Not easy. But you do that, you have 10 wins, you're probably going to get into the playoffs. And then, yes, I am saying That's a great season. We have cuts everywhere saying that would be an incredible season. A coach of the year type of the stuff. You have an offensive player of the year candidate, the comeback player of the year front runner at Christian McCaffrey. And if Brock Purdy stays upright, you have a chance to maybe steal one in the first round.
Brock,
hell,
sit your ass down.
No.
Joe, if you steal one, I think it'll be worse because they'll say, we got to the second round. Imagine if you had made a trade for a pass rusher. Then maybe we could have got to the Super Bowl. We would have been one game away from the Super Bowl.
Winning a playoff game is bad now.
No. I'm saying the reaction to losing if you win one playoff game might be worse.
People don't like to lose.
Well, that's obvious.
That's why. I'm just upset that they lost. And that's fine if you want to call and be upset and be a crybaby about it. That's fine. I'm a crybaby all the time, too. I am. You heard that the other night on Tuesday. You guys were making fun of me.
I think where I've come to the realization when it comes to the Niners, no matter how their season ends, everyone, because this is what Niner fans do, and I'm one of them. I freely admit I'm insane. We are going to pick apart this team and the coach and the quarterback, and it's going to be totally unfair. I'm letting you know right now. We are, and I'm going to be a part of it. I'm going to be at the front of the gates with a pitchfork. We all are, because we're insane, and it's what football does to us.
So what if the Warriors go on another deep playoff run and get to like the second round and they get bounced out?
By Minnesota again?
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't defend Julius Randle.
Okay.
And they can't get through Anthony Edwards. They're not good enough.
What if it's the Thunder? Would that make you feel better?
The Thunder, they're better than us.
Okay.
So I have no problem saying that.
Okay.
Like they're better than us. You know,
so if the Philadelphia Eagles beat the Niners in like the second or third, whatever hypothetical, then like they're just better than you. They're the defending champs. Like you're gonna be mad about that?
But that team has provided me with 4 championships, and so like I have the backdrop of you haven't won anything. So like there needs to be this desire to just win one. Just win one. It's been 35 years of just like banging on the door, getting close, you know, and the NFL is so different than the NBA. It just is. Any year could be your year. I didn't know the Commanders were going to be in the NFC Championship game.
I guess how I'm viewing...
They were 60 minutes away from a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but Joe, how I'm viewing this 49ers year is a lot how I viewed last Warriors run when it was just like, you know what? They go on a deep playoff run, give them where they were at in January when they were just clinging to like a 10th seed in the Western Conference. They got all the way to the Western Conference semis. I thought that was a successful season. And yeah, it sucks that Steph got hurt, but I viewed that as a success. Given everything that had taken place, you had a plug-and-play player in Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I thought that's how I'm viewing this 49ers
football,
season.
We don't do success in football.
I'm doing that this year.
You can't do it with a 30-year-old running back, a 32-year-old tight end, a 38-year-old left tackle. There's no guarantee any of those guys, A, comes back for next year, and B, looks anything like what they look like right now. But there's just no guarantee.
But the expectations for this Niners team was basically the same of last year's Warriors team heading into the season. Just get to the playoffs. It'd be great. Just get to the playoffs. It was literally the exact same thing. And now we're shifting our expectations.
Yes, we recalibrated midseason.
Joe, you told us at the summit you didn't think they were getting to the playoffs.
Yeah, and then they got to 6-3.
And now you're going to get mad if they do and win a game?
Yes, because they should have traded for a pass rusher.
Why?
To give them a better chance of competing in the playoffs. Yes, they're a pass rusher short. It's obvious.
They tried to get the pass rusher in Bryce Huff, who got hurt too, and is playing hurt still.
That was before the season.
Yeah, I know they got him to add to Bosa on top of it, and you lost your DPOY. Bryce Huff got hurt. You lost your first-round pick in Mykel Williams. Sometimes you just get hurt, and then the breaks. Sometimes
I'm not ready to accept that.
Sometimes Steph just tears his hammy, and you lose.
But you're having a special season with CMC.
Yeah,
that year. So, great example, the Warriors. You're like, oh, it ended up being a great year. Did we not recalibrate once we got Jimmy?
You had to claw your way to even get to the playoffs.
Answer the question. Did we not recalibrate the second we got Jimmy?
You did.
Yeah. Did Warrior fans?
You said they were going all the way to the
I did.
The finals.
I was wrong. But did you not recalibrate? Did Warrior fans not recalibrate?
Yeah, I said this is a playoff team now.
Joe, a week prior to making the Jimmy deal, we all sat here and we're like, I might have watched the worst NBA game of all time.
No one recalibrated this 49ers team to automatically think they can go to the Super Bowl.
Once you get to 6-3, no. Once you get to 6-3 with your backup quarterback, anything's possible now.
Yeah, but we know how that
Football's
ends.
different.
You know how that ends. What's up, Sam?
I just want to offer a thought on this recalibration thing with Jimmy, because I hear what you're saying, Shasky, about did we recalibrate our expectations. For me personally, before the Warriors made that trade for Jimmy, I thought the expectation was still get to the playoffs, get a top 6 seed, but right now you guys are falling short of that. When the Warriors made that trade for Jimmy, my recalibration wasn't, these are my new expectations. My recalibration was like, well, now I think this team can actually meet our expectations.
Yes.
My base expectations were still the same, but my belief in their ability to achieve those expectations, that is what changed, if that makes sense.
I hear you on that. I'll say this. My recalibration on this 49ers team, we could throw it out to the audience. I think it's a fun question. 888-957-9570. How 49er fans kind of recalibrated their expectations with what this team could be prior to the start of the season. 888-957-9570 is the number. How I'm viewing this Warriors team is actually a lot how I viewed them heading into the playoffs last year. Their high watermark last season was the second round. Who knows if Steph stays healthy? Could they have beaten the T-Wolves? Maybe. Would they have beaten the Thunder? I don't know. They matched up well against them in the regular season at times. I have no idea. I'm viewing it at the same time this year. The expectation is getting to the second round. After that, if Steph does stay healthy and Jimmy, they'll prove it, whether or not they deserve to be in the Western Conference Finals.
I don't think that's their goal, though.
No,
I think
that's
their
not
goal.
That is how I'm viewing the team.
I know, but I don't think. But see, all of the wording from Steph, Dre, Jimmy, and Lakeup and Kerr has told us fans, no. We think in the next 2 years, one of those years, we have a chance to win a championship. That's what they're telling me.
No, that's what they're telling you.
Look, it might be
I'm
delusional.
not buying it. Yeah.
It might be delusional.
Yeah.
Like the Niners, just football's so different. I watched the Niners look like the best roster, top to bottom, for 3 straight years in the early 2010s, and then the bottom just fell out. And what I learned from that experience was when you're good, anything can happen. And you owe it to yourself to double down on that particular season because you just never know. I've watched in my lifetime Trent Dilfer win a Super Bowl, Brad Johnson win a Super Bowl. Now, these are outliers. I freely acknowledge it. These are not the norm.
But you've seen Nick Foles more recently.
I watched Nick Foles win a Super Bowl for credit. Yeah. I don't think he's that great. I know you do. I watched Matt Ryan get to a Super Bowl. I watched Jaden Daniels get to an NFC Championship. I watched Rex Grossman get to a Super Bowl. I watched the carcass of Peyton Manning get to a Super Bowl.
Blake Bortles almost got to one.
Exactly. So I know we want to end the night. Oh, Bosa's gone. Fred's gone. End the year. That's just not how I operate in football in general because there's no guarantee we'll ever get a CMC season like we got right now.
No, I never said end the year. It recalibrated how I felt about their odds heading into the playoffs. Now, as you mentioned, football's different. It's a one-game scenario.
Whereas in the NBA, it always feels like the better team
cream rises,
tends to be able to find the wiggle room in a 7-game series to advance.
I never thought the New York Giants in both their Super Bowl runs were the best team ever. I thought the Patriots were better in both times. Injury report.
I agree.
Steve Kerr provided an update on Warriors injured guard DeAnthony Melton yesterday. Melton has intensified his workouts in recent weeks and has been participating in scrimmages with the Santa Cruz Warriors. He will be reevaluated in 10 days. Melton is working his way back from surgery on his torn ACL he suffered last December with the Warriors. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in San Francisco. We're not. An Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the Free Odyssey app, coming live from the Live from Long Studios. We're fired up about this. We have a $10 super chat, by the way, Joey, from Ray28536.
Clean it up, Bonte.
Clean it up, Bonte. Steve Kerr finally has to coach. Steph been carrying this team for the longest. The Spurs game, Curry had 2. This guy can't. What is this? What is this grammar? How am I supposed to read this? Curry had 2 have over 40 both games I can't.
No, you did your best. It's all good.
Joe, when the Niners played the Eagles,
if you have a $10 super chat, please make it grammatically
When the
correct.
Niners played the Eagles in the NFC Championship game, we did so much preview radio, right? The whole weekly number. Did anyone on their bingo card have Brock Purdy tearing his UCL in the first quarter of the game and it being rendered completely boring?
No one had, Jason Tatum getting hurt last year.
Right, exactly. So my point in football, of all the sports where it's just so, it's like the careers are so short and anything can happen, and what we thought was going to happen, who you were week 4, it means nothing for who you are week 17, etc. Dude, you owe it to yourself. I'm not saying be reckless year over year and trade heaven and earth and every pick, possible. I'm just saying, I wanted them to make a move because I'm not ready to slam this year shut just because a couple guys went down who are all-time players.
See, I'm actually feeling that way about the Warriors right now. And I know the Warriors don't have like season-ending type of injuries that the Niners have been dealing with, but I feel that same way when it comes to the trade talks, that's going to approach it come January. Like, yeah, I can talk myself into them making a deal, and if they don't, and that being the difference between advancing to the conference finals or NBA finals, I'd be disappointed in that. Like, I would look at that because they have told us this is a 2-year window. Like, that is why I would get mad. We all knew heading into this Niner season, I think we're just going to see this different, that getting to the playoffs was gravy. Now, and I know recalibration during the season for you was, hey, this is a playoff team. We need to add to it. And I don't care that Bosa and Warner out. That actually makes me even more inclined to make a trade.
To make a trade for now just to upgrade.
Right. And I just don't think outside of Quinnen Williams, maybe the Jets didn't even want to trade him to the Niners. I have no idea what they were asking. I don't. Like, maybe there was the Robert Saleh angle of Woody Johnson. I don't want to help that guy out.
I'm just talking about the hypothetical move.
But, like, what is the move that was presented to the Niners?
They needed to go get an edge rusher, like Bradley Chubb or Jalen Phillips, even if it was a guy who was kind of like on a prove-it deal. I think they needed to do it for themselves, right? You can't tell me you think you have Kittle said this, CMC said this at a podium. We think we have a Super Bowl offense and trot out that defense. I agree with them. I think you have personnel that could get you that far. If you just step back and you say, if Pearsall gets healthy, you got Kittle, you got Jennings, you got Purdy, you got Trent, you got CMC. That's elite on paper, but you have to have a decent defense on paper as well.
Coming up on Monday, the Niners take on the Carolina Panthers, and you know where we're going to be. Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale, baby, right down the street from the stadium. Willer and Dibs get you ready for the game starting at 2, so come on by for great food and great drinks. And most importantly, your chance to sign up for the free shuttle. Again, free shuttle to and from the stadium. Go to 95centthegame.com right now as seats fill up fast. That's 95centthegame.com. See you there.
I'm going to go back to 2011. Heading into that year, there was a strike, a player's like a lockout, whatever they want to call it. And
I remember that. I know when it ended because my brother got married that day.
So Alex Smith was holding 49er camp at San Jose State. Harbaugh had just been brought in. They had basically all this talent, but we thought they were not good. And it was like, hey, just make the playoffs, we'll be happy. Joe, to this day, one of the saddest games in my life, one of the biggest woulda, coulda, shoulda moments of all time is the Niners versus the New York Giants, who you referenced, losing at home at Candlestick in the NFC Championship game in the mist.
Yeah.
All right? What I wouldn't do to go back to that game and just have one wide receiver, not named Brett Swain, that we were throwing balls to. They had Braylon Edwards that they brought in at the beginning of that year, and it didn't work out. They didn't make the deal for Deshaun Jackson. They didn't make other deals that they could have made. We were a wide receiver short. To this day, my head will explode if you bring up the name Brett Swain, who we were throwing go routes to on third down. So, yeah, I recalibrated as that season went on. And even though heading into that year, Joe, you didn't think they were going to win it all. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. It hurts tremendously that I look back on that game and the Niners were one offensive playmaker away from beating the New York Giants and potentially playing the New England Patriots in the Super Bowl.
Are the Niners one defensive playmaker away?
We don't know.
I know. They are like 3 players. You can't.
How do you know that?
You don't trust anyone outside of maybe Deommodore Lenoir on this defense. I know it because I watched the defense.
Did you think the Niners offense was some otherworldly offense that year? The 2011? Heading into the year, it was like we got Frank Gore and Prey. I don't even know if is Vernon good, not good. He had a solid year last year.
Yeah, but you can count on some studs on that team. You can count on Patrick Willis. You can count on Frank Gore.
The defense we knew was going to be better.
Yes.
Right? But we didn't know they would be that good.
No.
They didn't give a rushing touchdown for like a year and a half.
I know, but this defense is not good at all, and I don't think adding to it would have helped a lot.
You have a fringe Pro Bowler in Deommodore Lenoir.
Fringe, that's it. That's all you got.
Okay, you've got a player who was a high-price free agent in Bryce Huff. You've got high draft picks on that side of the ball, whether it's Renardo Green, whether it's Alfred Collins, C.J. West. Like, to me, like, you just we suck, so it doesn't matter. Don't make
it doesn't matter.
Don't make it better.
I just knew that the defense is probably going to be the reason why this team doesn't
just
go far.
I knew going into the playoffs, the Niners passing game was probably the reason why they wouldn't win the Super Bowl.
Probably.
And I look back on that with major regret.
there's a difference between adding a wide receiver on an offense and then adding a linebacker, adding a secondary piece, adding an edge rusher.
Linebacker's their problem. It's edge rusher. It's specifically edge rusher.
Well, they can't cover anything. Their linebackers can't even cover right now.
They work in tandem. See, to me, they work in tandem, right? And so, there were edge rushers available.
And now Tatum Bethune's hurt. You're leading tackler, and you got to rely on who?
Yeah, but I ask you, has linebacker been a major issue for this team?
Not as of the last couple weeks, yes. Prior to that, not really.
And unlike the other guys that are out, Bethune might come back. So I just look at it this way. Edge rusher was their clear hole. They needed to solve it somehow, even if it was a stopgap. And I'm disappointed they didn't do it.
Let's go to Austin and Redwood City. He wants to compare the 49ers to the Warriors. 888-957-9570. What's up, Austin?
Hey, nothing much. How y'all doing?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. That's interaction, man. Hey, look, I just want to compare the Warriors to the Niners.
Okay.
When Moody and what's his name, Kaminga were rookies, we were begging Steve Kerr to utilize these players, and he failed to do that. Now you got the Niners over here on the other hand, where we got these injuries, and the Warriors had injuries too, but the Niners have way more injuries to their starters, to their backups, and to their rookies, and we're relying on these rookies. These rookies are way up to speed, and I'm very impressed. I'm going to tip my hat to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch for getting these guys ready to playing on mistakes throughout the game, and winning these games is unbelievable. Kyle Shanahan having a great season. I feel like he should be, coach of the whatever the year or whatnot for having these guys playing right. Now you got the Warriors over here. You got Kaminga and Moody. They one season away to breaking out.
I agree.
These rookies on the Niners, on the other hand, breaking out right now. Next year, this is why we don't need no trade. Next year, the Niners going to be great. Oh, be great on defense because why? The rookies are developing as they go. And we only, on offense for the Niners, we only, our best defense is our offense. And for that to continue to happen, we're going to need Ricky and Brandon Ayuk to get healthy, to put that offense over the top. That's all I got.
Good call, Austin. No, I think it's very interesting.
I mean, we've been crushing this draft class all year. What are you talking about?
But they are playing.
Yeah, they're playing
Some
not well. We've been crushing them.
I did see them take a step forward. Well, it's Arizona, so it's just so hard.
That's what I'm saying.
Collins did look good, and I thought C.J. West.
No, Alfred Collins has been a positive to that.
I would argue
class.
he's been their best draft pick.
I mean, but your first overall pick in Michael Williams is out for the year. So it's.
And I'm not convinced he's good.
No, I'm not. I'm with you on that.
And I've kind of been early. I'm not trying to rip him. It's just. We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see.
I said Jimmy Ward wasn't going to be good. I said Eric Armstead wasn't going to be good. And for the first 2 years, I was right. And then they proved me wrong. And then they ended up having 10.
Sometimes it takes longer for other
10 to 12-year NFL careers. So you got to let it develop.
On the other side, we'll get to more of your calls, more of your texts. How have you recalibrated your expectations for the 49ers rest of the season? We got Throwback Thursday we're still going to get to. And have your expectations recalibrated all with the Golden State Warriors? It's early, but I'll ask the question. 888-957-9570. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The holiday season is a time of giving, and for the 17th year in a row, Stevens Creek Subaru wants to give back. From now until January 2nd, get a great vehicle and support a great cause. Because with every new Subaru purchased or leased, Subaru and Stevens Creek Subaru are donating a minimum of $325 to charity during the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, happening now at Stevens Creek Subaru. And if that's not enough, buy or lease any new Subaru from Stevens Creek Subaru until December 31st and receive 2 Sierra at Tahoe season passes from Stevens Creek Subaru. So you get a great deal on a new Subaru, get 2 free season passes to Sierra at Tahoe, and help some great charities at the same time. It's a win-win-win at Stevens Creek Subaru. Located on Stevens Creek Boulevard near Santana Row and Valley Fair, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. The holidays are coming, but so is our pre-holiday sale. And that means everything in the store is 30% off. Not just some things, 30% off everything. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
With T-Mobile, we don't miss out on any family fiestas.
Hola, mija, ¿cómo quedó el mole?
It turned out great.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile and stay connected with Los Tuyos. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with no trade-in needed, plus 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store at T-Mobile.com or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits and imbalance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $800 required. Not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. and primary usage must occur on our network. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This holiday season, Target has your back with irresistibly cool gifts for everyone on your list. For the trendsetter, start with affordable beauty kits and gift sets. Need something the whole fam will love? Grab snugly matching fits in every size and style. And for the thrill seekers, don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online. And step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming. Only on Paramount Plus.
It's about time pros had one partner for every part of the job. Simple ordering, fast delivery, continuous support, all from one partner. The Home Depot delivers supplies on your schedule. Our pro team helps you plan ahead so projects run smoother. And with Pro Extra benefits, you can simplify ordering, track spending, and save time every step of the way. Because with one partner, you get more than materials, you keep your job moving. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Hi, I'm Patrick Willis, and welcome back to the Morning Roast.
I love that rejoin. I love the Patrick Willis, and I also love some Fat Joe.
Remy Ma just...
Oh, y'all playing with me.
Lean back, dude. Lean back. He's like Ozempic Joe now. He's really skinny, but he still calls himself Fat Joe.
I'm glad he quit.
Can you still call yourself Fat Joe if you're no longer fat? 888-957-9570.
Well, Little John is, in the Robin Hood.
Lil
is not little. He's big.
Is he?
Yeah. In Robin Hood.
Oh.
Not Little John. Little John. I thought
you were talking about
No,
I thought that's what you're talking about.
No, the real Little John.
Oh no, yeah. Well, that's like an ironic name though.
Yeah, I know.
Like Fat Joe, like he's fat, like an Italian. He's like Fat Joe.
Big Pun from Terror Squad was the really big one. Big Pun also way better bars than Fat Joe in my estimation.
Big Pun from South.
Yeah,
the real Big Pun.
That's the real Big Pun right there, baby. Coming up on Monday, I got to mention this again. The Niners take on the Carolina Panthers, and you know where we're going to be? Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale, right down the street from the stadium. Willer and Dibs get you ready for the game starting at 2 o'clock. So come on by for great food and great drinks, and most importantly, your chance to sign up for the free shuttle to and from the stadium. Go to 957thegame.com right now as seats fill up fast. That's 957thegame.com. See you there. Has your expectations for this 49ers season recalibrated? And if so, in what way? 888-957-9570. We got Throwback Thursday coming up in about 20 minutes. And we're going to go down memory lane after a big trade happened once upon a time between these two franchises, Joe. The San Francisco 49ers and Carolina Panthers. And we have all the sound from that reaction show.
There's not a lot of recent history between the two teams. But
Matt Rule.
Growing up for me, the Carolina Panthers, obviously an expansion franchise. I remember the day that they came out. Seaford went there.
Yeah.
And then Seaford won the division or made the playoffs or whatever and knocked off the Niners. And, he had built a fun little team. It didn't end well for him, but George Seaford being there, I always, from afar, was like, I can't hate on them.
Right. Was it at the same time that it was the Jags and the Panthers, right?
Yes. And then the Texans were the last team that were expanded.
I remember we watched the doc.
02.
We watched the doc of the 90s, the Gambler or whatever with Jerry Jones. And, during the Super Bowl, they were asking questions to Jimmy Johnson when the Cowboys were in the Super Bowl. Yeah, you gonna go coach the Jacksonville Jaguars? He's like, well, we're talking. I was like, what? Imagine coach did that today. Kyle Shanahan's in the Super Bowl. Yeah, we have this new team out in Portland. Yeah, are you taking interviews over there? Yeah, we're leaving the options on the table.
I mean, that's a Phil Jackson move. That's what Phil would do.
I mean, it's leverage. I get it, but it's also insane. Yeah, Phil Jackson, you're right, would do that.
Seaford swooped up Eric Davis from the Niners, Kevin Green from the Niners.
Rest in peace.
They had Jake Delhomme for a minute, Mushid Muhammad, Deshaun Foster.
Steve Smith Sr.
Yes. Yeah. Deshaun Foster,
Julius
Thomas
Peppers.
Davis.
Are you kidding me?
I love Julius Peppers at North Carolina. So I don't know. I've never hated the Panthers. I would just put it that way.
Who was my guy?
Even though they're an NFC West team.
Who was the running back that played that? D'Angelo Williams.
Oh, D'Angelo Williams.
D'Angelo Williams.
Yeah.
Got the dreads and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Fun player.
Yeah, really fun player.
Steve is in San Francisco and wants to talk about the 49ers.
No Tim Bianca Batuka, though.
That is true.
It's a joke.
I mean, it's a great name.
It's one of the great names.
Steve.
What's up, Steve?
Steve's also a great name. It's the name of my brother. What's up, Steve?
Shefsky took the words out of my mouth. I was going to drop Bianca Batuka before he just said that.
It's such a great name.
Wild. Okay, my wife was just busting my balls about this as far as recalibrating the season. I keep calling it the house money season because you keep saying house money. But it's the truth. I think everybody collectively and profoundly downgraded their expectations when Warner went down. That just was the straw that broke the camel's back. Like, you could figure you could maybe get by without Bosa, but I mean, that was the one that was insurmountable. At this rate, I mean, their goal is getting into the playoffs. Like, I don't have an expectation of them even winning a playoff game. I hope they do, but I think just getting into the dance is like their Super Bowl.
Can I ask you this?
I think
2021. Remember down the stretch, the Niners barely got into the playoffs. They had to win in overtime in LA. Does that loss in the NFC Championship game still haunt you to the Rams?
Not as much as the other ones. I mean, if we're going to rank misery, Shasky, you and I could go all day. The Giants one to me is worse than that. That one was they went. I mean, it hurts, but I mean, does it hurt more than Sherman batting the pass down?
No, I mean that's one of the most iconic plays of all time with Vernon Davis wide open and Anquan Bolden wide open on the other side of the field. Yeah, who remembers?
it was rough because they were on that hot streak, but not in comparison to the other seasons where you were like, oh, they're the number one contender. Like, they're going to win the Super Bowl. They should win the Super Bowl. They're the best team in the league. It didn't feel that way to me that year. It was just, hey, you got really hot at the right time. But my thing is like, I still view that season, of course, very differently. Like, they just had more firepower. Like, even with Bosa and Warner, we knew this defense was going to take its lumps, and it played way beyond expectation in those first few weeks. If those pieces are in place, then it's a very different outlook, because I think the NFC then is more wide open. But I think you were both right with, they're not one piece away. I would have liked to have seen them get that pass rusher, because it certainly would help. But they're 5 players away on this defense. But that doesn't preclude them. I would have liked to, both can be true, right?
Yes.
I would have loved to have seen them make that move. I have to believe, and I know that Lynch always says we looked into it. It's become his cliche for lack of activity. But I do think they probably looked at this one and really wanted to make a move and just couldn't justify the price tag.
Sure.
And teams probably hung that over their head. I'm sure they were like, hey, we can't mortgage next year. This year, let's just roll with who we got.
It's a great call. And I just keep coming back to like hypothetically, we're just going hypotheticals here, right? Who would you want to get in the first round of all the teams that might be of the 7 playoff teams right now today? Who would you get in the first round if you were the 7 seed right now?
The Rams. If the season ended right now, you'd play the Rams in the first round.
Okay, there is an argument. Yeah. If you knocked off the Rams, what if you had the Bears in Chicago in week 2?
Oh, yeah.
In the playoffs.
Yeah.
You could talk yourself into winning that game.
Maybe.
No.
Yeah.
Why not?
I
Why
know,
not
I said
the Niners?
maybe.
You know what I mean? Like why not the Niners?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like Caleb in a playoff game? I don't know. Do you know? I don't even know if is he good?
Caleb doesn't know.
Yeah, that's
How
what I'm
about that?
saying, right? So, that's why I'm always like, God,
the nails will be painted.
Just another player. Just one more player.
The Eagles in Philly is the only one
That's
you
what
really
I'm
feel,
saying. Like, if I go to Tampa Bay, week 1, hypothetically.
No, you could beat them.
That's what I'm saying. So then,
Joe, I was literally saying, why not the Niners a couple days ago?
Which is why I wanted them to make just one more move.
Now, it does seem a little far-fetched to go on that much of a run, but you could talk yourself into it if it's the right matchups. Because it is matchup dependent.
Again, I go to 2021. I had no idea they could I thought they could beat the Cowboys. They went into Dallas and blew the doors off them, and Jimmy threw them right back into the game. Talking about threw the Cowboys right back in the game. They went to Lambeau. That was the number 1 seed in the NFL with the MVP of the league, and they won 10-7.
Yeah.
I mean, with a special teams play.
It was that first drive where they got that touchdown. It was Devontae killing them. It was like, oh boy, this could be a long game. Didn't do anything after that.
I didn't think that was
DeMeco. That was when DeMeco Ryans got his coaching job in Texas, by the way.
I thought the offense was solid. I didn't think that was a, Super Bowl winning offense. Yeah. So I don't know.
Let's go to people are fired up about this. 888-957-9570. Have your expectations for the 49ers season recalibrated? And if so, how? Ryan, San Bernardino. What's up, Ryan?
Guys, how we doing?
We're doing well, man.
Hey, bro, I thought I was healed, but you guys brought up that Rams game, and it reminds me that I still suffer from PTHB, post-traumatic heartbreak. Because Jaquaski Tart dropping that pick, the Giants, the Kyle Williams fumble, the Colin Kaepernick 4 plays from the 5-yard line, all that stuff breaks my heart. But you know what? At the beginning of this year, for the purposes of mental health, I had to recalibrate that no matter what, I was going to enjoy the season, and it was all going so great. But even minus the injuries, that's why I called the other day, and I was like, you know what? Next year, even though we've been through what we've been through, it's going to create some calluses, and we're going to be better off for it. But I'm still enjoying the year, man. The fact that we're 7-4,
I am too.
The bad 49er teams, like sometimes I look like, damn, I wish we could just suck so we could get a great draft pick, but that's not what it's about in the league. You know what I'm saying?
Ryan, I promise you do not want to watch a losing football team. It is nails on a chalkboard.
I mean, we had the 11th pick.
Right,
we had the 11th pick
Ryan.
this year, and I don't know. Is he good? Will he be good?
No, you don't know.
I don't know.
It's a crapshoot, dude.
That's what I'm saying.
Why do you think the Jets have how many first-round picks have the Jets had the last decade? It feels like hundreds.
Joe, we took Alex Smith ahead of Aaron Rodgers.
See, it's not.
Joe, we took Solomon Thomas ahead of Christian McCaffrey, Patrick Mahomes. Just go down the list.
You never know. So, like, even when people are talking about, like, this quarterback class sucks, I thought that last year, too. And, like, Jackson Dart looks pretty
he looks solid. He's just got to stay out of the blue tent.
Well, that, again, like, you never know with these things.
You have
like,
no idea.
You just don't. And the guy...
But we all knew that Cam Scadaboo was going to be a baller.
Well,
I mean, everyone knew that.
I think we thought that, but there was still questions like, is his athleticism good enough? It's like, the guy's a baller. Did you just not watch that?
Souls.
I know. And now he's running through people on Monday Night Raw. It's awesome. And people are going to...
In a Rangers jersey. Oh, excuse me. A Rangers sweater.
Rangers sweater. That's great. I loved it, by the way. People are like complaining in New York. He's hurt. He can't be doing it. Come on. If he's not re-aggravating it, relax. By the way, Sports Talk on 95 on the Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Some Carolina Panther players who also were Niners. This guy killed the Niners forever. Wesley Walls. My boy Matt hit me up. And William Floyd, bar none, a.k.a. bar none, one of my favorite fullbacks of all time, one of the worst injuries ever. He was an absolute stud out of Florida State. They took a fullback, I believe, in the first or second round. Look that up. Sam, look that up for me while we're talking. First or second, a fullback in the first or second round.
Al Davis kind of a move. I kind of respect it.
He was ridiculous, though. He was one of the great short yardage runners for the Niners. Like, he was a stud. Like, he had the ability to be better than Tom Rathman, and I hold Tom Rathman in high regard.
By the way...
I know everybody loves Juice. Juice is fine.
Juice.
Rathman was so badass.
I got to mention this. The 49ers have added a new kicker, Matt Gay. Now, get this. This whole angle and all this is hilarious. So, Matt Gay gets cut from Washington. The guy that takes his job over in Washington, Jake Moody. Jake Moody had the game-winning kick for the Chicago Bears earlier in the season when they beat who? Washington. And now, guess who gets to be teammates again over in our nation's capital? Deebo Samuel.
And Javon Kinlaw.
Jake Moody and Mook Dog, Javon Kinlaw. Oh, it's just great.
Adam Peters, you gave Javon Kinlaw $30 million guaranteed.
I know.
Wow.
Eddie Piñeiro's not going to be able to kick against his former team. That sucks. Like, I was actually kind of looking forward to that. The revenge game scenario.
Kicker watch.
Kicker watch. Well, now we kind of got it. That's honestly, Joe, if this is a close game, though, that is kind of an element I might be concerned about now, right, Carter?
So this guy's not good enough to kick for Washington.
No.
But he's good enough to kick for us.
No, he missed 2 50-plus yard field goals last week against the Dolphins.
Speaking of Kyle Juszczyk, he will be joining Willard and Dibbs at 4:45 today.
Oh, very nice. There you go.
The juice?
Harvard's own, baby. It's that Ivy League education. Let's try to rat-a-tat these calls before we get to our Throwback Thursday segment. Let's go to Joe, another Joe, in Martinez. What's up, Joey?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, totally recalibrated. I thought they had a chance with Saleh coming back, even with all the rookies. But one great edge rusher makes that entire line so much better and makes all those guys in the defensive backfield so much better. Just one, because he just causes it makes their job easier. And with all those rookies back there, they had to get somebody. And, I've been following this team since 79, since I was a little, 8 years old. Ever since, DeBartolo is gone, the Yorks have come in, it's just totally different. Because back then, they got whoever we needed. Somehow they made it work, and they found somebody to plug in there, and whether it was a trade or picking up somebody, they made it work, and that's why these guys were so. You're not going to go deep into the playoffs with that defense. You're not. You're going to get lucky every now and then, but you're not going to go deep. So I'm done. I love the team. I'll still watch them, but they're not going nowhere.
That's Joe Martinez, 888-957-9570. Have we recalibrated expectations for this 49ers squad? Ross Tucker, who joins Steiny and Goo, I believe, every week or every other week, our Odyssey NFL Insider.
That's a great question, Goo.
I love it.
I'm an Eagle guy, so in the New York Giants, I got the Niners 18th out of 16 teams in the NFC.
Actually, I think he was very high.
Joke.
13.
No, he was high on the Niners heading into the season, I believe. He was one of the few guys who's like, I actually really like the Niners to represent the NFC. This is what he had to say earlier in the week on the 49ers being good.
I think they're good. I don't think they're a contender, if that makes sense, right? So I do on Tuesdays, Steiny, I do my power rankings, and I'm literally pulling it up right now just so I'm not lying to you guys here. I have the Rams 1, Eagles 2, Seahawks 3 in the entire NFL. Okay. Rams, Eagles, Seahawks. I have Niners 13. Okay. So to me, they're a good team, but I have them behind those three. Also, Colts, Patriots, Broncos, Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, Lions, Packers, Bucks. Then I get to the Niners. My power rankings are based on what I think would happen if these teams played like a best of 5, best of 7 at a neutral site. I think the Niners are a good team. I don't think that they're going to win 3 playoffs.
This isn't the NBA or Major League Baseball.
A best of 5 or a best of 7?
Come on. If he could have just said out of the top 14 teams, because it's 7 in each conference that make the playoffs, the Niners at 13. Okay.
I just don't care about the AFC till the Super Bowl.
Exactly. Well, you care about it because you watch the NFL.
No,
so
but I'm just saying, I don't care where those teams rank because it doesn't matter. I'm hyper-focused on the NFC.
Well, I'll say this. Is anyone believing, I'm still not believing in the Colts to go on a deep run or the Broncos?
I just don't care about them.
I do. I love football. But
I know, but
the Patriots, Colts, and Broncos, all 3 of those quarterbacks have been unproven in the playoffs. Come on. Daniel Jones has a playoff win and no one believes in him.
Dude, the best of 5 or best of 7. That was hilarious.
Come on, man.
I view the NBA playoffs as if they were all going to go up against each other in a best of 600. How would they do? Best of 82.
It's actually crazy how wide open the AFC is right now. And yet, Joe, the Chiefs are going to sneak in. I'm telling everyone they're going to sneak in and they're going to do this thing. Patrick Mahomes is the worst version we've ever seen of the Chiefs. They're going to be one and done finally. Yeah. I'm just telling everyone right now on November 20th, they're going to sneak in and do what they always do. Find ways to win when it matters most.
I hate them. I don't want to talk about them. I hate them.
Well, do you hate Brian in Palo Alto?
No, I love
him
BPA.
actually.
I love BPA.
Brian, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Great.
I think the teams that say the draft is a crapshoot are the really bad teams, right? It's the ultimate rationalization for bad draft picks. And to me, yes, I think expectations are recalibrated, but this sort of fundamental shift towards we're all about our draft capital. I have zero confidence in this team's drafting and development. Because I don't know if you guys do, but I'll just run down, guys on the team.
You're cutting out there, Brian.
All that tech money that he sits on top of, and he can't get a cell phone that works.
That was Jed York actually tinkering with his connections. No, we can't have this out there. No, we got to cut the wires. Cut it. Call back, Brian, if you can.
I would love if BPA was like Parag Marathe in disguise.
The man in the trench coat with the cigarette. You can't see his face.
The cigarette smoking man from X-Files?
From X-Files. Listen, I understand the argument for getting rid of the draft picks because you can't hit on them. But the Niners, I disagree with Brian. The Niners are a good organization, though. And there are elements of it being a crapshoot. There are. It's just a fact. Even really good teams that have been sustainable, the Patriots whiffed a lot during their era with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. They were still one of the best organizations in football, right? Yes.
The Patriots?
They whiffed on a lot of draft picks.
Like the Niners, they did a great job assessing who was already in the NFL and was good. Great example. I always say this one, Wes Welker. Wes Welker was on the Dolphins team, and they got him from there. And so, they
drafted his replacement with Julian Edelman.
Yeah. But even they didn't know. Edelman was playing quarterback and stuff.
Oh, they knew. They knew.
I mean, they had Chris Hogan who was playing
There's a clip saying when Welker was on the bench during a game because he couldn't suit up, Edelman had a kick return for a touchdown, and Belichick's like, hey, this guy's going to take your job. And then Welker said, good, I don't want it. And then Belichick got legit pissed. I think he's like, oh, great. Way to compete, buddy. Way to compete. So he knew.
I mean, you might have liked him, but no one knew that he would be what he was.
I know what Brian Palo Alto is. He's going to finish his call right now. What's up, Brian?
Hey, all right. Brown, Mustafa, West, Collins, Martin, Siegel, Stout, Green, Garendo, Pearsall, James, Rourke, Latu, Luter, Beal, Tyrion, Davis, Price, Drake Jackson, Danny Gray. something broken, right? Like you look at the Eagles and how much they're hitting on their picks, which is insane. And they've rebuilt that, they're rebuilding that team even with stars, with, low-cost rookie contracts that are good players. And it's just, I think you got to cut bait with Lynch and this entire front office this offseason. And I believe in Shanahan as a coach. If Shanahan is the one with the trigger, I don't believe in him as a personnel executive or whatever you want to call it, a front office leader.
I tend to agree. I love him as my coach.
He's a really good coach. Just have somebody else pick the players.
Yes.
And the people picking the players are failing, and they're failing miserably. And part of the problem is nobody knows who's responsible. Is Kyle responsible? Is John Lynch responsible? But it's not working out, right? And you can't go all in on a draft capital strategy if you can't draft.
This is going to sound, BPA, you agree with me. If Howie was running the Niners the last 6 years, they might have had a Super Bowl already, if not two.
And look at what he's built in Philly.
It's incredible.
And think about, how many miles, how many fathoms apart are we from the Eagles at this point?
Feel very far.
Not only do they draft players, and then those players, they don't get hurt quite as much.
No.
And maybe it's because they're not players that are hurt all the time in college, right? So, anyways, again, 1 + 1 always equals 2. And it's no good, man. I believe in Kyle's ability to coach up, especially on offense. But this whole draft and develop operation is a complete and total failure. All right, guys, have a great day.
Good call,
Thanks,
BPA.
Brian.
If I don't talk to you, happy Thanksgiving, buddy.
There you go. Gobble, gobble. Matt, San Francisco. What's up, Matty?
Hey, Matt.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Shasky, you totally threw me off with the William Floyd take. That was my favorite Niner growing up.
He was
I remember, dude, Christmas '94, I asked for a jersey, and they didn't make them, and my dad had to go get one made at Terry Whitfield's print shop in Millbrae.
Wow. That's a throwback spot.
Yeah, dude. But anyway, no, to piggyback what the last caller said and this trade deadline situation, I totally agree. I don't think you have to mortgage the future or do anything crazy. I didn't think we were going to get Hutchinson or anything like that. But you've got these guys playing out of their minds, scrapping together wins. You got a winning record. Before the L.A. blowout at home, you were sitting on maybe having control of the division with head-to-head. And you just stand pat, make no moves. It's like when your girl says it's the thought that counts. You didn't have to go get everybody or spend everything you got, but you had to bring someone in because you basically tell the locker room, you're doing pretty well, but, we really don't believe in you. And then what motivation does the team have to go out? And then they get smacked at home because I'm sure that gets you down in the mouth. And then on the draft stuff, the one thing that stuck with me, you got, your first-round pick goes down, and what the caller said about the Eagles, it's true. Lynch and Shanahan, just like the play call sometimes, I think they get too cute, and they think they're smarter than they are. You had Jalen Walker, linebacker out of Georgia, absolute stud on the board, and you went Mikael Williams. And last year you had, what's his name, the safety for the Eagles,
Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, Cooper DeJean.
Anyway. Cooper DeJean, he's on the board, and you don't take it. Sometimes it's like, just get the best guy on the board.
Matt, great stuff. We're up against it. Anthony Hay will get you on the other side before we start our Throwback Thursday segment, and it's a good one. It has to do with a trade that went down a couple years ago, Carter, between the Panthers and the 49ers, and that's what's coming up, sponsored by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside, only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
It's Joe Shasky from my friends at Ceremony Ford, and the year-end sales event is on right now. This is the time to score 0% APR financing for 60 months with $0 down and 0 payments for 90 days on some of Ford's hottest models, including that F-150, Explorer, the Escape, Super Duty Regular, and the Super Cab, Transit Van, Lightning, and the all-electric Mustang Mach-E. Look, I absolutely love my Ford. It's perfect for the family, packed with cutting-edge tech, and it's styled out to stand out wherever I go. And these are the deals that we like. You don't want to miss out, so now is your chance to grab your dream Ford. Remember, that's 0% APR for 60 months, $0 downs, and no payments for 90 days. You can save big on the top models right now. But hurry, these year-end savings end January 5th. So swing by Ceremony Ford in Colma, just off of Ceremony Boulevard, or check out the incredible inventory right now at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's go-to spot for unbeatable year-end deals. And don't forget, tell them Shasky and 95.7 The Game sent ya.
Considering starting your weight loss journey with GLP-1 medication? Don't trust just anyone with this decision. Jumpstart MD is your local, trusted provider with 13 Bay Area clinics and expert care available online or in person. Jumpstart MD specializes in safe, effective weight loss with personalized clinical support. Trust the experts. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com. Mention radio and start for only $99 this season.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Just 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yeah.
Trying to get to you in that booty. Banger. T-Pain, 40.
Shut up.
This is my middle school era, Joe. When I was in middle school, when you were like 30. So
you're an idiot.
That's what he wants to say. We're having fun. This is good. We talked some Warriors, talked some Niners. And before we get to Throwback Thursday, I promise we'll squeeze in a call. 888-957-9570. We got Nick Friedel joining us at 9:20 to get his thoughts on the Warriors road trip, 3-3, 9-8 on the year, and how he would assess the team thus far. But before all of that, thank you, Nick, let's get to Anthony and Hayward. What's up, Anthony? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy almost payday Friday. I originally called in for Warrior Talk, but I'll talk Niner Talk. I've been on hold for a long time. Appreciate y'all. For Throwback Thursday, they used to call, I'm 44, so in 8th and middle school, high school, they called me Jersey Man. I don't know if you said this name, Kerry Collins. I had the White Panthers his rookie year. And for the Niners, I don't know. I just have a feeling the NFC is kind of wide open, and the Niners already proved they beat the Rams. And the Eagles, I'm not buying what they got. Tampa Bay, I think the Niners have the best chance to go to the NFC Championship this year. And I'm a Raider fan, so it kind of football sucks for me right now.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Anthony and Hayward. The NFC Championship game?
Why not the Niners?
I love the optimism. Things would have to break their way, but as we've discussed, there is a potential path. What did they like to do that during the election season? There's a path here. This district, if you get these votes, there is a path to the White House. Well, is there a path for the NFC Championship for the 49ers? It would have to be you face the Rams, potentially, if you are the 7th seed. Okay. You have an upset at SoFi. We've seen it happen. It can be done. There you go. Then you would think you play the Philadelphia Eagles because you are the 7th seed. That is where it'd be difficult.
The Eagles.
They're crying right now, by the way. The Philadelphia Eagles already. Oh, there's reports that Jalen Hurts in the locker room. There's tension. Can they never be happy in Philadelphia with anything? No, seriously, can they ever be happy with life?
Well, they have a Super Bowl champion team. I mean, I get it. I'm jealous.
Won it. Why are they still angry?
I'm jealous. When was the last time they truly whiffed at the high end first couple rounds of a draft?
The Eagles?
The Eagles. I'm going to tell you.
I was going to say, I don't really follow their draft picks.
Okay, so in 2020, they had Carson Wentz. They drafted.
Would you consider that a whiff?
What?
They whiffed on Carson Wentz.
No, he was really good for them, and then they pivoted off him. He got hurt.
But what? He was kind of a bust, right?
What do you mean? He ended up having almost an MVP-like year.
Then got hurt.
Yeah. Okay, he was a good player.
Whether you get, as we're talking about Ricky Pearsall, you can get hurt and still be a bust.
I thought he was really good for them.
If you pivot off of someone, you're
we never saw him play poorly really for the Eagles. They just went in a different direction.
I mean, we saw his level of play then compared to when Nick Foles took over, and it felt like Foles was always the better quarterback when he took over. So that's why listen, we're splitting hairs here. You don't say he's a bust. You have some moments. Whatever. Continue.
He was drafted in 2016. So whatever. I mean, it's a long time ago.
God, 9 years.
That's what I'm saying. I think you're like.
No, I'm saying that was a number 2 overall pick, was it not?
Yeah.
That was, a lot
and
of
he was good for
there.
them.
You're solid.
Joe, he had an MVP-like season.
He did.
And he broke his leg. Yeah. But they whiffed on Jalen Reagor. They missed on Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
Like they just straight up whiffed on Jalen Reagor. The very next pick was Jalen Hurts. And I was like, what a reach. I remember thinking it. Like, is he even a quarterback? Like, I thought that.
I liked Jalen Hurts, yeah. I thought that was, We just disagree on that. I like Jalen Hurts.
But they had Wentz and they had Foles, and
because this is Doug Peterson's last year.
It just didn't make a lot of sense, right? And of all the needs, I don't think they needed. Since that moment where Howie admitted, like, I totally whiffed on Jalen Reagor. Since that moment, here are their first couple of picks every year, and they have plenty of other great picks sprinkled on throughout. Devontae Smith, first round.
Hit. Heisman Trophy winner.
5,000 career yards, 30 touchdowns.
Hit.
Okay. Landon Dickerson.
Hit.
Yeah, Alabama interior offensive lineman. Milton Williams, who ended up having about 15 sacks for them and got a big free agent contract with the Patriots. Won a Super Bowl with them. Yeah, I would agree. That was their third round pick. All right, Kenneth Gainwell.
Hit.
Was really good for them.
He's a great backup.
And then they let him go. And even Taron Jackson made plays for them down the stretch. The very next year, Jordan Davis, defensive tackle.
Hit.
I'd say it's a hit. Not a huge one, but a decent hit. Cam Jurgens.
Hit.
Yeah. Nakobe Dean.
He gets hurt a lot. But I'll say he's a hit.
When he plays, he's good. Right? And then Calcaterra, who they've had, he's kind of their backup tight end. He took him in the 6th round. It's pretty good. As a backup?
Yeah. Did they draft Goddard, by the way? Yeah. I think your mic's off.
Sorry. I don't know when. I'll look at that in a second.
They didn't draft Goddard? No? Where did he come from?
I don't even know.
Where did he come from? Where did he go?
Very next year, Jalen Carter. Is that a hit?
Yes.
How about Nolan Smith, who busted out in the Super Bowl?
2018 was Dallas Goddard, by the way, 2nd round. Nolan Smith is yes. Okay. So yes. So these are. I'm just adding to your. Hey, Joe, I'm helping your argument here.
All right, and then just go around Tanner McKee, who none of us have seen. They love him. They have him as their backup quarterback next year. Quinyon Mitchell, was that a hit?
Yep.
All right. What about Cooper DeJean?
Yep.
40th. What about Will Shipley?
Yeah, I like Will Shipley.
I do
actually.
too. He's been good for them.
He had a cup of coffee in the NFC Championship game when they're blowing them out.
Jeremiah Trotter Jr. has been solid for them on special teams and in certain situations. This year, Jahad Campbell has been good. Mukaba, who's their safety, one of their safeties. He plays a couple different positions there. He's got more interceptions than everyone on the Niners not named Diamond Lenore. He has 2. Okay, he was drafted this year. The point that I'm getting at, they don't miss. They just don't. Even the guys who aren't giant grand slams are solid contributors. Milton Williams in the 3rd round. It's a solid, really solid contributor.
So you're giving me the greatest drafts of the last couple of years, and he is the architect, Howie Roseman. That is the pinnacle of success.
Who are his best players?
Who are his best players?
Saquon Barkley, free agency.
Yep.
A.J. Brown. We could argue, but A.J. Brown, trade.
Yeah.
Right? I would argue those are their most talented players. And Jalen Hurts was a 2nd round
And whether
pick.
we want to admit it or not, the guy that was making play after play in the playoffs last year, Oren Burks.
Well, Oren Burks. No, but who was the other guy? Bond, the linebacker who they got from the Miami Dolphins.
There you go. Yeah. No, you're right.
So, you could still hit in free agency and make trades. You got to hit the draft.
And Jordan Mailata, who we didn't even mention. There's a lot of other names there.
I'm just going the last 4 or 5 drafts and just give you an idea. Since the Jalen Reagor giant miss, now let's look at the Niners. Okay, I'll just go the first 3 picks.
Back to the Niners.
Okay, Kinlaw, the same time, the same period.
Whiff.
Yeah. Ayuk, I think, was a hit even though he's hurt.
He's
really
a hit.
bad.
He is a hit.
Trey Lance,
whiff.
Aaron Banks.
I liked Banks though. I think they kind of low key miss him. Right? I think Banks is a hit.
He was a 3-year starter.
I'm giving Banks as a hit. He got paid by a team.
I think Ben Barch has been, when healthy, Ben Barch has been as good as Banks. Whatever.
But I think Banks is a hit.
Trey Sermon, Aubrey Thomas.
No.
Yeah, those are misses. Okay, so you got 1.5 hits. Drake Jackson, TDP, and Danny Gray. I just ejected out of the name.
Thank you.
Jair Brown, Jake Moody, Cameron Latu.
No.
Ricky Pearsall, Ronaldo Green, Dominic Pooney.
Pooney, yes. Pearsall, TBD, Ronaldo Green. Nah.
So we're looking. Okay. All right. Michael, Alfred, Nick Martin, Upton Stout.
Alfred Collins is the only one I'm giving to you right now. Stout's had some moments, but Michael Williams, no.
And I would argue, who are the 2 best Niners right now on the team? You want to say Kittle? I'll listen to that. I could say CMC.
Well, Lenore. We're going to give that credit too?
No, I'm just saying in general, 2 of the top players on the team.
Yeah.
Trent Williams and CMC. Trades. Right? Now, Brock Purdy, I didn't put in there because he wasn't in the first 3 rounds. 7th round pick. Thank God for Brock Purdy. He's the only saving grace of all of these. The first 3 rounds, they haven't hit enough.
I'm glad you brought up one.
They just haven't.
I'm glad you brought that up though, because
they just haven't.
We're saying all the bad stuff and all, like, there's just not a lot to be happy about when it comes to the draft picks. Well, it's Throwback Thursday, so we're gonna have some fun here on the Morning Roast. Because in October of 2022, Joe, something happened.
October of 2022
happened. Do you remember?
Did Draymond punch Jordan Poole?
No, that didn't happen yet. That didn't happen. Oh, I love the little twinkle to Back to the Future. This gets me going. This gets my juices flowing, baby. Robert Zemeckis. Let's go.
Did I shoot a 79 at Sharp Park?
No, you did not do that. I'll let you know right now. That didn't happen. Let's just play some sounds. It'll help jog your memory. This was from October 4th, the old iteration of the Morning Roast between you and Bonte Hill 3 years ago.
When you miss on so many first-round picks,
that's now.
And you miss on so many second-round picks.
Now we're talking.
And now you miss on so many third-round picks. The hell with the damn picks. Give me the proven player over the prospect any day of the week. So who's proven out there? Well, McCaffrey's proven. Jacobs is proven. Let's monitor those situations.
Well, okay. We're talking running back. We're talking playmakers. We're talking getting Jimmy Garoppolo some playmakers.
I need playmakers. Why not surround Jimmy Garoppolo with a plethora of skill set, position, talented players? They're not using Danny Gray.
And what is Jimmy's skill set? The underneath stuff. That's where McCaffrey kills it.
Right.
Like, he absolutely kills it.
Christian bleeping McCaffrey. So that was how you guys were feeling before the trade took place. Here is your reaction. And again, this is Throwback Thursday. Over 3 years ago, CMC became a 49er. Bonte and Shasky, reaction number one.
People on the roadways even know how to drive this morning. They're driving 90 miles an hour thinking about Christian McCaffrey all over the place. And then I got Joe Shasky and the Patrick Willis jersey. I got Matson fired up. Lumpman's running around with his neck cut off. Joe Shasky, CMC. It's wearing red and gold. And it may happen this Sunday against the Kansas City Chiefs.
I'm so happy. I mean, look, sports makes us so happy. Like, these types of moments, all right? This is, on so many layers, this is such a great deal, right? Like, the draft picks, the money. Shut up. This is Christian McCaffrey. This is one of the top 10 or 15 offensive weapons in the league. Quarterbacks notwithstanding. Wouldn't you agree, B? Had the Rams got this guy, had the Bills got this guy, had the Green Bay Packers got this guy, any one of those teams, you would go, oh my God, are you kidding me? Like, this guy's a Swiss Army knife. Is he a running back? No. Is he a wide receiver? No. He's a ridiculous football player. And you can line him up anywhere. And yes, Shanahan's going to have to do that. That's the challenge, is to go out there and you got to get the ball to all of these playmakers. This makes Jimmy Garoppolo better. This makes George Kittle better. This makes Brandon Ayuk better. This makes Deebo Samuel better, because scheme is about space. And no team is more built on creating space than the San Francisco 49ers.
Throwback Thursday. That was your reaction.
Almost like that guy knows what he's talking about.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ, FM, HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, to the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We got a lot more. This is, shout out Sam Lemon, by the way, for going to the archives and grabbing all this stuff.
Were the
that takes time.
fans in or out on this trade? Day of.
You want to listen?
Yeah.
Consultant, Walnut Creek.
Consultant, what's happening?
Oh, man, I am so fired up.
Let's go.
Look, one of my favorite non-Niner players of all time, Terrell Davis. And I was thinking back, I'm like, you know who else won a Super Bowl with a pretty good quarterback, an average quarterback at that time?
Yes.
At that time, we all know John was a bowler, but at that time, who won with a superstar quarterback and went all the way twice in a row? Mr. Mike Shanahan, right? It's got to be this guy's dad. I'm sure he's been thinking about this forever. He's been thinking about, wow, look at what my dad did with a superstar running back. He came from a running back tree of coaches. I can't imagine what this guy's going to do with C-Mac, man. This guy is going to be grinning ear for ear. Let's go. It's going to be Niners. Why one Super Bowl? Let's get quest for 6, 7, and 8.
Oh, no. God.
So I guess you could say there's a little bit of excitement.
Joe, the quest was still there. The quest for 6, 7, and 8.
Told you. It's the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh? I got another one. This is from Kyle in Pacifica, reacting to when Christian McCaffrey became a San Francisco 49er back in 2022.
Think I care about these picks for Christian McCaffrey? Let's go to Kyle in Pacifica. Kyle, what's happening? You're in the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm so fired up.
Let's go.
I'm 25 years old. I'm starving for a championship.
See?
You know what I want to say? I want to get greedy. I want OBJ.
Hey, I'm with you. Sign me up.
You're preaching to the choir.
Hey.
You're preaching to the choir. You know what? I think that's...
You don't got to convince me.
That's a lot of people. Madsen, I know how you're 32, right, Madsen? You're 32, Kyle.
Correct.
32. And this guy's 25 who's on the phone right now. These guys have seen one run in the Shanahan era, essentially, this core. Another run with Harbaugh, and that's it. That's it. And they've been knocking on the door. We've been knocking on the door. And I already saw a generation. We are going to celebrate a generation of players that I felt deserved a Super Bowl, for crying out loud. And I felt like they never truly went all in, all at once. It's like they were great and they were right there. And look, I can live. If you fall short now, I can live with it.
I can live with it too.
Because you went all in for the now.
Okay. All right. All positive.
I stand by what I said that day.
This is all positive.
So you still stand by that? Because they did fall short, so you can still live with it?
Well, look,
he's been really
Brock
good.
got hurt, dude.
And Christian's been really good.
Christian's one of the great trades in Niner history. It's Fred
Absolutely,
Dean.
yeah.
It's Christian. It's who? Like, it's been one of the great trades. I'm talking about pick for player.
CMC's, sorry, Sam.
I'll say
continue.
this as I was going through all this sound, and we got a lot more to get into here. It's a lot of the stuff that was said. Well, the call we play next might not age well, but a lot of the stuff we said aged pretty well.
There's some takes I already see on this board that are going to be hilarious. Let's go to Adam in the city next and his reaction.
Is this Carter's boy?
Adam in the city. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, guys. It's Friday, right? Yeah, happy Friday.
Yep.
Great start.
How fast are these McCaffrey jerseys going to sell out at Levi if they have them on Sunday? I mean,
like
it's
hotcakes.
gonna be exciting, right?
Like hotcakes.
So here's the thing, though, too, or one thing I wanted to make. So now we got McCaffrey, right? The Warriors are rolling. Yankees are down 2-0. They're about to lose to the Astros, and Aaron Judge is coming here next. The Bay Area is going to be on fire this next coming years.
Damn right it is.
Also, I think the best thing about it, we got McCaffrey for 3 years. This isn't like that.
Exactly.
Thank
you. Exactly.
Here and we lose them.
Exactly. This is not some rental.
This is not a rental.
This isn't Carlos Beltran. And by the way, it took 12 years for Zach Wheeler to finally do something.
I will still do that deal in a heartbeat.
Exactly.
Wheeler for Beltran.
I'm still doing that deal.
We're still waiting for our arson judge to come over here. We'll always have that moment.
He's won 3 out of the last 4 MVPs.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Just say that out loud.
Does he do that with the Giants? Probably not.
What do you mean?
He probably doesn't.
What do you mean he doesn't do that?
I mean, you get elevated when you're the New York bleeping Yankees. It's just, they look at you a little different. They just do. You want
He'd also have to win it over Ohtani then, too.
Well, he did win one over Ohtani in the American League.
Good point.
Yeah, he shouldn't have. Joel in San Francisco compares the deal to another free agent signing in the Bay at one point.
Let's go to Joel in San Jose. Joel, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yo, it's lit this morning. My phone was lit last night. My phone is lit this morning. Everyone's fired up. It feels like when KD came to play. We're about to run the ball down people's throats. We're about to swing it out to Debo. We're about to swing it out to CMC, swing it out to Kittle. How are you going to guard all those people? It is lit.
I'm so fired up.
It is so lit. It is so lit right now.
They breathe life into a sleeping dragon. This fan base, let's be real. We were like, all Niner fans, we were excited, but we're like, all of a sudden, you just breathe life into the whole fan base. The dragon is woken.
The dragon is woken. Shout out House of the Dragon, featuring Shasky, CMC, and Bonte, as we're doing Throwback Thursday here, reacting 3 years ago, not to the day, but over 3 years ago since CMC was traded to the Niners.
As a Niner, he's played in 42 games. That first one was the KC game that he didn't start. How many yards? How many total yards from scrimmage?
Oh, in
basically 4 seasons, and he missed almost an entire season.
Yards from scrimmage? So we're doing rushing and?
Yep.
Okay, that's a lot. 5,000?
5,020.
Come on, bro. Come on.
How many touchdowns in 42 games? How many total touchdowns for CMC in 42 games?
42.
42 exactly.
Look, I don't even have it up. Don't even have it up.
Also 882 touches.
Come on, guys.
He doesn't.
Sure.
Oh, he doesn't. Thank you.
He doesn't.
See, that's my teammate right there.
He doesn't. How many fumbles in that entire time?
Oh, lost or just fumbles?
He's had almost 900 touches. He's put the ball on the ground 6 times. That's incredible.
Does that include the Super Bowl? Does that include the Super Bowl?
I said that same thing.
Yeah.
No, these are all regular season.
Okay, all right.
Guys, 42 games, 42 touchdowns, 5,000 yards.
All right.
Think about
it's incredible.
It's hard to find a more.
He's going to be a second team All Pro if he keeps this up this year, because I think Jonathan Taylor's going to be first team. Do they get 2 first team All Pros?
He deserves it. He deserves it.
I agree with you.
And then they just ditch the fullback. We don't need to give an All Pro fullback. Just give 2 running backs.
Well, your boy Juice is going to get it. Don't worry. Rolando Napa.
Rolando, what's happening?
Hey, big fan, guys. Well, not to brag, but if you guys remember me, I'm the one that called the day after Matt Rule's fired, and I called and predicted that John Lynch should get on the phone and call Christian McCaffrey. So I want to brag on that, but we're going all in. And like you said, guys, there's one more move that they need to make, man. And I've been saying for years, they need a number 2 tight end. And if I was John Lynch, I'll make a call to Gronk. I would make a call to Gronk right now. Like, hey, you want to come join this party? Let's go.
I love that idea.
You know what?
I love that idea.
I'm all about getting greedy.
Yeah, Gronkowski, who did come back, but for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
It is crazy how different Bonte's tone has changed. Because, just a couple weeks ago, they did the right thing. It's not the time to go all in.
It wasn't the time, but then it was. Now it's not. He's being honest. Come on.
And Niner checks hit different.
I didn't say that. Here's another one.
I'm teasing him.
Bonte, I guess, guaranteed a win over a certain team after this trade, too.
Then when you look at the landscape in the NFC, and I guarantee you this,
we got the best offensive personnel in the NFC.
And listen to this. I'm watching that Arizona game, right? I got the Chiefs-Bills on because I was ready to come in today and say the Niners are beating the Kansas City Chiefs. Now I have no doubt in my mind the Niners are winning on Sunday. They are winning on Sunday.
Okay.
I'm speaking that into existence. You know I don't guarantee stuff. When I do, it comes through. I'm guaranteeing a win on Sunday, damn it, in the throwbacks.
Okay.
No, 44-23 the final, October 23rd.
And it wasn't close.
Kansas City.
Jimmy threw the worst red zone interception I've ever seen.
One-sided, I could not even tell you.
So bad.
Jimmy may have had one of the funniest fumbles ever in that game. I was sitting in the press box with Kyle Madsen. They were piping the field noise in, and you could hear the ball get slapped out of Jimmy's hand. It's just one of the funniest slap sounds ever. Madsen and I were just cracking up listening to it.
Was that when you and JD were fighting over who was going to sit at the real chairs?
No, that's a completely different stadium.
Your leading receiver in that game for the Chiefs, Juju Smith-Schuster, had 124 yards and a touchdown. Yeah.
He threw it. So Mahomes rolled left in that game. I'll never forget it. He rolled left, flipped his hips, and went, whoop, and threw one of the greatest balls I've ever seen in my life in person. It was, only Josh Rosen's to Christian Kirk was as good.
Niners were up 10-0.
I'm dead serious.
Niners were up 10-0 in that game. Ray McLeod had a touchdown from Jimmy Garoppolo to put him up 10-0.
It was all Chiefs after that.
Yes, it was. Mecole Hardman got a touchdown. Robbie Gould field goal. Mecole Hardman again just killed them in that game. You know what? I'm going to close this throwback.
I got to just look. 25 of 34.
Yeah.
423 yards.
Yeah.
For Mahomes.
3 touchdowns and a pick. Yeah.
And then Jimmy G, 25-37, 300 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Isn't that funny how you remember specific things? Those numbers, if you just looked at the numbers, you're like, Jimmy played a great game.
He did not.
And I remember that game like it was yesterday. Jimmy played an awful game.
So bad.
The Niners had
an awful game.
Niners had 444 total yards in that game. The Chiefs had 530.
Anyone who was at that game will remember that throw you're talking about from Mahomes. It was unbelievable.
It was one of the worst throws ever. And this is where it's like, but what was his QBR?
Oh, for Jimmy. Yeah.
David Lombardi's like, it was a great game. It was by design.
It was a masterclass.
Hey, Joe.
Masterclass. And Jimmy wanted the Chiefs to think they were wounded.
Joe, before we cap off this segment, we got Nick Fidel coming up about 10 minutes, our Odyssey
I
NBA
love these
Insider.
throwbacks.
This is Throwback Thursday, reacting to Christian McCaffrey becoming a Niner. Here's a special one for you.
The lines is Papa Shasky. What up, Pops?
Oh, God.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing this morning? This is a beautiful Friday morning in the San Francisco Bay Area.
How excited are you for Christian McCaffrey? Come on, I know you love this guy.
Oh, my God, are you kidding me? When I was on a group test, and I go, oh, it's something about the Grateful Dead, Dark Orchestra, and I go, oh, my God, I don't want to get in it. And then I look about an hour later, and it's about McCaffrey, and I go, oh, my God, I waited an hour to get on here. I go, I can't believe it. And then, so I'm thinking about the trade, and Joe, you mentioned it just a couple minutes ago. The 49ers haven't made a trade midseason since they picked up Fred Dean. And what a turnaround that was that year to pick him up. And a couple things I want to mention. If we can get Trent back and Nicky back this week, are you kidding me? And then I think that McCaffrey, the way he puts hits on a defensive back, reminds Debo. Those two guys are going to be going at it.
Yeah, they are.
Teammating on each other. Are you kidding me? Well, and to have the weapons that we're going to have now, it's going to free up everybody. And then just think about next year we get Trey, and then he's going to have that dump down to McCaffrey. Are you kidding me? What? I mean, this is the best time for the 49ers. And this weekend, I can't wait to go, Joe.
I know.
Well, here's the
and
thing.
my brother.
Here's the thing, too.
That was pretty cool.
Sorry, I'm crying. It was the last game we all went to. My dad, my grandpa, me, my brother. Damn, man. I forgot hearing his voice, and thank you guys for playing that. I'm sorry. I miss him.
No, it's I miss him too. I miss those calls. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
No, but that's
Sam. Thank you for pulling that. Send that to me, please.
That's why we.
So
love
he was
the
one of his
segment.
favorite players of all time, Christian McCaffrey, before he became a Niner.
It's
damn that like turned me into mush. I'm gonna go play golf with my brother today for his birthday.
Nice.
Damn, man. Thank you for playing that, Sam. I mean that.
I can't find the Tom.
That's what I was thinking about when he was doing that. Right,
I didn't know
there.
that was coming.
Yeah. Good job, Sammy.
I love you guys. Thank you guys for doing that.
That was awesome. I think that is well said from Papa Shasky. That segment was brought to you by God. How many papers do I have over here? Jesus, Mary Joseph. Oh my goodness. There we go. In the Tides of Bodega Bay. Nick Friedel coming up next. Odyssey NBA Insider talking about the Dubs. Savor the season at the In the Tides Winemaker Dinner Series. Join them Friday, December 5th with Ferrari Carano, exceptional wines, gourmet cuisine, and coastal charm await. Reserve your table today at inthetides.com.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The holiday season is a time of giving, and for the 17th year in a row, Stevens Creek Subaru wants to give back. From now until January 2nd, get a great vehicle and support a great cause. Because with every new Subaru purchased or leased, Subaru and Stevens Creek Subaru are donating a minimum of $325 to charity during the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, happening now at Stevens Creek Subaru. And if that's not enough, buy or lease any new Subaru from Stevens Creek Subaru until December 31st and receive 2 Sierra at Tahoe season passes from Stevens Creek Subaru. So you get a great deal on a new Subaru, get 2 free season passes to Sierra at Tahoe, and help some great charities at the same time. It's a win-win-win at Stevens Creek Subaru. Located on Stevens Creek Boulevard near Santana Row and Valley Fair, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are
you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or our homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
or that
chops?
people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom. Oh, please don't tell Mom. Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and this is the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoshi and the Butcher Boy. Let's go.
I'll never forget.
What's up, Pilo?
When I thought that I had quote unquote made it, we were in the parking lot, Rams game, Niners, NFC Championship game, and there's this guy walking around all these people or whatever, and we're in a crowd of people. And Pilo lost his mind because he ran into me and Bonte.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I was like, well, I'm the one who should be losing my mind going over here. It was great. Pilo, great dude. Great
Awesome.
dude. He was wearing one of those things?
It's called a grill.
No. It was like a poncho.
Oh,
He was wearing like a poncho. It had to be like 100 degrees down in LA that day.
Oh, my God.
It was so hot. My boy Martin was in a sweatsuit, kind of like what I'm wearing today. And he was just sweating his face off.
Sweating profusely, sweating bullets.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Jimmy. Damn, Jimmy. God damn it.
Was it him or Jaworski Tart that really you're angry with? I mean, he's got to catch the ball.
He had George Kittle. No, that was with like 10 minutes to go in the game. He had George Kittle wide open to start that game.
I know he did.
Shout out Pilo, though.
Pilo's cool. He's the only one that could turn an Italian last name Japanese. So there you go. I appreciate it. Spadoshi. There you go. Shout out Yoshi from Super Mario Bros.
I love Super Mario Brothers.
We got Nick Friedel joining us momentarily, Odyssey NBA Insider, and our friend of the show and friend of the station, 95.7 The Game. So we got Nick coming up shortly. You got him? Is he good? Thumbs up? You hit the open.
Kelly Oubre.
Hey, Kelly Oubre's been good this year, right? I think like the Sixers have been low-key kind of good, right, Nick? Your boy.
Yeah, well, if only that could have happened like 5 years ago.
When you see Kelly Oubre on the beat, when you're on the beat, do you give him like the unofficial head nod from afar? Do you give him like 2 fingers up? Like what? Does he acknowledge your existence? How does that go?
You know what the craziest part is? That was the kind of post-COVID season. So there was really no interaction ever. I haven't seen Kelly Oubre in years. So who knows how that exchange is ever going to go.
Well, him and Kyrie Irving is also your boy, as we know. On the River Islands guest line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Hey, Nick, we want to have fun to start this off because we were just doing a Throwback Thursday segment, going back to when the Niners traded for Christian McCaffrey and the excitement and the joy. I just want to ask Nick, in his own personal fandom, go down the list, whatever team you're a fan of, the most excited you've been from either a trade or a free agent signing. Can you think of one?
Oh, man. The one that jumps to my mind was Horace Grant signing with the Magic when I was 12 years old, because the feeling in Orlando at that time was you put Horace Grant with Shaq and Penny and you're going to win a lot of championships. And, guys, they went to the finals in 95. It was when they got swept by the Rockets, and you think, all right, well, they'll come back and they'll be rolling for years. But once he signed, coming over from the Bulls with the championship experience, that was supposed to be it. So I remember, for me, that was the one where I thought, oh, my gosh, this one guy can make this huge difference on a team. And sadly, as a lifelong Magic fan growing up, that just wasn't the case.
So, Nick, we had you on last week regarding the Warriors and the schedule and everything like that. Look, 2 things can be true. I get the schedule talk. I do. On another level, as a consumer of the game, we're spending all this money just to watch the teams, let alone support them with jerseys and whatever. Another part of me is like, guys, you guys are all supporting Adam Silver at every single turn. This is something you need to take up with them, not like basically punish all of us. And I get it. Like, they can't play everyone all the time. I understand that. I buy a ticket. There's no guarantee Purdy will be healthy. There's no guarantee Kershaw is going to be the guy that pitches tonight. But when you deliberately sit everyone, it does just, it bugs me. It really does. Like, it just bugs me. And I know this is a larger league issue. I would have accepted sitting all the guys had they beaten the Orlando Magic. When you didn't win that game, I felt like you didn't deserve the right to sit everyone. I wanted to see Jimmy play yesterday and Draymond play. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong, Joe, and you're speaking for the fan, because that's who in your core you are. And I understand it completely. I used to be that person before I started in this journalistic career. I see why the Warriors are doing what they're doing, though, because in the end, nobody's going to remember some game in Miami on the end of a 6-game trip on the second night of a back-to-back when legitimately, guys, Draymond wasn't feeling great. I mean, that's why, like, I'm all for, hey, they shouldn't rest everybody. Like, if you can play, you should play. Draymond wasn't feeling great.
Okay.
Steph said after that Orlando game, he tweaked his ankle again. I think Jimmy easily could have played. He's sitting there eating a burger before the game, but they want to make sure that his back is feeling okay later in the year. And this is where I feel like it's my responsibility, Joe, to remind everybody, this is all about later in the year. These games, and this is a problem that the NBA has, to your point about consumers, they just don't matter. These games, the regular season games, especially early in the season, they just don't matter that much. The NBA, because of load management and the schedule and on and on and on, they've devalued the regular season product. That is inarguable.
I agree.
It's just not as important as it used to be. Specific to the Warriors, I understand why they're doing what they're doing, though, because they want these guys specifically, Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, Al Horford, to be ready for the games in March and April. If they start missing those games, then we got a problem. But right now, I don't see there being much of one.
I understand that loud and clear. I do. Last year, though, they tricked off all these games like they've done now, and then they ended up playing, and I did the math, 41 games in 85 days. That was the final 41 games of the year, including the playoffs, in 85 days. And we knew what happened because they had to exert all that energy. And I feel like I would put more importance on some of these earlier games to get a better record. You know what I mean? Like, so that I can avoid desperation in March. I hear you, though. Like, it's just like a contradiction, though. Do you get what I mean?
I understand completely, and all I would say to you and to the fans out there who are frustrated after watching last night because it looked like not even a split squad game in baseball. I mean, you were seeing guys that just aren't going to play that much, and they had their chance. And to their credit, I think they were playing really hard as they could. They just didn't have enough talent. Look at the schedule, though, and look at the back end of March and April. And, Joe, your point is valid because we saw it last year. They just kind of messed around. The focus wasn't really there. They weren't playing as hard when they needed to be, and the schedule caught up to them. I think, though, as I look at this schedule, they're going to start winning a lot of games soon. I think they're going to start stacking together a lot of wins here in the next month or two because the schedule does soften. I mean, it's insane how many games they've played. The fact that they've already had 5 back-to-backs. Let's not forget that these guys are human. They go through stuff on and off the floor. It's all part of it. I understand from a fan standpoint why people would be frustrated right now. Where I would caution everybody is if they start losing games over the next 2 months when they're at home and they can practice and they can do the things that they want to do to come together more as a team, then you get concerned. Don't worry so much when they're at the end of a long trip and they're not exerting the type of effort that you'd like to see. That is pro sports in 2025, especially in the NBA. But I really think that this team is going to hit its stride here soon. And I believe that because the schedule puts them at home a lot. There's a lot more off days in between. And for a veteran team that needs all those guys to be at their best, they're going to get their chance to show it.
On the Ray Rollins guest line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Nick, what's going on with JK? Bilateral knee tendonitis. I mean, I've heard enough of bilateral and tendonitis with Christian McCaffrey last year with his Achilles. I understand that. He's played at Stanford. He's played his whole life. He's been playing basketball, baseball, football, CMC. I get it. Jonathan Kuminga's in his early 20s. Why is should I be concerned if I'm a Warriors fan right now?
Spadone, all Steve Kerr keeps saying is this is a day-to-day issue. You take him at his word. You're watching Kaminga in these shoot-arounds that the Warriors are having. He seems to be moving around fine, and he's taking shots. I do think they're being cautious because I have to be honest as far as the Kaminga situation goes, and this is obviously much deeper than the knee tendonitis. I am tired of the Kaminga discourse. I missed out on so much of it in the last few years to be dropped back into this. Oh my gosh, the Kaminga situation with the contract, it was hovering over everything. And then he played really well to start. Okay, he's in the starting lineup. Then he didn't play well. I mean, he flatly didn't play well. He was turning the ball over. He wasn't fitting into what they needed him to do and making those the passes, the defense, all the stuff that Kerr was saying. Then he got hurt, and he's not feeling great. But I feel like his status within this team is just constantly over everything that they're doing. And I'm sitting there today, and I'm getting all these messages and seeing these messages from fans, what's going on with Kaminga. I mean, the reality is, in his 5th year, I think it may not work. It may not work with him in the framework of this team. And I know that's deeper than, well, is he going to be back on the floor here soon? Spadone, my guess is yes. I think he's back here in the next couple of days. If he's not, there's something probably much bigger going on. But I can only speak for myself. It's just exhausting, the amount of time that everybody has these conversations about Kaminga. He has a lot of talent. We've seen it over and over again, but we've also seen, even before the knee stuff started to flare up, that the consistency isn't there. He's just not the kind of player that it seems like they want to build upon yet. So until he proves that he can be out there and produce at the same high level all the time, I think that this is a marriage still, to me, that feels like it's destined for the breakup at some point in the future.
I mean, I hear you on that, though, but they needed JK these last couple days. Like, I don't think the Warriors, and I understand like the exhaustion of the Kaminga topic, but they need Kaminga, don't they, Nick? Like these last couple games kind of prove that with these old guys in the regular season. The regular season's a marathon. It's not a sprint like it is in the playoffs when you have to rely on your vets. I could have used a Jonathan Kuminga last night. I could have used him in Orlando. Like, I just feel like the Warriors shouldn't act like they're above a guy like Jonathan Kuminga when Podziemski's not giving you anything. Moses Moody has been inconsistent. He's been good at times against a bad New Orleans team. Will Richard's a rookie. Like, who else can you trust on this team? Al Horford's been not good. I guess, like I don't think that they should be above Jonathan Kuminga right now, Nick. Does that sound, you kind of get what I'm saying?
Absolutely, and I don't think they are. But Spadone, what I would say is they do really need Kaminga, and he could have helped. He's not healthy right now, and he's not out there on the floor. On top of the fact that when he's gotten the opportunity, let's just take this season, for the first 2 weeks, he was really, really good, and he was fitting into what they were trying to put into place. And then in those last few games before the injury popped up, he wasn't very good. So, yes, they need Kaminga, but Kaminga still hasn't proven that he can be the guy that they need him to be. And that's the real issue in all of this stuff right now, is that he's just not proven to be that type of player. Because if you want to take the next step, if you're Kaminga this year, the next step was showing the consistency night after night after night. So, yes, Badone, I understand the point. Do they need him? Could he have helped, especially Orlando, Miami? Absolutely. My point is there's no telling when he's out there exactly what he's going to be able to provide. That is a big problem, not only for the Warriors, but for Kaminga wanting to get paid, whether it's here or somewhere else in the future.
What's going on with Pods? I'm sure you get a lot of messages about Pods. Sure seems like there's a lot going on there.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, he just hadn't played very well to start the year. I think part of this is when you watch Pods, you were expecting him to take a leap this season and be more consistent in his own right. And I think what happened with Pods, at least to me, seems very clear. The veterans in their own way saw, and it wasn't just the veterans, I mean, there were people within the organization, but they saw those interviews, and a couple of them, or one main one was with me when he's talking about being the white Shohei, and I know everybody got laughs off on that, and he's talking about he wants to be kind of the guy that takes the next step so that Steph and Draymond can go to Lacob and Dunleavy and say, hey, I can be the guy. And I know fans they got on him about that. I think Draymond actually respected him for it. I think Draymond's point was that, hey, just don't say it publicly. Just put in the work, prove it in the games, and be there when you need it to be. And I think Pods is learning, hey, I mean, this is a confident guy, fellas. This is a confident young dude. I think he's learning sometimes you can believe it, and maybe you can share it internally, but once you say it to the public, it can kind of go different places. And I think the one that really caught some people's attention, at least recently, is the reminder of Pod saying, yeah, I want to be better than Steph. What I would say for everybody who's jumped on Pods for that one, I mean, I was there in that press conference. I thought his answer was actually pretty good. And the answer was, A lot of people say they want to be as good as Steph Curry, but they don't want to put in the work that Steph Curry puts in to make that jump. So then he was asked by a reporter sitting there saying, okay, well, do you want to be as good as Steph Curry? Now, what he should have probably just said was, nobody's going to be as good as Steph Curry. Steph is Steph. I'm going to work as hard as I possibly can to be as good as I can be. But what he said was, I want to be better than Steph. But it wasn't like he was sitting there saying, I'm going to be better than Steph Curry. But in the world that we live in with social media, that's what popped out of there. I never got the sense that he was putting himself on that level, but it kind of got a storyline and a headline all its own. For a lot of Warriors fans were going nuts. I think the biggest issue is not that his confidence took a hit, but he hasn't taken the progression in his own game this year to feel like he can talk like that as openly as he has publicly. The best thing he can do is just continue to play well and see what happens. But if you're talking about Kaminga, I think Podziemski's got to be in the same breath because, Joe, a lot of people were expecting Kaminga to take a leap, and he played really well again to start, and now he's faded. People were expecting Pods to take a leap of his own. That just hasn't happened. If you're talking about the Warriors as a serious contender, you have to believe that Pods, Kaminga, and Moody can all have this progression this year. And we have not seen that consistently a month or so in now.
Well, you say that, Nick, and right now on the River Islands guest line, Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel joins us every single week at this time. Like, is there a chance, two or hell, not all three, that sounds kind of insane, but at least two of those guys can get traded in a couple months' time? Is that doubtful?
I think there's always a chance of something when you have a team that legitimately believes that it has a chance. But Spadone, that would really surprise me. If you have all the back and forth with Kaminga, who knows what's going to happen a couple months from now. I think that's still the name to keep an eye on. But it speaks to our point, guys. If you have three guys that you believe in, that you put in the time and effort into, and they're just not progressing the way you want early in the season, the flip side to that argument is, what are you going to get back in return? I mean, it's not like teams are lining up to say, all right, we're going to give you all these picks and all these assets for any one of those three guys right now. The Warriors are best served continuing to work with those guys behind the scenes, continuing to hope that they make their own progression, and seeing where things stand a couple months from now. But I think fans get so fixated on, all right, we'll just trade him. My point is, trade him for what? There's not going to be that magic fix on the market that's going to make everything feel a lot better given what we've seen. And it's not to say that the season is a total loss. I don't believe that either. I think especially when you have rotation guys who struggle on the road, when they get at home and they can practice a little bit more, usually those are the guys that look more consistent over the time of the schedule where you have a long homestand and you are a little more settled. What the Warriors need is for those guys to grow up pretty fast, because you can only rely on Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy so long. And Mr. Shasky, this goes back to your initial point. If you're believing that the Warriors can do something pretty special this year, you're believing in those three young guys specifically, because you can't, there's no way Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy are going to have a lot more nights like they did here in Miami last night than they're going to have the opposite direction at the ages they're at. So there are a lot of layers here. But if you're looking for red flags early in the season, to me, there are a couple that are very clear. One, Horford just hadn't given you much at all.
Awful, Nick.
If I really
watch him so pop another three, my head's going to explode. You're open for a reason. Stop shooting it, doggy.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, as far as like the worrisome, troublesome signs early, Horford, who looked great in camp and had a couple good moments in those first few games, he just has been a non-factor so far. You would hope, if you're a Warriors fan, that once he starts playing some more and once the back-to-backs have kind of gone out of the way and after the last five, it feels like it's going to slow down, that he'll find a little bit of a rhythm. But he has been pretty much a non-factor early. Kaminga, we hit on that. He was really good early. He's been not so good when he's been on the floor. Now he's hurt. Pods has struggled really from the get-go.
QP's thinking that.
But yeah, Moody's had some good moments, but the consistency has eluded him as well. So, again, top to bottom, do I think the changes are coming down the line? It's too early to say, but I think that those guys especially have got to do more than what we've seen, because the reason the Warriors still feel good about where they're at and going home about what the schedule looks like the next couple weeks is because Steph put on the Superman cape in San Antonio and he carried them to those 2 wins. I mean, guys, even if they only won one of those games, we're having a different conversation, and they're 2-4 on this trip. Steph is still Steph, which gives you hope. Draymond is still incredible defensively, and I think when Jimmy is engaged, and I'd say early in the season, it hasn't been as much as you would hope, but if he's engaged later in the year, I think he'll be fine. The questions fall at the back half of the rotation, guys, and it's why Kerr is still struggling to find and nail down exactly who he wants with the rotation moving forward.
One more for you, Nick, on your way out, and we really appreciate your time. Anthony Slater had a piece for ESPN this morning with some very interesting quotes around Jimmy Butler, his relationship with Jonathan Kuminga. I know you know Anthony. I know you've probably heard some of these quotes or seen some of these quotes before, but I'm just going to relay it to you and the audience and ask you a question after it. Talking about, Jimmy Butler, thinking there needs to be some strategic tweaks to the offense that could make it easier for them to thrive on the court together when Curry is either on the bench or out of the lineup, shifting to a more deliberate, methodical isolation approach that should be more conducive to Butler's and Kaminga's skill set. Do you foresee those tweaks to the philosophy when Curry's on the bench happening when JK comes back?
I think Kerr has already kind of touched on this, Spadone, in saying that when Jimmy's on the floor, he can stabilize the group and he can get to the line. To think that there's going to be two worlds in which, hey, there's the Steph system and then there's a completely different system, I think that's too much of a stretch. Again, I can only speak for myself here. I know Jimmy, and I've talked to him enough, even in the last couple months, he really likes Kaminga. I mean, he believes in him, but Kaminga is not Jimmy Butler. I mean, he's got talent. He's got a lot of room to grow in his own game, but Jimmy busted his ass for years and years and years to put in the work to get to the level that he's at. So do I think that they can make Jimmy feel more comfortable without Steph on the floor and bring out even more of what he does best? Sure. But do I think that cosmetically there's going to be some altering in how this is all set up? No, I don't. And the other part is, everybody's going out of their way. Kerr, Butler, Steph, Draymond. Kaminga's going to be here for us. Kaminga's great. We believe in him. The messaging has been so clear since the start of the season. At some point, Kaminga's just got to play better. I mean, guys,
exactly.
That's the key in all of this. We can talk about system and where somebody fits. Kaminga has got to play better. If he does not do that, I don't care who is on the floor and what type of system they're in. The Warriors are going to have the same issues that they're having when he's been out there.
Nick, good stuff, buddy. We'll do it again next week, Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Sound good?
Thank you, Nicholas.
Yes, sir. See you guys.
There we go.
See you soon, buddy.
That was Odyssey Sports NBA Insider, Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. I'll say this, though, just to put a bow on that. In order for Jonathan Kuminga to play well sometimes, maybe you do need to tweak the system. That is why Jimmy Butler is bringing that up, a guy with some outside perspective, shaking things up because you needed a new voice within this team. And you know what? I think Jimmy knows it and everyone else knows it, and they just don't want to say it, that they need Jonathan Kuminga to play well in order for them to do anything in the playoffs. So that's why he's wrapping his arm around the guy when no one else will. And I appreciate that from Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I agree.
When everyone else is trying to say, oh, it's Kaminga's, he just needs to do this. Yeah, he actually has a guy that's trying to help him and is actually getting through to him. And I appreciate that. There you go.
I want you to do.
Take?
No, it's not a hot take. I want you to play some NBA music, Carter, please. I want you to pull up the roster, all right, of the Golden State Warriors, Joe Spadoni. And for those that maybe have missed some games.
Oh, the roster. You want me to pull up the roster?
Yes, the Warrior roster.
All right, hold on.
I want to play an exercise.
All right.
I don't care how many minutes we got left. I'm going to do this. All right? Clear out. ISO ball.
Jimmy Butler.
You're going to start at the top, and you're going to work your way. Start at the bottom of the roster, work your way up.
Okay.
I'm going to give you 1 or 2 lines about every player on the roster through 17 games.
On the active roster? Or just any, because I have all of them.
I want those who have played a game.
All right, Trace Jackson Davis.
I want to see more. He's their only guy who actually gives size, which is a sad sentence.
Jackson Rowe.
Who?
Pat Spencer.
I think Pat Spencer is a perfect third point guard, and if Pods doesn't pick it up, he's coming for some of your minutes.
Al Horford.
You know,
I thought it was 2 words. You're doing like
I said sentences.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Father Time.
Okay. Guy Santos.
He tries hard. What he does.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Let's throw Guy Sanchez in there.
I mean, Kaminga's simple. You got to get healthy, doggy. Like, you got to get healthy. It starts there. We can't even have a Kaminga conversation till he gets healthy.
I guess Nick didn't seem too concerned about it because Kerr doesn't seem too concerned about it. If he misses more games, though, I'm going to be.
He has to stay healthy.
Stephen Curry.
I think we can kind of see the end of the tunnel. I'm not saying we're even close, but I can see it.
You better be careful.
No. We could see it. Like, we're getting closer. We're getting closer.
Draymond Green.
Steph's out, Dre's out. Just write that down.
Will Richard.
I want more of him. Okay. I want much more Will Richard.
Moses Moody.
Catch and shoot. That's it. Just catch and shoot, dog. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Jimmy Butler.
Show me you care when Steph doesn't play.
Gary Payton II.
Situational.
Quentin Post.
I'm not sure you're good at all. What?
Didn't say anything. Buddy Hield.
If I watch QP on the 3-point line like this, I'm open.
You loved him when he came.
You're open for a reason.
You loved him when he first came out last year.
I'm so out on him.
Okay. Buddy Hield. Are you even more out on Buddy?
Remember, I'm first to the trough. Okay, I gotta sow the seed into the ground. I'm also the first to pick the potato up out of the ground and tell you whether it's rotten or not. What was that?
Buddy Hield.
Buddy Hield. If you dribble more than once, it's a turnover. Very simple.
You're sowing the seed.
Did you just make that potato thing up right now?
No, why?
That's a real phrase that people use?
What?
The way you said that, you're first to the trough, but you'll also be the first one to pick the potato out and tell you it's rotten. I've never heard that phrase before.
I just created that. You're an apple that's rotten, so be careful over there, buddy.
Whoa.
I'll pick you out of the crate here at 95.7 in the game and throw you away. I'm teasing.
That was mean.
Last one? Who else we got?
Brandon
Pajemski. I would do the reverse Samson. I think maybe cutting the hair, new look, like Jonathan Kuminga had the new look and it helped him for a little while. Maybe that's where we're at.
No, I think he needs to keep the hair. That's the only thing he can hang his hat on.
The answer is very simple. Do less. You're trying to do too much. He's trying to win. There's a phrase in baseball. You can't hit a 6-run home run, doggy. Just
what does Pods do?
No. We need to relax on that. Like, I'm not here to cape up for him. I'm also not here to like bury the guy. He just needs to like let the game come to him. And I think when you're pressing, some guys do way too much.
Well, when he has the ball in his hand, he has to like kind of like make the game come to him in a way.
He over
Like,
dribbles.
he has to run the offense.
No.
He can't even do that.
Some guys over dribble, and he's an over dribbler. He just over dribbles way too much.
I get it.
Then defensively, I feel like he's over exuberant.
I do the Sports Talk Radio version of that when I fail to get the Fast Five. Over dribbling. Our version of over dribbling would be like me, or like when Guru does it, and I do it too, is asking like a minute 30 question, having a take built into it, and then finally asking it. It's like, Pods, just shoot the damn ball or pass it. That's it. I get it. My final thought, coming up on Monday, the Niners take on the Carolina Panthers. And you know where we're going to be? Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale, right down the street from the stadium. Willard and Dibs get you started for the game starting at 2 o'clock. Come on by for great food, great drinks, and most importantly, your chance to sign up for the free shuttle to and from the stadium. Go to 957thegame.com right now as seats fill up fast. 957thegame.com. See you there.
So we're a couple days removed, and now I think is an appropriate time for me to celebrate Guys, I won the Super Bowl.
What?
I did. I won the Super Bowl. I got my second win in fantasy in the 95-7 The Game League, a league I don't care about, against you, Joe Spadoni.
Raise the banner.
I am. That's my final thought.
You know what, Joe? Like the Warriors, that loss could come back to haunt me in a couple weeks.
I'm playing spoiler.
You are.
They call me rotten milk.
They call you J.J. McCarthy of the Minnesota Vikings trying to play spoiler. By the way, did you see his comments yesterday? He has to relearn how he thinks about football.
He's got to bring 9 out more.
Yikes. Yeah. Oh, that is alter ego?
Yeah.
Do you have an alter ego, Joe?
What?
Is the Butcher Boy your alter ego?
All of us have a million different small versions of ourselves, depending on who you're with. There's, in front of Father Rene Joe, there's Coaching Joe. Father Rene's the pastor at St. Cecilia's.
Rene.
There's, Joe the husband, Joe the father, Joe the radio host, Joe the golfer who's going to try to go low today.
It's a lot of Joes.
Joe with BPA.
You should have starred in that movie with James McAvoy, Split.
It's a great movie.
Yeah. It's loosely based on you, I think. What you got, Sammy?
So you guys remember how we used to do 60 seconds of Celebrini on the show once upon a time? Well, you know what? I figured, why not a segment of Celebrini tomorrow at 9:20?
Ooh.
The Mac Daddy himself will be on the morning
Let's
roast.
go. That's great. That's called producing right there, Joey.
Much like Macklin, I just deliver.
That is the future of the NHL, of the entire sport, joining us tomorrow, 9:20. Real quick, preview. What would you want to ask him first and foremost?
Celebrini?
Yes.
Who is the athlete that is not a hockey athlete that you've had an opportunity to meet, not on the Golden State Warriors, that blew you away?
That's interesting.
Because we know he has access kind of to the Warriors, so I would want to know that.
I want to know from a Canadian's perspective, because hockey is like God over there.
Unless you're Andrew Wiggins, the highest scoring Canadian of all time.
There you go. Or Jamal Murray, I guess. Does he grow up thinking about winning a gold medal for Canada or a Stanley Cup in the NHL? That's what I want to ask him. Carter?
Yeah, my final thought's simple. It's go Sharkies tonight. Beat LA. Come on. Let's get this done tonight.
It's a big one.
How many shekels you got on it?
I will be having something on it later in the day, yeah.
And then he's going to screen the call tomorrow. Macklin, thank you so much for winning me a couple $100. I appreciate it.
And then I'm going to go on this huge rant if they lose about how pissed I am.
And then Macklin's going to cancel.
See, this is the problem with the Sharks, all right? This is why I'm not going to the games and I'm not turning it on. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Steiny back? Thumbs up or down? Oh, we'll find out next.
The tease right there.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, any member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This Black Friday is the best time to get the Toyota you've been wanting, but these deals will disappear soon. Right now, get low 1.99% financing plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2025 Tacoma. Or score a low-cost lease on Tacoma Double Cab. Or get low 0.99% financing plus up to $1,000 finance cash on the 2025 Tundra. Black Friday is almost over, so visit your Toyota dealership before these deals are gone. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 12/1/25.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. The holidays are coming, but so is our pre-holiday sale. And that means everything in the store is 30% off. Not just some things, 30% off everything. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
I found out that one of my players was vaping. And I said, hey, right now is the time to be honest with me. He said almost everybody in my team was vaping. The next day, all the parents came in. I said, how many of you guys think that your kids are vaping? Not one of them raised their hand. There's a joint fight to make something better. We don't sit back and let it happen.
Coach Sanchez is exposing Big Tobacco's playbook. Learn how he and other Californians are beating Big Tobacco at undo.org.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Donate your home, land, or commercial property and help Stand Up to Cancer fund innovative cancer research. Stand Up to Cancer makes the process easy and it may be tax deductible. Visit standuptocancer.org/giveproperty to learn more.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sagmaster, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
Oh, good morning, everyone. Oh, happy Thursday for you. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, still feeling a little bit under the weather. So hopefully we're going to get him back by tomorrow, if not next week, obviously.
I sent him a personal text, no response, on brand.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So I got to ask, why do you feel the need to check in with him? Like when you got stuff going on, it's serious. You know, there's family stuff.
Because he always does that to me on the side. Always. I got to give him that.
Yeah, but he's probably, like Steiny, when he's out, I feel like he doesn't want to be disturbed.
Well, what about the one he sent on the group, one that irritated me? Quit
Which
texting.
one?
You sick. Hey, then you guys do this and that, and I remember about the night before.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, dude, get better. Theraflu. I'm going to say this, and I'm doing Steiny Analytics because we miss you. Effing, I got to believe the Guru computer has just spit out 8 years of working with Steiny. I don't think there have been back-to-back sick days.
That's actually
this
a good
dude
point.
is Cal Ripken.
Yeah, he's usually pretty damn good.
He was.
He was Cal Ripken. Yeah, now we're counting days.
Look at you.
Well, no, okay, look, we're going to get into a lot today. We got, obviously, the Warriors off last night. There was, I thought, a pretty revealing article by Anthony Slater.
It was incredible. Willer sent it to me just a minute ago, but we already had read it because you sent it to me.
About the relationship between Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga, which is something they got to rectify this season.
And the Warriors' relationship.
In general, they got to figure this thing out.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm excited.
Well, no, also, look, the San Francisco 49ers got a big game coming up on Monday night. I do want to get into what I think is the biggest difference in franchises between the 49ers and the Panthers. But, Goo, you're in a bad mood today.
I am. Pasta.
You're in a bad mood today.
Can you hear? So, listen, I come in, I'm fit, but I'm in my 50s. I'm hooping.
You coming hot.
Wave game still on point.
Absolutely.
And I don't like being called Unk because I don't know what about my appearance gives off Unk vibes. I'm in there vibing, drinking my Red Bull. I'm trying to quit. Pasta, the producer today, filling in for you, comes in. It's quiet on the set. We've had a great time. I'm ready to go. Let's call to play. Scripted first 15. And Pasta out of nowhere, Risotto goes, "Hey, Guru." I go, "Yeah, hey, pal. How's it feel to be working with somebody your kid's age?" And I thought to myself, Evan, those are facts. But why at 9:48 on a Thursday before payday Friday? How long you been holding on to that one? It put me in a mood,
Pasta, I got to ask you and bring in real fast. What made you think that was an all right question to ask someone at 9:15 in the morning?
Well, it wasn't that bluntly. And there was some conversation. There was a question I asked before that, and it kind of led up to it. But I don't know. It just came to mind.
I called you my nephew. I was offering help in a certain situation he's got going on. And I was like, you know what? I'm there for you if you need me. Call me if you need me. And then right after that, those were blunts that Snoop Dogg would appreciate.
That's not even a stray bullet.
Evan,
that's just...
man, you got to help me today. I'm not running from the facts, but...
Bullet to the head.
Evan, I think he thought about that during riding over. He how long you been holding on to that?
Well, a lot of people listen to the show, and Pasta's one of them, and he knows some things that you cannot touch, and that's one of them.
I'm all right, though.
I know, you're doing good today.
I love my kids. Go ahead.
You're doing better than me today. I'm fighting through it. But, I got to say this. Miami might have some pretty women, but they got some ugly basketball down there. That's what we watched last night.
Now, I'm going to say this to that. That was a rock fight brought to you by Anybody's Chimney. But there was Brick City. But you talked about the Miami Heat, that team last night, scoring almost 27 points. And we were talking about, man, where'd this boom come from scoring? So I'm going to put some respect on the Warrior players and youngsters' names for effort because they were making an effort. I was like, are they going to actually pull this out? They didn't. But, Evan, they did something, or do you think Miami mentally was like, okay, the big three are out. We'll just, we'll play and kind of toy with them and then get them in the fourth. But I was impressed with the effort and the tenacity on defense, and I don't want to get negative. And I think the one quality about me, if you were to speak at my funeral, hopefully I'm trying to get to 100, but if you get up, you say he would admit when he was wrong. I think I've overrated some of these youngsters and their individual capabilities on this basketball team, and I'm going at a guy that I love, Moses Moody. He's a catch-and-shoot dude. He never told us he was nothing else, but when you're out there with the big three, I guess it's easier to maneuver when all the focus is on others. And, Evan, I guess I'm holding him, to this standard of get your groove on and put it on the floor and Dwayne Earl Pearl Washington. And that's not who Moody is. And I'm seeing against good defenders That ain't his game. And I guess that was one of my takeaways. Pods, I don't know what's going on. Spencer, I'm not mad. But Evan, those are not, the others are not good, good enough, I don't believe. And that's why my takeaway before I throw it to you is, hey, Doc, and that's all the doctors and the Warriors, when's Kaminga coming back? Because he is the difference maker of our youngsters. And we'll get to this piece by Anthony Slater. But, Evan, that was my biggest takeaway. Where's Kaminga?
Well, he's got knee tendonitis. And hopefully he's going to be back sometime during this homestand.
Don't look like he's going to be there tomorrow either.
I don't think he is. But hopefully he's supposed to return sometime during this 5-game homestand in which you got a lot of time for practice, you got a lot of time for prep, and you got a lot of things that the Warriors haven't had, which is pretty much time. But last night, the Warriors were in that game because of want to. They're in that game because of hustle.
Right.
They're in it because they wanted it more than the Heat. But that doesn't mean that you get to win the game. When you're down to your 14th man and the Heat decide to turn it on, which is what they did in the fourth quarter, that game is theirs.
Right.
And that's why they were down 2 and won by 14, because the moment they decided to start playing basketball, the Warriors were powerless. Which brings me to...
What a word, man.
What I was feeling today thinking about the game last night. I went back and watched it because I had to work last night. I was doing the St. Mary's game.
I sent you the login.
I know. I appreciate that. Although there wasn't a whole lot to watch.
Okay.
The thing about it was, I wonder if the Warriors' young guys are just are they where they're supposed to be? Are they behind schedule? Do we think some of them are ahead of schedule? Because I'm thinking about the Warriors in comparison to the 49ers. And I think the 49ers this season are ahead of schedule with where I have them. They reset things this summer. They invested in their quarterback. They're injured. They're banged up. I think that if they win on Monday night, they're in the driver's seat to make the playoffs.
Fact.
I think they're ahead of schedule. I don't get the same feeling about the Warriors watching a game like last night, because those are the guys that have to help the dudes who are in street clothes. And I didn't see a lot of it coming.
No,
and maybe it is Kaminga, but I also haven't seen a whole lot from him over the last few games before he got hurt.
No, that's interesting, Evan, and I'll just take a crack at the 49er comp first. I disagree with you, and the reason I disagree with ahead of schedule, my schedule for the Niners coming into this season after 6-11, which was marred by injuries as well, is I hold them to a Super Bowl standard. And I'm starting to think that window is closed by injury and the fact that they blew 2 opportunities, if not more, to play in more Super Bowls than the 2. Neither here nor there. But, Evan, if I ask you who were the 2 most disappointing players in the playoffs last year for the Warriors, when I do that in the streets, at the barbershops, with my friends, I get a lot of, and Steiny, Goo, you're unfair because I came from Moody and Pods, who I thought Pods had a great second half of the season coming back from that abdominal strain. Moody, I thought had a breakout season. But when they played the Rockets, Evan, I didn't recognize those guys, but I was told to go sit down in the corner, shut up, and that was going to be the peel for it's going to be greater later. And I'm just wondering, to your question, have they peaked? I'm not mad at them, but now I'm saying maybe they're not enough, and it's irresponsible for me to think that they have, higher ceilings. So as this older group with Steph, Dre, and Jimmy are going to try to shock the world, we need more, E. And maybe it's unfair that I'm looking at Moody and now I'm just, looking at his game, not getting mad at him, but like, damn, okay, this is what you have. You don't have that in Pods. I don't know what's going on with Pods, man. I really feel like they're not ghosty, but something happened with him hearing what people were saying, and the people that were saying it might be his teammates or whatnot. Neither here nor there. The bottom line is what the the Warriors have for the future is Jonathan Kuminga. And he was not out there last night. And as he goes, this team is going to go. I believe that. Or January, is it the 6th or 16th? 15th. Something's got to pop off and maybe there's a move made. But when you read this article, which we'll get into, I felt like I was watching Young and the Restless, E, my favorite soap opera all time. Shout out CBS. Evan, there's a lot going on with this team behind closed doors, man.
Well, and it's not just because about the young guys. It's also because of the old players. I think the common thread between the Warriors and the Niners is inconsistency. And if you're not consistent in life, how can I consider you trustworthy? How can I consider you good? If I see the highs and I see the lows, I can believe in one or the other, but I got to see it. And to me, they've just been too inconsistent. And it's because of who was off the floor and on the floor last night, to me, for Golden State. And we could talk about one of those guys that was off the floor, Kaminga, coming up in a bit, because it seems like there's only one player that can get through to this guy. There's only one player on this team that he is listening to, that has his ear, and that can hopefully get him to the place where you want him to be, which is contributing to the Warriors.
And I'll say this, I think that I'll save it for the other side, but I think there's two. And I'll tell you who the other player is on the other side.
I got you. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz and Gerald the Guru Johnson. Coming up Monday, the Niners take on the Carolina Panthers, and you know where we'll be. That's right, Laughing Muck Brewing in Sunnyvale, right down the street from Levi's Stadium. Willard and Dibbs get you ready for the game starting at 2 o'clock. So come on by for great food, great drinks, great experiences, and more importantly, your chance to sign up for the free shuttle to and from the stadium. So go to 957thegame.com right now. Seats are filling up fast. That's 957thegame.com. See you there. We also got a legend, 1975 Warriors champion Clifford Ray, coming up at high noon here on 95.7 The Game. Looking forward to chopping it up with him. He and the 75 team are going to be honored tomorrow night at the Portland game at Chase Center. So that's why we're talking to him and going to chop it up with a legend. That segment sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway, right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments, with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're gonna leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jackie from San Francisco. The RNS team did a fantastic job. I'm so thankful to Sal, Alexis, and Fred for fixing our garage gate problem. They were professional, friendly, and truly went above and beyond. I really appreciate their great work.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg. Sausage grilling. You busting out of your front door? Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box. After doing it all, a Lazy Boy recliner takes you from 0 to
surrounding you with the comfort you deserve. And right now, it's the perfect time to kick back during Lazy Boy's biggest Black Friday sale. Save 25% on everything, but only for a limited time. Visit your local Lazy Boy store today.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison. And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing it in the car during the holidays.
I do love that. We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Everyone from 1 to 116 would love Chick-fil-A's chicken nuggets.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way. With a dedication to lasting quality. Trusted performance and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Get ready for the return of the legendary rock group Motley Crue when they come to the Bay Area September 24th at Shoreline Amphitheater with Tesla and Extreme. For more info and a chance to score a pair of tickets, courtesy of Live Nation, enter our contest online at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Giddings in for Steiny. Feel a little bit under the weather today. Hopefully he's back soon. Guru here holding it down for you. We got Clifford Ray coming up at high noon. Remember the 1975 championship team for the Golden State Warriors. During the break, you asked me a question.
Give it to me.
I think it's a good one.
Yeah.
Do you want to ask the people?
You do it for me.
Okay. So you asked me, can a mentor be younger than a mentee?
Yes, sir.
And my answer was yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because experience doesn't have to only do with age.
And that's, wow.
I think, I'm actually glad you brought this up because I think it applies to the story that Anthony Slater wrote this morning about Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga. And not that Kaminga is a mentor to Butler.
Yeah.
But Butler is one of the few people that I believe has his ear because he's gone through similar things, and he's also just a fresh voice in that locker room. But to me, Jimmy Butler's experience at the age that Kaminga was at far surpasses Kaminga's. Kaminga has not had the experience that Jimmy Butler did of going to a community college, of going to 3 years of a college program, of being drafted to a place that he had an opportunity to play in and grow in. So though Kaminga is about the same age that Jimmy Butler was when Jimmy's talking about all these things and what you want and how you achieve your goals, their experiences are vastly different. So to me, like the whole idea that a mentee cannot be older than a mentor, it has nothing to do with age. It's all about experience.
Yeah, and you gave the greatest example, like if you wanted to get in business and you said, I'm sure there's some 25-year-olds, Goo, that, are way further and could help me out and tell me what to do. I was like, man, but I was just, batting that around. Like, that's the beautiful thing about life is I do agree with that answer, but that made me just throw it to you. And I'll say this about Kaminga and Jimmy Butler, Evan. I do believe Draymond Green's also in the corner for Jonathan Kuminga. And it goes to that, that article where Coach Kerr called Draymond before the Denver game and told him he was going to start at the 5, and he asked who would be out of the starting lineup. Remember that Friday? And Coach Kerr said that would be JK, and Dre said no. I want him to continue starting. So they didn't go that route to take. So Dre was looking out for JK just from the mentals of what it would do to kind of take him out of the starting lineup. And I was like, oh. And I know that's one example, E, but to me, that was Draymond thinking about his teammate. As much as I go at him sometimes for not being a good teammate, I was like, I liked reading that and seeing it in print.
Well, he's also done that before, right? Draymond went to the bench, I think it was last season. Granted, it was for 5 games. But he went to the bench last season to allow Kaminga to start. And for those who didn't get a chance to check it out, Anthony Slater dropped a piece this morning on ESPN about Jimmy Butler effectively being the voice in Kaminga's ear. Like their relationship might be the most important as far as the development of who you believe to be the lone young player who could maybe realize some potential, like has star potential. Butler thinks he does. Draymond thinks he does. Kerr, to me, reading that article, still feels out on it. But to me, the biggest thing that jumped out, and we'll get through some of them, was when JK went from starting to being on the bench, a team source said that, quote, he feels like a scapegoat again.
Man, that's...
And it's what you guys were talking about, you and Steiny, a couple days ago of, well, the team goes 3-0 the moment that he goes to the bench, or pardon me, that he isn't in. And so he feels like the scapegoat again, and we're back to doing this dance all over again.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me is frustrating, but also, too, Goo, that's what he signed up for. He knew he was not going to be guaranteed a starting spot. And the only reason he did start is because Moses was hurt at the beginning of the season. And then they rode the hot hand. They were 4-1. And then, I don't know if it was because of the knees that they started barking. There was some regression. I don't know what it was, frankly, Goo, but he did not look like the same player he did for the first 5 games, and now they've gone back to what worked.
Yeah, and when it's all said and done, E, we can babysit, or the Warriors can, and Jimmy can take him under his wing and be the mentor, and JK be the mentee. But the bottom line is, baby food and all, you got to go out there and ball. So you can lead the horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And I don't know what's going on with Kaminga after that great start with the team from a personal standpoint, and the team was 4-1, but we saw it like what's going on. And I don't know, Evan, so much of me wants to say, now you're on the whiteboard from these other teams. They're making it difficult. Different guys are defending you, but all of a sudden, these last few games up until he got hurt and regressed a bit, I start seeing the turnovers, and I'm just keeping it real with you in Dub Nation, like the turnovers were a result or, a byproduct of loose handle at times. So in that article, they also talk about the shot selection from JK when he's taking threes and the coaching staff kind of getting on him. But I don't know. And I'm just telling you, January is wrapped. Thanksgiving's around the corner, Evan, right? But it's coming, and it's coming fast. And when I read this article, I swear I just got soap opera vibes again, because you, Steiny, and I, and everybody, we try to give and put our spin on it and react to the kibbles and bits that we're getting from the Warriors. But when you read this piece, this is steak now. These are hot links of knowledge and nuggets of what's actually going on. And Evan, I say all that to say is, at the end of the day, if there's a parting of the ways, you could kind of, like, I'm not surprised now sitting over here on this Thursday before Friday if it ends up that way. And I hope that it doesn't, but man.
Well, that might be where it's headed regardless, because they need to upgrade this roster. I mean, that's the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Look at him.
This roster's not good enough. And you saw last night how some of the young guys, when they're asked to step up, don't have enough. And I'm not saying they had to beat Miami. They were in it, but they weren't really in it the moment the Heat started playing basketball.
I feel you on that.
And the older guys, you saw the night before in Orlando, if they're not Steph 46, 49 points, great, they also might not be good enough. This team is a player away. And Some people might think that that's Jonathan Kuminga. You might, others might. I don't. I think that Kaminga can help this team win some games. I think that the way he looked the first 5 is clearly the player that the Warriors would prefer him to look like, running, rebounding, not hunting his own shot, not doing things but just scoring. But
Jimmy said that in the piece.
A player away.
It might be with an S.
It might be players.
Yes. And I hate to interrupt, E, but Jimmy in that piece told him there's ways you can be successful on the floor or help to the team without scoring. And when we read that nugget, when JK, he told, Jimmy told JK that, I'm like, okay, that's what I like to hear. But also in this piece, we can't omit, Evan, that JK went to Coach Kerr and said, I can play with Jimmy and Dre. I studied Jimmy while I was out. And Kerr's like, nah, this is like Kerr just has his mind is special. He's won championships. He's coached championship. He knows what he wants to do. So I just feel like you got Draymond Green at different junctures. You got Jimmy Butler trying to convince a coach and Jonathan Kuminga himself that he can play with those guys. And Evan, it looked like he could for 5 games. Then you have that stretch, and now he's hurt. And I'm just like, that's all the ingredients of, I don't know if he's getting back in the start lineup.
Well, he's probably not. But the question is when he comes back, is he going to help this team win games? Because he did. He's shown that he can, but that was as a starter. That was when he got minutes. And those minutes are going to fluctuate now depending on what the coach feels. And that was the other part about the article, too, that one of the things that stood out to me is Steve Kerr's still not convinced that Kaminga can play with these guys.
And that's all that meant. There you go.
Or can help them be at their best. He knows that. I think he understands that Kaminga can help this team. But when Curry has it going, when Jimmy's playing well,
get out the way.
Is Kaminga going to get in the way of that?
Yeah.
Like he can do some things. He's a talented player, but is that talent good enough to supersede what these two white dwarves, these burning infernos, which are kind of flaming out a little bit, is he good enough to help them? And I don't think that he's convinced, because Kerr said in the article, we've got to put Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond in a position to succeed. That's what wins in this league. Everyone has their best 2 or 3 players. How well can you support them and enhance them?
And there it is, and that's a hierarchy right there.
I think he's shown that he can play with them.
Yeah, and I'm rooting for him.
And that sometimes enhance them, like the first couple of games, the Denver game in overtime. He played really well. Yeah. But can he do that consistently
and not
if he's coming off the bench?
Over. Yeah, because that is the kryptonite of this team, Evan, from the OGs and is the turnovers. And again, last night, 21. I mean, sometimes just careless ones, E. And I know that was your B team, C team, and younger guys, but, I mean, some of the turnovers from the Warriors are just like, man, did you really do that?
Yes, he did. I mean, he was leading the team in turnovers before he was taken out of the lineup. And that, to me, is also what I saw watching last night. The Warriors, I know they didn't have their big dogs out there. Yeah. They didn't have Curry, Draymond, Butler, obviously. Horford and Kaminga didn't play either. They're turning over their season. I mean, you saw the stat last night. All they did was call it out. Kerr before the game, Bonte and Festus after the game. Everyone's talking about it. When they turn the ball over more than their opponents, they're 1-8.
Yeah, that's nasty. Yeah.
When they do not turn the ball over more than their opponents, they have not lost a game.
Yeah. So it's so simple.
It seems simple, but the Warriors can't seem to figure it out.
Yeah. And let's put another rat on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. My favorite part, ask me what my favorite part about last night was, E?
What part?
I thought Quentin Post, forget the threes because he can do that. I thought inside he was trying to bang a little bit. I felt him with his 6 rebounds. I felt him making it difficult on Ware and some of what Miami were trying to do inside. I think they took him for granted. But I just want to ask you this question in regard to the turnovers. Do we need another ball handler? Because I'm not going at Pods, Spencer. They're okay, Evan, but they're kind of the same now, and I just feel like we need more. Let's start right there with another ball handler. Like, where's the Sean Livingston, the grown-up on the court that can take care of the rock while also initiating the offense?
They need a player that's better than Pods. In all probability, they need a player that's better than Kaminga. They might need a player that's better than Moses Moody. And I don't know how they get better young players. They also might need a player that's better than Draymond Green. They also might need a player that at times is better than Jimmy Butler.
All right, Evan, stop.
I'm just saying. But all of those guys together, can they get them on the same page? That to me is the biggest question. And that to me is what, again, to my point about the Niners, is preventing me from feeling, and maybe like a lot of fans, that they're all in on this team, because both groups, the Niners and the Warriors, have been extremely inconsistent. And so while it's fun to watch game to game and to get to learn a little bit more about these guys, I feel like, Goo, it's hard for me to trust my eyes a lot of the time, because I'm seeing such a variable level of play.
Yeah.
Like the volatility with both of these teams is pretty drastic.
But I feel like I'm going Allen Iverson on you, E. I feel like with the Niners, I'm content because I have the answers as to what's going on the other side of the ball, not named the offense. It's because the injuries. So if I'm a Niner fan, I sleep better at night. I don't feel any better, but I know the answer is a lot of what's going on and the success offenses are having against us and what might prevent us from getting to the ultimate game here in the Bay is we're just, injuries everywhere. So that's good. This Warrior thing, I don't know. Like, again, I'm not telling you my prediction of the Western Conference Finals is off the table, but early, Evan, I feel like I overestimated the youngsters. That's becoming abundantly clear to me. My mistake. People were telling me, but I'm not going to dare tell you I'm not disappointed in. Dude, we're 17 games in, and we're already talking about the frequent flyer miles. We're already talking about tired. I'm hearing practice. When was the last time you heard anything about practice in the NBA season? And it felt like when the Warriors were in their prime in their dynasty, nobody was talking about practice. I'm going AI, practice. But now I'm hearing about this upcoming when they come home and Kaminga comes back, there's an opportunity to get maybe 2 or 3 practices in. But I'm like, nah, Evan, we're in the 9th life of the Kaminga Golden State Warriors mesh. This should already have been solidified. And if we don't know, and this article kind of just takes me back to we don't know, Evan, then I'm going Johnny Cochran. It don't fit.
Well, that's a 4, number 1.
I'll tell you, that was it.
But number 2, I'm wondering what people are feeling like is the next step. So again, it is talking about practice.
Thank you.
The article is about the quest to solve the Jonathan Kuminga puzzle. Is it still a puzzle for people? Because it seems like
you tell me after reading that piece. It
seems like they're now looking at Jimmy Butler as the only guy who can solve the puzzle.
And that's
I don't think he has the answers. Okay. He can help. He can be a different voice. He can offer a different opinion. But he's not going to be the one to solve the puzzle to me.
Is it symbolic that he's the... I don't want to go Princess Leia.
That's on the Warriors, too. They haven't figured it out.
Is he the last hope? If the fact that
Luke
Jimmy
Skywalker, but what? I don't know.
Well, I messed you up. But yeah, Evan, I like Jimmy with that leadership, but is that an indictment or is that telling us this is the 9th life? Like, I feel like in Kerr's mind, he has his answer. He tried, and then Kaminga can be mad at nobody but his body in this tendonitis because I hate that he went out.
Well,
but they need him, so I'll never run from that. This team needs that young version of a Thundercat, good or bad.
They need the best version of him, just like they need the old version of Kevon Looney, or they need the old version of Draymond Green, or they need the best version of all these players. And again, because of how inconsistent they are, they're not getting it night in and night out.
Wow.
They're not getting it right now, and that's why they're 9-8. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daily Guru Johnson. Let's get it started. Let's go to Tom, who's in Alameda. What's up, Tom? Good morning, man.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
All right.
Good.
Listen, good. I got some thoughts on Kaminga. Like, I love me some Kaminga, and I was really psyched at the beginning of the season to see him playing well. I don't know what happened since then, but I'm getting a little tired of the storyline about like Jimmy or someone else coming in and being a mentor to him and helping him get over the hump. Like, there's a lot of good players in the NBA, and how many of them like needed a guy to mentor them versus like just figuring it out on their own. So it's kind of having the feeling to me of like a bad marriage that you're trying to fix by going to therapy. So I hate to say that, but I think we got to be realistic about what JK could bring to us. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, Tom. Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know.
Therapy's helped a bunch of marriages and saved a bunch, and some it couldn't fix. So
yeah, I don't know. Maybe Jimmy Butler is a good therapist.
Are we at that stage, though? Is this therapy, basically? Because that's what I got from that piece.
Well, you have 2 months to make a choice. Like the Warriors, the reason why they're in this spot is because the Warriors have just kicked this can down the road and kicked it down the road and kicked it down the road. They haven't made a choice because they don't know. And so I think when I'm reading this article about Butler being in Kaminga's ear and him confiding in Jimmy and him speaking with him and trying to learn as much as he can and Jimmy trying to squeeze all the talent out of JK that he can, I'm hearing them just basically saying we have no choice but to do this because we have 2 months to make a decision on this kid as to whether we want to keep him, whether we want to trade him. And I hate to break it to him, but push has come to shove. Now, you can try and win as much as you can with him until then to figure out how he fits or if he doesn't.
Yeah. But you need him, or something like him.
I get the feeling that the head coach deep down knows what he wants, which is a different player.
Yeah. Wow.
Now, he gave him some rope at the beginning of the season, and I think Kaminga proved that he can help. But we also talked about it. If they're starting Kaminga, Moses is not starting. Who's a better shooter, who's a better on-ball defender, who does things that complement the players that Steve Kerr clearly wants to enhance and to focus on.
And the spacing is better.
Which is the big three. Yeah. Now, again, I don't know if that's going to be good enough for the Warriors to hoist Larry O'Brien. I kind of doubt it. But that's clearly what he believes is the best path forward for this team. And so, once again, it's up to Kaminga to figure out where he fits in a new role. And he hasn't been able to do it.
Wow.
And the thing, too, about Jimmy Butler is, and I love Jimmy, and I love how he's trying to help JK figure out where he fits, not just with the Warriors, but in this NBA picture. I think Jimmy Butler's path to stardom is very different than JK's.
But he sees a lot of himself in JK. Those were his words.
He can, but JK was a lottery pick. Jimmy Butler was the 30th overall pick. No one believed that Jimmy Butler was going to be a star. And not because of a lack of talent. It's because Jimmy Butler was an older player. Jimmy Butler was only the man on one team at Marquette. And he got drafted to a 50-win Bulls team, started out as a defensive player, and then eventually grew into an offensive talent. Jimmy Butler has always been a part of winning at every stage in his career because he's been a guy that's had to fit into every single spot. And while I realize that that's something he hopes that Kaminga can take from him, Jimmy Butler's an outlier. Like, players do not become the kind of superstars or stars, if you want to say, Jimmy Butler is from where he was picked. Kaminga is the more prototypical star path. 7th overall, lottery pick, tons of talent, can jump out of the gym, all these tools. Jimmy Butler's the guy that
had to get it in
pulled himself up from his own bootstraps.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this to that, E, and I hear you. You're saying a lot. But the bottom line is this is a good thing, though. Wouldn't you say? This is a good thing that the stewards of the team are going to the coach and having separate conversations. What does it mean when it's all said and done? I don't know. But you can't look at me, or can you, and tell me it's not a bad thing that it seems like Jimmy Butler's still going to bat and trying to be the mentor to the mentee of JK. Like, that's got to be a good thing. But at the end of the day, JK's got to take it and take it to the next level. And Evan, I'll just throw it at real quick here. I hate to go here, but do you think it's kind of effed up that they put him in the starting lineup and then he had the turnovers before he got hurt and the switch came that fast to where they went back to Moody? From a JK standpoint.
No, I don't. And this is also where the veterans come in, because I'm going to tell you exactly why on the other side.
All right.
When I'm reading this, some of the messaging from the older guys just doesn't make sense to me. What I read in the article, what I heard last week in Oklahoma City, some of the stuff, it's just not adding up. And maybe we can flush it out together. I also see you, Marv. I also see you, Big Smooth, but we got to hit a break here in just a sec.
I got something from Squirt. Steiny has Harry. I got something from Squirt. I'll read it to you on the other side, my boy.
I got to find my Harry. Like
that is wow.
Well, maybe or my Squirt. But like somebody that can feed me some stuff so I can throw it at you.
I'm trying to think who you have. Your brother.
Yeah,
but
he doesn't really have opinions like that on sports, unless it's fantasy football.
You got to work on it.
Yeah,
who's your hair?
Well, we also got to work on questions for Pasta. You cannot come in hot like that, like you did this morning, asking people about if they're old enough to be their children.
I don't know what he's
saying that because I'm inexperienced.
Well, clearly.
That stunned me. Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570. Again, we also got Clifford Ray, Warriors legend, 1975 NBA champion, coming up at high noon. He's going to be honored along with Rick Barry and all the rest of the remaining and living 1975 Golden State Warriors champions tomorrow night at Chase Center, of course, when they take on the Portland Trail Blazers. So looking forward to talking to Clifford Ray coming up at noon here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. That's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track.
Starting January 1st, carpools must have 3 or more people and a Fast Track Flex toll tag set to 3+ to get the 50% carpool discount on all bridges except the Golden Gate and Bay Bridges. Visit getfasttrack.org for details.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
Out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Moses. Evan in for Steiny. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. Still feeling a little bit under the weather. Guru's here as always. I think you might have been a little tough on Moses today.
I stand on it, E.
I know.
I hold him to a higher standard, and a lot of times when I watch him play, he's eating just like, and he's not the only one, off of the chef. Because the attention's on the chef, so then you carve your niche out. And remember, I'm like, man, he's gunning. But then when that D was on him, that furnace was on him, I felt like he was hesitant to even put it on the floor. And real quick, this from my boy Squirt, my Harry. You got to find one. Okay. Tell me if this is unfair about last night.
Yeah.
Post had 5 turnovers, exclamation point. Them dudes look like a 6th grade CYO team, throwing the ball all over the gym. It was ridiculous. Pods needs to get with Phil Handy. Dude can't finish in the paint. That is a part of Pod's game that I feel like is going the other way. I thought it was better. He's not finishing, E.
I think for the first time he's starting to doubt himself.
And that might be what there's some hesitancy.
Like he had
That's a man, E.
3 air balls last night.
Yeah.
It feels like he's airballing more than ever before. And
that's interesting. I ain't mad at him.
Pods is one of those players that when the ball's going in, like when he makes threes,
we going. Let's go.
It fixes a lot of things. Like the last half of the season last year, when he shot 41% from 3, it looked a lot better than it's looking now because he's bricking everything.
Man.
But here's Steve Kerr after the game. So they lost last night in Miami, 110-96. They're up by 2 going into the fourth quarter. To me, that was a little bit of a mirage. They got absolutely ran out of the gym in the fourth quarter. They turned the ball over 9 times, led to umpteen points for the Heat. Here's Kerr talking about the turnover problems.
I'm very, very confident that we will get that turned around. We got it turned around last year after we got Jimmy, got our turnovers way back. So that's going to be the focus when we get home. We're 8-0 when we win the turnover battle, and I think 1-8. When we don't. So it's pretty clear cut. We have to do a better job of as coaches of giving the guys better, spacing and cutting and teaching it better so that the decisions become easier. And then they've got to do a better job of just making simple decisions.
That seems to be the crux of the issue.
Yeah, but this is happening now with Jimmy, and he's the one taking the best care of the ball to me. But okay, I hear you, Coach, and hopefully, starting tomorrow night against Portland, we'll be at the game. Nobody asked, but hopefully it starts there. But Evan, I'm gonna tell you this, and you tell me what you think, because I'm throwing everything. I used to be in sales, and when you were struggling and on a PIP, it's a performance improvement plan. And if you don't get better, you're fired. Yeah. Just imagine that pressure. I've been in pressure. I've seen people cry and lose their job. Bottom line is, what could the Warriors do to try to get Bam? I was just looking at Bam last night, and I'm like, man.
You could pray.
But that's so unrealistic to you. Bam. If you could get him in, I don't know what to make of Miami, but man, Evan.
I guess I would wonder why the Miami Heat would trade him.
Okay.
I mean,
because I don't know what they are. They were nothing last year in the play-in, got embarrassed.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, look,
well,
maybe
you got Powell, so you
maybe
ain't
they want to
throwing
get
in
off
the
his
towel.
contract.
Norman Powell. So why can't we have a Norman Powell? That's what I guess I'm asking for. A bona fide polished scorer.
Well,
the Clippers miss him.
It's funny you brought up Norman Powell because we were talking about it before the show. The game in 2022 that the Warriors won, which ended up being a huge game because it was the difference between them getting, I think it was home court in the playoffs and not having it. In 2012, the year they won the championship.
All right, go ahead.
So they ended up with, that's right, in the NBA Finals. It ended up being the difference between them having home court in the NBA Finals and not against the Boston Celtics.
Wow.
That game, Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga,
JP,
Damian Lee, Andrew Wiggins, and Kevon Looney, and a few other guys. Basically, they had no Curry, had no Dre. They went into Miami, and they beat Bam Adebayo.
Look at you. All right.
Jimmy Butler.
All right.
Tyler Hero. They beat the Miami Heat starters.
That's good stuff.
In a game that made a difference in a potential playoff format. Nobody on the floor last night resembles any one of those guys that could step out there and steal a game when you have supposedly no chance.
Is that on the players because they're giving you your all, or do I go upstairs and take the elevator upstairs at Mike D's desk?
Well, it's on both. I think the players, you would hope, in year 3 or 4, could have developed to the point where they could go out and be competitive in the game. And I get they were through 3 quarters, but in the 4th quarter, I think the Heat just kind of turned it on and left them in the dust. So it's on the players, but you're right. It's also probably on management a little bit, not looking at this team as realistically as it should have.
Tell me if I'm being unfair, and Buddy was 4-15 from deep. I don't know what you made of his night.
Buddy got shots up last night.
30% on the year. He did 4-15, 7-20 from the field. But, am I by myself? Do you think that I'm not feeling confident about the others now like I once did?
Well, I understand the confidence being shaken, but those are the guys that the Warriors have to try to win games with. I mean, the reality is they can't change those players. And that's what I think is again, frustrating about watching the inconsistencies of this team, because as much as I thought Pods did not look very good last night, he also helped them win in San Antonio. Gary Payton II,
both of them
has had some good games and has had some bad games. And I'm just like, can we get any flat line out of any of these players?
What would you take away? Because we've whispered nothing, but we've given him daisies, this guy, and thrown him at his feet. Will Richard, he's a rookie. I think he's already ahead of schedule.
He had 0 points last night.
And a team high -25. And I've just noted the last 3 to 4 games. He's invincible to my ire. I'm just what I thought he was. You get what I'm saying? What I thought he was, Evan, is he's a rookie, and I just feel like he's coming back to earth just a bit. And last night was a game to where the Will Richard early, I thought would have, made mincemeat with that opportunity he did last night. And Evan, it's not bad. He's a rookie, but we got super duper excited, and I'm just wondering what you saw or what you've been seeing from him.
I think he's a player who's dependent on other players.
And are they giving them too much by starting them?
Well,
Not
no,
a bad
because
thing.
look, they kind of had to start him because there wasn't anybody else that took care of the ball. That's again what Kerr is saying is he's going to play guys who take care of the ball. That's why Moses starts. That's why Will Richards starts next to the other guys in Jimmy Butler who does take care of the ball. The two guys who don't, the turnover twins, Curry and Draymond,
well, damn,
are the guys who they have to have out there because they're their best players. And they just have to live with those turnovers. Like some people might view it as hypocritical, but the reality is Curry and Draymond give you the best chance to win. That's what the head coach thinks. And so that's why they're going to play as much as they do and have Rain to turn the ball over as much as they turn the ball over.
Yeah, you mentioned our guys, Bonte and Fetsis. I had them on after the game last night, and, this didn't come out of their mouths, but it came out of Kerr's mouth, and I feel like just in Dub Nation, I'm hearing it. What up, B? But, Evan, you went 3-3 on the road trip.
Yep.
You won the 2 in San Antonio. Okay, some people are trying to sell me on the frequent flyer miles and how, in regard to the map and where this team's had to travel and what they've had to endure. 3-3 on that road trip is fine. But after 17 games, I'm asking you because I'm not satisfied. I need a snicker. They're 9-8. I don't like that.
Well, especially when you've lost a couple games.
Okay,
like they weren't supposed to win last night. Let's just be honest.
Totally.
You were not supposed to win that game last night.
With you, where were you going with the I think I know where you're going down my street with Indiana and Milwaukee.
You should have won at least one of those games. Well, certainly the Indiana game. That one, to me, is the lone game that's just inexcusable at this point. Considering they have literally not won another game until last night when they beat the Charlotte Hornets. That team has 2 wins and one of them against you. That's a bad look. 888-957-9570 is the number. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Giddings in for Steinmetz with Goo. Let's go to Big Smooth, who's in Oakland.
Our man.
Big Smooth, good morning, man. What's going on?
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. So, listen, wow, a lot to say, but here's what I'll start with. Mike Dunleavy has already settled on his next trade. It's already done. We know how long it takes these deals to get through. They already know. They already know what they're doing. And Steve Kerr, I think he talks about he knows what this team's going to look like. We're going to add Melton, who's a better ball handler than what we currently have. And he's going to add Seth Curry, 2 better ball handlers. So we'll have better ball handling. But here's my thing, guys. The Kaminga is not a conundrum anymore. We listen, he doesn't want to play the type of ball that the Warriors play. Steve Kerr has been consistent in this. Pass, swing, shoot. He wants to – the reason why his turnovers are high, because he's trying to get the ball move. He doesn't have that kind of handle. So he dribbles it right to the opponent. If you're watching the games, you see that. That's just a fact. I don't know why we're so – listen, he's a good player. He's not a great player. And he has to be moved so we can get – we need an inside presence, man. If you're watching, it's like Anthony Black, what the heck? This guy's running in there.
I'm with you.
Nobody's even jumping. What are we doing,
I'm with you, man.
We need the big fella. Listen, we're not going to get an awesome big fella right now. It's going to be a trade. We're going to have to see what teams are going to give up. And then we're going to have to get somebody. If we can get Bam, which I doubt, okay, wonderful. AD, wonderful. But somebody's out there that they're already pursuing. But this team, I think Steve is okay because he knows this team is not going to look like this. And I'm sorry, if we got a package of Kaminga and somebody else, and if it's Pods, I don't see what Pods would take away from us right now. I don't see without it. Like I don't see. Okay, no Pods. Now we don't have what? What would you say we don't have? If you take away Pods, you can say, okay, now who's going to take charges? If that's all he's – come on, man, I like Pods.
Now, Smooth, you on fire cooking, but you got to put some respect on his ability to bring the ball up, man.
Come on, man. Goo, are you serious? His ability to bring the ball up, they're targeting him. What game are you watching? They're targeting Pods when he's bringing the ball up. Do you not see him pick up his dribble? Goo, who are you watching, man?
No.
Pods, what are you saying? Pods is a ball handler? Are you kidding me?
That's his role on this team. So, hey, I love the energy. You can't get mad at me. I'm just telling you for the last year and a half, that's the role he's been in. I'm with you. He's picking up the dribble, driving in, second guessing, throwing it back out, turnover. But let's not front on the assignment or the job detail, Evan, that they've given Pods, and that's to bring the rock up. That's just what I've seen the last year and a half.
We see we're getting too emotionally attached to players we don't know.
No, see, I'm not
good at it.
Yeah, I'm
Are
not.
we gonna stop lying to ourselves?
I'm not attached to
He's
Pods.
not good at it.
No, I didn't say that. I said that's what role they have him in, so that's an indictment.
I'm saying he's not good at it.
Okay, got you.
He's not good at it.
I got you.
Thanks, Big. Yeah, no, I got you, Big Smooth.
Yeah, I'm not condoning, Evan. You know, I said Pods shouldn't be starting.
No, like, do I ideally want Pods to play 30 minutes a game?
No.
But I also don't want Pat Spencer to play 30 minutes a game. And God love Pat Spencer. Last night, he was probably the brightest part of that game.
But what did you say about Pat? And I love him.
You know why he takes care of the ball?
Tell me, Evan, this was great.
Because they don't guard him.
Wow, man.
He can't shoot.
Wow,
So every single defender is 5 feet away from him.
Man, Evan.
That's why he takes care of the ball. The moment he has to try and you've seen it every single time that he gets put into a role where he has to really try and make something happen over a long period of time, the Warriors get into trouble. Like, I think Pat played a really good game last night. He gives them some energy. But if he's your backup point guard, I also think you're in trouble. I'm not saying one of the others a great solution.
Evan, my feelings are hurt again, not positive, but Gmo in the chat says, Guru gives points on the test for writing your name in the top. What does that mean? I didn't tell you. I was just telling you how they're forcing Pods down our throat and what they've used him for, and Curry deserves better. We've been on that page, and they're not phasing out. He's not starting anymore. So I was just telling Smooth what we're watching. Not that I'm condoning or saying we need more of it, and he's so right. And I told you and Steiny this. Evan, the days of us, the Warriors, being a one-trick pony are over. We need some body punches. We need some options down low. And I know you could tell me, Goo, the game's changed, but I know what I'm talking. Anthony Black, dude, it's just a layup line. We have nobody to put anybody on their ass most nights. Coming down the paint.
No, and I actually don't think it's, well, I mean, you would love to have a big man. You'd
Clifford
love
Ray.
at least he rebounds the ball.
Yeah.
Although last night, everyone's telling me, we got 62 rebounds. Yeah, it's because he missed 65 shots.
Yeah,
There's a lot of available rebounds in that game when they're throwing bricks off the board. And also, too, like the only good rebounder in last night's game was Khalil Ware.
Yeah.
He had 16 rebounds.
9 feet, but I hear you.
Yeah, but he had 16 rebounds in, 19 minutes?
What, TJD was in double figures, right?
Yeah, he had 12 rebounds,
yeah.
7 offensive rebounds, which, again, because a lot of these bricks that they're throwing up in 25 minutes. Look, I think the issue I think people have with Pods is, I don't know if you consider him if he's loose with the ball or what. But the biggest issue that I've found is he hasn't gotten a lot better since he came into the league. He's
think he may have already hit his ceiling, no doubt.
I think he does things well. I think he has, when he's shooting the ball well, he obviously looks a lot better than when he's not. Because last night, again, there's 3 air balls, but he hasn't gotten markedly better since his rookie season, and that's kind of again where the Warriors I think have fallen short with their younger players. Is they've stepped into the league, and we haven't seen them consistently put together performances that makes you say, "Damn, he's way better."
Yeah.
Than the year before.
I love it. And you wait for some players to make the adjustment to the adjustment, and it just seems like Pods, they've made the adjustment to what he was doing and being successful with. You could go to last season or whatnot, but now, I mean, he's not starting, and he started yesterday, so I'm not throwing it all at him. But, man, I mean, it's apparent until January, and that date does come. I think you meant the 6th or 16th, Evan. I mean, you need Kaminga out here quick, fast, and in a hurry. I mean, because this is a game of the young man. And right now the Warriors, are dependent on 3 OGs.
This is from K-Way for Real, donating $10 to say, nobody wants to come play for Steve Kerr and this system. Well, the player is not 39 years old. It's been reported we've been turned down by many players. We've squandered talent, and Kerr is set in his ways. Used to be's don't make money. Thanks for the donation. I mean, I think there is something to that from the stand. I don't know if the players don't want to come play here, but I do think it's difficult to play in this system because when you look around the NBA, it's kind of the same brand of basketball. There's a lot of pick and roll. There is a lot of drive and kick.
Yeah.
Everyone kind of plays the same way. The Warriors play differently, and that has also resulted in winning 4 championships. But the way that they play is centered around the 3 guys who didn't play last night. When they don't have those players or those players aren't playing well, the Warriors don't look right.
No doubt. And that's why I didn't give them – I'm going to be honest, Evan. I don't think we talked about it yesterday. We may have. I didn't give them a chance to beat Miami. I mean, they played hard. But to Big Smooth's point, and we'll never know this, do you think the Warriors have somebody in mind? Like he was – I got to be careful because he was saying they think they got somebody in mind if they wanted to move Kaminga and get frisky. But you mentioned Trey Murphy from New Orleans. Oh, my God, go to the airport and pick him up, E.
Yeah, if you could flip Kaminga for Trey Murphy somehow, I think that would be a great trade. But I don't know if New Orleans would want to do that. You know, and I don't know. Maybe they'd have to throw in a pick or two. I'm not sure if they'd want to do that because the Warriors are reluctant to give up a lot that is going to contribute to their future. All right, let's go to Marv, who's in Livermore.
Marv.
That's an interesting thought. Marv, good morning, man. What's going on? How are you?
Hey, not much. Good show, fellas. I think there's a little different perspective from what Jimmy Butler was saying and even Draymond. I think Steve Kerr is living in the past because there's only one Steph Curry. And when Steph Curry in the championship years went on the bench, then you had the second best shooter of all time still out there able to run the plays that they run. And so Steve Kerr is asking JK to buy in to a system that nobody on that team can do successfully, not even Jimmy Butler. So Jimmy Butler is saying, dude, get us some more ISOs, let him work, let him get to work early in the season so he'll be ready for the playoffs. So Steve Kerr, to me, is wrong on 2 fronts. And it was on your guys' radio station that Steve Kerr said Pods was a playmaker. He's a connector. He's only a playmaker and connector when Steph is on the floor, and he's a good passer to Steph. But when you watch him with the second team, you see his flaws. And so Pods cannot be what Steve Kerr wants, which is the 3rd best offensive player on the team. He doesn't have that talent. JK does, but JK, his strengths are different from what Steve Kerr wants, and for whatever reason, Steve Kerr does not want to make an adjustment to fit JK into the system. Hence, all the callers know all JK's flaws, but all of our eyes see the flaws in Pod's game like, what are you talking about? It's not right. So that's, for me, what I get from Butler saying, hey, he's under my wing. We know what he can do. Even Draymond. Again, why take him out of the starting lineup? Let him learn. Let him make mistakes because we're not getting anything from Horford. Post, all he can do is shoot, can't do anything else. Moody, he started on fire, but he's not the guy. JK can be a better guy, but he won't be exactly what the Warriors used 4 years ago or 5 years ago. So I think Steve Kerr needs to make the adjustment, not the other way around.
Hey, Marv, can I ask you this? So when they were 4-1 those first 5 games of the season, did you feel like Kerr was adjusting to Kaminga or Kaminga was adjusted to Kerr?
I think Kaminga was adjusting to Kerr, but in the NBA early season, guys are getting set and teams can't adjust. They're like, oh, here we go. I think the NBA is so game to game where teams make adjustments, throw you off, which is it was a mirage kind of that, hey, he was playing like Kerr wanted, right? But when he made mistakes, he would still get put on the bench, even though they were winning. And so that's why I'm like, I don't think Kerr will make that adjustment. Like Guru said, you can't have JK or any player looking over their shoulder if they're making mistakes, thinking they're going to get pulled, because you can't be at your best because you're overthinking a game you've played for most of your life.
I got you. Marv. I mean,
And I got a question for you,
I would say
too.
yes and no, though.
All right.
Those first 5 games, he was looking over his shoulder, and there was no one there because they were winning. Like, Kaminga was helping him, or helping the team, doing what they had asked of him. Now, he brought up an interesting point about Kerr and the system, which Jimmy also discussed as being, all right, well, maybe if Kaminga's coming off the bench, maybe we do just run a bunch of pick and rolls. We run a lot of isolation stuff. My question would be, when Jonathan has had the chance, just looking at him, to play, to cook, to do all these things, has he shown you consistently he's going to do them well? Like, is he an efficient isolation player? I know Jimmy Butler is. I know Jimmy Butler can play iso ball.
No, he's trying to get there.
Yeah, but they don't have time for him to figure out if he can get there.
Yeah,
they're 500.
It's been 5 years, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings with you in for Matt Steinmetz. Feeling a little bit under the weather. Guru's here with you as well. Clifford Ray coming up in about 45 minutes here on 95.7 The Game. 1975 Warriors champion. He's going to be honored tomorrow at Chase Center along with the rest of the 1975 team. All right, coming up Monday, the Niners take on the Carolina Panthers, and we'll be right at Laughing Monk Brewing in the heart of Sunnyvale. So come on down. It's about a 2-mile trek from the stadium, but fortunately for you, we have a free shuttle to and from Levi's. If you go to 957thegame.com right now to sign up, seats are filling up fast. Willard and Dibs will get you ready for the game beginning at 2 o'clock. So leading you up until the 5:15 Monday night kick, there's great food, great drinks, great time. And again, to get on that free shuttle, 957thegame.com is where you want to be. We'll see you there.
Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins. September 24th. Shoreline Amphitheater. The Crew celebrates the 20th anniversary of Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue with performances by Tesla and Extreme. Tickets on sale Friday at 9 a.m. at livenation.com. The return of the Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue.
Monte Hill for my friends at Ceremony Ford, and the year-end sales event is on now. This is the time to score 0% APR financing for 60 months with $0 down and 0 payments for 90 days on some of Ford's hottest models, including the F-150, Explorer, Escape, Super Duty Regular and Super Cab, Transit Van, Lightning, and the all-electric Mustang Mach-E. Look, I absolutely love my Explorer. It's perfect for my family, packed with cutting-edge tech and style to stand out wherever you go. And with deals like these, you won't want to miss this chance to grab your dream Ford. Remember, that's 0% APR for 60 months, $0 down, and no payments for 90 days. You can save big on top models right now, but hurry, these year-end deal savings end January 5th, so swing by Ceremony Ford in Colma, just off Ceremony Boulevard, or check out their incredible inventory right now at CeremonyFord.com. Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's go-to spot for unbeatable year-end deals, and don't forget to tell them that Bonte sent you.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. You asked, and we listened. Our pre-holiday sale has been so popular that we've extended it another week. You now have until November 24th to get 30% off everything in the store. Hardwood, carpet, laminate, waterproof flooring, I mean 30% off everything. Plus guaranteed installation before the holidays. It's our biggest sale of the season, but it ends Monday. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm. We're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
We are mercy on a mission. Together we bring hope and healing.
Millions live with treatable conditions, but no access to surgery. Mercy Ships changes that. For 50 years, our hospital ships have brought free, life-changing surgeries, restoring health, dignity, and hope. Learn more at mercyships.org.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile! The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers, auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
No Jimmy, or no Steiny. Good Lord. Evan Giddings in for Steiny. Guru's here with us. We got Clifford Ray coming up in about 40 minutes. Again, 1975 champ for the Golden State Warriors. You know, I do like listening or reading Jimmy Butler talking about ball, because the guy, he is only about one thing, and that's winning. And although I disagree sometimes with his methods and how he wants to get to winning, or what he does when he doesn't feel like those around him are aligned in winning, but he's got some interesting thoughts. I'll say that.
Yeah, and here I go, Evan, letting you down, but I'm going to try, because I know you're a movie buff, and we got the movie club. It was Julia Roberts. She was a tree lover, and there was this one tree they were going to take down, and they got the tractor and everything, and then she goes in front of the tree and like, if you take the tree, you got to take me. You've seen that before, right? I'm wondering if push comes to shove, I love what Jimmy's doing for JK.
Is he going to get in front of the tree?
Is he going to get in front of the tree? Or, and I believe he's rooting for JK to work, but Evan, how far will it go if that day does come and Big Smooth is right about something's going to pop off, and I wouldn't be shocked, but is Jimmy going to jump in on it, just like you said, in front of the tree, like, nah, you can't do it?
No.
Okay.
No. Well, I think Jimmy, like, he's There's no malice. There's never going to be anything, negative towards Jonathan. I think he legitimately wants to help him. I do think he sees some of himself in him from the standpoint of Kaminga wants more than he currently has. Jimmy Butler has been in a situation. You got to
earn that, Ev, real quick. You got to earn that, JK.
No, but the question is, has he been given a fair chance to? And that
How would you answer?
I would say yes. And more often than not, I feel like I've been left wanting more. But to Jimmy Butler's point when he was talking to Anthony Slater of ESPN about this, he recognizes, just like you did watching the Orlando game and maybe last night, that there's a void on this team. They are devoid of athleticism and someone who can apply pressure to the rim. Now, I don't think that Jonathan Kuminga is the greatest at doing those things, but he's certainly better than what they have, and certainly better than what we saw last night. There was no one who could do that. And I'm not saying they beat the Heat if JK's out there. I'm not saying they beat Orlando if JK's out there. But I understand that Jimmy's looking around and saying, if we want the best chance to win, where is this glaring need for our team? Well, we are not that explosive, and we don't have a ton of athletes. Enter Jonathan Kuminga. So I got to help him realize his potential in order to help the team. And if Jimmy Butler finds out in the next 2 months that he can't do that, or it's just not working, I don't think he's going to be sad if the Warriors end up trading it.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, he's on a quest to get his first title, Jimmy Butler. And then, just as a fan, I keep going through this cycle, this roller coaster of, damn, Evan, it's November, and now I'm getting lightweight excited if somehow, Kaminga and the Warriors didn't mesh before January and there were a trade. Now I'm getting excited on the possibilities of who it could be. But in that piece, I did find it fascinating, and my favorite part, you might be like, "Ooh, what are you talking about?" When Jimmy orchestrated that private workout at this spot in San Diego, and JK had the contract things going on, and he couldn't make it. But Jimmy understood that, no hard feelings, and, talked to him, gave him an ear, gave him advice. But my answer to the question that you said, you think he's got a fair shake? What if I told you I'm going to do my Stani? I'm on the fence on that because I do wonder, and I mean this, Evan, the days of Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome, had those minutes been to Jonathan Kuminga, would he be more confident? Would he be more polished now? And Kerr did what he did for a reason, but I do wonder, man, had you just I'm not asking for handouts, just committed to the future development of maybe Moody and Jonathan Kuminga, where he would be today. And that's what it could have, should have, but I'm just like, man, that did happen, E.
Yeah, I don't think it means he would be an all-star right now. He might be further along, but I'll say this. When has Steve Kerr ever been committed to the future?
Well, James Wiseman's the only one. He came in and started.
That's well, yeah, because he had to, because that year they weren't trying to win. But I think that's the rift that I sometimes wonder about, if there is one between management and the coaching staff, because Steve Kerr's job as head coach is to win basketball games. It's the front office's job to worry about everything past, present, future. And they have, I think, played a hand more often than not of, well, we'll have one eye on now and one eye on the future. And you're kind of left wondering if you're maximizing either.
Wow.
And that's why the whole Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome thing, I understand that was BS to a lot of people. But it was one eye on now and one eye on the future. And sometimes you lose track of both when you're trying to do that.
Yeah, and Evan, I hear you loud and clear. We do. And this team's 9-8, one game over 500. So this is, let me just tell you this, Evan. To me, this is not last year in the second half, because that was immaculate. That was, everything changed. It was
do you
like
think
Jimmy
they can get back to playing like that?
I'm hoping. And that's why I guess I'm a little somber and down that through 17, and Steiny told me, where's that magic that I saw? Like, this is the worst 17-game stretch with Jimmy, but it's a new year, 82 games. You got to pace yourself. So call me a fool, Evan. I see it in your eyes, and I won't be upset to think they were going to pick up regular season-wise right where they left off, where everything changed.
Well, I'm not dismissing the possibility of them also playing a 23-8 stretch at some point this season And maybe it's the end of the season because that's been the entire goal for this year is to have these players playing at their best.
Right? And that's what I thought we were trying to avoid.
Yeah, but to me, the foolish part would be to expect these players to play that level of basketball for 82 games. They didn't do it last year. There's a reason why Curry played the best basketball of his season in the last 30 games. And yes, it's because Jimmy's here.
That's a good point.
But if Jimmy was here for the whole year, Steph wouldn't have been shooting 50, 40, 90 for 6 straight months. I just don't think that he's capable of doing that anymore at his age. And that's why we're seeing the 500 basketball fluctuate between beating San Antonio, losing to Orlando, not having guys in for Miami, because they're running this marathon. They're trying to be, Give
it to me.
What's this?
Here they are.
Rabbit in the hair. They're the tortoise right now. They're trying to win the long race.
Wow.
They cannot approach this race like the hare. Otherwise, they're going to flame out. And I think they know that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to City Boy. City Boy's in the city. What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, I'm good, guys. I'm good. Thank you. How you doing?
All right.
Awesome,
hey, City
man.
Boy, don't hang up because I got something for you at the end. It's random, but go ahead.
All right, cool. Right on. The Dubs at 9 and 8, I mean, did we want to be a game or two better? Of course, but Steph missed a few games being sick. Obviously you got to rest a little bit too. He's had some phenomenal games. I mean, I'm an optimist on this. I've heard a number of people in your guys' line of work basically say that this is one of the hardest schedules they've ever seen to start a season for the oldest team in the league. That's kind of a recipe for disaster, and they've weathered the storm. They made it through the stretch. Now we have to see if they can, make up some ground when the schedule eases up a little bit. So I trust that they'll do that. Hopefully Melton will come back and be healthy. And I think a trade is imminent. I mean, I kind of agree. It just doesn't seem like JK is a fit. I mean, I was rooting for the guy. I wanted him to be here long term, but I'll tell you what, it looks like he's probably on his way out the door. And they got to get a guy you have to be realistic. I'd love to see a superstar come in here and help, but Daniel Gafford or Zubac or Nick Claxton or just get him some size, some rebounding, some shot blocking, and then add Melton and Seth Curry, and we'll see where they go. And the other thing I want to say that is really heartening for a playoff run, if they should get there and get into a series or 2 or 3, is Stephen Curry still has the ability to be, a star of stars, and that's what you need to win a championship. You're not going to win a chip without a guy that can put you on his shoulders and take on the best players and the best teams in the league and just have, and just destroy them. And I mean, Steph is still that guy, which is phenomenal. I mean, it's unbelievable, really, but he still has that in him. And so I'll hold out hope that if we can get to the playoffs, I mean, but he's got to get the rest. And I thought they should have played the starters yesterday and benched him in Orlando, by the way, because they had a shot at a 4-2 road trip. And I don't understand why you want to play everybody against Orlando when you know that they're a really good home team. They're a great defensive team. And that would have been a layup yesterday if they would have played the starters and they'd be 10 and 8. And I just don't understand. I know they want to give them probably 2 days off in a row and all that, but I would have sat the guys on the front end of that back-to-back, and we would have had an easy win yesterday and be 10 and 8. I don't understand giving up games, just giving up games like that. So that's the only thing I didn't like yesterday.
Well, City Boy, do you think that they looked at Orlando not with Paolo Banchero and said that's a game we can get?
Well, that's a mistake then, isn't it? Because that team is athletic. Wow. They're a playoff team. They're one of the best defensive teams in the league. I mean, if they really thought that, then they should have known better because that's a good team. What were they, top 4 seed last year? I mean,
they also beat him last year.
Paolo Banchero's great. Well, they also didn't have Desmond Bane last year, and I think he had 5 steals the other night.
He was balling.
Everybody had 5 steals.
Well, whatever, but I mean, that's the point, isn't it? I mean, Orlando was no pushover, and I think Miami would have been if we would have played our starters yesterday. So, no, I don't agree with that. I think that Orlando is, with or without Paolo Banchero, is, especially at home, right? They're a young team. What do young teams do well? They play well at home. They wanted that one, and they took it from us,
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to run. Oh, I wasn't going to run this by him. I ran into City Boy in the streets, and we had a conversation. I remember all our conversations. And I know Evan knows where I stand on this subject matter. But, man, you hurt me because you hit me on social media and you said, Goo, we just had a conversation about pods, and then moments later you kind of said something different. That hurt me and cut me. But I've been clear. He was given too much, and I think they know now he's not starting. But every time I bring him up, City Boy, I don't know what's coming out of my mouth to make people sound, where I'm selling him like he's Steve Nash. I know his limitations, and the team's growing, and now he's not starting, so they see it.
I think I took umbrage with you said something like I'm his biggest hater or something. You said something a little excessive.
Okay,
because I do root for the guy. I do root for the guy.
Okay.
I just think he's an 8 to 20 minute guy. Like his minutes should be somewhere between 8 and 20, depending on the given night. And I don't think that's disrespect. Honestly, he would take it that way. I don't think it's disrespectful to be, I don't think he's the end of the bench guy either, but he should be playing 8 to 20 minutes depending on the opponent and what's going on that night. But
I got you.
But I'm not a hater.
I got you. Either am I.
I want him to succeed.
Thanks, City Boy. Yeah, appreciate the call. Well,
we root for all Warriors, man. We do. I do, Evan.
But what he said, that's not about pods, the previous thing. To me, that's a problem. If you're looking at the schedule and saying,
I didn't like it.
Well, we have a better chance to beat this team, and so we should sit.
I don't like
you
that.
You can't play the schedule like that.
No,
you got to go out there and try and beat teams when you have guys.
Yeah, that's real talk.
Plus, also, I think one of the reasons Miami looked so bad last night is because they were playing a bunch of back-end players.
I totally got
They didn't take that game seriously until the fourth quarter.
No, facts.
I mean, would they have a better chance to beat Miami than Orlando? Perhaps. I also think it's easy to say that because we watched the game.
Evan, I know we got a great Warrior big man coming up in Clifford Ray, but, man, when City Boy just starts saying those names, and I know some of them are a pipe dream or are not available, but, Evan, I just almost want to come give you a basketball hug because I'm just waiting for that next iteration of a Warrior big. Not Kareem, not Shaq, but a Gafford, somebody that can cause ruckus down there. We are so one-dimensional, and it's like – and to what he said, you tell me what you think. Since Jimmy's come to town, Evan, and I'm using these 17, I've seen Steph carry Jimmy more than Jimmy carry Steph. And it's got to be a balance. And I do wonder, Curry's showing us he can still do it. And it's unfair at times to expect him to do it every night. But my point is, I want to see Jimmy be ultra-aggressive too some nights to where Curry's in awe, like, ooh, look at him. And I'm not saying Jimmy's just half-assing, but we need that concoction currently with what we have. It just can't be Steph saving us.
Well, to be fair, Jimmy Butler was the best player against Orlando.
That's one game in 17 that they played. So what about the 16 others when Steph went off against he
was the best player against the Lakers. When Steph had 20 points and didn't shoot it very well on opening night. I mean, I know it's opening night, but I'm saying, Steph Curry's a better player than Jimmy Butler. That's why he has to carry him more than Jimmy has to carry Steph. Because Steph Curry's the best player on the team. That's what the best player does. And I think Steph understands that. This ain't Durant and Curry, where Curry can take nights off and KD can go for 45. Jimmy Butler's 36. He can do it some nights, but against Orlando, Jimmy Butler by himself was not going to win that basketball game.
Wow, man.
He needed someone else to give him some help, and I thought that Curry had a great first half. Then he ran out of gas.
Wow.
There was no one else that could step up and make plays for him. This is, I think it's from Truth, donating $4.99 to say
$5.
Trade JK for the best possible return no matter what. Kaminga pods first. That might be what it comes down to.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure. They may trade him. They may not. Because this is the thing, too, is if you do trade a player like that, you have to make sure the player coming in is better.
And fits.
Okay. And last year, they swung a big trade because Jimmy Butler was in a toxic situation and wanted out
and it was
as much as the Heat wanted him out. So that's where the Warriors are able to help. Yeah, that kind of move, I don't know if that one's going to be out there.
But now, I guess I can add this to it was perfect. You went and won a first-round series that went 7, lost to many. Now we find out if it was perfect to see what Jimmy on his new team does through 82 games, right? This is when we decipher how great it was.
But
It was great half a season.
You're paying for playoff Jimmy, though. That's what you're paying for. And the first playoffs was, I think, a pretty good return. I mean, he averaged 23 and 7.
In Minnesota, when Curry went down, he was nowhere to be found.
Well, you weren't going to win that series without Steph, though. I mean, I don't know. Maybe
I don't know
back
why that bothers me, though.
Why?
He's too good of a player to say that they didn't have a chance without Steph. If he's the Jimmy Butler,
well, they might have been able to win a game, but to win 3 games.
But he's taken 2 teams. One was an AFC to the finals
when he was 28. When he was 30 years old, and now I don't think he's that kind of player anymore.
And that maybe that's what I'm late to the party. Maybe that's what I'm having a hard time coming to grips with.
Well, okay, so he's under contract for umpteen $1 million.
Oh, it's a lot.
He plays 55 regular season games a year. That's what you're paying for. By the way, he's ahead of schedule. He's on pace to play a lot more than 55 games.
I told you.
Which is the amount of regular season games he averaged his entire career as a member of the Miami Heat. You're paying to get the best version of Jimmy in the playoffs, and if you want to say you didn't last year, that's fair. But I'm not going to expect him to just revert back. Like, Curry still has to be the guy that's starting the engine for the car. All right, let's go to Jan. Jan is in Mountain View. Jan, good morning. What's going on? How are you?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, good morning. I just wanted to point out that I think in the near future, the Warriors need to look at the next head coach and be sure that this coach is young enough and capable enough to develop young players coming into the team. Because you got to remember Mark Jackson is the one that is responsible for, developing Curry and Draymond and whoever else was on that team to make it a championship team. And they went to the playoffs, but they lost, and then he got fired, and then Lakeup goes ahead and hires Kerr, and he comes in, and everything is everything. They had the defense, they had the offense, and everything. And Kerr didn't have to really do much of anything except just draw up the plan on who was going to start and finish and all of that. And then what happens? We get a lucky year back in 23, and ever since it's kind of gone downhill. And he wonders why J.K. can't step up and everything. Well, it's because I like what that caller said earlier about, where they brought in Lamb and Jerome and, took away their playing time, J.K. and the youngsters that were on the team. Moody, you got to help develop these players instead of bringing, unless they're coming on the team to stay on the team, then I don't like it. And they need to make sure that the next head coach is going to be more like a Mark Jackson and help develop those players and get them in line to play for a championship. Thank you.
Thanks, Jan.
She's the best. People calling her the GOAT. She's the best. And that was me, Jan, that brought up the Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome. Not that I'm about credit, but call me Equifax.
It's a 4.
Mark Jackson had the wrong offense, so Steve Kerr changed the offense, and a dynasty was born. But, yeah, I love Mark. But
what are we talking about?
Yeah. I'm not happy with 9 and 8.
I appreciate the call.
Can you understand domination? Okay, I love that.
I don't think people
I'm never going to say, 9 and 8. Nah, that ain't how I saw it. Nah.
Yeah, all Steve Kerr did was unlock a revolutionary player.
No doubt.
Yeah,
man.
that's all he did. Okay, the Warriors are 9 and 8.
I hate it. Okay.
But they've gone through these stretches before. Like last year, they were what? 12 and 12?
Well, that was different. Yeah. It got nasty.
16?
It got scary then.
Yeah,
everybody. I thought Curry getting old before our eyes, and we all got scared. It was nasty.
Well, I do believe that this is where hopefully the season is going to look to turn because, and again, I told you yesterday, and I do believe this. Like the schedule excuses are going to come to an end because I think the Warriors are going to start playing better basketball, and they'll have more time. They'll have these practices that Kerr is telling us are going to make a difference. But they kind of they have to start turning things around.
Okay.
Otherwise, there are going to be some alarms raised in that building.
Wowie.
And I think even if they start to play better, like they're still missing something. Hopefully Melton can help a little bit. Maybe it's
you hearing anything about Melton?
Well, he's going to be reevaluated
I thought it was November.
in 10 days.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
Well, no, he got ACL surgery, I think, at the beginning of December. So it'll be about a year from when he returns from his ACL tear.
And then you got what to expect. That takes time.
Yeah, he is also a guy who is kind of injury prone. So I don't know. Like, I'm not expecting for them to get insert dominant two-way player.
I hear you, E, but you're right.
People talk about Anthony Melton like last year, like he was the reason why they were 12
But he was great, though. He was great.
No, he's a good player.
And the compliment to him, Evan, is he tore his damn ACL and they wanted him back, predicated on being proactive. If you can get back from that injury, you fit like a glove. Shout out Gary Payton the first.
Well, he also wanted them back because he wasn't going to get another contract.
Yeah. Well, that part.
Because he's coming off a torn ACL.
I hear you.
All right, we got Clifford Ray coming up in just about 20 minutes here. High noon on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, heck yeah.
Thanks, Jan. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment is sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ceremony Ford's year-end sales event is on right now with 0% APR for 60 months, 0 down, and no payments for 90 days on all Ford's top models. Deal ends on January 5th. So visit Ceremony Ford on Ceremony Boulevard in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey, this is Joe Shasky from 95.7 The Game. Want to hear something super? Well, Merit America wants to get you on the path to a super new high-paying career with free coaching and training. And the first step is a super job working at the super big game. Go to meritamerica.org/super and see how you can sign up for super career training in HR, logistics, data analysis, and much more for free. So go to meritamerica.org/super. This is a super opportunity, and it's brought to you by Merit America.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling, you busting out of your front door. Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
This Black Friday is the best time to get the Toyota you've been wanting, but these deals will disappear soon. Right now, get low 3.99% financing or a low-cost lease on the capable 2025 RAV4. Or get a low-cost lease on the sporty 2026 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid or the fuel-efficient 2026 51 MPG Camry. Black Friday is almost over, so visit your Toyota dealership before these deals are gone. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit ends 12/1/25.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Almost every 8 minutes. That's how often Uber received a report of sexual assault or sexual misconduct. And despite over 400,000 reports, Uber turned a blind eye. Instead of protecting women, Uber downplayed the problem, delayed safety measures, and prioritized profit over passenger safety. Now, Uber wants to stop Californians from holding them accountable in court. Every 8 minutes, Uber tries to silence victims. Paid for by Habas and Associates.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Kuselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
San Jose rain breaks in the afternoon, high 59.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Get ready for the return of the legendary rock group Motley Crue when they come to the Bay Area September 24th at Shoreline Amphitheater with Tesla and Extreme. For more info and a chance to score a pair of tickets, courtesy of Live Nation, enter our contest online at 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Pods. Gettings in for Steiny with Goo. We got Clifford Ray coming up in about 10 minutes.
Yeah. I'll be in the house, both of us tomorrow night.
Yep. So looking forward to that. Also, too, this is a little note from the Warriors. The 1975 guys will be signing autographs in the Golden State, I assume, team shop, from 5:50 to 6:25 before the game. So 7 o'clock tip, you can go meet the guys, get an autograph. Again, 1975 Warriors championship team.
Wow, man.
So pretty cool.
Yeah.
Dude, I got something. I'm kind of mad at myself, but I'm also kind of mad at my brother. Not really mad, but, you know.
This is the part. This is what I love. The personal stuff. Go ahead.
Radio mad. Yeah. So I agreed to take care of the dog, his dog.
Okay.
This weekend. I don't know, a month ago. I forgot. So I'm still going to do it, and I still can do it. But when I talked to my dad for his birthday a few days ago, he goes, "Oh, are you looking forward to having the dog this weekend?"
That's right.
And I am. I love the dog. But I go, oh, my gosh, Jack didn't remind me. My brother's name is Jack. And so Jack hits me last night at like 10 o'clock and goes, "Are you still good to take the dog?" I feel like I need a little more of a heads up on that. Now, I agreed to it. That's on me. But What am I going to say no? I don't know what I'm doing a month from now. So, little bro, can I please get some more of a heads up? I got some things to do this weekend.
Now, I feel like I'm talking to the white guru. And, Evan, I'm here for you. You're Kaminga. I'm going to be your Jimmy Butler. You committed. You're a grown-up. Be a brother. He shouldn't have to follow up and double back. But when Pops dropped, hey, I'm looking out for my other son as I talked to my other son, I mean, that was it. That ain't on him. You got to remember.
Well, that's why I'm mad at me and him, because we're both forgetful about these things.
Will he be at your house, the dog, by itself?
No, I got to go pick him up.
Okay.
Like, I got to go get all his stuff and bring him over to the crib.
I guess my point is, will he ever be at your spot alone without you this weekend?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Talk about that.
Well, yeah, you will. Little does he know. No, because, look, I got to do the Saturday morning show. I got to broadcast at St. Mary's on Saturday night. So I got some stuff to do.
Dude, I'm just being real, and it's a compliment. And I'm just asking you, because I'm here for you and the listeners. You've been on the mic a lot. How you doing? How you holding up? How you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling a little under the weather.
Seriously?
Yeah, that's why I'm drinking tea.
So Steiny didn't got you. He didn't went to New Orleans and got the bug.
He got the Bayou flu.
Wow.
He brought it back.
But you're fighting through it. I love you.
Well, I also get to learn a little bit, too. So this had me thinking about the Warriors last night. So after St. Mary's beat Arkansas State, and I'm sitting in postgame, and I'm talking to Randy Bennett, the head coach.
Uh-oh.
I think he's a brilliant basketball mind. And I asked him a question about his backcourt. I'm like, do you think they're ahead of schedule, behind schedule? You know, they're 5-0. They're playing good basketball right now. And he just thinks about it, and he says, you know, I think they're actually ahead of schedule. And he breaks down why and talks about the backcourt and stuff like that. If I asked you right now, because I talked about the Niners earlier, about the Warriors, if I asked you where the Warriors were at as far as being behind, on, or ahead of schedule, how would you answer that?
Behind. I feel like they're behind schedule. And if you like, I'll elaborate, and I think you want me to for the sake of a 4-hour show, Evan, but I didn't see 9 and 8. I don't give a damn, and it's not me, the travel miles. I thought this team, with what Jimmy Butler orchestrated in Diego, you're familiar with Diego, I thought they were going to hit the ground in the season running. And right now it's not, and it's become abundantly clear that maybe our young players aren't as good as others. I know some people in Dub Nation were already there. I was late, but I'm just lightweight irritated. I'm not mad at Kaminga. I'm not mad at Kerr. I just don't understand through 5 games how we all, even Steiny, declared Kaminga to have passed the test. He passed the test through 5. So shame on me for thinking maybe we could get to 15 or 20 before we say, hey, this is a difficult test. And all of a sudden, Evan, and I don't even know what or who to blame, and mostly it's on Kaminga, but then the turnover started, and then there was does he fit? And now we're right back, or at least I am mentally of, oh boy, I don't know where. It's just, I'm scrambled eggs upstairs.
I was wrong.
If Steiny, I was.
Doesn't say that often.
Yeah, but I don't know what to think, and I'm getting more upset by the day. But last night, I know he was missed because he is the best of what we got in regard to the others and the future.
See, I would say they're on schedule. And not, I know we've been talking a lot about the schedule lately, but I think they're on schedule.
How so, though? What am I missing?
A lot of, like, what they're trying to do, we talked about it in the green room, and we could just be honest about it. What they're trying to do is something that's never been done before.
Wow.
Which
that
is
did happen.
Win a championship, or even just go deep into the playoffs with not just 3, but 4 players that are 35 years or older. Because Horford is a guy that they had envisioned being in their closing lineup. But not quietly, he's been playing his way out of that.
Man.
But what they're trying to accomplish has never been done before. Just like what they tried to accomplish last season when they got to the playoffs had never been done before. Winning a championship with that amount of age being focal points for your team. That's never been done. So I think that, again, it's hard for me to look at this team and say they're taking a game on November 18th and 19th, their 5th back-to-back out of the gate, as seriously as they took those last 31 games last season, when they knew that there was a light at the end of the tunnel. It's not even 2026 yet.
Wow. Well, okay.
That's why I think they're on schedule.
I like that. But what about this, Ian? Tell me what you give me for this one. I thought this was Operation Avoid the Play-In. And the fact that you got the ages, they are what they are. I'm with you. But we did think some youngsters, and they still can take the next step or kind of get out of a rut. But, Evan, I thought this season was about operation not play-in. And right now they're the 8th seed, and you know what that constitutes, the play-in. So I guess just it's 17 games, people. You're going to tell me to relax, take a sedative. But, Evan, we're right where I don't see any change. Shout out Tupac.
From what? From last year?
Yes.
Well, if anything,
standing-wise and the Jimmy Butler 82-game version of the Warriors.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you've seen regression from last year. So there has been change, just not the change you want to see.
Right. And I think, you tell me if you're wrong, if I'm wrong, Evan, I think the sooner or the quicker a season starts it's easier. It's hard. I know you're going to be like, well, how would you know, Goo? It feels like it's easier to kind of manipulate a winning record than, oh, we're 500. We need to go on a run in February or March. Like, I guess what I'm saying, Evan, is what happened to the good start? Why did 4-1 go away so fast? That's what I'm talking. So now, am I a fool? And Steiny kind of called me that, thinking the Warriors and Jimmy were going to pick up where they left off last half of the regular season. Was I wrong for that?
No, but I'm not going to say you're wrong. I think many people, including people inside the organization, believe that they would start faster than they did. I think they overlooked the schedule. I think they were overly ambitious about what their old players had at the beginning of the season. And I think they overestimated how much development this summer meant for their young players. Like, how many guys, I would say of the players, well, I mean, I guess he's regressed a bit, but it looked like at the beginning of the season, the guy who had taken the biggest leap was Jonathan Kuminga.
Right.
And now we're second-guessing that. I don't think Pods has taken a leap. I think
we've seen the best
Post
of Pods.
has taken a leap. I think Moody's gotten better, but he's not. I mean, you said it last night. It's he's not a guy who can carry you on an off night.
Nah.
He needs guys out there around him. Will Richard, I love him, but he needs guys out there around him. They have a lot of role players, and when those role players have to do other things, it ain't working. It doesn't look like it's working for me. Let's go to Tony, who's in San Francisco. 888-957-9570. We also got, we got Clifford Ray coming up in a sec here. So let's sneak Tony in before we get to Clifford Ray. Tony, welcome to the program. What's going on?
Hey, thanks. Hey, fellas. You know what I always find odd is he still seems like a wallflower. In those moments when everyone's rallying together and hyping each other up and they're just losing control of either excitement or focus, trying to get back into the game. The whole team's jumping around each other, and there he is, emotionless, with that look on his face. It's kind of like a smirk. I don't know what it is. Like, it's odd. It's like he's not part of the team, but he is. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I get you, but I'll just say this, and Evan, I think it's just he's not a demonstrative type of personality, so he's always, got that subdued look.
Oh, me?
Kaminga.
Oh,
yeah.
I was going to say it kind of fits sometimes. No, I don't think you can read too much into that. Guys,
because he's not Mr. Flamboyant and Draymond Green. That's why we love guys like that.
No, I think he also smiles quite a bit.
Yeah.
I think Jonathan Kuminga is a positive, upbeat kind of guy.
When it's not going well for JK, this is how I know, Evan. He's having a long conversation with the ref. The ball's going the other way, and I'm like, JK, you missed it or you turned it over. But that's symbolic to me about, man, you're fighting the wrong fight. Like, maybe you just made a mistake, but you ain't going to get the ref to change it. They're going the other way. But hopefully when he gets back, and here I go. I don't want to be I know we got Cliff coming up. Evan, when is he coming back from this bilateral tendonitis thing? At 23.
Well, I know the morning show's talking to Macklin Celebrini tomorrow.
Our guy.
I don't know if we can talk to Rick Celebrini tomorrow, who's the guy who really makes that choice about when he does or does not come back. Okay, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGM ZFM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We got Clifford Ray coming up just momentarily. Again, member of the 1975 Warriors championship team, played there from 1974 to 1981. Had a long career, also a long career as an assistant coach afterwards.
Won with the Celtics.
Yep,
2008.
Yeah. And he's going to be around tomorrow again from 5:50 to 6:25, along with the rest of that championship team that is around.
That's dope, man.
Signing autographs at the team store. So looking forward to that. And then Goo, maybe you can help me a little bit because
if anything but Bray.
Well, someone put in the YouTube chat earlier that Steiny and Dibbs were the only guys who were around to see that championship. And
it's a joke, guys.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Now, if they put me in there, I'd be mad. But go ahead. Pasta got me
we've
already.
already talked about that.
Yeah.
We've already talked about that. Pasta stepped on some toes this morning, that's for sure. But no, I think. Oh, we got him? We got him.
All right.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Evan Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson, now pleased to be joined by 1975 NBA champion Clifford Ray, who again is going to be honored with the rest of that team tomorrow when the Portland Trailblazers come to Chase Center. He'll be out before the game at the team store. But Clifford, thank you so much for joining us. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. And look, I know I don't know how often you guys get to kind of get together, talk about what you guys were able to accomplish, but for a long time, the 1975 team, that was the team for many in the Bay Area, for Golden State Warriors fans. Just when you get back together with those guys like you will tomorrow, kind of what are the conversations, what are the memories and the lanes that you guys go down together?
We don't really go down as many lanes as you think because we spent our entire lives together.
Mm.
We never have not been connected. We always stay connected. And so we're the guys who made up our mind that we were going to plant a seed in the Bay Area for the younger guys who were going to come along, that were going to have an opportunity to have generational wealth. And we knew that we would not achieve the monetary compensation. But we feel great because when we see the Curry and Clay and all the guys that came, Kevin Durant, all these guys that have come together and put more than one championship on the floor in the Warriors, we feel like that we were the guys that planted that seed.
And that's why
Yeah. So that's how we looked at it. We did not look at it with a chip on our shoulder and feel like we were being taken advantage of.
No, I love that, Cliff, and you were my hero growing up. And I just wanted to ask you about that incredible season and what you did for the Bay and the city of Oakland. What do you remember most about that season going into it? Did you think, we could pull this off?
Well, when I got traded for Nate Thurman, I thought that I was going into a situation where he was one of the greatest players that played for the Warriors. He and Rick Barry played together, Cassie Russell, a lot of different guys, but they had never really got over the top. And so when I got traded for him, I came out and I looked at the team and I felt like if I saw the one thing that we needed to do that would be successful, because when I looked at all the players, I was like, man, this is a heck of a team. We just got to learn how to deal with our teammate, Rick Barry, and they didn't know how to deal with him. And so I just said, I asked the coaches and everybody if they could go out of the room, and Rick, and I said, is there anybody in here who can average 35 points a game every night? And nobody raised their hand because we were being truthful to one another at the time. And so through all that process, we were able to understand what it's like to play with a perfectionist, also play with a guy who's from Roselle Park, New Jersey, who has an edge. Because if you go to Roselle Park, New Jersey, everybody in that city got an edge. So once everybody understood that, and we all wanted to leave something for the Bay Area. That was all of our goals. Charles Dudley, Charles Johnson, Noops, who was George Johnson. He's probably the quietest, most unknown one. He and I, if you look at our statistics, we're all-star statistics together. And now we see teams trying to concentrate on having two postmen, and they always had more guards because the guards are the quarterback. And, I tell people all the time, my teammate Charles Dudley came off the bench for us, but he probably was one of the most important cards on our team because when they pressed us, all we did was put the ball in his hand and got the hell out of the way. And so, so everybody contributed a chapter to winning that world championship. Every single player on the team, even the two guys who didn't get to play very much was Steve Bracey and Frank Kendricks. And they even played a role because they never was down. There was never any negativity. We just made our minds up that we were going to leave something for Oakland because we moved from San Francisco to Oakland. And so we just thought, Oakland needed as much as we could leave, and we wanted to leave a legacy in Oakland. And you know what? I thank God that I got traded there. The people didn't hate me because they lost a great Hall of Fame player in Nate Thurman, and he was one of my idols. He and Bill Russell, who motivated me to be a defensive player.
Clifford Ray joining us here on 95.7 The Game, a part of the Warriors championship team in 1975. 50-year anniversary. They're going to be honored on Friday, tomorrow, at Chase Center when the Warriors take on the Blazers. Cliff, I want to ask you about another Hall of Famer and your head coach, and Al Attles, who unfortunately left us last year. And how would you describe him? We know what kind of player, how dominant physical he was. What was he like as a coach, and how did he help you guys realize your goals like you were talking about?
Well, he had the same philosophy that we had. He was there was not that many coaches, black coaches in the game. Lenny Wilkins, who just passed away, Al Attles, and Bill Russell. And so we all wanted to do good for him. And he wasn't a slave driver. He didn't have to do nothing but look at us, and we never wanted to disappoint him. We always, I remember one of the greatest games I remember is we were playing it was a Thanksgiving, and we were in Milwaukee, and the owner had gave us a dinner, and of course they had all these, we're from California, and when I first came to California, I never saw so many people drinking wine. And I said, God, this is really interesting. I went down somebody took me to lunch at Perry's, and it was like 11 o'clock, and everybody drinking wine. And so anyways, I decided I said, you know what? This is kind of a cool place. It was like being in Europe. And so anyways, to make a long story short, we all realized that we had an opportunity to do something good for a community that had embraced us. And in the whole Bay Area, from all the way from where we practiced at San Bruno, all the way across the Bay, Mormon Temple, we were at Cow Palace, so we really wanted to leave something, and we all were very disciplined, and we made up our minds what we were going to do. We learned how to get along with everybody, each and everybody's ego. We always put our ego in back of us, and we worked for that common cause to become a champion.
Wow. And you did that.
He was one of our biggest influences because we wanted to do this for him because there wasn't that many black coaches.
Oh, that's beautiful. Hey, Clifford, I want to ask you this. I wish we had you for 2 hours, but there's so many questions I want to ask you about. And, Steph has been part of a dynasty we've been lucky to have here in the Bay, along with Draymond. And, doing what we do, I don't always agree with Draymond and what he says, but I call him Joe Frazier, Clifford, and that's the biggest compliment I can give. Can you walk us through, Draymond being his size and how effective and impactful he's been as a defender and what he could have done during your era? Would he have been, as good as he is in your era? And basically just what do you see when you watch Dre play D?
Oh, I was with him the other night. I live in Orlando, Florida, and they played the Magic.
Mm.
And he came over to give me a hug, and I said, I'm so very proud of you.
Mm.
I said, when I watch you play, I see myself. And I said, you would have been the same impactful player in our era because you could play the hand check. There wouldn't be no problem. Where today, if they was hand checking, there'd be more fights than you could take a stick at. So, but he was, he has been, you already know size does not matter in basketball. It's the desire and what you really want to accomplish. Look at Curry. I mean, he's a little guy. I mean, and look at him. He's the best shooter in the world. And he's also not just the best shooter in the world. He's a great basketball player. I mean, he moves constant motion. And the only guy that, who he got his movement from was Ray Allen. And he moved better than Ray Allen. And I thought Ray was the best I ever saw until I saw Curry and got to be alongside of Curry.
Mm.
And then when you put all those players together, that they did a great job. The two guys, the ownership and then personnel people put guys around Clay, Curry, and Draymond, and they put the right personnel on the floor, and they always had good coaching. And, Coach was the perfect fit for what they was trying to get done. And it's just been a tremendous boost for the entire Bay Area. I'm so proud of them. We all are. Charles and I was talking about that at dinner last night, and we were saying, you know what? When we watch them, we feel good because we knew it. We knew we planted those seeds.
Clifford Ray joining us. Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, no problem.
No, Clifford Ray joining us here on 95.7 The Game, and I did want to talk to you about that, which is sacrifice. So on that championship team, it's my understanding it was your job to rebound, to anchor the defense. You played the second most minutes on that team behind Rick Barry. It was your job not always to score, but to do kind of the dirty work. Where did you get that understanding and really sort of relish the role of doing the other things as opposed to being the player who, like you mentioned earlier, could get your team 35 points a game?
Because I had watched Al Attles. He was an idol of mine. I always thought, here's this guy, and he and the only two guys I knew was him and Lenny Wilkins, and I was thinking, man, I was so impressed when I first saw him play alongside Wilt Chamberlain, and the night that Wilt scored 100 points, he was the next highest scorer. And I had games, I'll never forget a game I played against the Lakers. I know Kareem probably had a migraine that day, but I went at him. But, it's just, those kind of things were the things that motivated you. And also when I grew up, I did a lot of working because we were a poor family, and I would pick peaches with a group of guys that were older, and they had 5 guys, but they usually have 6 where somebody got sick. And so they said, we're going to take that younger guy. And I had put my age up. And so we wound up, they told me, they said, okay, we're going to have 2 guys on one side of the tree and the other 2 guys on the other side of the tree, and then you'll be on the back side and the other guys on the front side. And we used to line up those crates of peaches and far as you could see during the course of an 8-hour, 9-hour day, and I learned teamwork from those guys.
That's beautiful. I got to tell you this. Don't laugh at me, Clifford. Last night I'm with my in-laws, my sister-in-law. She's a school teacher. We were sipping wine, and I told her we was having you on the show, and she said, don't forget to ask Clifford about his children's book, Big Clifford Ray Saves the Day. Can you tell us how that all came together and what inspired you to write that?
Well, after 30 years, I got tired of kids telling me, why don't you write a book and you could read it to us? And so finally one day I just sat down and I got it together and wrote. And I realized I had 4 other books that I wanted to write, the reason that I wanted to write it because there were things that kids probably don't have an opportunity to have as much freedom as we had living in a small community in a small town, regardless of the fact whether it was integrated or non-integrated. People were nice. I mean, in the South, people say, well, do you regret having to grow up in the South? I said, that was the best time of my life. And so what happened is that I finally wrote this book, and it was a true story, and people loved it. And so I just finished the second book that is going to go to the publishers. It's called Big Clifford, the Little Boy Who Wanted to Read.
Wow.
And so all of those things are things that kids, parents want their kids to read more. They want them to get off all those electronic equipments and whatnot and to understand and be more. Do you know that there's only probably about, I think they said it was, 43%? I'm not sure what the percentage of people in the whole world that don't read at fifth grade level. Fourth or fifth grade level.
Wow.
Is it 43%? Yeah. My brilliant teammate, who is Charles Dudley, is, he's so on it. He's been he's a driving force on the Cardiac Kid film. And he just finished, we all just participated in it, and now it's going to the Sundance Festival.
Wow. Is he with you now, Clifford?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, tell him hello. Tell him we Evan and Guru said hello. Ed in the Bay.
How you doing?
All right. Hey, we appreciate all your hard work, man. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you. But this is Clifford's time. This is not my time.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, but Clifford's a wonderful human being. I've been very lucky to be around him and experience what we experienced over the last 50 years because there's a great bond between Clifford and all our teammates, and that's rare in this day, and especially sports.
Wow,
that you stay connected over 50 years, and then we miss the guys that are no longer with us.
Beautiful. Steve
Brady, Phil Smith, Charles Johnson, Derek Dickey, and this film is also about I call it our love for those guys who are no longer here, because I wanted to make sure that this story was told, because I didn't want all their success and all the dreams that they had to be lost in NBA history. So it was very important for me to commit the last 3 years of trying to get this documentary done, and it's a special documentary because it also addresses what we went through and how we were marginalized, during our time.
Wow!
So I think this is the greatest upset. This was the greatest upset in NBA history, I think, for sports, because we were only expected to win 20 games that year. We won the NBA championship. You think about, we were the third team in NBA history to win 4-0 in the final.
Man.
There's only 9 right now, 9 in the history of the NBA. So, and then you think about us not being able to play at the Coliseum because it was already booked. So we had to play at the Cow Palace, we never played at the Cow Palace, but we were lucky there again, because if the Cow Palace was booked, we would have to play at the Civic Center with 5,000 people that would do that game. So again, I don't want to take Clifford's minute, because it's very important that you guys ask for me, and I really appreciate you making the effort to reach out to us. Because,
no doubt.
So I'll put Clifford back on. I hope I didn't bore you with
I'll tell you this real quick before you give us back to Clifford. I'm a little older than my partner. I'm in my 50s, but nothing's more important than fellowship. And it seems like you guys are doing that, and you're paying respect to those that have passed on. So that's a beautiful thing, and we can't wait to check out your work.
No doubt.
Can I give you one more thing?
Of course.
And most people don't realize. Before that season, Attles ran the Warriors by himself. He was the only coach, right? So all those years that Al was by himself coaching individually. Joe Roberts, the late Joe Roberts, assistant coach, right? That was the first time Al's had an assistant coach. And people don't realize that. And they don't realize that Joe Roberts played in that championship with Seafree, Havlicek, Lucas, and he was a tremendous coach. And he coached the last game when we beat the Washington Bullets 4-0 because Al was thrown out of the game in the first couple of minutes. So he coached the final. So I don't think there's another assistant coach that you would look at in NBA history that coached the final game of a championship and won it, even today. So I'll put Clifford. I know I've been a little long-winded.
That's beautiful, man.
No, thank you.
I'll put it back on.
I got
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, I mean, kind of on that note, I'd sincerely, like, as someone who grew up in the East Bay, who loved the Warriors growing up, I want to thank both of you for laying the groundwork for what we know now to be Bay Area basketball. And one of the reasons, looking back, why when they won the championship in 2015, the first one in 40 years since you guys have done it, why it was so special is because of the kind of work that you guys did. So I really want to thank both of you, and I'm glad that you allowed both parties to speak on really just what you guys accomplished and set as far as Bay Area basketball standards for an organization that has now seen unimaginable heights. So thank you both.
Yeah, we also like to thank the people in Oakland and the Bay Area for how wonderful they've been to us. We didn't ever really realize all of this until we got older. And now we see it because we'll meet people in the streets. I came in the airport yesterday and people ran over to get a picture. They said, "Oh, we bought your book." We're sitting here with a young lady now who's from the Mass, and she was here doing business, and she's, talking about the same thing. And she was just saying that how, she's from Massachusetts with Boston Celtics. And we were saying that, we were able to win a championship. She didn't know that, but now she's, been here, and we were just all talking about all the same things that you guys were talking about. And then this is why we come back, because, Oakland was our home. And Bay Area was a place that we went. In those days, you could leave Oakland, go to San Jose, then go to Santa Cruz, then come back through the city, stop at Perry's, then go across the Golden Gate Bridge and go to the Trident, and then go home.
Wow.
All in one day. You cannot do that now.
Wow, man.
No doubt. Well, hey, Clifford, thank you so much for making time for us. We're looking forward to seeing you, and we're looking forward to your entire team being honored as they should tomorrow at Chase Center.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate you guys thinking about us. And we like to say God bless all the people in the Bay Area, and we hope the world gets a little bit better each day. And thank God for our children that are going to make it better. That's why I work with kids, and that's why I wrote these children books to help that.
Love
right on.
Right back
Love
at
that.
you, Cliff.
Thank you so much, Clifford. Clifford Ray here on 95.7 The Game. And, man, I feel like I was just in a time capsule.
Man, that was great. That was just history and what they're still moving and doing their thing now. And, man, it would just be a pleasure and an honor to check out what their film at the Sundance Festival. It looks like it's about to debut there, but we get a chance to do that. That would be awesome.
Yeah, no doubt. And check out his children's book as well. And also, by the way, if you heard the interview, you want to get a chance to meet these guys. They are signing autographs tomorrow from 5:50 to 6:25 at the Warriors team store. Right before, of course, they're honored along with the remaining members of the 1975 Warriors team.
I'm going to go say hello,
at Chase Center.
Cliff.
Yeah, tomorrow for the Warriors. We're both going to be there. So
hey.
That's pretty That's pretty damn cool, man. That's pretty damn cool.
That's what you call an OG. That was gang. I mean, that was wisdom. Just, man.
Yeah, I could just sit there and listen in for hours.
Hey, where'd he go? Santa Cruz City, Perry's, cross the Golden Gate.
Well, listening to guys that had to not just play, but also live at a time that is completely different from now. Like, I remember my dad, he took me to go listen to a man named Elijah Pumpsy Green.
Wow.
When he was, I think he was in his 70s. I was in Little League. Now, for those who don't know, Pumpsy Green was the last man to integrate baseball.
Oh, come
on,
man.
The Boston Red Sox were the final team who would not let a black player on their squad. Elijah Green was the man that broke that final barrier. And he doesn't get remembered, obviously, because
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, he was the last guy to do it, but he's from El Cerrito. Well, he's from Richmond, but he went to El Cerrito High. And so he would go and speak to a lot of the little leaguers, and I didn't really understand at the time because I was, I don't know, probably 10. But I'm grateful that my dad took me to go listen to him and his experience and his story, talking about a time in baseball, a sport that I like, that does not exist anymore for very obvious and great reasons. So
that's heavy. Beautiful by your dad, too, man.
Yeah, it's always stuck with me. And just listening to people from different generations, again, it doesn't have to necessarily be about anything sports-related, racial, other, but just listening to people talk about their experiences from their lives, it's pretty damn cool. So
what
I'm glad
about
that we
the
get to
reading
honor it.
metrics that he talked about, Evan? The 5th grade level, man.
Well, it's cool that
stuff we take for granted.
It's cool that he's trying to do something about it. Again, Clifford Ray played center, power forward, member of the 1975 Golden State Warriors NBA championship team, played 10 years, grabbed more rebounds than he scored points.
That's incredible, E.
All right, we come back on the other side. I do want to pivot to football. We obviously got a big game coming up on Monday night between the 49ers and the Panthers, and we're going to get into that when we return. On Monday, the Niners take on Carolina. You know that. You also know we'll be at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale, right down the street from the stadium. Willard and Dibs get you ready for the game starting at 2 o'clock, so come on by for great food and great drinks. And more importantly, your chance to sign up for the free shuttle to and from the stadium. So go to 957thegame.com right now. Seats fill up fast. That's 957thegame.com. We'll see you there.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The NBA season's rollin', and DraftKings' newest game, Pick 6, is the easiest way to play for your shot at big wins. NBA stars are lighting it up. Now their numbers aren't just highlights, they're your shot to cash in. Here's how it works. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in Pick 6 credits with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball, pick, play, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5 and get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Ends December 2nd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out video only before you buy.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers, auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the products for your next oil change. Right now, get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a Wix filter for $35.99. Plus, get a $15 gift card after rebate. Limit supply. See your O'Reilly Auto Parts store for details or shop O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson. Big shout out to Clifford Ray and the entire 1975 Warriors team. Just chatted with him for quite some time. And if you want to go check out that interview, hit the Odyssey app, rewind link. Also should be up there in a little bit in our podcast feed. No, good conversation.
Man, great. And he'll be in the building. Rightfully so. They will. Being honored. But Evan, what did our guy tell us? They came into that season. They were supposed to win about 20 games, and they win it all in sweep in doing so.
Yeah, and the way he's describing it sounded like the original strength in numbers.
Man.
Which obviously, 50 years, man.
And they're still tight, it sounds like.
Still tight.
And remember the ones that are not with us.
Still with us.
Yeah.
And again, they're going to be honored tomorrow at Chase Center. All right, the Niners also got a big game coming up this week. We know that they took care of the Arizona Cardinals. Now they got the Carolina Panthers, Goo. And this is what I was thinking about today. So, what do the Panthers and the Niners have in common? It's the running back. It is not literally now, but where they're linked and where their franchises have gone in completely different directions was in 2022 when the Carolina Panthers sent one Christian McCaffrey to the San Francisco 49ers for a second, a third, and a fifth-round pick.
Damn.
The Niners essentially won a bidding war. There were other teams in it. I know the Rams were also one of those teams. But these two franchises have gone in complete... I don't know if the Niners would be where they are right now, even having found Brock Purdy and all the rest.
With no C-Mac.
With no CMC. Like, I think that's how good of a player he's been for them since they've gotten him. And the results would back that up because since he got to San Francisco, they are 35-21. They've played in 6 playoff games. And since he was traded from the Carolina Panthers, they are 19-37 as a team. and they have not sniffed the playoffs. This might be the biggest game for them.
In
They're
the
6
last
and 5.
decade. Yeah, Baldy told the morning show, and I agree with them.
Yeah, so this game is massive for them, and it's also big from the 49ers standpoint, too, because it's a big swing game, either getting them to 8 wins or obviously they fall to 7 and 5.
No doubt, Evan. And again, you didn't ask me this, but this is what comes out when we go down this route. It just brings me to Kyle, too, and his brilliance, that you are right. Christian McCaffrey and this Niner team had a chance a couple years ago in Vegas to beat Kansas City and win the Super Bowl. But Kyle's built something from the ground up so powerful that they also got to the Super Bowl without the services of McCaffrey. Like, I don't forget that. It's like, damn, Kyle did that with Mostert, Breida, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But, Evan, it makes me think about the San Francisco 49ers, me not being negative, but just keeping it real. A playoff berth is at stake this Monday. They got action at the division, but they need to win. They got action at the 7th seed.
So you think if the Niners don't win this game, they're not going to make the playoffs?
It would be, to me, the symbol of now the chickens have come home to roost. Nobody to be mad at. And I know Shasky and fans like him wish that they had made a move, but they didn't. And, Evan, if they lose this game, then I believe, and it's not mathematically over, this was just symbolic of this ain't our year to try to get in and be happy to get in, because when the Niners get in, they damn near go all the way. So that's what I would be telling you or Steiny Tuesday morning if somehow they slip up. But with that, Evan, you tell me what you think of this. And am I being wrong or cruel? It's just sports talk radio, nobody being cruel. But, Evan, what if I tell you I just feel like with the uncertainty of when Bosa's getting back, when Warner's getting back, and maybe they're both back week 1, I don't know, Ayuk, does it kind of feel like the Niners and Kyle missed their best chance to win a Super Bowl already?
Probably, but that's what they're trying to get back to. They're trying to compete while also building towards whatever the next group is that could challenge for a Super Bowl. Like, that's why I think it was Ross Tucker that said this, and I completely agree with this. I'm going to replay it for us from earlier in the week with you and Steiny.
I think they're good. I don't think they're a contender, if that makes sense, right? So I do on Tuesdays, Steiny, I do my power rankings, and I'm literally pulling it up right now just so I'm not lying to you guys here. I have the Rams 1, Eagles 2, Seahawks 3 in the entire NFL.
Oh,
okay. Rams, Eagles, Seahawks. I have Niners 13, okay? So to me, they're a good team, but I have them behind those 3. Also, Colts, Patriots, Broncos, Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, Lions, Packers, Bucks. Then I get to the Niners. My power rankings are based on what I think would happen if these teams played like a best of 5, best of 7 at a neutral site. I think the Niners are a good team. I don't think that they're going to win 3 playoff games and get to the Super Bowl.
But that's why, to his last point, that's why I think that they should win on Monday. Why they should beat the Panthers.
Because you feel it, yeah.
Because they're better than Carolina if they played them 5 to 7. Now, I realize it's the NFL. You get one game, you mess it up, you blow it, you're done. But
it's the beauty of the sport, too.
But if they played 5 to 7 times, the Niners would win the majority of those games. That's why I feel good about this game, and why I feel like, to your point, about them making the playoffs, you got to put money on it.
Okay, wow, E, I love that, but let me just throw this back at you. How much of your confidence or bravado, and I get it, is because of what they have and they're better offensively? How much of that, where are you at defensively? Because to me, and I know it was Atlanta, Bryce Young, who I don't think highly of, and is giving me the middle finger, the fact that they're in this position in this team, he threw for 448 yards against Atlanta. And I guess I'm just asking you, Evan, do you have any trepidation about the Niners' defense maybe not being able to slow down Rico Dowdle and Bryce Young in this version of the Panthers' offense to keep the game close or even yet win it maybe if the Niners' offense were to have some turnovers?
I think the reason why I trust the Niners more is because I think that they have more of an identity than the Panthers do. Wow. And their identity lies in their offense. And people might not trust Brock Purdy, but to me, when he came back, the identity of this team came back.
I get that, man.
They control the ball. They keep the ball. They dictate the terms of engagement. And I think that's how they get it done. Because, again, I started this with talking about McCaffrey being where these two franchises parted ways, right? The Niners ascended, the Panthers descended. And the Panthers are having a decent year, right? They're 6-5. They're 6-4 when Bryce Young quarterbacks for them. And they've won 5 of their last 6 games with him at the helm. To me, it's not been about him, though. He's won a couple of... Last week, he was really good. The week before, he stunk it up against New Orleans. They didn't beat Green Bay because of Bryce Young. They haven't beat the New York Jets, in my opinion, because of Bryce Young. The quarterback is a part of what they do, but he's not driving that team. Brock Purdy drives the Niners to me far more than Bryce Young does. And that may not sound like a glowing compliment because people probably don't have Bryce Young ranked very high. Yeah. But the reason why I trust the Niners is because I do feel like they have their identity back. And the defense to me is... I guess it's on the back burner. Or do you think that I'm not taking that into account enough?
No, you've expressed yourself, and I get it, and you are right, because the title of the jam for the Niners for me was, hey, with this defense, in the state that I believe it's in, you can't count on them. What can you do offensively? And we were saying take it up a notch or two. And I think I was reminded Sunday in Arizona, and it wasn't anything Brock did or didn't do. It was just his resume. And now, to me, that's the pathway of maybe offsetting, and I'm being negative because I'm giving the Niners defense no chance to do anything good, it sounds like, or could come up with turnovers. But their offense is on a good day with Kittle, C-Mac, and Purdy and Pearsall, I think can be a problem, and Kyle, and maybe that's how you go.
It could be.
And I don't know where or what height you can get or can't get to, but I know this, Evan. We've seen him take Brock to the Super Bowl. Kyle calling plays. Now, you had a defense. I get that. But, I mean, man. So maybe I'm talking to myself out loud. Maybe I need to double back and say nothing's off the table. And maybe Steiny's right about, and I'm asking you right now, would you be disappointed if you're a Niner fan and where they're at now today, they got the 7th spot?
Yes, but I'll tell you why on the other side, because you got to hit a break here. Right. 408 on the Boxer and Gerson or Injury Attorneys text line. This is fair, too. CMC is the one driving the Niners, not Purdy. That's from Bay 408.
That's okay.
What is the identity of this team, and who is driving it to you? If you're a 49er fan, 888-957-9570. I'll explain myself on the other side as well. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Gettings in for Steinmetz with Guru. That segment was brought to you by Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek Boulevard. Frontier Ford's year-end sales event is on with 0% APR for 60 months. 0 down, no payments for 90 days on all Ford's top models. Deal ends January 5th. Visit Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek or shop anytime at frontierford.com.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Monte Hill for my friends at Ceremony Ford, and the year-end sales event is on now. This is the time to score 0% APR financing for 60 months with $0 down and 0 payments for 90 days on some of Ford's hottest models, including the F-150, Explorer, Escape, Super Duty regular and super cab, transit van, Lightning, and the all-electric Mustang Mach-E. Look, I absolutely love my Explorer. It's perfect for my family, packed with cutting-edge tech and style to stand out wherever you go. And with deals like these, you won't want to miss this chance to grab your dream Ford. Remember, that's 0% APR for 60 months, $0 down, and no payments for 90 days. You can save big on top models right now, but hurry, these year-end deal savings end January 5th, so swing by Ceremony Ford in Colma, just off Ceremony Boulevard, or check out their incredible inventory right now at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's go-to spot for unbeatable year-end deals. And don't forget to tell them that Bonte sent you.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David. And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Dude, what's with that voice? Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio. Bro, people say you have a great face for radio. Oh, you have a face. You have a radio face.
Guys, not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar. With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little ilovejax.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game this Friday for Football Fridays, where they discuss the red and gold and their upcoming game. Presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Almost every 8 minutes. That's how often Uber received a report of sexual assault or sexual misconduct. And despite over 400,000 reports, Uber turned a blind eye. Instead of protecting women, Uber downplayed the problem, delayed safety measures, and prioritized profit over passenger safety. Now, Uber wants to stop Californians from holding them accountable in court. Every 8 minutes, Uber tries to silence victims. Paid for by Habas and Associates.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. The holidays are coming, but so is our pre-holiday sale. And that means everything in the store is 30% off. Not just some things, 30% off everything. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming, only on Paramount Plus.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Again, feeling a little bit under the weather today. Hopefully Steiny's feeling better by tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully you don't have COVID.
It's that time of season. Why you got to go there? Maybe it's just got...
Like I didn't make it up. It's something that's... hey, you little punk. You know, how's it feeling like 50 for your kid's age? Anyway.
Yeah, Risotto, you have really dug yourself a hole.
Evan?
What are you talking about? But first of all...
That's the shirt you had when Coach and Vallejo said, hey, you're looking good, you're pumping iron. And you knew you were on the mic with me. I wore a sweater, not hitting the same at all. But I don't like it.
Well, I'll tell you what I don't like.
Gun show.
No, I'm mad at myself.
What happened?
So I come out of... There's nothing more embarrassing as a man than walking out of the bathroom with your fly open.
Oh, it's man.
It is the absolute worst.
Yeah.
And the first person to be that
male or
awkward
female
person, it doesn't matter. Male.
Like I'm random.
It was a guy.
All right.
It was a guy because he knew.
Looking out for you.
Yeah, guy in sales. He's cool. But he was just like, dude.
Your fly's open.
And I just forgot, man.
Yeah.
It's one of the more embarrassing things.
But I'll say this, the zipper open hits different nowadays in our world. So I just I just tell you I didn't plan it. Come on. I forgot. But it happened to me. I was at the funeral. I was embarrassed. I
didn't mean to forget.
Yeah,
it
but
just
I
happened.
feel different with the world and all that pause stuff you do. And I just everybody does. I'm like, okay, thanks, but yeah.
Well, everyone enjoys a little pull my finger humor from time to time, but that's the one that I'm just embarrassed by.
Evan, you're rocking that shirt. I can see you've been pumping iron. You're looking good.
Oh, he got it. Evan, I'm running the Olympic. I stayed at the gym about 30
Pasta's
more
on
minutes.
the bleep list today.
Yeah.
Did you cut that from Saturday?
Evan, you're rocking that shirt. I can see you've been pumping iron. You're looking good.
Damn, Coach.
Coach and Vallejo.
That's better than Kaminga triple-double.
My
I've had it
man.
for a while. I've been waiting.
You've been waiting on that one? Yeah.
Good stuff.
Shout out, Coach.
Yeah.
Oh, shout out to everybody who's chimed in today. Shout out to Clifford Ray, who came on earlier today.
Evan, that was just OG real stuff right there. Life, man.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Man. And they'll be out there tomorrow.
Yes.
I'm Juice. We'll be out there.
Yes, they will. He was one of the driving forces of that Warriors championship team. If I asked you who's the driving force of the Niners right now, who would it be?
You're not going to like it, but I'm going to be real. It's KS. It's Kyle Shanahan, man.
Oh.
He got to a Super Bowl without McCaffrey. He's got to a Super Bowl without Brock Purdy. And I get mad at him so much because he should have one. But he doesn't, But the bottom line is, do you find that offensive to any player, or do you get what I'm putting down, that Kyle, even with McCaffrey averaging, 3.2 on the year or whatnot, or the running game, not only on McCaffrey, he still fought a way to get his team 3 games over 500 and sitting in the playoff spot right now.
Well, I'm kind of with you in the sense that I think that right now it's the offense. I think the offense is what's going to drive this team to the postseason. And Kyle Shanahan's obviously calling plays. But I disagree that the whole year it's been that side of the football. I think the defense has been the one that for the majority of this season has helped this team. And that's why I was excited. Not to say that Brock Purdy's going to come back and be Superman for every single game, but the one thing you need is help on that side of the football because your defense is deteriorating before our eyes. I mean, if I asked you all the games that the Niners have won this season, you're going down the list. Okay. You're looking at Seattle. They gave up 13 points. I know that Brock Purdy had the game-winning drive.
I can't wait for that second part of that, like the Rams, but go ahead.
They gave up 13 points. New Orleans, 21 points. Cardinals won by 1 point. They gave up 15. The win against the Rams, 23 points.
Shocked everybody.
And then the Falcons, 10 points. My point is, this defense has held this team upright, and they put them in positions to win, I think, more often than not. So the fact that the defense now, because of injuries, because of wear and tear, and again, because of, I don't know, maybe it's just inconsistency, I am looking at Brock Purdy and that offense to be the group that drives home the nail to get this team to the playoffs.
I feel
They've
everything.
shifted identities this season.
I feel everything you're putting down, but do you think myself or any other person diagnosing this Niner defense with those point totals given up by the D, do you think that I'm doing them a disservice, that unit, with the numbers that you just spewed? Like, they're not giving up 50, 60-point burgers like I'm acting like, they can't stop anybody.
No, but, in recent...
Steiny kind of pointed that out a couple of days ago, just the points that the defense has given up. Evan at 40 and 40 and 40, like I feel like I'm sounding and why I'm skeptical about them going far.
No, but where I differ with Steiny is Steiny's looking at the totality, right? He says that they've given up 22.1 points per game, which is like middle of the pack. It's not bad.
Yeah.
But that's not the defense that's on the field right now.
All right, help me out.
Again, that's not the team that was allowing 13 points week 1, 15 points week 3.
I'm feeling that.
10 points in week 6. I'm looking at a defense that right now, over the last 4 weeks, has allowed 26, 24, 42, and 22. So against good offenses, and I'm not saying Carolina has that, but right now the Niners have to score anywhere between 25 to 28 points a game to win, in my opinion. And that's because of the amount of pressure the defense now has placed on the rest of the team.
With the decimation that you talk about.
Exactly. Yeah. They've gotten worse, whereas the offense has improved. And it's not just Purdy's return. I think Pearsall should help them as well. I'm not so sure about Brandon Ayuk coming back because every single time we talk about him, it's like, well, I'll just kick the can down the road one more week.
Yeah, and I was totally wrong about Brock Purdy. Remember, I was like, shelve him, just keep him off. But this one's different. That was a severe. If you go back and look what Brandon wrecked in his knee, you just wonder, do you kind of just, you know what, red shirt this one because you damn near have already done that, E, and then we'll get you going next season.
Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. So visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. 888-957-9570. What's driving this Niners team right now? As you get set for Monday Night Football, Carolina comes in. You win that game, you are 8-4. You basically, I'm not saying you can cakewalk to the playoffs, but you got a very good chance to make the postseason. I think you got an excellent shot to win 10 games. You have a pretty good shot to get to 11. Who knows, maybe 12 based on the teams they have left. But you are in the driver's seat to get to the playoffs, a place that with all the injuries they've sustained, I would think at the beginning of the year, if you told me that, I would tell you no. So to me, I am looking at the offense, Goo, and I'm looking at, I think it's hard to separate Purdy from CMC because he's never played with another running back.
Mm-hmm.
Like the moment that Purdy was thrown in against Miami,
he had the Ferrari.
23 was on the field. So
wow,
it's hard for me to not look at those two as a package deal. But that's where my faith is in. You know, I know that
even with the run game, but even with the run game being lightweight pedestrian as it's been with McCaffrey, Evan. Just the run game, like that don't concern you a bit?
No, it does. But to me, they've been able to maneuver around the lack of a run game with what McCaffrey does in the passing game.
So the impact's not limited.
No, I mean, does it matter that McCaffrey runs for 4 yards or catches a 4-yard pass?
It doesn't. It doesn't to me.
That's how they circumvent that process. Like I think that'll catch up with them down the line, but to me, I don't think it's going to be against Carolina.
Are you giving I am. Are you giving them any chance, Carolina, coming here at 6-5 and pulling off what would be an upset because Vegas has the Niners favored by 7?
Well, I was listening to Brian Baldinger talk about this the other day with the Morning Roast, and it was about the Carolina Panthers and how they've earned their 6 wins. Here's what he had to say.
They've earned their 6 wins this year. I don't know if I think this will be the first time in a long time because it's a national game. It's Monday night. I don't know the last time Carolina played home on a Monday night. Honestly, maybe ChatGPT can give it to us here. But, honestly, because you look some of these games, there's nobody in the stand. If you're going to get behind the Panthers, this is the game to do it. 49ers coming to town, good team, winning record. Like you're going to find out a lot about both teams on Monday night. You'll probably get their best shot, but honestly, they have their 6 wins. They have earned those wins. Defensively, there were some days when they shut the Atlanta Falcons out. They didn't score a point against them this year. Like J.C. Horn's a good player. It's sort of like almost like an expansion team when you look at it. They got some good young players that they've drafted, but by and large, they're players from other teams that are filling in the gaps right now.
Can I call an audible, Evan?
Of course.
Pasta, can you give me those laughs again, Spadoni and Butch? Wow.
Well, I think that was – look, I know we had our impersonations yesterday.
And it fell flat. Loveman, I apologize.
That one was better than
Can we get the Willard from you? We did it for Willard yesterday. And dude,
it's pretty subtle.
That is pretty damn good. Can you do an Evan?
He said he's been working on that one. That's not bad.
What was it?
He said he's been working on it, so I'll give him some time. I thought that's not bad. Is that all right?
That's definitely a skill. You know that.
Yeah.
To do impersonations is a skill.
Some people are better than others. Right. There's some.
Here's my Barack Obama. You didn't ask. I'm gonna give it to you.
Okay.
Evan, That's a nice shirt you have. Tell Guru, hello. It's your 44th president, Barack Obama. Have a good day. Yeah, E! I'm feeling that's my, come on. E. Give me some risotto, my Barack. Evan says it's terrible.
I'm going to let the crowd speak on that.
You got the cadence down.
That's half the battle, I will say, with number 44. All right, here's a couple of updates from Kyle Shanahan. Save me. Robert Beal in concussion protocol won't practice. Tatum Bethune, who obviously injured his ankle during the Cardinals game, will not practice. Eddie Pinheiro, hamstring, won't practice. Luke Gifford, limited. Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall, full goes at practice. The expectation for Purdy is that he will get better each week. 510. I can't tell if they liked it or hated it.
I think
Obama.
Yeah. Oh man.
I'll have to come back. The next time we're on together, I'll do an impersonation. I gotta find one to
Cruz
cook
in
one
the
up.
chat. Goo impresses himself every day. That stinks. Come on, man.
Well, there's a 2.5 in there. There's also a 1.5 in there.
Oh, no.
It's okay. That's fine. Yeah, no, Purdy's a full go. He looks like he's going to be getting better. Look, that
You
may
better
not
win
be what
this.
people want to hear. Well, yeah, you kind of have to win this game.
Playoffs have already started. Scotty was like, no, they haven't. Now they have.
Yes, they have.
Yes, they have.
Yes, they have. Because, well, I should say this.
Look who's behind them. Detroit's coming.
If you lose this game, then you really have to win the Bears game. And
Which is going to be a playoff game, E.
Yeah, but at least you get that one at home. I mean, that's where the Niners do have some fortune. In addition to the teams they play with the schedule, it feels like the ones they have down the stretch that are gettable against, tough teams, not named the Colts or the Seahawks, those games are at home. So you get a game against the Panthers that's important because it's an NFC matchup, so conference record counts, of which the Niners right now, by the way, are 7-2. So they've helped themselves a lot by winning the games they've needed to get. In the division, they're 4-1. The conference, they're 7-2. That helps tiebreakers. So if you get Carolina, like a team like Detroit is going to have to clear you by a full game.
Yeah. And the Niners got a bye coming up, a late bye. I know that stinks, but I'm talking about the Bears. Evan, they're the 3 seed. There's something about the Bears and Johnson, man.
Well, it's because they're in first place in the North.
Yeah.
But they're only in first place by a game.
But you keep winning.
They have to keep winning. Yeah. They've also been getting by the skin of their teeth. The Chicago Bears have had a couple of late comebacks against the Giants. Came back in that one after Jackson Dart got concussed. And then the Vikings, they needed them to, I think what happened, did they miss a field goal in that game? The Vikings did. But they won 19-17.
Man.
So the Bears have made a couple of close calls go their way. Meanwhile, the Niners, they got to take care of business. And I don't know. Like I understand the trepidation, Goo. And is it because they can't run the ball or because of the defense?
It has nothing to do with them running the ball. Because when it's all said and done, C-Mac still gets his hands on it. So you're moving the chains. But it's just what I've witnessed with the Houston Texans. And I'm sorry, if I was doing a stand-up bit, that week they were playing Houston after Seattle hosted the Texans Monday night, and the Texans' offense with Stroud looked so hilariously bad. I didn't give them a chance in hell to beat the Niners, and they played keep away. And they played keep away only because the Niners D couldn't get off the field. So maybe I need to get that out of my system, give me some X-Lax, and get that out of my system, E. But that, to me, is what's going to hinder the Niners from going toe-to-toe with the Rams and maybe Buccaneers and Seahawks. And you got Seattle again, and they owe you. And I'm just going back. How did L.A. Rams do the James Brown, the big payback? They put it on you.
Yeah,
so I'm just wondering if Seattle – so if I'm trying to chase the Niners, I'm like, well, that's a nail. I know you can't play that game, but you can. You better beat the Panthers. But with this defense, anything can happen.
There's
That's
also
why I can't
a
believe
chance
it's 70.
The Seattle game might not matter.
Well, damn.
Because they might be out of the running for the NFC West, and it might just be about wild card positioning for them. So they might not need that game.
Wow.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, look, the Niners, this game I think it's more important than the Cleveland game for sure. Even though you're going into the bye week and Cleveland is a worse team.
Yeah.
Although you're going to play.
They got a better defense, though. Cleveland's defense is up there, man.
Do they have a better quarterback?
That should do it. Nah. But what if he balls out?
Well, I'm rooting for him because at least he can now get some reps, but you can't. Well, I shouldn't say you can't because they lost to PJ. Who's it? PJ Walker.
I'll never forget that.
They lost to the Browns' third-string quarterback when the Niners had the Avengers.
And Debo and Trent coming out with the boom box and both leave the game. Get out of here.
They were fighting pregame. Lost the battle.
Have you been
and the
watching
war.
the videos of the Niners coming out with the? They did it against the Texans, but you can't. Evan, you don't know you're about to get your ass handed to you. But
I need to know who's the guy. Who's the guy holding the boombox?
Because we know Big Dom in Philly. We know what he does. Who's the dude that we should know his name?
We know that Debo used to bring it out.
And him and Trent.
And now it's a guy, and he's he's clearly on the Niners staff. I don't know if he's an equipment manager or if he's an assistant coach or who he is. Who's the guy that's holding the boombox next to Trent Williams?
I can picture him now.
He's front and center.
And it's always NBA young boy they're playing or young thug. No Tupac or all, but it's pretty dope.
I actually think I know who it is.
Who do you think it is, Pasta?
No, so at training or at during OTAs, there's a guy always with a boombox in the corner, and he was playing music and everything, and I was interested in kind of his role on the team. And I asked one of the employees for the Niners if I could go and talk to him and maybe, figure out what the deal was and get the good details about what they like to listen to.
Don't tell me he big-timed you.
I was told no.
That you couldn't talk to him?
I was told that I could not talk to him as a team employee.
Wow. Had no access.
But I know exactly who it is. All I was told that he's on their staff of their
we got to get him on the show.
Staff.
We got to get him on the show.
Well, it sounds like
staff.
It sounds like nobody can get him on the show.
Well, I got a hookup with my boy Bob Sargent. I can place a call.
I know you have a hookup.
What's my guy?
I know. So, but now we can't talk to KJ Wright anymore.
What happened?
Well, he's on the Niners staff. He's in his second season as a defensive quality control coach.
He's a great interview. I
know we've had him on the show a lot, especially Seahawks Niners weeks. He's awesome. He's very
Do you think
insightful.
Steiny would know that he has a new job? If you would have just said it to me.
Yes.
You think he knows he's on the staff?
How about this? Unless he's listening, which I don't think he is.
I think he may.
We can make a bet. I bet that if you ask what KJ Wright is doing right now,
he would
Matt
know.
Steinmetz. No, he would not know.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was. You shocked me when you said
there's no chance he knows he's on the Niners staff.
I was starting to feel hurt. I don't know, Evan. Okay, I'm with you. I wouldn't take that bet.
But we'd have to figure out how to phrase the question so that he.
KJ got that gig. Good for him.
Yeah, this is his second season. He's doing well now. He's helping him out.
Not to put you on the spot, but if I said, are the Niners closer to a Super Bowl or further away, how would you answer that? With everything, all totality, with everything in the state of the Niners, are they closer to a chip or further away?
I would say from what?
Than the last time they were in the Super Bowl.
Are they closer to a Super Bowl or the first pick in the draft?
Yeah.
They're closer to a Super Bowl, but
I didn't like that. You set me up with the pick of it because that's just you're on the floor. But,
no, I know, but that's I guess what are we measuring them
I guess
against?
I'm saying Kyle had his best chance to win it.
Right now, yeah. 2023 was. I mean, you were literally in overtime of a Super Bowl.
And 19, you're up 10.
Yeah,
and you had the Rams up 10 in the NFC Championship game in 21 to go back to another Super Bowl.
Yeah, 2019 might sting a little more.
They were up 10
but
with 6 minutes left. Chiefs couldn't stop the run. He called pass plays. That's on him.
But you lost to the best well, actually, he hasn't been playing that well this year, but you lost to a guy who's been the best quarterback of his generation.
But real quick, Evan, this fascinates me. No big deal. That would have impeded a dynasty had they closed these two games. We wouldn't look at the Chiefs and the fat man like we do. See, just think about it. They did not beat the crap out of the Niners to where it was 40-7. It went down to the wire.
Yeah,
and the Niners, man.
But if LeBron James had beaten the Warriors, which he wasn't going to because the Warriors were better than him and his team outside of 2016, then we would look at the Warriors completely different. You don't get to get in the way of history. You can't block history.
I like that, but I can't ignore that they were down 10 in the fourth late in both Super Bowls.
Okay.
So that's a squander, choke, whatever you want to call it. Sorry, Snotty. Whatever you want to call it, Evan, that was consistent.
But this is where you and I are different. And in fact, actually, it reminds me of the conversation or disagreement that we had with Steiny earlier this week. Do the Niners beat the Rams if they take the ball first?
Oh, yeah. Dude, that was fascinating.
The answer, I believe, is no.
Mine is hell no, right.
But, correct me if I'm wrong, you're also the guy that said that if the Niners had challenged in the NFC Championship game, the Devontae Smith non-catch or catch.
Purdy might not have got hurt.
Oh, my God.
Dude, you'll get there someday. You keep living.
I don't think I will.
You keep living. But don't you understand, like, you challenge that play, it's an incompletion, they got a punt. My whole premise is everything in that damn game changes.
No, that doesn't change Kyle Shanahan trying to block the best edge rusher on the Eagles with a backup tight end.
I forget the name.
I don't know who it was, but he got his ass whipped and Brock Purdy broke his elbow.
Reddick, yeah.
Yeah, Hassan Reddick.
Yeah.
Got to the quarterback because Kyle Shanahan called a play that put his quarterback in harm's way. That would have happened at some point in the game. In the first and the second quarter, would Brock Purdy have got hurt? I don't know, but it was a fluke play anyways. My point is, that one challenge did not determine the Niners winning or losing that game. Just like I don't think the inaction by Shanahan to take the ball first against the Rams determined that they were going to lose that game.
And Jim Everett the Great has my back if he's correct. That play, Evan, was fourth down, the one to Smith. So
it was the first drive of the game.
Yeah, it was. But you stop them, you got it. I'm like, oh, boy, we cooking. Are they cooking?
Well, they lost the game because their quarterback got hurt. I mean, I still think that Eagles team was better than that Niners team, but it's neither here nor there.
No, that's interesting.
What?
That Eagles team. Because they win and should have had Kansas City.
I agree. I mean, they were right
beat
there.
him on a bum ankle. We were at Willards.
I also don't think he was on a bum ankle, but that's just me. Dude, he was out racing like linebackers. Well, maybe he had a high ankle sprain.
What are you saying to me? Hold on.
He was on a hell of a lot of drugs.
All right.
Just because you had
Jordan
the lead.
flu game he was hungover? Let's be real. Like, I would bet he was sick.
Well, I don't know if he was hungover. He was sick, but he balled out anyways. To the winner go the spoils. 925. Just because you had the lead in a game doesn't mean you should have won. I agree. And we'll talk about it more on the other side. Also, there is something else that's kind of bothering me about this Monday Night Football game. Like I feel good about it, but there's something kind of bothering me.
We'll both be there.
We will both be there. We'll also
rain?
No, I don't think so. Pasta check the schedule or
but
check
that
the
means
weather.
it's going to be rain. Weathermen and weather they get it wrong too.
Pasta, our resident meteorologist. What say you?
It's partly sunny, folks.
Thanks, Pasta.
Dibs did
That was pretty good.
Yeah, no, well, Dibs is the man. No, Dibs used to do traffic.
I know, still is. 888-957-9570 is the number. All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Coming up again, Monday night, the Niners take on the Carolina Panthers on Monday Night Football. We'll be at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale, right down the street from Levi's Stadium. Willard and Dibs get you ready for the game starting at 2 o'clock. So come on down for great food and great drinks. What are you laughing about?
Mark Ibanez, who is my mentor, right? This is my guy. I respect him. And he never talks like this. I just look at the text and it says, that impression was downright brutal, man. Brutal, downright brutal. Now that hurt.
And most importantly, it's also your chance to sign up for the free shuttle to and from the stadium. Go to 957thegame.com. Right now, as seats fill up, that's 957thegame.com. Laughing Monk Brewing, 2 o'clock Monday. You know it. See you there.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
In San Diego, kids are standing up against big tobacco.
We are here to discuss the urgent issue of vapes being sold near schools and other places where people gather.
I was enticed, like so many others my age, and this is exactly how the tobacco market was trying to get me to react, and I was completely unaware.
Today, over 100 California communities restrict tobacco sales near youth spaces, like schools and parks. Learn how these teens and other Californians are beating big tobacco at undo.org.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
Hey, this is Joe Shasky from 95.7 The Game. Want to hear something super? Well, Merit America wants to get you on the path to a super new high-paying career with free coaching and training. And the first step is a super job working at the super big game. Go to meritamerica.org/super and see how you can sign up for super career training in HR, logistics, data analysis, and much more for free. So go to meritamerica.org/super. This is a super opportunity, and it's brought to you by Merit America.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
We are mercy on a mission. Together we bring hope and healing.
Millions live with treatable conditions, but no access to surgery. Mercy Ships changes that. For 50 years, our hospital ships have brought free, life-changing surgeries, restoring health, dignity, and hope. Learn more at mercyships.org.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile! The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on Essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock, but now back to Steiny and Goo. Goo, you're my guy. Steiny,
Oh, man.
I thought it was 148.
Yeah.
Because we got a special guest in here right now.
Yeah, and we need more of this as a station. I'm telling you, a proponent for, come in. You can pull up on us, Will. You can pull. Oh, it's like, yeah, we got Mark Willard.
Possibly, we got to get him up.
Yeah.
It's still not. Okay,
there we go.
There he is. What's up?
You put up the bat signal.
Yeah, I did.
was in the other room.
Yeah, and
So
I
came
did
in.
my
What'd you
Barack
need?
Obama impersonation because I think it's a talent when people could, Jamie Foxx and those guys. It's incredible.
Yep.
So I did Barack Obama. Mark Obama's just tech, and I think he was really hurt how awful it was. But Pasta, we got off to a rocky start. I'll tell you why later. He can do a Mark Willard. Sam Lubman, I heard early in the morning, and I thought it was the greatest Willard.
Yeah, we heard it yesterday.
And then when I heard in the afternoon, I was like,
I was underwhelmed.
Okay, here we go with Pasta doing his Mark Willard. We want your honest assessment.
Okay.
I can't do the Mark Willard like regular talking voice, but I could do the laugh.
The
a little
laugh.
bit.
Come
Yeah,
on, let's hear it.
That one's pretty good.
Look at him, he's laughing.
That one's pretty good.
That's better. That's better.
One more time,
The
Pasta.
funny guy.
Give me a laugh.
It's better.
He hit it out the park.
It's better.
He hit it out the park.
It's a lot better.
Dude,
Yeah.
he got you, Will.
See, I was also put down a little bit by Lubman's yesterday, but Pasta's ain't bad.
That's pretty
That one's
good.
pretty good.
All I want is it even just, is it a little bit infectious at all?
is.
That's
It's
all
really
I
good.
want.
The laugh.
And
Yeah.
I say that as if like I do it on purpose. Like, what is a laugh if it's not?
Right.
It just comes out.
Yeah,
That's
you can't
the way
You
it
can't
comes out.
control
You
it.
laugh,
Evan.
you laugh.
That's what I got.
Sometimes you'll drop a laugh too, and you'll do like this face where you just hold it for a little bit, where it's like,
Yes. Well,
Now he's
everybody
breaking down the analytics to the laugh.
Everybody has my sister. There's a lot of that in my family. So that's hereditary. Where like you can't, if you really make someone laugh, you can't hear them anymore. They turn into a dog whistle. They're just like.
Guru has the Muttley.
Right? And which it does not work on radio.
Yeah, I got you.
And Christy makes fun of me for slapping things when I laugh.
But that's the best part. I'm one of them. Yeah.
Bang, bang on the
I
table.
appreciate. We didn't get that wrong, Evan. That was a good.
No,
one.
this is 650 Boxer and Gerson working your
That's pretty
text
good.
line. That laugh is spot on.
Yeah.
Another one. It's like struggling to come out the laugh. It's like
that's pretty.
It's like, damn.
No, I don't
That's a
struggle to
skill.
get them out.
No, it is. You can't change a laugh.
Have
man.
you heard his Fleming?
Ooh.
Tell me what
John? Dave Fleming from from San Francisco. That's he's doing the laugh.
That's very good.
It's incredible.
That's really
got
good.
the Willard
Mark
laugh.
Willard, I appreciate the
Oh
words.
my God,
Means a
that's
lot to me.
really good.
And they
is
had him
really
on in the
good.
morning, and he was going to do it. Somehow
You
they got
gotta do
derailed.
it for him.
Let's
Yes,
go.
because he's the man.
You've got to do that. He'll
love that.
He'll love it.
Hey,
He'll
Pops,
love
that's
it.
pretty good, man.
What's the saying? The
Imitation is the best form of
flattery.
flattery.
Yeah, there you go. He'll love it. It's really good.
That is hilarious.
It is hard.
I
gotta
like
give
you
Pops-
like it.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna give you
Look at him.
a double because
That's real.
To do the impersonation to the person is intimidating.
And I was outside
It's
waiting, and I
intimidating.
went in the heat, and why didn't you do it?
When they told me to do Gabe for Gabe, I had to take a minute.
Oh, you did it for Gabe.
We did it.
That's beautiful.
We did it. I did not do Boach for Boach.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know,
That sounds like a wise decision.
Well, you still got time. He's back in the back.
Boach is back. It just, it didn't, the right spot. I didn't want to force it. But
I love it.
Anyway, all right. You don't need me anymore.
No,
do
no,
you?
no.
Okay.
We'll just.
I'll talk to you like 20 minutes.
I got you.
I'll talk to you in 20 minutes. Thanks,
I
Willie.
love that he loved his.
Well,
and then he
he's
loved
a good
Flim's.
sport about this stuff. That's why we love him.
But it is the biggest form of flattery, imitation.
Yeah, but to his point, sometimes like you can tell when people are trying to impersonate what you're doing in like a non-respectful manner. You know what I mean? Like some impersonations are mean, right? You're trying to like literally make fun of the person by putting down, I don't know, like a deficiency or something that's like we all kind of know, but you don't really call out.
Like Charles Barkley, the millions that try to do Barkley, that's never mean-spirited.
No, but also Charles is a self-deprecating person. He's a self-deprecating person. Like Willard, I think he can take a joke.
All right. So can you and so can I. And so
I'm not as good as you guys, though. I still got some skeletons in the closet that I got to deal with.
Well, you're still looking for your Harry. That was the greatest, man.
I need to find my Harry.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's do this. If anybody wants to be my Harry, I will give you my work email right now, and you can send the same way that Harry sends his takes about the Warriors and the Niners, and I can confirm Harry's a real person. That's not his real name.
I got Squirt.
It's not Steiny. Guru's got Squirt. You got a lot of people in the Union City group chat, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, so
about 9 of us.
But I will give you my email right now. evan.giddings@odyssey.com. That's my work email.
Wow.
If you send me something, I will vet it. I am taking applications for the person who wants to be my Harry. Or Harriet.
That's
you never
nice.
know.
I like.
So,
tell me what you come up with tomorrow.
Well, it just depends on the take, right? Because I think one of the reasons why Harry and Steiny
sounds like a Harry Met Sally, one of my favorite movies.
Harry Met Sally. There's a lot to learn from that movie, by the way.
And it's all truth.
I know. But one of the reasons why Steiny lets Harry's takes on the air is because he agrees with them.
Yeah. So you're saying there's Harry material that we haven't heard that Steiny might not.
100%. Dude, I don't want to bust you out, but I get in there a little earlier. So when Steiny reads some of these emails to me, it's like he's running them by me to see what's good enough to get to you. He vets all of his stuff by me before you.
I did not know this, man.
Every single show.
Wow, check systems. I did not know. It goes to, oh, man.
Well, so you don't have someone like that you kind of run your takes by?
Not myself. No, I just
like your inner Obama.
No, who said? Oh, Goo, you blurred. Oh, Steiny, you blurred stuff out. So yeah, I don't have any. I just let it out.
So does it come to the top of mind?
No, exactly.
No, but I think
but there's deep thought to it.
Yeah, you got to have some people. Like if you're really working on a take, I don't know. Sports may not matter, but like a life take, something you do or don't like. Is this fair for me to go after? Like
I got something for you.
Well, I was reading TMZ today, and this is why I ran it by you. I didn't think it was fair that Diddy is going to be having a better Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's Eve meal than I am.
Wow.
If TMZ is indeed correct about all the trimmings.
And how would that get out and go public?
Grilled beef. I have no clue, but it kind of pissed me off, so I had to tell you about it.
Yeah. I'll say this. They got videos of just regular guys in the pen, and they are having fun. Playing Madden. I'm like, how y'all get to 8-8? But you know what I'm saying?
Phrasing.
But what about this? Mark Abanyas, my mentor. It was one of the greatest days of my life when he had me on, right? Host a segment with him.
Sure.
And he goes, you don't mind flip-flopping. Evan, the more I think about it, I'm
say what you mean to say.
That man, you don't mind flip-flopping. But then I'm like smiling, cheesing. Now you guys have fun with me. You flip-flop.
Well, it's actually funny you brought that up because I was thinking about that before the show when I was trying to figure out how we would discuss the Niners and the Warriors today. Because one of my favorite phrases that you have is new information.
It's original.
And everybody who listens to the show understands what it means, which is we react to new information. You can call it flip-flopping all you want, but it's just a fact.
Yes.
I think that this season for the Warriors and the Niners has had the most new information stuffed into it because every single week it feels like we're coming in and we have different takes about these teams. I think it is really hard to be consistent about an inconsistent team, which is what both of these groups right now are.
Now, I love that. The Warriors, though, what's different? This is year 4 or 5 of the Kaminga conundrum. So I thought we had it under control, with the $25 million per.
Well, you have it under control for now.
But now we just spent a majority of our show talking about another Anthony Slater piece, and Friedell's on it. This thing is ongoing.
You all right over there?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I got you.
So what is truly going, what's changed, D?
What's changed is that it feels like we're right back to square one.
And so nothing's changed.
We thought we'd turn the page, and in fact, we forgot to read chapter 1. So then you got to go back to the prologue because you don't have the proper reference point, and it seems like we should be on chapter 5 of this book.
Wow, man.
But we're not. So that's unfortunately the situation I feel like we find ourselves in. We got a call.
Okay.
Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos.
Our man, Bobby.
Friend of the show.
Known to run material.
He is.
Yeah.
What's up, Bob? How we doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. Listen, I called in right when I think you said you're looking for a Harry. You know, there ain't no one simping Giddy Gids harder than Bobby in Los Altos. So is there what's the process? Is there some,
he found
evaluation? What do I got to do? What do I got to do to be your Harry?
He found him.
Bobby. Oh shoot! You also missed me giving out my work email. But if you send me emails, I will vet them. But the issue now is, Bobby, that people. So one of the beauties of Harry is that Harry isn't his real name. So I feel like if I give it to you, I'll come up with a different name. But people are going to think it's Bobby from Los Altos because you and I typically think alike.
No, man, listen. I think you should just get all the nominations and pick one, and then that'll be your Harry.
Wow, man.
I mean, you can't be reading like 15 different perspectives and call that a Harry, right?
No.
One Harry.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, hey, look, Bobby.
And nobody loves you more than me. Come on, bro.
It is,
Nobody loves
man.
you more than me.
You won, Eve.
I know,
That's
Bobby.
Your guy.
Well, yeah, right now, Bobby's at the top of the podium. There's two more spots, Bobby.
I appreciate you. Also, you know that Coach and Vallejo drop?
Yeah.
I think I was a caller right before that. So I just want to show you I'm consistent, man. Weekends.
Look at Bob politicking.
I'll call you.
Look at.
I know, Bobby.
Hey, Goo. Let me ask you. I actually really wanted to ask you this, Goo. And,
okay.
And if you're uncomfortable sharing this,
I'm never,
understand,
ever uncomfortable. Come on.
I thought you lived in like West Sac, but then I heard them say you live in Roseville. You live in Roseville?
No.
And you drive out here?
I live in Greenhaven, the Pocket area, so that's right. That's in Sac, so it's not Roseville. Roseville's not too far, but it's the Greenhaven Pocket area.
Oh, man. You know, this weekend I went camping to get away from it all, and I went to Granite Bay.
I know.
And
it's beautiful.
I was honestly thinking, it's beautiful. And I was thinking, Goo does this every day, man. So you love your job, man.
I do. I swear I do.
Nobody's going to say.
Yep.
Yeah, man, you really put in that sacrifice. I don't think people appreciate the drive you got to do every day so you can talk to us. So
that makes me feel good, man.
Should.
Yeah, Evan, no wow.
You're the man, Bobby. You are the man.
Yeah,
appreciate
this ain't work. This is a dream.
Well, it is work.
But you know what I mean. If
you
I
can
work,
say it's not, but it is.
Evan, we're blessed. It's blessed work. And I got to say something because a lot of people he's giving me that credit. And you know this. My dad's in Union City, so I'll stay a day or two during the week with him. So it ain't every day I make the drive, but it's a drive.
Yeah, but my commute is 20
floating.
minutes. I hop on BART from 24th Street and I'm there. Union City ain't like
you're right.
right down the street.
Unit as a commute too.
Well, the unit's pretty
that's
far.
around the corner, man.
Plus, there's usually a lot of traffic coming over that bridge.
That's why you and Steiny get me time before I get in. But I think I come in an hour before. Steiny and I wouldn't last 8 years if I got here when you got here.
That I agree with.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
There's only so much time that you can spend together in a day.
There's no doubt.
Well, yeah.
I love my guy, but I come in at the right time.
That's why. Yeah, we're all married here. Yeah. That's fine. This is from. Oh, I did see something. Someone on the YouTube chat. I think it was Zeb. Said Evan's looking for a Harriet, not a Harry.
Read between the lines. Ready to mingle.
No.
Bobby wanted that job. Boy.
Yeah. Well, I like Bobby. Bobby's my man.
Best.
Bobby's my man. This is also. So actually, this is legit. Back to sports. It's an interesting question. From the 408, the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney text line. Hey, Evan, since you think that the Niners season has been inconsistent, what do you think their record would be if everyone was healthy? That's a great exercise. If I'm going through these games, I think their record right now, they play 11 games.
And to think, go ahead, while you think they're 7-4, 3 over.
I think they would be... I think they'd be at minimum 8-3.
I'm going 9-2.
Yeah,
I'm putting that much respect on Bosa and Fred. I'm going 9-1. Like, does that even sound crazy? You said 8-3. I'm going 9-2. Does that even sound crazy?
No, I mean 9-2 is like you're really threatening because I don't think you would have beat Tampa Bay.
See, I do. I think you would have. He remains upright in that game, Fred. You got Bosa. Evan, that game was rather. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, well, and look, I think it's mainly
you
because
had the ball and your boy threw the pick.
Well, I think the quarterback cost you in that game more than any others. Like, to me, that was the one Mac Jones game that I looked at him and said he was just not good. The Houston game, he was powerless. They didn't have the ball. But he threw a pick on the first pass.
Yeah, you're right. Should have been a pick six. Dude couldn't get up.
Exactly. So I think that Tampa Bay game is me to one that they wouldn't have won. And obviously the Rams is the other one. Yeah. I don't think anybody would have changed that.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, but I think
the Lord Jesus Savior wouldn't have changed that one.
Yeah,
they got whooped.
I think they would have had another win for sure. Mm-hmm. And I also think, I think without being healthy, I feel confident about them on Monday. Maybe I'm riding too hard off the Cardinals game.
No, Vegas agrees with you. It's -7.
But Vegas is also there to trick people. Vegas is there to give people false confidence.
Well, no, that's why they got the casinos, right?
Yeah, that's why they win, and we don't. This is from the 408. 9-2 is it? We would have beaten the Jags in Houston. Yeah, Houston's the other game. I don't know if they would have beat Houston. That's the one swing game for me. That would determine whether I'd think they'd be 8-3 or 9-2.
But what if I told you with one of those, let's just use 54, you get off the field so much sooner on 3 of those drives that they just held the ball. I could see you winning that game if you got a chance or if you had a chance.
Well, but they also...
Houston's defense was incredible.
Well, yeah, their defense was really good.
They played tonight, Buffalo.
They also converted a lot of fourth downs.
That they did.
I mean, they made some plays in that game. So I don't know if I'd give you Houston. Plus, the Niners, they came out real flat.
But that was the game I saw the boombox. I'm like, you can't have the rap music and then go get knocked out. You just can't. I know it happens, but
I think that's the 10 a.m. effect, to be honest. You see it from West Coast teams a lot. That's why I think the Niners, and we're looking ahead a little bit, but I feel good that they can win against the Carolina Panthers. I'm not so sure about the game the week after going into the bye against Cleveland.
That's it's a trap. I don't like that at all. It's a trap game, and they beat you with P.J. Walker last couple of years. I'll never forget that,
It's just
they still
a hard place to win, especially at this time of year.
Yeah.
If it's cold, if it's windy, not just because
Brock didn't have the best game last time he was in there.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they had Trent Williams in that game, right?
And let's be honest, right on the table before we go to break, Evan, part 2. This is part 2 of people think the Mac Jones Purdy thing is over, but to the naked eye, it's not over.
What do you mean?
We're still watching. We saw 4 quarters. He looked good against Arizona, Brock. But we're all going to watch and still be like, okay. All right, Brock. It's your job. I always said that. The team wasn't saying there's something to see here.
What?
But we get another exhibit of show us what you got. Well, and I think Carolina's better than Arizona. And I saw some passes against Arizona that should have been picked off. 2 of them, the no throws. They weren't. Steiny was right. We could do that with every quarterback.
Sure.
But there's nothing to see here. I'm not saying this specifically because there's going to be noise. No. He's married. You're married to Brock. But let me see part 2 just where you're at. And I think Carolina on national TV might be able to do some things. So I'm eager to watch the game from that standpoint. Give me 4 more quarters, Brock.
You and I haven't talked about this on air.
Yeah.
The controversy's done.
Right. But the natural, whoa, I'm going up blank. The fan is still watching. Like, they have not pulled the plug on just to compare contrast. That's all.
I think that's less about Mac Jones specifically than it is just some other quarterback could come in and do his job.
I don't want to tell you, I swear I mean this, there's nothing here, right? But it's still fresh in our minds of, we got Mac for 6 games. Hey, Brock, that was 4 quarters Arizona. Everything was cool, 41. But we still, come on, if we come back here and he throws 2 interceptions, it's the third, Lord, and loses a fumble, nobody's saying Mac should be the starter. But we are going to be like, okay, you can't have too many more of those down the stretch.
Oh, no. If he throws 3 picks and they lose that game because of him, there will be people on Tuesday saying, give us Mac Jones.
And you're not getting him, but there is still, it's quiet on the set now, and he did well in Arizona. But I'm excited to see, I think you get my drift.
No,
people will call and kind of,
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's going to be a
Because Richard Sherman was saying, ride the hot hand.
No, there's going to be pitchforks outside of Levi's.
Was he really hot when it was all said and done? He went 5-3.
No.
So was it really the hot hand?
Well, he was 3-3 the last 3 games. Like he won 1, lost 1, won 1, lost 1, won 1. The 3 games that he lost were against 3 good teams. Tampa Bay, Houston, L.A. The 3 teams that he beat. Well, the Rams, I guess, was one of them, but that was on Thursday.
Yeah.
That was a good one. I'll give him that one. That
was the best one to me of them all.
Of the year?
Yeah.
Yeah, so far, absolutely.
And they held on.
I can't believe they won that game. That was unbelievable.
Dude, just fumble at the goal line.
And the boss said it was a shoebox game and all the rest.
He's got something going there, man.
What do you mean?
He's like undefeated with the shoebox game.
Well, he didn't throw down the shoebox.
And he doesn't bring it out. It's like the bat signal. Don't come out all the time.
No, but I told him, I think it was last Wednesday. Oh, yeah, after Draymond calls out everybody in OKC, the next day in San Antonio.
Yeah. I just want to go home.
No, he didn't, because he wanted to play against Wemby. I told the boss, shoebox game.
But
Warriors were going to win that. Why? I don't have a shoebox is why.
So you said take Warriors.
Well, I'll just call it something else. Like, I'm not looking for a Harry specifically, but I'll just call it something else.
So you won.
Yeah, of course.
But you didn't tell me.
Well, why would you need to know, Goo?
For the neighbor. But no, you got to share that classified information. You really felt like they could win that one.
Well, I just had a hunch. Like, usually, okay, when the Warriors across the last umpteen years have played poorly, and there's been, I don't know, not like a rift, but like when Draymond says something and people get called out, they generally respond. It doesn't matter who the team is that they're playing, generally. So when Draymond did all that, puffed out his chest.
I got you.
I
he
thought
played when I thought
game.
he was going to sit. That's what I love
No,
most.
I did not think they were going to win on Friday. That was a wild one.
Man.
But this team is so hard. Just like the Niners, this team, who do you think is harder to... Oh, we got to hit a break here in a second.
It's the Warriors. The Niners, I got my answers as to why some things are...
Who's harder to predict?
I think the Warriors.
I agree. That's why I feel more confident in saying the Niners are going to win on Monday against the Panthers than I do the Warriors are going to win on Friday against the Blazers. Although I actually do think they're going to beat the Blazers because they're slowly and quietly really banged up. But that's... And maybe we can run it by the guys here coming up.
Gotcha.
I know Willard just, of course, just popped in on us. Thank you, Pasta, by the way. That was great. A lot better than Goo's.
Dude, and
Barack
you were
Obama.
great, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
I won't do it again if I want to, but...
Brock has a bad arm, and now with a bad toe, it's going to be even worse. 408.
Well, he got through. He threw 3 touchdowns, no picks.
My question is, if Brock Purdy throws 3 interceptions,
all right, there we go.
Does the day after the injury report comes out and it says he has a toe? Do they blame the toe?
That's a phenomenal outlook, but I would be disappointed if he, and I don't think Brock would do that, and I don't think they did it in Jacksonville, but I would be disappointed if that was where they went first.
I don't think they would either, but...
Wouldn't that be kind of, forget in the Niners, wouldn't that be a little weak?
That'd be sometime.
Yeah.
I'm with you. All right, Willard and Dibs coming up next on the crossover here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We'll be back after this. That segment brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track.
Evan, you're rocking that shirt. I can see you've been pumping iron. You're looking good.
Starting January 1st, carpools must have 3 or more people and a Fast Track Flex toll tag set to 3+ to get the 50% carpool discount on all bridges except the Golden Gate and Bay Bridges. Visit getfasttrack.org for details.
Don't watch the game alone on your tiny screen. Ghostwood Kitchen is the ultimate destination for every major sporting event. They have huge screens, energetic atmosphere, and ice-cold craft beer. Their bar is ready to pour your favorite drink, and the menu is packed with delicious game day food perfect for sharing. Bring your team spirit, rally your friends, and catch every single moment with us at Ghostwood Kitchen, where the game is always on. And when the game is not on, we have the arcade to keep you going. Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Monte Hill for my friends at Ceremony Ford, and the year-end sales event is on now. This is the time to score 0% APR financing for 60 months with $0 down and 0 payments for 90 days on some of Ford's hottest models, including the F-150, Explorer, Escape, Super Duty Regular and Super Cab, Transit Van, Lightning, and the all-electric Mustang Mach-E. Look, I absolutely love my Explorer. It's perfect for my family, packed with cutting-edge tech and style to stand out wherever you go. And with deals like these, Please, you won't want to miss this chance to grab your dream Ford. Remember, that's 0% APR for 60 months, $0 down, and no payments for 90 days. You can save big on top models right now, but hurry. These year-end deal savings end January 5th, so swing by Ceremony Ford in Colma, just off Ceremony Boulevard, or check out their incredible inventory right now at CeremonyFord.com. Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's go-to spot for unbeatable year-end deals. And don't forget to tell them that Bonte sent you.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. You asked, and we listened. Our pre-holiday sale has been so popular that we've extended it another week. You now have until November 24th. Get 30% off everything in the store. Hardwood, carpet, laminate, waterproof flooring. I mean 30% off everything. Plus guaranteed installation before the holidays. It's our biggest sale of the season, but it ends Monday. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Jack here, with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling, you busting out of your front door. Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming. Only on Paramount Plus.
Get ready for the return of the legendary rock group Motley Crue when they come to the Bay Area September 24th at Shoreline Amphitheater with Tesla and Extreme. For more info and a chance to score a pair of tickets, courtesy of Live Nation, enter our contest online at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is the crossover. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson, Dan Dibley, and long time no see, Mark Willard.
This is the second crossover. Let's keep that in mind.
Because Pasta did the greatest Willard impression, better than Lubman, and I was disappointed that I put Lubman on that pedestal. You didn't fail, Sam, but it didn't hit like it hit in the morning.
The Willard
but
laugh was
your
pretty
boy
good.
was impressed with
Okay, good.
And I wish you could have heard it, but it looks like Pasta's gone.
No, I'm kind of down
it's right
on
there.
Risotto for
you're
what I
down
heard
on him
earlier in the show. How
Pasta's been stepping on eggshells.
Guru's trying to get into his process, and
Risotto comes in with the, man, it's got to be weird co-hosting with somebody who's the same age as your kids.
Willard came out of, but it was facts.
I was going to say, I appreciate facts. I appreciate
30?
Yeah, but
he meant his
hot,
age.
though.
He meant Paska's age.
Gotcha. Well, he goes, wow, he's like, I'm 23. Is it kind of weird? You're working with people that are the same age as your kid.
Hurt me. I was like, pass me my cane.
Instead of the fangs coming out, he just kind of shut down.
Yeah,
it's like, well,
just like put it in. Wow,
I get it.
Yeah,
because we had Kalia, who was in promotions.
Yep,
and she's the same age as my oldest son, and then the new young lady.
So this fucking nervous
is the same age as my younger son.
Hey, dude, what's the famous quote that Jimmy Butler said to Jonathan Kuminga, and Draymond said it too? You asked for this.
Wow.
So this is what you get. You asked for this job?
Yeah.
You wanted to keep it?
I got you.
You wanted to keep it for over a decade?
Yeah.
Okay, then this is what you get.
Yeah.
Believe me, we've all been here from the point of the references you make are funny, and then one day you show up at work and the people working with you don't even understand the references anymore.
Boy, oh boy.
Every time someone starts talking about Gilligan's Island now, and you just get blank stares from all your producers, and I'm just like, ooh.
Yeah. And that's my show. I had to ask Evan Steiny and I, what's 6'7" mean?
Yeah,
remember, I'm like, Evan, what's 6'7" mean? What these kids?
Well, I don't know what 6'7" means.
The board ups. I get older, they the same age.
Oh my goodness, that's a 4.
Yes, they do. I'm reading this book right now, so
the
I got
Wooderson?
on the mind.
Was that the Wooderson?
Yeah. Again, Dazed and Confused. That's now a 20-something-year-old reference.
It is a great movie, though.
Oh, God, yeah. That one,
it's
that
an
has to
example,
stay.
Dazed and Confused.
Oh, my God.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
I got 2 text messages this morning. One at about 6:23 from Ev, a little later, but I'm in my military time. And then you sent the same text with the Kaminga story. Can you share with us why you sent that article from Anthony Slater and ESPN today? Because Ev sent it to me early.
Multiple reasons. Phenomenal work, I thought, by Anthony Slater.
I feel like I watched the movie.
Phenomenal behind-the-scenes, one-on-one type conversations with mainly Jimmy Butler. But also some sourcing with regard to how Kaminga is feeling. There's a banger of a quote in there.
Man, a banger.
Quote, he feels like the scapegoat again. So it's a big Warrior story. But I also wanted to send it directly to you because you spent a lot of time yesterday on the show feeling like what you saw on the court between Jimmy and Buddy was maybe a leadership problem.
Yeah.
And to read that article.
I got you.
It doesn't even undo your point yesterday. That's a different thing.
But Jimmy's leading.
But to read about what is going on behind the scenes,
no doubt.
It feels like there are those in the Warriors organization who have essentially said, forget Steve Kerr, forget Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy, or anybody else. Jimmy, you're the Jonathan coach.
Yep.
Save this.
And I told Evan,
Star Wars, you are our only hope.
I use Julia Roberts. I love what Jimmy's doing. Help me. Jimmy's doing for young Kaminga. But I brought up Julia Roberts in one of the movies where she was a tree lover, and they were going to take the tree down, and she got in front of the tree. If you take me, the tree.
Aaron Brockovich, or
something like
one
that.
Of those.
But I said to Evan, is Jimmy do that come January 6th or whenever, if they had something to trade Kaminga? Would he do something, Dibs, to where he'd be like veto that or just try to give his 2 cents? Like, how far does he go?
Depends on how he's playing and how they're playing.
That is, man.
And right now, if you look at the sample of what this season has been, he was unbelievable for a week and a half, and then it was, oh boy, the old JK's back, and now he's got bum knees at 23.
Wow.
So it's been about as much of a mixed bag as you could have thought. And the article comes out now about Jimmy being the JK whisperer. I think that the timing is something that's not coincidental. So when JK comes back, you're going to see Jimmy throw an arm around him on the court, and hopefully things get back to how they were
Because
early.
you had a theory. I told Evan real quick yesterday you shared with us a conspiracy theory, and I can't shake it.
Well, the facts are the first game he didn't start. He played 10 minutes, and halftime of the game, his knees hurt. And he hasn't played since. So those are just the facts of the situation. You can draw your own conclusions.
Well, and then to Dibbs' point, let me read straight from the end of this article because I told Evan, man, this is huge. This is huge. They're talking about Kaminga, roll, bench, start, whatever. Jimmy Butler says, quote, I think with that, though, he has to understand it doesn't just mean score because I don't mind taking the back seat to him and letting him do his thing. And I'm down there in the dunker spot. I'll set screens. I don't mind. But you know what we better do?
I already know.
And Slater looks at me and goes, limit turnovers?
Which is funny.
Which is an awesome line. And he goes, no, we better effing win. That's it. Whatever we want to do, I'm fine with it. It better be towards winning because that's all I care about. I don't care about nothing else.
See, and that's where I think that they're wired a little differently between Jimmy and Jonathan. Like, Jimmy has won at every level. Or Jimmy's impacted winning at every level.
Are they wired differently, or is it a different time in their lives?
Well, so this is my point, though. When Jimmy was Kaminga's age, because he talked about understanding some of the stuff he's going through, he had been to community college. He had been through 3 years at Marquette and won 20 games every single season under a coach who was, a quality coach.
Totally.
He had then got drafted as the 30th pick, not the 7th overall pick, to a 50-win team and had to earn his way onto a winning team to impact. Like, he did whatever the Bulls needed to do when he was that age. So their paths to where Kaminga currently is, to me, are very different. And that's why, as much as I think Jimmy's correct, by the way. I think he's right. And I also think the fact that they need him to be this whisperer means that they're on their final straw. Like, if he can't get you to do what they need him to do, then we're going to have to make a choice in January.
I agree.
But Jimmy Butler, for him to say, we have to win, I know you know what it takes to win, because at every single stage of your basketball life, you've shown that you can impact winning. So far, and it's been 4+, we haven't seen that enough for me to believe that it's just gonna change.
Well, I like something you said earlier, and I can't remember if you said it on the show or if you said it on Twitter. I can't remember where I saw it, but basically you said that when you read this article and you see what Jimmy said and you see what Draymond said, it is very hard to escape the thought of Draymond's post-Oklahoma City press conference.
Yeah, that was
back there and start thinking about what was that really about. And again, I still, to this moment, I don't think that means it was 100% about Jonathan.
But how much?
He's at the center of this dynamic. Nothing is one person, but he is at the center of this dynamic. If Jimmy Butler is literally cussing through the idea of, like, he's under my wing, but he's got to understand, win. That's it. We can't be here for your growth and your goals unless they fit with W. Wow. That's it. And that's what Draymond was saying. And that's like, I don't know, maybe we can all arrive at a spot where it's like, gosh, there's been so much finger pointing and it's a blame and it's a who's right and it's a who's wrong. I don't think that's what this subject is about.
Yeah.
It has to only be about winning. Jonathan's goals are fine. You're allowed to have them, but if they don't fit with our W's today, then that becomes an agenda.
Yeah, and I felt like I was watching an episode of The Young and Restless, and everybody's, trying to get to the bottom of it. But the fact that, I condemn Draymond at times where I disagree with him and things that he says. When Coach Kerr called him, I believe this was in the piece, the Denver game, and said Post was going to start, and then he said and cared about who would come out, and it was Kaminga. I almost had a thug to basketball tear of like, this is what this Warrior culture is predicated on. So to your thing, I was just salute to Jimmy, and then also to Dre for trying to make to think about JK.
And then he goes to OKC, and Steve even said in the piece, he was quoted as saying, well, this is really important to Jonathan. Starting is really important. So you go to OKC, and you had to make drastic changes. Yes. Steve told us that on our weekly show. They did that. Kaminga's coming off the bench, and he plays 10 minutes, and we haven't seen him since. So I'm not trying to say that that's the reason his knees hurt, but if it really is important to him, and then you play well when he comes off the bench, as you did in San Antonio, he didn't play at all, I think we're right back where we were last year, where you're trying to serve two different masters. You want to win every game, and if he's better suited to winning coming off the bench, but he wants to start really, really badly, well, welcome back to last year, everyone.
Yep.
And he went to Kerr specifically, Evan, and Dibs and Willard.
In Sacramento,
Jonathan,
right?
Yeah. Telling them, I've studied Willard. I can play with them, taking on this task. But now Dibs has me thinking, even without the conspiracy theory, did that cut him when he didn't start for what, you know what I mean?
Clearly.
And it was so fast, and I'm not exonerating the turnovers that we saw from JK, but Evan, I'm scratching my head as to that was kind of fast.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGM, ZFM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. The other thing that I thought was kind of interesting that Slater put in there from Jimmy is his questioning of when Steph's not in, what do we do? And that ran across my mind watching last night's game because there was nobody who could do anything except for Pat Spencer, apparently.
Yeah, that was it.
But
post scores I'm down. I liked it, but I got
that was an experience.
Yeah, it was.
Anyway,
yeah.
I don't even take any team's best 5 players, and I'm just like, whatever. I don't even know what the hell y'all doing out here.
Pretty women in Miami.
Evan said the fourth didn't feel like they were that close. I go, you hit.
They turned it on, and it was just over.
You ever go to a big high school game, but the JV game's on first, and people are just hucking the ball in? Like, it's just funny. I thought the first half was funny, but anyway, go ahead.
Any game where there's 120 combined misses, you're not going to have a lot of fun watching that game. So he says the second that Steph is in the game is completely different than when Steph is out and I'm in the game. And if you're trying to run the Steph stuff, it's not going to work. Nobody's overreacting to anybody. I'm not saying no, we should never do that. All I'm saying is Steph is the ultimate cheat code. So I do think there is a conversation to, and it's not just to Kaminga, but like how should they play when Curry's not involved? Because that's, a good 6-minute period from the first to the second when Jimmy's running the second unit, and then the end of the third to beginning of the fourth whenever Steph comes back in. And there is this ideology that Kerr is married to his system and his way. And I just thought it was interesting that this feels like the first time that Jimmy has ever kind of like pushed back on that.
Well, and this goes in my mind to how Steve has said that I don't think the Warriors have had a practice in 2.5 weeks. So like Jimmy's point on that is, what do we do in that situation? We need a minute to figure it out. Let's figure it out. Then let's define it. Let's do it. I don't care what my role is in it. Let's do it if it wins. We look at these situations, and it's our soap opera brain, and I think we think about these player egos, and I'm not here to tell you that they don't have big egos. They're professional athletes. But I think on good teams, oddly, those players all find a way to put the ego away.
Oh, no doubt.
It's actually a very egoless thing to try to go win. Like whoever this 8th player is on Oklahoma City, believe you me, he thinks he can start. And he's probably right. But you have to play a role. And clearly, for whatever reason, and blame can be everywhere if you want to use that word, you just have a group of people that have not been able to define and accept exactly what the roles are together that will lead to consistent winning. And they've got to go find that. And it's very early and they've got time. But they've got to be healthy, they've got to practice, they've got to go find that, and then they all have to agree to do it every night.
That's the challenge. And, we talked about agendas before. That might have been Monday or last week, I forget. But you look at Pods and how he's playing. He's playing to me like somebody who is wrapped up in who am I supposed to be. Last night he was able to just go out there and play, no expectations. But I don't
also
think that
like a guy that's, not to interrupt, he's been humbled. And I think those comments and that piece from Slater about maybe some teammates or some within the organization, I think that hit him to where now, Evan said his confidence, I feel like that penetrated him to where I don't feel like he's playing freely because now I think he knows people might be like, you're doing a little too much.
And I think the agendas comment was directed at him, maybe not quite as much as Jonathan, but it was those two. And the way Brandon's played this year, to me, has been a little tentative. One of you guys said it earlier, like, when he's going good, he's going great. And the confidence is through the roof. But if he doesn't see it go through the hoop early, he starts to play a little bit more tentative, which is not Pods at his best.
I think that's kind of a characteristic of all the young guys. I mean, even someone like Moses Moody, who's probably the guy who's contributed the most to winning so far the last year. But if he doesn't see a shot go down early, I mean, he just ain't shooting. Like you can tell very quickly if Moses Moody is going to have a night where he makes 7 threes against the Pelicans, or a night like the game after against Orlando, where it just ain't falling tonight. And that's where I think it's frustrating to watch the roller coaster ride of those young players. Yeah, QP too. It's like the guy up until last night could not shoot outside of Chase Center. But it's frustrating to watch because we don't know, and I'm sure the old guys also don't know what to expect. And that to me is how you get to a 9-8 record.
They're playing with living legends. Yeah, I mean, imagine how hard that is. Like, I'm on Steph Curry's team, and I'm going to go out here and miss 4 in a row. I get it. If I miss 3 in a row and be like, okay, I'm going to stop.
Oh, no doubt.
You take the ball. That's how, like, that is this. There's so many legs to that entire dynamic of 23-year-olds playing with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. And how do you have...
At this point in their careers.
Like, how do you have the gall to go out there and shoot? But then again, they're like, you have to. You have to. So, like, yeah, I get it. But, you know, no one's going to feel sorry for him. This is professional sports.
It's still early.
Kind of like what I was saying about Buddy yesterday. I'm not bothered if someone's yelling at him. This is professional sports. And
well, 4-15.
You're playing awful.
Yeah.
He's played awful all year.
And I'll say
I
this.
love Buddy, but he's playing awful this year.
But to Evan's point about confidence, he's going to continue to shoot. He's not bothered by...
He's 33, though.
That's the point.
And he's one of the top 10 three-point shooters of all time.
That's the point.
Right.
And, you know, you talked earlier about the others, and last night the others were not the others.
It hurt me.
They were the people. And so, and I was thinking about this morning when I was listening to you guys. If that was your team last night, you'd probably go 8-74.
No doubt,
I mean, that's if you didn't have any of those other guys ever.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not even really a good G League team. Honestly.
And I get caught up in it. And thank God Stoney's not here. But I text Evan last night. Moses Moody's he's everything. Good player, never complains. I talked about his moxie coming off the bench, looking for a shot because he knows. And last night was just an exhibit A of, I thought Moody was better than he was in regard to being able to put the ball on the floor, cook, and that defense and tenacity was coming from Miami. And I said, no, he's mastered a way of playing off Curry when everybody's looking at Curry and his job, along with others, are easy. And I'm looking like I saw him tentative to put it on the floor. And I'm kind of getting mad, and I'm no. Moses never told you that, Goo. You thought he was better than he was because of who he was around.
Go back to your guys' conversation, which was awesome, by the way, with Clifford Ray.
Oh, man.
Please, everybody, if you didn't hear this, go take 15 minutes on the Odyssey app and YouTube and go listen to this.
Talk about a voice.
I mean, man. Right. So shout out to the 1975 championship team, and we'll mention it a few times during the show that they're going to be out there tomorrow at the team store, and you can go get an autograph and everything. But I loved his story about he arrives to the Warriors and immediately sees that the whole team is having a hard time getting along with Rick Barry, which surprises no one. Rick's a phenomenal basketball player, Hall of Famer, a great talker, but if you've been around Rick for more than 2 minutes,
I got you.
Oh, it was a little edgy there sometimes.
I could not care less.
Exactly. So what does Clifford do? He calls a meeting with everybody who's not Rick and not the coaches and says, all right, who here in the room feels like you can average 35 a night? Nobody raises their hand.
He said it, nobody.
All right. Then your job is to figure out how to get along with Rick Barry. Same thing here. Man. I know everyone gets along with Steph, but that's the deal. The rest of these dudes that were playing, like you're role players. And you can't play this role that everybody tried to play last night.
Man.
They're not able.
Yeah, I mean, but like the thing is, though, you do need capable players. Like one of the reasons why I forget, someone called in earlier and they were talking about like the lack of depth, and I think it's on display last night. But we talked about the game in 2022, late in the season when they were at Miami, where they won that game, and that was the difference between them hosting the finals and having to go to Boston in game 1. So important game, turned out. That game, they had Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, Damian Lee, and Jonathan Kuminga he actually played well in that game. Yeah. But they didn't have their big three. Curry, Draymond, Clay, who was back by then, all out. They beat a team led by Jimmy Butler and had the majority of their starters healthy for that game. They can't do that now.
No.
Like if they're missing their big three, they can't go out and do that. And so that's why for the person who called in and said, just look at the difference in groups. Like one's a championship team and one is struggling. to look like a play-in team right now, I can kind of understand that. Because last night, those are the guys that have to help your big three, not the Pools and the Wigginses.
But I don't know. Are you guys bothered by that? Like, remember when the Niners played
when
Atlanta?
you say bothered.
Well, like, I think that's not abnormal, right? Like, when the Niners played Atlanta, what was our narrative the next morning? Oh, they can run the ball because George is back.
Okay,
well,
yeah.
right, George is back. Now suddenly there are holes in the offensive line that weren't there for 4 or 5 weeks. That's the way it always is. Like, major players have an unbelievable trickle-down effect on those other players, and I don't know what you guys all thought. Like, what were you expecting when you sat down
L.
last night?
Truly an L.
But not even just an L. Like, what does it look like? Like, did you think that Moses...
I thought he would, yeah.
I got duped on something. I couldn't believe that Will Richard put up a goose.
Okay.
Where was Will? I thought that was...
and he's been a godsend, but are we asking too much of Will,
God,
though?
it's his 17th game as a pro. Like, I'm not worried about it.
Either am I, but
you
I'm
want
like,
to see,
man.
yeah, we all want to see, like, okay, who's going to be the dog
Because
tonight?
this is your time.
Ain't got no dogs.
And
ain't got no dogs. You have a bunch of role players.
And of your role players, and we always joke about role players play better at home. I do think that that's the case. And if you're looking at your role players, you probably aren't going to get them to all play really well most of the time. Like Moses Moody, unbelievable quarter, phenomenal game. And then last night,
Just
3 of
incredible,
12, just,
right.
didn't quite have it. And so if you're looking to rely on your role players, you're in a whole heap of trouble. Can you get consistent play out of some of them? I do think you can, but my biggest issue with the others, as you like to call them, is the majority of them are one-way players. GP2, you can play, but boy, take him out on offense. And, Quentin Post, not really a great defender yet, but he healed the same thing. So for me, that's the deep flaw with your depth, is that you don't have a lot of two-way guys. Moses should be that, but he's a streaky shooter.
Catch and shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're all players that are built to, or that have to play around the big three. And when those guys aren't there, there's no one that can do much.
Yeah.
I mean, again, that 22 team, like, you may not have liked Poole, but he could do some things.
On his own.
Wiggins had been previously a number one on not a good team, but had experience as that kind of guy. Like, so there were players on that team that could do things without Steph, Clay, Dre. A lot of these players, and part of it is because of the system that they've been developed in, but they are like their skill sets are made to complement the Currys and the Butlers.
Evan,
and so when they're not there, just like, what am I watching?
And that's why you tell me, Willard, I should have just said it to you, but I told Evan we started the show, Dibs. Kaminga came to my mind yesterday. Like, we need him more now than ever, I believe.
In those spots, absolutely.
There's
because he's a guy who can at least try to do it on his own.
There's no doubt.
I mean, if you...
That's what I was thinking.
It's funny. I don't disagree with you guys, but if you make the season about games like that, and I don't. Those are going to be the one-offs. There's going to be a handful more. I'll agree with you for a different reason. I mean, again, going back to this article by Slater, they said it, Jimmy said it, Draymond said it, I believe it. Can the Warriors, because they've got Hall of Fame players, can they be a solid team? Sure. If you want them to do something special, then JK needs to be that first 5 games, JK.
No doubt about it.
He has to be.
What happened?
And if he's not that guy, then they need to turn him into a different human being who will be that guy.
Come January.
So, like, that to me, that's the whole.
I feel like that's where we're headed.
I think they're up the staircase, but to get to the top or near the top of the staircase, something special is going to have to happen. I will say this, though. That road trip being done, I feel like it closed the book on something. Don't go.
Evan said the same thing.
They're about to go.
Okay.
They're about to go.
I hope so.
E40, tell me when to go.
Don't worry about the 9 and 8.
Right.
I think it's about to go.
Okay. I hate that 9 and 8.
Yeah, I know. Whatever.
Sounds like 6-7. All right.
9 and 8.
Will and Dibs are about to go right here on 95.7 The Game.
Are
they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's go Thursday. We got a busy day. We didn't even get a chance to tell everybody what's about to happen up on these radio airwaves and up on this YouTube internet windows. You know what's about to happen today? First of all, Kyle Juszczyk is coming on the show today.
Awesome.
Okay, Juice, we know that it's we didn't get to talk to John Feliciano on Tuesday, so we picked a different T day of the week. We'll talk to John Feliciano today on Thursday.
Okay.
Momo in an hour. Ramona Shelburne at 3:15 with a lot to do talking about the Warriors, obviously, and then you need to make a pick.
Yeah, the pick is in.
Thursday night.
The pick is in.
Bills, Texans.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because
It is.
Buffalo's a little Jekyll and Hyde, and Houston's defense is awesome, but I don't believe in their quarterback. So this is going to be an interesting game.
Their quarterback will again be Davis Mills, not C.J. Stroud. And the Texans have been, kind of viable. They need to win
13-12.
Yeah, they need to win clunkers.
Yep.
And hard to do a clunker against Josh Allen. But if any defense can do it, it's this one.
And I like the fact that you said Josh Allen and not the Bills because it is Josh Allen against the Texans.
I would apply to change their name. They're the Buffalo Josh Allens. I mean, honestly, since Stephon Diggs has left, has any receiver been anything that's consistent or whatever?
Not consistent, no.
And they're good tight end. I'll give James Cook deserves a nod. And they can block. They're a pretty good offensive line. Whatever. We'll get into the pick a little bit later. So a lot to do on a Thursday. Best day of the week. Let's ride. 888-957-9570. Look, there's been so much talk, especially after games like last night, on load management. And so I do think in a little bit, and prior to Ramona coming on, we'd love to have a conversation about any actual ideas on how to sort of fix load management. We had an active text exchange between the four of us earlier today.
And it was really weird because I was Team Grandy from the jump.
Well, I just found the whole thing interesting. Yeah. I didn't really
You and Lucas were more aligned, and I think Grandy and I were more of the same mindset
and
anyway.
The quick thought was Lucas and I both thought that this needs to be addressed in some sort of a way based on scheduling. You and Grandy are of the mind that it needs to be addressed some sort of how they play the game on the court.
It's both, but I think that you could address both.
But before we get to that, this is off the cuff because of the conversation that we just had with Goo and Evan. I really feel like we've arrived at a crossroads. And sure, all roads lead to. We all know how to. And so I don't want, I feel like today we can do this. Okay, folks?
Thugs in Harmony?
We can do this.
Crossroads?
We can do this without the conversation arriving at, yay, Jonathan, bad Jonathan. Yay, Jonathan, bad Jonathan. Let's go to Oakland. Yay, Jonathan. Let's go to Benicia. Jonathan's a baby. No, forget all that. The Warriors are at a crossroads. They are. And I think that's why, again, you know how my brain works. Whenever we read something interesting, why did people choose to speak to a reporter?
And why now?
Why did Draymond have that press conference? Why did Jimmy Butler give the come hither to Anthony Slater of ESPN? Hey, follow me around for an hour. I want to talk. And give him absolutely brilliant stuff. I was inspired to text Anthony this morning. I'm like, dude, that was great work. That was an enthralling read.
It was great. Long one, too.
Yeah.
ESPN.com for those of you who partake.
But the Warriors are at a spot. So without taking any sides, what happens and what do they do is kind of my question. And I think the only answer is indeed Jimmy Butler. And I do think he's the Obi-Wan Kenobi now of this story. Help us, Jimmy Butler. You're our only hope. Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga, they don't hate each other, but I don't think that they're going to, on their own, find common ground. And the key to all of this, Steve is too quick to feel like when he sees it not working, I'm going the other way. And Jonathan, he is too quick to get his feelings hurt by it. And that it's a cycle. It's a cycle that just, I don't know if it's going to go away. Boy, those first 2 weeks of the season were fun. We thought that it had all gone away. It didn't go away. And it brings up old wounds right away and all of this stuff. And Jimmy Butler is trying to be both Steve and Jonathan. He's like, Jonathan, I see a lot of me in you. And I understand your situation. And I'm going to guide you through this. But I'm also going to tough love you. Because when you go out there doing that crap that you do, I'm paraphrasing, but these are quotes from Jimmy. When you go out there and start doing that BS that you do, I'm going to call you on it so that we can win and get better. So, can this group coexist or not?
Well, I mean, we'll see. And yes and no is the answer.
And can they win? That's it.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. I don't care what the roles are.
And then they've lost. And then you lose to OKC. And even if you didn't have the roles not work that night, you'd probably lose that anyway. But Draymond makes his comments about agendas. And now today, a big article drops with really good reporting and sourced quotes from Jimmy basically saying, yeah, we had dinner and we basically are laying things out. And JK's the guy. And I do think that if Jonathan Kuminga plays as well as he did early, and he's your fourth best player, let's just say, and he's a viable piece and a viable part, and he plays the right way and all the rest of it, this team, I don't know if the sky's the limit, but you could be a top 4 seed if Jonathan is able to play like that consistently. If he isn't able to, and he's not able to play a lot of minutes because Steve Kerr doesn't believe in him, and then he goes into a mode where his knees hurt or the dauber's down, and he decides that he's not going to play as aggressively or the way that they need him to play, well, this thing goes down in a hurry, and he probably gets dealt on January 15th when he possibly can get dealt. So you ask me, can this work? Yes and no. You've seen the yes, you've seen the no, and now he's out with bad knees. And so for me, it's very simple. But it can work, but it also cannot work.
Well, except for, to me, if it can work and it cannot work, that's a no. Because it can't be sometimes yes, sometimes no.
I agree.
It has to be almost all the time yes. Like everybody.
It's easier said than done.
Well, not really. I get where you're coming from. I know that there are desires and egos, and this is high-level stuff. But if you want your company to work, everybody wakes up and knows what they need to do that day. So the 4 of us wake up, and it took us some time to get there. But to the 4 of us on this show, do we wake up and we know exactly what everybody's got to do? We know when they need to be ready with it. They know exactly what we're doing. If there's a shakeup on a particular day, or someone's out, or someone's got something else going on, then that's discussed. And that starts at the beginning of the week. And believe you me, like for instance, what do we meet about this morning? Monday. That's 5 days away, but we're ready. We're ready, and everybody knows what they're doing. What we do is not as hard as Golden State Warrior basketball.
And there are fewer people involved.
I get it.
And the roles by now are much more defined.
But there's also Salesforce down the street that has 8 billion employees, and they wake up because a couple of them I have friends who work in that building. Yep. Like you wake up and you know what you have to do.
But you don't always do it, even if you know, know what you have to do. Sometimes you miss a read.
Then you have a bad day.
Well, sometimes you have a bad day. I mean, that's my point is you can limit the bad days. You can know what you're supposed to do and still not do it. Go out there and, Draymond Green is among the top 5 players in turnovers this year, and he hasn't played in every game. And so he knows what he's supposed to do, and sometimes he doesn't do it. Steph Curry had a game where he only had 2 field goals, and one of them was a Jimmy Butler hand it to you, 2-on-none break.
Right.
And these are extreme examples, but Jonathan Kuminga knows, I think, what he's supposed to do. Whether or not he can go out there and do it, whether or not he wants to do it, those are things that I can't determine, nor can you.
That's an interesting comment. I wonder about that.
I think he knows what they want him to do.
Well, he knows in a general sense what they want him to do, but it like that's sort of like before the game starts. Jonathan, do you know what we want you to do? Yes. Okay, now you're actually playing ball and you're crossing half court. Do you think Jonathan is fully, like totally confident on what he is supposed to be doing on each given play? And yes, some of this is extemporaneous.
Right.
Like they make this up as they go along. Brock Purdy to Christian McCaffrey last week. Everybody thought, wow, what a beautiful schemed up play by Kyle Shanahan. Guess what? It wasn't. It wasn't schemed up by Kyle Shanahan. It was Christian McCaffrey noticing that a bunch of open space that they didn't know was going to be there was there, and then it was Brock Purdy noticing what Christian noticed. It was the two of them non-verbally noticing the same thing. Boom, touchdown. So there's all of that. I get it. I don't know that Jonathan does feel confident that on every given play, on that chemistry, that thing that people have when it's all kind of working and you're all on the same page. I don't know.
I think the role changes too based on who's out there with him. And I love that answer from Jimmy that you read in the crossover about, yeah, he'll play the dunker spot, and JK, you can ISO and you can cook, but when Steph is not out there, you don't play the same way you do when Steph is out there. And Steve has always said when Steph is on the floor, and he's only playing 31 minutes, so that's 17 minutes right now a game, 48 minutes last night, but in general, it's about a third of the game where you don't have Steph. So a third of the game, you got to figure out how to play differently because you're not going to play the same way. Jimmy's answer was awesome on that, and I encourage you to read it, ESPN.com, the Slater article. They don't have the same level of panic. Defenses don't. So if you're going to penetrate, they're not going to not help because Steph's not out there. So when it's just Jimmy and JK and others, yeah, you have to play differently.
All right, coming up on Monday, we were just talking about Monday, Niners take on the Carolina Panthers. You know where we're going to be. There. That's right. Laughing Monk Brewing, Sunnyvale, right down the street from the stadium. We're going to get you ready for everything starting at 2, but we want you to come by and say hi. There's also great food, great drinks, games in the parking lot, and a free shuttle from Laughing Monk to the stadium. You got to sign up for that now. 957thegame.com. Spots go fast. 957thegame.com. We're also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you want to weigh in on that, 888-957-9570. We will take your calls right now. But also when it comes to Warrior basketball, after a night like last night, let's be real. Load management is not just annoying, it's a problem in the NBA, and there are a lot of different thoughts on how to fix it. The conversation Dibs was referencing that the four of us, the two of us, Lucas and Grandy, all had this morning, came from this sort of question. How would you fix it if you were the NBA? However, we're going to take one answer from you. You can't say fewer games. That's not an allowed answer.
It's not going to happen.
Because it's never going to happen.
Ever in any sport, by the way.
The owners are not going to cut games. So if I take that answer from you, you can't say fewer games. What ideas does anybody have on how to get NBA players to play and to not
play basketball?
Right, to not be so exhausted as Steve Kerr has been talking about a lot lately. So we'll get into that. We'll get into that coming up next, and we'd love your feedback, your engagement. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only. And then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush. or you'll be sorry.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
Considering starting your weight loss journey with GLP-1 medication? Don't trust just anyone with this decision. Jumpstart MD is your local, trusted provider with 13 Bay Area clinics and expert care available online or in person. Jumpstart MD specializes in safe, effective weight loss with personalized clinical support. Trust the experts. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com. Mention radio and start for only $99 this season.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry nonstop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour nonstop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What's up, Bay Area? It's Will Richard from the Golden State Warriors. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Okay, hold up. I gotta call timeout.
Okay.
I gotta call timeout.
Me.
Is that, first of all, I got a bunch of questions. Is that the only Will Richard rejoin that we have for this show?
No, but the way that this works is you kind of just edit, take him introducing himself,
Yes.
and you plop that in front of all of the other things that he says.
No, that's fine. So, like, we only have one, hey, Bay Area, this is Will Richard.
Let me double check.
We only have one of those. So, sitting there at our spot last night, me and the lovely Christy, watching little baby warriors run around. Like, they look like those baby gazelles that come out and their legs are all going sideways and everything.
I made the Bambi reference last week.
It was a good one. So we're watching that, and obviously one of them baby gazelles is Will Richard. And she goes, I've been listening to the show, and I think that he says that it's Will Richards.
I have two versions of him introducing himself.
And I immediately go like, and she was like, I think he's mispronouncing his own name. And I'm like, that would be hard to do. And right, she's like, well, most people, it would be Richards. And so I'm like, are you insinuating that the Warriors have made a mistake on his jersey and maybe he's actually... So anyway, this whole thing happened, and we were texting Grandy from our spot, and he's busy because he's doing Warriors, like he's doing the game. He's working. So he correctly waited until the end of the night and went, hey, idiot, I'll handle this tomorrow. But I'm like, will you listen to the Will Richard thing and tell me if it sounds like he's making his last name plural? Because my wife thinks that he is, and so we wanted to take a nice deep dive on this rejoin for a second.
Okay, here's version one.
Here it is.
What's up, Bay Area? It's Will Richard from the Golden State Warriors. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Sorry, Will.
Yeah, that's Will Richard. That's Will Richard. Yeah, Will Richard.
Will Richard.
Yeah, Richard. All right.
And you want version 2?
And the version 2.
Dub Nation, this is Will Richard. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7.
All right, my wife's wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to get that straight.
Start calling her the lovely Critty.
No.
Because there's no S in Richards. The lovely Critty.
Yeah.
It's a 2, but I'll take it.
Well, her last name is Willard now, so you could call her Willards.
Sure. Yeah, but that would be
Yeah, Christy Willards.
Yeah.
You could do that.
I did not hear anything even close to an S.
Neither did I. So,
as opposed to, hi, this is Andrew Wiggin.
Listen, I get to say something that men get to do once or twice per year. My wife was wrong.
Ooh, yeah.
That's it. I was allotted one more of those before.
You better be careful.
Before New Year's, and there it is. So that's the end of 2025 for me.
Yeah, it's a nice win, though.
Okay.
There you have it. Will Richard, he has as many S's in his name as he had points last night.
Oof.
Just a nice way to transition back to basketball. Tell me what I said that's wrong.
Well,
and no one loves Will Richard as much as I do.
No, nobody does, although I was the one who grabbed him on the take it to the bank prediction.
Last night?
Yeah, I had over 16 and a half points. He didn't get over a half a point.
Yeah.
He didn't even cover the half, let alone the 16.
I think Buddy cashed in for me because he just kept shooting.
Well, yeah.
Keep on shooting, Bud. I think his number was 11 and a half, which was like tragically low. But anyway, that's a classic wadded up and where's the trash can game.
Oh, yeah, I don't care. I mean, I don't care about the outcome of that game.
One more quick aside on the game. Grandy, maybe you know this. Was Draymond on the bench? Because I saw Steph and Jimmy.
Came in at the end.
Okay.
He was not feeling well.
I know. So,
and I have no reason to think that they're lying, but maybe they were, and this was all a big act.
Well, that's just what I was wondering, because if he had general sickness, as we reported, and if you're not feeling well, it's probably better if you're not out there.
He stayed in the back and came out at the very end to kind of help with the fourth quarter push with a couple of hand claps. Let's go, Quentin. And then that was it. Then he left. But Jimmy and Steph, of course, as you all saw, they were out there on the bench. All right, so go ahead. Why don't we give everybody gets 30 to 40 seconds. What was your answer to how do you fix the exhaustion / load management / blah, blah, blah in the NBA without using the answer fewer games?
Well, for me, it's twofold. One is the schedule, and I have already advocated that you insert a bye week.
Love it.
And every team would just get a week off, and you could do it starting in around January or February, and you just get a week off. No basketball, no practice, nothing. Go to Cancun, do whatever you need to do. The other piece, and I'm playing off of Steve Kerr saying that the pace is too fast. How about you change the shot clock rule back to what it was? You get the offensive rebound, you get a fresh 24. I think that would incentivize teams to if you want, you could play a little slower. As it is now, you get the rebound, you got 14 seconds. Right. You're most likely going to kick it out and shoot another three-pointer. So I know there's other things that Grandy will highlight. Those are kind of my two unique ones that I'm going to go with.
Yeah, I don't think that's bad at all. My answer real quick is really to not change anything basketball related at all. It's all scheduling, and with apologies, I have not done some sort of a deep dive with a pen and a legal pad and written this all out. But I don't really have a problem if you start the season a week or two earlier, institute your bye weeks, and what I would love to see is much more creativity in travel schedules. And so when you hit the East Coast, let's do that. Let's do fewer back-to-backs, but get on a better pace of every other night. And when we're in that area of the country, let's take care of all of those games. Let's do all of that in 8 days. Then when you come home, let's stay.
Yeah.
The Warriors come home and they're here for 36 hours and then they leave again, even if it's just to LA or whatever. Get to an area of the country, more of what we saw in San Antonio last week, stay and play. When you're going to go play someone on the road, you play that team, and that's the only time you're going to that city that year. And just get more creative in that way and take some of the bouncing around the country off of the guys' plates.
Yeah, just looking ahead at the schedule, and I love that. They do have 2 stay-and-plays this year on the road. This is the road trip that I'm sure is going to bug you. They go to New York, to Washington, to Boston, to Detroit, to Atlanta, to Dallas. Like
Dallas and New York are not close.
Neither is Atlanta and Dallas.
No.
And you go from Detroit up top, down to Atlanta, then you swing up Dallas on the way home.
And they were just in Texas for 3 days.
Right.
Do Texas.
I'm with you.
Let's do 2 in San Antonio, 2 in Houston, 2 in Dallas, and then we come home. Yep. Thanks, Texas. Bye. We'll see you next year.
Maybe in the playoffs, but yeah,
that's
I like
it.
that.
Grandy, what do you say?
Well, I threw out a lot of things.
Yes, you did.
And some of them
you would like the court was a triangle. What the hell was happening?
I wrote an essay. Is what I wrote.
You
in
did.
Our text
I was very impressed by your energy.
Similar to Dibs, if we can't shorten the regular season, we're taking that off the table. In my mind, the way to lighten the load on these players is to kind of try to change the way the game is played, make it easier physically to get through a game. And maybe that sounds weak. I think that's the reality of the situation. The one that I think is most realistic, because I don't think any of the things that I threw out there would ever happen, but it's eliminating the corner 3 and extending the three-point line out to make the three-point shot more difficult. Because part of why the pace and the space is an issue is because teams just run to the three-point line, and so many players are so proficient shooting the ball that you just have so many quick possessions back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and teams have to defend all the way out to the three-point line. If you kill the corner 3, that becomes almost a dead area of the court because deep 2s are incredibly inefficient, and you make the other 3s more difficult, you are going to get more teams just kind of packing the paint and willing teams to shoot some of those outside shots because it's a less percentage shot. And as a result, I think you will have less of a physical toll on these players.
You know, I mean, I don't want to poo-poo any ideas. Where my mind goes when you say that, though, is like the next generation of players who will try to compare themselves to the greatest shooter of all time. There goes that chase. Like they'd be playing a completely different game as far as the three-point shot. And so I
not
think
if you just extend the corner, and that's what I would say.
Well, he said to do away with it.
Do away with the 3.
With the corner 3.
Corner 3.
I think you make the corner 3 23-9 like the rest of it.
Does your foot fit?
Well, the court would be widened. Would be the point.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Well, now you got, in theory, more court coverage, though.
Right, but
which is part of what Steve Kerr keeps worrying about.
I think that if you had an extended 3, if the corner 3 went away, you wouldn't be able to just put somebody in there knowing they're going to shoot 38 or 40%. You'd have to have an actual basketball player, and you wouldn't have to necessarily close out on everyone if the three-point shot was tougher.
Lucas, you want to give us your 30 or 40 seconds? Thanks for being ready. Hi.
Hey, fired up over here.
Okay.
Oh boy, it's all falling apart.
It's okay.
My change was, I was more in line with you because I was just reacting to what Grandy had to say and some of the on-court stuff. I mean, what the NBA has right now is it is a fan base that loves to consume highlights.
Yes.
And I think a lot of the changes that you guys have discussed here would like pace, space, all of that. That is how you get the massive dunks and the threes over like game-winning threes. Like that is how you create these highlights. Now, it's a double-edged sword having that as your consumer, someone who loves highlights, because that doesn't mean you're watching these games from tip to final buzzer. But it still increases popularity from TikTok and social media and all these things. You still get the popularity. And I think if you make those changes to the game, then you're cutting out a lot of that. And I don't think that's good for the game either.
I don't love the idea of changing the game at all. Here's one other thing I want to say real quick that I don't love, which always comes up in this conversation, and then we'll go to the phones. But this just came in on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And listen, I totally get it. And super, super duper appreciate everybody listening. But look at this take from 925. No more fully guaranteed contracts. If you want to trick off games and not take the regular season seriously, then good for you. You don't get paid. That kind of cynicism to this whole thing, I actually feel we've gotten to a spot where it's counterproductive. I don't think the players don't give a rip. I don't want to be one of the people who blows off what they're trying to tell us. You brought up what I thought was a brilliant piece of information last week when we're talking to Steve Kerr, where back in the late 80s and early 90s, the number one paced team, they were called Showtime.
I'm looking at it right now, Mark.
The number one, changed the game, Jerry Buss, Forum Club, all of that stuff would today, by a significant margin, be the slowest team in the entire NBA. That tells you what these guys are talking about. They're playing a different game. They are running like no one's run before. We are seeing Achilles injuries like we've never seen before.
Yeah.
I want to avoid calling the players a bunch of wimps who don't care. I just don't buy it. I don't buy it.
I think part of that, too, is you've got so much data now and so much science that these doctors and these physicians and all the other training staff, they know when a player is more susceptible to injury, so then they just sit them down. Because we didn't have that back in 1975 when the Warriors were winning the whole darn thing. You just played. You played until your knees gave out, and there wasn't knee surgery like that back then, and then your career was over. So the science now has made it so that we optimize performance, but I do think that there are little things you could tweak to slow the pace down a little bit, and then the game becomes a little bit more nuanced.
I find all of it very, very interesting, because if we do just put what we're seeing right now on a track, right? In other words, like, it's only going to get worse, right? We're not putting toothpaste back in a tube. At what point a few years from now are teams just not able to field a roster? Like, we just can't do it. And then everything feels like the Niners season does feel this year. You just can't. I'm sorry, we just can't do it.
Well, then you look at the OKC model, which when they rocked the Warriors, they were missing three players, three rotational players. But if you can have a deep team, 1 through 12, that's really good, you're less bothered.
But you have to draft your butt off. You have to make brilliant moves, and you have to have a bunch of players in their 20s who are all ready to cook at the same time. And it's very, very difficult to do. Like, that's, I think everyone's trying to do that.
Well, Boston kind of did that a couple years ago. They had a few vets, but they had a couple guys at their peak. But I think that it's a multi-pronged approach to how you're going to fix it.
All right, we got a bunch of people to want to weigh in. This is awesome. 888-957-9570 is the number. What would you do to help out load management and apparent exhaustion on some levels for NBA teams and players, but we're taking away the answer of fewer games, because owners are going to be like, thanks for your input. You can put that in the suggestion box in the corner, and we'll read it 18 years from now.
Just call Steph and tell him he's got to give $6 million back.
Yeah.
Because we're cutting 10% off the season.
I mean, you're all, like, that point, you all understand you've arrived at Jerry Maguireville. You're all going to write a big essay on, you know what we need to do, everybody? Less money.
That's right.
No.
For everyone.
Right. You're going to end up out on the street with a fish.
And you get a pay cut, and you get a pay cut.
No. Who's with me? Nobody. Nobody's with you. All right. Marty and San Bruno lead us off. Hi, Marty. Thanks for the call.
Hi. I think The most obvious answer would be, well, to make the season longer instead of shorter, you make it longer. So instead of the season ending in April, it ends in May, or instead of it ending in June, it ends in early July. Not everybody likes to watch baseball, so it gives basketball fans more opportunity to tune in. So, yeah, that's my take on it.
Yeah, I mean, Marty, I think that's obviously a simple start, but I think there's something to it. Grandy brought up the point earlier. It's already in all of American pro sports. It is the longest season. I think there are ways to play with that wouldn't need to extend it much. But we've long talked about, like, do you really need to be battling football that hard in October and November? What if you started it way later and then you just took on baseball? Just take on all of baseball season. Like, July and August, just sit there. And a lot of sports fans are like, let's go to Cancun. Like, I just turn the TV off and re-meet my family.
And I do think that's a lot why basketball would want to stay where it is, because you get to the summer and kids are off and there's vacations. You're not as yacked in on sports. I mean, baseball's there. Yeah, the Midsummer Classic, everybody. I don't know if you'd want an NBA Finals then, and also I would bet the players, they probably like their summer.
I would argue that the NBA Finals are already during school's summer, and I would argue
mid-June when it ends.
Yeah, but and I would argue that in the summer, that's where kids can go to more games. I am way more willing to take my kid to something that starts at 7 o'clock in the city in the summertime than I am on a Tuesday in November. I'm not no, we got to go to bed. But in summer, no problem. We could be in the city till 10 o'clock. No problem.
I'm just looking. I was looking at the 1998 schedule. It started October 31st, and it was 169 days start to finish.
Yeah.
This year, it starts on October 21st, so they're actually moving it in the other direction, and it's 173 days long, the season. So not much has changed in 30 years.
Not a lot. Carrie in Scottsdale. Hi, Carrie. Thank you for the call. What's up?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Have a little solution here and then also a comment. The solution would be to change the rule where the players have to be in the visiting city in the morning of the game. Players need to sleep, and I know that there's potential weather, but why can't they fly the same day so they can get a full night's sleep in the existing city that they were in for the back-to-backs? That's that comment. The one other comment is, how in the world could Steve Kerr commit malpractice by not having Jimmy or Curry on the floor for one of the games? Why do they all have to sit out in the same game? Couldn't they play Curry one game and then play Jimmy Butler the other game? You have all your top guys out at the same time. Why? That's just malpractice.
Okay, Kerry, thanks. 2 comments. Let's start with the second one. I don't find it to be malpractice. I think it's a mathematical equation that actually makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
You got a hell of a lot better chance. If you're trying to win like one game in that scenario, I'm going to throw my absolute best pitch in one of those games and then bail on the other one. It didn't work.
No.
But to me, that is the better option, your better chance.
As opposed to half-stepping. Yeah. So you play Steph in the first one, you lose, and then you sit him and you play Jimmy and you lose, and now neither one of them gets the full rest. And yeah, there's going to be some games you're just going to punt.
Well, and then you also have no game to build any continuity with each other. Those are their 2 most important players. They need to play together.
Yeah.
So now the original thought of why don't you let them wake up and then fly to the game? I don't know how they would even feel about that. The only way I can answer it is, how do you feel on the first day of vacation on the day that you flew versus how you feel the next day?
Yeah, depends how far you went.
When you woke up.
If you fly to Orlando to Disney World,
right,
and your whole day is spent in the air and you're traveling, that first day is going to be hopefully kind of a take it easy, maybe a half day at Epcot.
Supposed to go to your hotel. What'd they tell us in Die Hard? Take your shoes off and then rub your toes around on the carpet there in the hotel room. I don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to go hard. So I don't know that would help. But interesting thought.
Yeah, I like your thought about more stay-in plays and even centralized road trips where, all right, it's going to be a 6-game road trip and we're going to focus on the Southeast. We're going to hit you in Charlotte. You'll get Atlanta. You'll get Miami and Orlando. And, we're going to keep you down in that general area. So even if you have to fly, they're hour-and-a-half flights. It's not going to be as bad as what some of these are.
I would try to make road trips like literally all that. Like we're doing the Southeast trip, and we're going to do Miami and Orlando and the Hawks and Charlotte, and we're going to do all of that. New Orleans, that's it. That's the whole trip. Not this thing where they're like, well, they're on the East Coast, so they go from New York to Miami and then, hit Dallas on the way back. And then, no, then you're creating these 3.5-hour flights almost every other day. And then limit the back-to-backs, man. Like, you got to stop with all the back-to-backs.
Yeah, I was surprised when I did the length of season start to finish. I thought it would be a lot longer, but they replaced 4 games in 5 nights with just a bunch more back-to-backs for everybody.
Which is, like, look, what are we looking at tonight? You think these two teams tonight in the NFL are going to throw their best pitch? Or has anybody noticed Thursday Night Football looks kind of sleepy sometimes?
It can, yeah, absolutely.
So back-to-backs are the same thing.
Especially
their bodies,
at this point in the year.
Yeah, they're not ready.
Right. And for the Warriors, they got all these back-to-backs, 5 of them so far early in the year, and maybe a younger team would have handled it better, but that's still a lot of back-to-backs, more than any other team in the association.
Okay, love all the calls. We got a bunch more to get to, and we're going to do that next. Ramona is still 20 minutes away, so let's see. Everybody who's here, okay? Greg and Matt and Sheo and Tom, stay right here. Get online. How would you fix this load management problem, but we're taking away the answer, fewer games? It's got to be something else. 888-957-9570. As always, we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Go to twitch.tv/957thegame or youtube.com/957thegame. You can watch us all live, subscribe to the channel, hit the thumbs up button. It helps our ego. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Ramona Shelburne in 20 minutes. Kyle Juszczyk in a little bit less than 2 hours. John Feliciano in about 2.5 hours. That's what we're doing today, and outside of that, we're talking to you on Willard and Dibs.
Been counting the days, wondering, will they bring it back? Wonder no more. The legendary McRib has returned. We're talking tender, boneless pork, smothered in that unmistakably tasty McRib sauce. It's a flavor experience that never sticks around for long. And why stop at just the sandwich? Make it a meal with any size soft drink for just $1.69. But don't wait. McRib season is short, and once it's gone, it's really gone. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
The holidays are back at Starbucks, so share the season with a peppermint mocha. Starbucks signature espresso, velvety mocha, and cool peppermint notes, topped with whipped cream and dark chocolate curls. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is Carrie Cooper. It was a small complex of bungalows in the LA neighborhood of Echo Park in the early 70s. The gigging and collaboration between Linda Ronstadt, Glenn Frey and Jackson Browne was the beginning of Southern California rock. More at FocusOnRock.com.
Monte Hill for my friends at Ceremony Ford, and the year-end sales event is on now. This is the time to score 0% APR financing for 60 months with $0 down and 0 payments for 90 days on some of Ford's hottest models, including the F-150, Explorer, Escape, Super Duty Regular and Super Cab, Transit Van, Lightning, and the all-electric Mustang Mach-E. Look, I absolutely love my Explorer. It's perfect for my family, packed with cutting-edge tech and style to stand out wherever you go. And with deals like these, you won't want to miss this chance to grab your dream Ford. Remember, that's 0% APR for 60 months, $0 down, and no payments for 90 days. You can save big on top models right now, but hurry. These year-end deal savings end January 5th, so swing by Ceremony Ford in Colma, just off Ceremony Boulevard, or check out their incredible inventory right now at CeremonyFord.com. Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's go-to spot for unbeatable year-end deals, and don't forget to tell them that Bonte sent you.
Tune in for the Ghost Report on Fridays during the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Jasky. Brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood brew pub on Main Street in Redwood City, where we are talking about who's scaring the competition this week.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC, or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are
you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers? Or the best fish and chips or around? 7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life? Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb chops? Or that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs. I knew he would. Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
What's up, Bay Area? It's Al Horford from the Golden State Warriors. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I like that Grandy kind of does post-media day rejoins the same way artists kind of roll out a new album. They're like, here's one song.
Yeah.
Hold up. Now we got a second song.
But that first song we hear like 6 or 7 times, and then he'll mix in, some of the B tracks.
Did you really have to say 6 or 7 times? Oh, God.
I didn't even think about that.
I know you didn't.
I don't have a teenager in my house, let alone 3.
Well, no, the teenagers don't do it anymore.
Nearly 3.
No, they're now we've arrived at everybody's annoyed by it. Like, they had it, we were annoyed by it, so we took it. Now they're annoyed that we took it. We've been annoyed by it the whole time. And scene. That's what we've got.
Yeah.
6, 7. All right. We are coming to you live for the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed here in San Francisco. And Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale is going to be our spot on Monday night as we get you ready for Niners and Panthers. It's a good time for a little Monday night tilt. Get the nation's eyeballs on the Niners. The offense is fully healthy. Brock and Ricky both had full practices today, as they start their preparations, and an opportunity for the Niners to get to 8-4 and continue in what is the softest spot of their soft schedule.
Yeah,
so,
and the pick is in. Tonight's pick also in, so looking forward to that.
What's the number tonight?
It is 6. I saw a 5.5, and I've seen a 6. We'll get the official number coming up. But
we got a home dog.
Yep.
Home dog on a Thursday night.
Yep.
Okay.
And those home dogs this year, losing record against the spread.
Mm-hmm.
Just as we
I know.
As we highlight.
Yeah. It's just fun to say it. But
it is. Yep.
Anyway, yeah. What time you want to do the pick? 4:50?
Perfect.
No, Juice is coming on at 4:45.
All right, then we'll do it at 4:38.
Yeah,
right before the break.
Perfect. 4:35 for all of you out there with clocks. 888-957-9570. We're talking out load management, NBA schedule problems. Steve Kerr and the Warriors have repeatedly said it's the hardest open to a schedule he's ever seen in his life, with regard to the number of road games, the number of back-to-backs, the amount of cities that they've been in a short period of time. We can either call them wimps or we can try to listen to them for a second. And the Warriors are not the only team sitting people out. So we have put out there, how would you change this? But we're taking away the answer, fewer games. Because let's be real, the owners and the players will not vote for less money. That's just not going to happen. So it's been a good discussion so far. Let's keep it going. How about Greg and Benicia? Hi, Greg. Thanks for the call. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I got 2 fixes for this. One would be I agree with extending the season 2 weeks. And the second one is I don't think either of you will agree with me, but I'm going to throw my owner's hat on. And, when they negotiated these contracts, it was for these players to play 82 games. So when they're playing 70 games, I would feel like I'm not getting my money's worth. So I think it all boils down to money and incentives to make them play. And they need to be like private contractors, kind of like golfers. When they play good, they get paid. And if they don't even play, they won't get paid. So they're going to get a salary, but there's more incentives to play, not so much of a guaranteed contract.
Yeah, Greg, thanks for the call. I think a lot of us have said for a lot of years, when you look at golf, that's the perfect model if it were viable in other sports.
Well, it's an individual sport,
right?
so
Which
there
it's
you go.
not. Well, it's also not like you can't. Again, toothpaste out of tube. We're not. What does Shea make? What is Shea? What is the extension? How much money per year? Is he on his way to, at the end of that contract, for $78 million a year?
Something like that, yeah, about $1 million a game.
And you're going to come back the next year and collectively bargain the idea that, oh, by the way, you have to play, or you don't get paid. Like, it's not realistic. And the owners, by the way, here's another thing they don't want to do. They don't want to run these guys into the ground. That's their worst nightmare. The Pacers, many people thought, were 30 minutes away from an NBA title. And then 2 weeks later, they're like, we might as well just trade Miles Turner. It's over. It's over. And now they look like they look.
Yeah.
You haven't heard of any of them. That was in June.
Yeah, they beat the Warriors.
They beat the Warriors.
And then they won last night, I think.
In June,
second win.
They were up in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. And here we are in November, and we haven't heard of any of the players.
Shea has a $75 million player option in 2030, 2031.
There you go. Like, they don't want to run him into the ground.
He'll probably turn it down at this pace.
I mean, he might be able to resign for $85 million at that point.
Might be.
And even, we'll
cupcake.
go more to the phones because a lot of people want to talk. But to that point, so Halliburton lays it all on the line and gets hurt in Game 7 and misses this whole year. You don't get paid. Sorry, Ty. Sorry, Reese. You did it all for us. We were 30 minutes away from a chip. You got hurt. You're out the year, and now you make no money because you can't play. It's not happening. Sports
works best when on some level the owners and the players are like, can we get together on this? This is a pretty good deal for all of us. Can we not hate each other? Like in baseball right now, there is a total distrust, and it is headed down the road of some real fundamental problems.
Oh, yeah?
With the way the whole thing is built. I don't think the NBA and NFL are in that spot. The WNBA is.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you don't want that. You don't want that.
Yeah, and the NFL probably won't ever because they don't have guaranteed contracts.
Right.
And so only 1% of the league makes astronomical money, and the rest of the guys, you're fighting for your life out there, literally.
Totally. Matt in Oakland is next. Hi, Matt. Thank you for the call. What's up?
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good.
All right. I love this. Okay, quickly on the rule changes. Bring back the 1-and-1. If you can't shoot, you shouldn't be playing. I would get rid of the corner three. I would get rid of offensive goaltending. I would change the kick rule so if between 14 and 24 seconds, you can basically kick the ball and nothing happens. That's jive. And then the last change is the 24-second violation. Why do you penalize the offensive team, or, well, who was the defensive team? Why do you penalize them by blowing the whistle when they could have a fast break? I think they should get rid of that, too. And then as far as the schedule change goes, I know you said no fewer games, but this is close. They're going to go 32 teams soon. And I hope Seattle gets one back. So what if you played everybody twice? That's 62. You play everybody you go to 4 8-team conference divisions. You play everybody else once in your own conference. That is 77. And then this tournament is kind of a good idea, but they do it terribly. What if the tournament was like March Madness? You start with 32 teams, and it's one and done. You win or go home. So there will be one team, or actually two, that will play 82 games. And there will be 4 who play 81, and there will be 8 who will play 80. It's pretty damn close. The tournament stinks now, but the idea is good. That gives you gambling money. You can move the season back a little, forward a little, extend the breaks a little bit more, and that might just do what you're after. So there you go. That's my idea, which will never happen, but that was fun.
Yeah, Matt, thanks. I mean, his first bunch of ideas were just things that annoy him about basketball. I don't think they had anything to do with load management.
I'd like bring back the 1-and-1.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
He'll make a free throw. Let's get on with it.
Let's move. Yeah, but it's funny because I told you guys, like, in this conversation we're having this morning, I go, I might as well go get like an 18-year-old's opinion. I wonder where I can find one. Oh, look, there's one in my living room.
Still in bed.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, 18-year-old. What does load management bother you? No, not really. Okay. Do you think there are too many threes? Like, is it just a constant flow of people firing up threes? He goes, no. We watch Steph Curry in this town. I got no problem with the threes. I go, what problem do you have with the NBA? Too many fouls.
Yeah.
Stop stopping. I said, all right, what'd you think about the physicality in the playoffs where they didn't call a lot of fouls? They just let people beat the living hell out of everybody. And he goes, well, I didn't watch, like the whole league. I go, well, you watched the Warriors-Rockets series? And he goes, and I loved it. Loved it. Okay. So that was the response of one 18-year-old.
Fouls are up 3 fouls per team per game, which means 6 fouls per game. And this is just over last year, still a small sample, but I agree with your son as far as the fouls go. You got foul merchants, and you've got the contact is out of control, and I think that widening the court, creating more space might help with that.
Maybe. Sheo in the city next up. Hey, Sheo, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? The first thing I'll say is I agree with Mark's point that the season should start, around Christmas time and kind of maybe through July, less back-to-backs. And then I think the second idea would probably help the first one, which is I think that less teams should make the NBA playoffs. I think that instead of it being, the 8 through 10, or what is it? 6 through 10 fight for it. I think it should be the 5 through 8. So only 4 will get guaranteed, and that would help everybody. It would make the game more exciting. People would have to play every game. There would have to be a lot less load management, trying to get that top 4 seed. And then as far as like what the last caller said, just kind of a little bit about what I think would help the game is leave the game the way it is with the threes and everything. Just bring back a little bit of the physicality on defense. Let them play defense a little bit more. And I'm not saying like the 80s Pistons, but, just let them kind of be a little bit more physical. And I feel like the skill level that there is today and the physicality will balance out. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Cheryl, thanks very much. Some very interesting ideas, though. Your playoff idea, I thought, almost like I wish I had like a big red buzzer in here. I'm like, that did kind of land in what I consider, right?
Would deem
you went
fewer games.
That's fewer games. And the playoff games, those are the biggest moneymakers of them all. They're not giving up playoff games.
If they started on Christmas, 174-day season would end on June 17th. You start the playoffs then, you're done August 15th.
Perfect. You could literally do
Best day of the year.
Big celebration. The end of the NBA season and then the start of the NFL season. Perfect.
But you'd be infringing on preseason football, Mark.
I'm good with that. And actually, boy, that sounds great, in fact.
Right.
All right, we're sponsored by Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek Boulevard. Frontier Ford's year-end sales event is on with 0% APR for 60 months. 0 down, no payments for 90 days on all of Ford's top models. Deals end January 5th. Visit Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek or shop anytime at frontierford.com. 888-957-9570. We're not done with your calls, but we're going to get a big call on this subject and much more coming up next. Ramona Shelburne of ESPN drops in on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk more about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank. With the family-owned feel, they've been my bank now for 7 years, and I loved to be a part of a good, locally owned bank and a bank that cares about my goals as a client. They've been doing it since 1964, and when they set out to build it, they wanted to build a local ecosystem that's created around the customers and the bankers themselves and also the community at large, because when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, it gets reinvested, my friends, into the community, home ownership and businesses and philanthropy and other nonprofits, all the good things that make our Bay Area tick. They're an independent bank. They had many opportunities to expand outside of the area, but they wanted to be true to their local ideals. And they've done that ever since they started in 1964. Go in for yourself and see exactly what I'm talking about with full-service banking and no compromises. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your Happy Plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Hey, this is Joe Shasky from 95.7 The Game. Want to hear something super? Well, Merit America wants to get you on the path to a super new high-paying career with free coaching and training. And the first step is a super job working at the super big game. Go to meritamerica.org/super and see how you can sign up for super career training in HR, logistics, data analysis, and much more for free. So go to meritamerica.org/super. This is a super opportunity, and it's brought to you by Merit America.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Here we go! Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible!
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown!
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibs? I like your picks.
Yeah, JK.
Yeah. Thursday Night Football.
The pick is in.
But it hasn't been released yet.
Nope.
So
we'll get into it.
Yeah, we will.
The higher or lower category is about to be released.
That's mañana.
Tomorrow will be consecutive sellout for the Warriors, number 565.
Oh, and so will that be the number?
The number will be 564, just in case they don't sell out tomorrow.
Okay,
564 straight sellouts, Mark.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
All right, I'm always looking forward to Friday, but we got a lot to do here on Thursday first. Want to remind everybody, celebrate the 50th anniversary of the 1975 NBA championship team. All the guys, I hope you heard Clifford Ray on with Goo and Evan earlier today. All the living members of that team will be on hand for the celebration tomorrow. And so throughout the Friday night game, the Warriors are going to be honoring the 50th anniversary of the organization and their championship. And then, yes, they're going to be over at the team store, I think, for a period of time. Would love to. I don't have the time slot in front of me, so we're going to get that. Oh, I got it. Here we go. 5:50 to 6:25. Tomorrow, they're going to be at the team store. Stop by, high five, autograph, say hello, tell them you heard Clifford Ray on 95.7 The Game, whatever it may be. Make sure you go check that out tomorrow, especially if you are going to Warriors and Blazers tomorrow. All right, out to the River Islands guest line we go for one of our favorites. She's the best, tapped into the league like nobody else on ESPN, Ramona Shelburne. Hey, Momo, what's going on?
How's it going, Mark?
We're doing pretty good. You know what we're sitting here talking about after watching? Well, the Warriors played the Heat last night, and there was, let me think. There was no Steph, there was no Jimmy, no Draymond, no Al, no Jonathan. So we're having just a healthy little conversation about how the league fixes this load management thing and how they can make this better for the current players, but we're taking away the answer, play fewer games, because obviously the owners and they're never going to agree to less money. So what's your thought? How concerned is the league about this?
I think they're concerned because, it's just not good for this to be a continuing storyline, but not even just like, oh, these guys sat out of the game and they're load managing, they're not available. I think it's just terrible for fans to constantly be feeling like they don't know who's going to play if they buy a ticket, and then for these guys to be getting hurt when they do play. You know, like the rash of the Achilles injuries last year was terrible. The knee injuries, like there's so many great stars in the league that are not even playing this year. I mean, these are just bad headlines to keep popping up. So I think they're concerned. It's not great for the product. I mean, look, they've already sold the rights to the TV rights, and they already got their new billion-dollar deals. But it's about the health of the league, and they got to figure something out here.
Yeah, you need to have your top attractions doing top things more often. My idea, Ramona, and tell me if this is cockamamie or not, but I thought you could institute an NFL-style bye week where every team would have a week where you just didn't play, you didn't have to practice, you got to just chill.
I don't hate that. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it kind of have that with the in-season tournament, right, where and then after All-Star break, you have like one of those bye weeks. But most of the people I talk to about this issue, they say it's really just about the style of the game right now. It's that guys are just running so much more. It's so much. It's you can find all kinds of data on this. But the amount of wear and tear that players are putting on their body now. It's not just from coming up from their youth days and college and AAU and all that. It's in game. Like in game, the way they play now is just a lot more taxing on the body. And I don't know how you change that. I mean, I still think you got to come back to some sort of, shortening of the season, et cetera. But that's not how the TV contracts are written, and that's not how the player contracts are written. No one wants to give back money by not playing as many games. But somehow I think we got to end up there because it's just the style of play. I mean, I don't know. Didn't Adam Silver float something about saying that we have a shortened game? I think like
he did
40-minute game rather than a 40. Like, if it really is the style of the game, maybe making the game shorter would actually help.
Yeah, well, going from 48 minutes to 40, something like that.
Yeah.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, is with us. Look, we got all kinds of questions surrounding. Obviously, the Draymond Green's comments in Oklahoma City last week, the Jonathan Kuminga injury and situation. But I would love to start with this. The Warriors have talked so much about the difficulty of their travel, their back-to-backs. They lead the league in back-to-backs, road games, different cities, and they've struggled a bit through all of that, but they're 9-8 as things now start to loosen up. What are your early impressions of how they look as a whole?
I think when they've been good, they've been much better than I expected them. And when they've been bad or not altogether present, they've been worse than we expected them, right? Like the highs are higher than we thought and the lows are lower. In other words, I think 9-8 is about right for how they've played because they just haven't been all together. But I don't know. I didn't take anything from Draymond's comments after Oklahoma City. I felt like that was just him saying, let's get our act together, guys. And then they did have a very good response in San Antonio. What I feel like when I watch them is that I've been watching these guys go through similar troughs and hard spots in the season for so many years that I really don't worry about them. Like, I just feel like they'll figure it out. They've been through so much. And I also just got done watching the Dodgers go through their regular season where the bullpen was terrible. Like, the offense sucked for a while. They had a very underwhelming regular season based on how good they are and the talent, but they were there when it mattered at the end. And I think that's with an older roster, that's kind of what you got to do. I don't care that much about where they finish. I think it'd be better for them if they finished out of the play-in tournament, but as long as they're in the top six, which is a big ask, I don't think it matters that much as long as they're healthy and well going into the playoffs.
Yeah, healthy and well, and hopefully deep, and the depth can continue to improve. Mm-hmm. And I wonder about your impressions of Jonathan Kuminga early, because the first handful of games, It was, wow, he's awesome. And then the subsequent games was, oh boy, kind of last year all over again. What have you seen from afar with JK? Yeah, I mean, I saw him in LA, and it was like everyone was going out of their way to kiss up to, like basically say like how great he's been. And, we had this little bromance here with, both Draymond and Jimmy sort of claiming him, right? Of like, he's their young guy that they mentor. I mean, definitely with Jimmy, there's a real bond there. But the thing is, when things are going well, people talk about that. And when you get to be friends with Draymond and Jimmy Butler, they're going to also tell you when you're not doing the right things, right? Like, they're going to praise you when you're good, and they're going to let you know when you're not doing well. And I think,
he was part of the reason he was doing so well early is because he was doing all those little things, not turning the ball over, making the right reads, making the extra pass, everything he was doing defensively. There was, I don't want to say he locked up Luka Doncic. The guy had 40-something points, but he played him well enough straight up that they didn't have to double him every time, which helped their defense in LA in that season opener. And so you see those flashes, but it's when he goes bad, it's usually the little things that all start snowballing on him.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, and that's why I think a lot of Warrior fans right now, I don't know, they've either got opinions or PTSD or whatever, because every time the Warriors aren't winning, immediately it feels like all things go to Kaminga, and I think what people are curious about now, does he feel that way? Your colleague Anthony Slater with a very big article today, right? I'm sure you did. And the one thing, after losing 5 of 7, here comes this quote from a team source. He feels like the scapegoat again. Is that your impression right now, that Jonathan feels like he gets the blame every time it goes wrong?
Yeah, I don't think anyone knows the Warriors better than Anthony Slater, right? And so, and I do think having covered them pretty deeply, like we know what we're going to get from Steph usually. Like there's good Draymond games and bad Draymond games, but generally speaking, at least defensively, you know what you're going to get from him. The up and down is usually fluctuating with the shot and how aggressive he is. Jimmy, it's just whether he's healthy or not, and hitting his outside shot, but he gets to the line so much is a pretty remarkable consistency. And so really the bellwether is Kaminga. Is it fair to him? I don't know. I mean, I feel like Pods has kind of had a down year, right? Like you could make him a scapegoat. You can, there's been up and down with Moody. He had a great game the other night, but it's not there every single night. Like you could point at, Jimmy's production or lack, good Jimmy games, bad. But Kaminga is the lightning rod because he kind of made himself the lightning rod, right? That extended negotiation and how public it was and how acrimonious it was. Like that's what's going to happen now. Like you became the story. So when things are good, people are going to write good things about you. When things are bad, it's going to be all your fault. Like that's just kind of how it works sometimes.
And when he plays great, they have impressive wins like they did over Denver and like you saw in Los Angeles. But in general, if he isn't great and they don't deal him, you use the phrase bellwether, will they only rise as high as JK's role play can take them?
I don't even know if I would go with that. I think they can still win. Well, we saw that last year. They sort of won in spite of him last year. And he had good games when Steph got hurt, but they were okay when he was either not playing that much or come off the bench. Or even out of the rotation altogether. Right? They were. I don't know the exact stat, but I know the stat from when Jimmy came over to the end, and some of those were JK games, and some of those weren't. But they did okay without him last year. I think their ceiling is a lot higher with him when he's in the best version of himself. But I think their floor is pretty high either way.
Ramona, if my math is correct, we're 56 days away from what is being called JK Day. Right? I know I don't even love it, but yeah,
I came up with it. I love
Dibs
it.
kind of came up with it. So, can you handicap this for us right now? What you think the likelihood is in terms of trade or keep?
I mean, look, we know the teams that were interested in him as a free agent, so you should look at those same teams right now. The Kings, the Suns, right? I think there was some interest in the Miami Heat too. I forget. There's another couple of teams I'm forgetting right now of who the interested teams. Chicago maybe I think was interested at one point. Kings lost 7 in a row and they just lost the bonus for a month. Could they be blowing it up fairly soon? I could see that, right? Like Phoenix is playing pretty well, and I don't know if they want to really shake things up that much, or if they have much of what the Warriors want. I think it really does come back to the same question you had over the summer, which was if they get a trade that they like, will they do it? I don't know that either of those teams have what the Warriors like. You've already seen what those lesser offers are, but maybe things change because the Kings have been so awful this year.
What do the Warriors like? What draw the player they want?
I think you definitely want more consistency in like that 4 or 5 role. You know, I mean, right now you have Horford, who's good, but he's playing every other night of a back-to-back, and he's a real system guy for them, but he's not gonna be a jump off the page. Like, you know, what's the ideal fit? A guy like Lauri Markkanen? I don't know.
Here we go again.
Fit in him, you know, but like if you could drop a player, that's who I would say. You know, that something in that vein. There's he makes a lot of money, and I don't know that Utah's trading him right now. So you have to look at the teams who are already interested, and you have to look at the teams who thought they were going to be good but aren't, right? So, you know, I don't know. Let's see how the market develops. I haven't gauged that market recently, so I'll be honest with you. And I've kind of been of the opinion I sort of feel like he could stay. They don't have to trade him at the deadline, especially if he improves his value, if he plays as well as he has at the beginning of the year. But what's hard is as well when he plays well, you kind of don't want to trade him, right? You kind of want him to be on your team because you see the glimpses of it. And just remember, they I know people call it JK Day, et cetera. Like it's a kind, you know, they compared to the D'Angelo Russell thing, but the Warriors got a really good return for D'Angelo Russell.
Yep.
They don't have to trade Kaminga. They're not, and they've shown you already by the way they handled negotiations that they're not going to trade him unless they get what they, you know, what they deem to be a good value because they think he's really good. They don't want to just trade him just to trade him.
Yeah, especially having the team option for next year also. They could just wait till the offseason and do it then, or next year, the deadline, whatever. Are you surprised, Ramona, at the bottom-heavy nature of the Western Conference? I'm looking at the Clippers, who are woefully underachieving, and Dallas kind of stinks. I thought that there'd be more teams in the mix.
Oh, okay, hold on. I got to do something. I got to look at a stat that I saw earlier today. I got to look this up because it's so good I have to look it up, okay?
All right.
I'm intrigued.
I'm into stats too, Ramona.
Let's see if I can find it. Okay. Let me see if I can find it while I'm on the phone with you. This will be fun.
Okay. This is live Ramona searching right
whatsoever.
now. This is great. It's a live search. Stanford educated on the line.
All right. So somebody had it like the bottom 8 teams. It was like basically the bottom 8 teams in the Western Conference have lost and I think it's like a combined 50 games in a row or something. Let me find it. Hold on.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, it was like an amazing stat.
I see what you're looking at.
40 in a row.
The Warriors are part of this.
Yeah.
Yes. Isn't that an amazing stat?
So the
30 in a row, actually.
The top 7 teams in the West are all on some form of a winning streak, and then the bottom 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are all on losing streaks, and some of them, the bottom 2, the Pelicans and the Kings. Quite significant streak.
It's 30 in a row.
So add it all up. What's the number? Is it like 30 or 40 or
It's 30 in a row.
30.
Isn't that crazy?
Crazy. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Somebody tweeted that today, and I went, "Oh my God, that's insane."
That's even more than Washington, which has lost 12 in a row on its own.
Well, I got good news for your stat though. The Warriors and Blazers play each other tomorrow night.
Okay, so it'll end.
That's the end of that.
Well, it'll probably continue if depending on where the Warriors and Blazers are, right? Because I think they're 7-8 right now in the standings.
Yeah, 8-9.
Yeah,
8-9. Okay,
yeah.
So then you'll just drop it down one level for whoever loses.
Yeah,
Sac in Memphis tonight though, so something's got to give.
Okay, yeah, somebody's going to give. They're going to start playing because it's really hard to engineer that because at some point they play each other, right?
Right. Wild.
Is Memphis one of those teams that you said like they thought they were going to be good and they're not?
Yeah, and also you have the situation with John Morant that's kind of ugly. I don't see him as a Warriors guy. But,
No.
But there's just a lot of teams that are short of where they thought they would be, right? And those teams have to decide if they want to rebuild, retool. If they're one player away, is Jonathan Kuminga that player? And that's when people improve their offers. That's when people. Yeah, it's literally the same situation as Jimmy Butler last year with the Heat. The Heat were confident that as we got closer to the trade deadline, that some teams they thought they assumed correctly in the Western Conference, who were underachieving and thought they were one player away, would get more serious about a deal for Jimmy Butler, and they were right.
Hey, could the Warriors get Zubats? Could that happen? We love Zubats up here.
Oh, I love Zubats down here in LA too. he's really good. I don't know why the Clippers are trading him. Why would they do that?
Because they stink. I'm looking at that like they're not good. It's not working.
He's young, and I don't know that you want to just get Kaminga for him. I think you want to keep him. Like if the Warriors, the Clippers are old. The reason why they're not good right now is they're old and hurt, and they don't have any draft picks. And so, to me, you don't trade one of your young, valuable guys who's on a decent contract. You trade, you
trade him for an even younger guy.
I think you keep him.
All right.
I don't think he's on the move.
I'm just over here spitballing.
One guy you stick with. If you're rolling with James Harden and Zubac, that's the only thing they have right now that works offensively.
Right. No, I get it.
The only pick and roll action that they have that they can score with.
Well, just dreaming over here. That's all.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. We'll still call you again. Thank you so much thank you for coming on, Ramona, and thank you for live Googling.
You got it.
All right. There she goes.
Guys.
Yep. Thank you, Ramona Shelburne, ESPN.
Almost impossible to do, and I love the way she said it. It's hard to engineer that. 30 in a row.
That's crazy.
Lost by the bottom 8.
Woo.
Yeah.
And ouch, the Warriors are one of them.
Yeah. Just with 2, though.
I know, but I know that they're the top of the group, but still, referring to them as the bottom 8.
Yeah.
Ow.
Well, they're also in the...
They're also in the top 8.
Yeah. They're also in the top 8, so there you go.
That's exciting. They're the
7
swing
ahead,
team.
7 behind.
7 behind.
That's right. 7 teams.
Okay.
But yeah, you got the Clippers 4-10. And
I didn't even realize. I knew it had gotten bad. I didn't realize their record. So Clippers, Grizzlies, Mavericks. And the Kings to a degree, even though if they thought they were going to be good, that's adorable.
They thought they'd be better than this.
Of course. Everyone thinks you're better than 3 and 12.
And the Pelicans they've fired more coaches than they have wins. And I'm just joking because they've only fired 1 coach, but they have 2 wins.
The Pelicans might lose 70 games.
The Pelicans should move.
To where?
Anywhere. Seattle.
Why?
I don't know.
Why? How's that going to help?
New Orleans is not a basketball town.
Well, that's fine.
And that organization, your heart goes out to them. They're just awful.
Woo. And the Kings are 1 game ahead of them.
Yeah. I mean, you get the Pacers. The Pacers are 2-13.
Well, they got
and they're
decimated,
basically trying. They're going to be trying to lose. Washington's lost 12 in a row. Brooklyn's 2-12. There's some bad basketball in the association.
Man, yeah, there's a lot of ping pong balls going on. Yeah, Washington came out of the gates 1-1.
Yeah,
and then they lost 12 in a row.
You've got 9 teams in the league with a winning percentage below 300. That's bad, Mark.
Jeez.
That's really bad. That's like a 24-win pace. 24-58 is about, it's about 300 ball.
You want to know what's scary about looking at that group of teams is that the Warriors have already lost 2 games to the teams we're talking about. Sacramento and Indiana.
To the group of Drek?
Right. Indiana's won 2 games. 1 was against the Warriors. Sacramento's won 3 games. 1 was against the Warriors. Oops.
Yeah, and that impressive win over the Clippers by the Warriors doesn't look as impressive now.
Not as impressive, right. Yeah.
Not as impressive.
Not too good.
At the time, though, it was like, that was a good win. It's a gutsy win. They held the Clippers to like 80 points.
Yeah. Portland and Utah are coming to town.
Yep.
So, there you go. Lock it in. Warriors will win them both.
Okay.
So, not 9-8. They'll be 11-8 when we go to bed Monday night. The Niners will be 8-4. And the Warriors will be 11-8 when we go to bed on Monday night.
That would be great.
Lock it in.
Then you've got Houston, and then you've got a couple days off in New Orleans. So that feels like a 3-1 at worst. And then OKC, even if you go 3-2, now you're 12-10, and you're heading out on the road again.
I'd rather go 4-1.
Of course, and you very well can.
And they can. Yeah. All right.
That OKC game, for those of you going, it's an 8 o'clocker. It's on Le Coq. It's
on the what?
Le Coq.
The what?
It's on the cock, Mark. Peacock. I was trying to keep it civil. Kids are getting out of school.
But then you didn't.
Because you made me say it a 3rd time.
I didn't know what the hell you were saying. I'm like, why is he making a noise? What do you mean it's on?
You just said Peacock
it's
from
on
the beginning.
Peacock.
That's even dirtier.
It's on.
Put a break, please.
All right, we will.
Peacock.
Hey, coming up on Monday, the Niners are going to take on the Carolina Panthers, and you know where we're going to be. No, not on Peacock, Dibs. We're going to be at Laughing Monk. Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale, right down the street from the stadium. We'll get you ready, starting at 2 o'clock. Great food, great drinks, great atmosphere. Sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium that starts there. Go to 957thegame.com. Seats are filling up fast, 957thegame.com to sign up for the shuttle. Also brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. All right, a lot of you still want to weigh in on this whole idea of, okay, if the NBA's got a load management issue, what is your fix? What's your idea? But you can't say fewer games. You're not allowed. Also, Dibs pick, about 45 minutes away. Kyle Juszczyk, 1 hour away. John Feliciano, 90 minutes away. This is how we do. Willard and Dibs.
Monte Hill for my friends at Ceremony Ford, and the year-end sales event is on now. This is the time to score 0% APR financing for 60 months with $0 down and 0 payments for 90 days on some of Ford's hottest models, including the F-150, Explorer, Escape, Super Duty Regular and Super Cab, Transit Van, Lightning, and the all-electric Mustang Mach-E. Look, I absolutely love my Explorer. It's perfect for my family, packed with cutting-edge tech and style to stand out wherever you go. And with deals like these, you won't want to miss this chance to grab your dream Ford. Remember, that's 0% APR for 60 months, $0 down, and no payments for 90 days. You can save big on top models right now, but hurry, these year-end deal savings end January 5th, so swing by Ceremony Ford in Colma, just off Ceremony Boulevard, or check out their incredible inventory right now at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's go-to spot for unbeatable year-end deals, and don't forget to tell them that Bonte sent you.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Been counting the days, wondering, will they bring it back? Wonder no more. The legendary McRib has returned. We're talking tender, boneless pork, smothered in that unmistakably tasty McRib sauce. It's a flavor experience that never sticks around for long. And why stop at just the sandwich? Make it a meal with any size soft drink for just $1.69. But don't wait. McRib season is short, and once it's gone, it's really gone. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
It's the season to come together over your holiday favorites at Starbucks. Warm up with a creamy caramel brulee latte. Get festive with an iced gingerbread chai. Or share a velvety peppermint mocha. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is Carrie Cooper. It was a small complex of bungalows in the LA neighborhood of Echo Park in the early 70s. The gigging and collaboration between Linda Ronstadt, Glenn Frey and Jackson Browne was the beginning of Southern California rock. More at FocusOnRock.com.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far.
And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Bay Area, it's Quinton Post. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Come on, Dub Nation, what are you waiting for? Download that Odyssey app now.
QP!
That's a great one right there. What are you waiting for?
No, I
Dub
think
Nation, what are you waiting for?
The most underrated big shot celebration in the NBA. When Quinton Post makes a shot, it appears that everyone is shocked. Mostly him. He starts blowing kisses. He is very demonstrative in that situation. It's kind of infectious. Not going to lie to you. QP.
Pretty fun.
Big threes.
Big three. QP three. Ridiculous. He can shoot it, but...
Yeah, sometimes.
Well, and the Warriors, I shared this, I think, with the thread earlier. They're the only team entering play tonight that has taken more threes than twos this year in the association. They're the only one. And it'd be cool if they were number one in percentage, but they're not. They're number 10, and they turn it over almost more than anybody per game. So if they're not hucking it up, they're hucking it away.
Yeah.
That was my line.
No, clean it up. Seriously. Clean it up. Warriors.
So like you walk into one of your kid's bedroom.
No.
Hey, Ella.
It's kind of like
clean it up.
It's kind of like you with your peacock. Clean it up. What are we doing?
You know what we're doing.
Clean it up.
Especially now that Grandy's stepping out of the room. Can't dumb me.
We're going to go to the phones in just a second. I know a lot of you want to weigh in. Couple football things real quick. Two things. First of all, as has been reported off and on throughout the day, it is now official. Bills wide receiver Keon Coleman, another healthy inactive tonight for the Bills. So whatever was going on last week where he was apparently late to a meeting, I don't think it's gone well since then. I have no further information other than this other new young receiver who popped last week I've never heard of before.
Tyrell Shavers. Like, this is the most NFL thing ever. You're out there playing fantasy football. Here come the Bills. It's a deep ball. Josh Allen, it's caught. Touchdown. Tyrell Shavers. I'm like, who? It's week 12. You're introducing people to me? And now Shavers is on Kay Adams today, and he's the Jimmy Butler of the wide receiver room, I'm told. He's like, I got to get Keon under my wing. He's a good kid. It's just struggling and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you're the big brother. I've never heard of you. Yeah.
Where have you been? You've been there the whole time?
Well, he was at Alabama for a few years, then Mississippi State, then San Diego State.
Okay.
So where's he been? The answer is everywhere.
How old is he? How long has he been in the league?
26. He's a Leo, and he's been a Bill.
Like walks on the beach?
He's been a Bills since 2023, so it's his third year.
Never heard of him. Terrell Shavers. Anyway, whatever.
6'4" and 3/8.
No, he's a big man. And he had a great game last week, and he probably will again because there's no Keon Coleman again tonight. Now, here's the one other thing, and you'll love this because you wanted me to beat Lucas. You wanted me on Monday.
You to beat Lucas.
You wanted me to beat Lucas on Monday night. Well, all I can do as a human being is I can put my stuff out into the world. I can't affect the numbers because I didn't win. Because he needed George Pickens to have a big game, and he did.
You're now 1-10.
Right, but understand there's only so many things I can control. So I had my people in Vegas do their thing, and they did do their thing.
Okay.
The news has just come out that both George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb missed curfew on Sunday night in Vegas. They got loose on the strip.
On the goose.
The night before the Monday night game. And as would have it, like what do the Bills do when you miss a meeting? You inactive for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
What's going on with other NFL teams around the league? You see this all the time, right? Guys get benched for the first quarter or the first half or whatever. What do the Cowboys do when you miss curfew? We feature you.
Yep.
Let's roll.
We'll double your targets.
Both of them go into the end zone. Both of them have huge games. CeeDee and George go off. The Cowboys get a big win. Woohoo! Nothing. Absolutely nothing happens when you miss curfew when you're a member of the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, and that was a game they had to have.
That's incredible.
They had to have it.
It's incredible.
As you always say, and we talk about it around here a lot, Matt Nahigian, our boss, our brand manager, he coaches all of us differently. He disciplines us differently. He treats us all differently. And that's just the way it goes. And if you're Dallas and you really, really need to beat the Raiders because you still think that you're in it, and you kind of are, so you're not going to sit them for longer than, I don't know, 0?
A play?
Not even.
Not even.
All right, to punish you, CD, we're going to give you 14 targets tonight. You better be ready.
Better catch them all.
That's right.
He went to Dak, and he's like, they both missed curfew. So I think what we should do to punish them, see this ball right here? Keep throwing it at them.
Yes.
See if you can hit them. See if you can hit them with the ball. Dak's like, all right, coach, I'm going to hit him with the ball. Touchdown, touchdown.
Kaboom.
Lucas wins. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Back to Wiggins. Kyle Juszczyk's going to join us in just about 45 to 50 minutes. Dibbs has got the pick in a little bit over a half hour. Bills and Texans tonight. John Feliciano joins us in the 5 o'clock hour. Let's ride. But after the baby Dubs go out there and lose a basketball game last night, bunch of baby gazelles running out there, no idea which way was up, but whatever. We kind of threw out the discussion of, okay, this is clearly not good for the league. So instead of the constant, they're a bunch of wimps, they don't care, and they're overpaid, and blah, blah, I don't know. I'm going to listen to at least what the Warriors are telling us, which is this is the worst travel schedule they've ever seen to start a season. Yes, they are also an old team, and so they're handling it the best they can to get to this spot where things will kind of soften up. And Steve has been very public, especially the last couple of weeks. I think there needs to be fewer games. But he also acknowledges there won't be. So what's the fix if we take away that answer? You can't say fewer games. Dibbs has a cool idea about bye weeks. Okay, Grandy wants he wants to turn the court into a hectagon or something like that.
It's a hexagon or an octagon. There's no hectagon.
I know. That's why. We're coming up with new ideas. We're going to go with a hectagon. And then Lucas tried to give ideas but couldn't seem to get the microphone to work.
Yeah. Let me fix the one thing I did note, which was something Ramona actually brought up without being prompted, I don't believe, was if we can't take away games, what if we just take away the length of the game?
Yes, well, Adam Silver,
take a couple minutes off, do a 10-minute quarters.
40-minute game. Yeah, what if you did the college length?
FIBA too.
Well, if you did, FIBA. If you did 40-minute games, then Steph Curry would play 26 minutes instead of the 31 he's playing now.
Yeah, like any changes are going to start affecting things that people care about, like history and stats.
Yeah.
It's gonna change.
And I'm kind of fixated on this 1975 team. I know that they're going to be honored tomorrow at the game, but I was just looking at the pace of 1975. It was faster than the pace this year.
Really?
Absolutely.
But they only had to guard 12 feet from the hoop.
Right, but the shot attempts were higher than they are this year.
That's interesting.
And there were no three-pointers, but a couple things about it. One, shooting percentages were lower, and turnovers were higher.
Yeah.
So you were basically flying up and down and chucking the ball and get it to Rick Barry and let him score. But
I love it.
I was fascinated because I thought that the pace would have been slower, but that's like Pete Maravich and the 70s where it was like kind of a freewheeling up and down in style.
My thing is to get really creative with travel. I would love to see the spread this out a little bit. Maybe start the season a couple weeks earlier. Let's adopt the bye weeks, Dibs. Let's definitely do that. Let's start to try to get on a pace of every other night. So no back-to-backs, not no back, but very few back-to-backs, but also very few 3, 4, 5 nights of rest. Let's get on an every other night pace, and let's start doing things geographically to help this out. When you go to the Southeast, do that. We're going to do the Southeast. We're going to do all the Southeast, and then we're not coming back. One time, we're going to go to the Southeast. We're going to play Atlanta. We're going to play Charlotte. We're going to play Orlando. We're going to play Miami. Bye. Thanks. That was a nice week in Florida. We're not seeing Florida again this year. But as you notice, the Warriors have not played Charlotte and Atlanta, so they're going to go back. They were just there, and now they're going to go back later in the year. I would love to see some creativity. Stay and play. Go to Texas, play San Antonio twice, play Houston twice, play Dallas twice. There's your Texas. One time. One time.
They go to Charlotte and Atlanta this year on separate trips.
There you go. So
the
now
Atlanta trip is between Detroit and Dallas.
Not close.
Detroit to Atlanta has got to be a 1,400-mile flight, and then another 1,000 out to Dallas. It doesn't make sense. And the other one, and I want to go to the phones. People have had great ideas. How is it that the Warriors have played 17 games and the Rockets have only played 13? Can we balance this out a little bit?
The Warriors have played almost as many road games as the Rockets have played games.
Correct.
So that's yeah.
It's just a little
12?
foolish.
They played 12 road games.
Right, and the Rockets have played 13 basketball
total games. Yeah.
Including they've had a grand total of no back-to-backs.
What?
No back-to-backs.
You're kidding me.
No back-to-backs.
Okay.
Unless there's only 29 days in October now.
I know nobody loves to hear the millionaires whine, but I'm sorry. The Warriors have a point. They have a point. And so I am chilling on their 9-8 record.
Yeah.
Total chilling.
Just as long as you fatten up in January where you have that 3-week stretch where you don't go anywhere.
I agree completely. And Jimmy Butler said it in the article. We have to win. Whatever we do next, it's got to work. Or else we're not doing it anymore. So that's totally fair. I have no problem holding their feet to the fire after this. But I'm chilling on 9-8 based on what they've had to do.
Houston does have 3 back-to-backs in December. So a little bit of makeup, but no back-to-backs. The Warriors have had 5. What are we doing, Silver?
Yeah, what are we doing?
Wake up.
Trevor in Rohnert Park. Back to the phones. Hey, Trevor, thank you for the patience. What's up?
Hey, no problem. Thanks, guys. Hey, so I got kind of a funny idea. I mean, the truth is, I think that these guys should just keep playing ball and play as much as they can. I don't really like load management, and I think they should be playing every night, and I think they can. But if you wanted to implement a rule, just do it the same way we do it here in life. Just make an age limit on it. Be like, hey, anybody over 30 can load manage these many games per year, and anybody over 35 can load manage these many games per year. Just put it on, put an AARP card on it, man. You know? Because the young guys aren't allowed to load manage. The older guys are. I mean, it may not be fair, but that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, but Trevor, I think the response...
That's kind of fun, though.
It's fun, but I think the response you'd get is exactly the words you just used. That's not fair. And I while I appreciate all of the thoughts about this, where you get a lot of people in these moments where the parent in them comes out. And they start to want to kind of tough love the situation. You get your butt out there and you play the basketball game. And I just think that even the owners of basketball teams, I could be wrong, but I don't think that's where their heads are. They don't want to overwork and hurt the players. Okay? All of these teams employ doctors. They all employ health strategists. Rick Celebrini, I'm confident, would not sit in this room and be like, I'm so glad you guys had me on. I've been waiting to tell everybody in the world, these players are all a bunch of wimps. The wussification of the NBA is overwhelming. You wouldn't believe it. Bunch of don't want to do nothing jerks. He wouldn't say that.
No.
That's not what's going on.
They're the ones who are saying play less.
Exactly. Like, it's not working. So I don't think pushing harder. Like, I think some people want to fix the NBA the same way I fix things around my house.
With tape?
Just push harder. Make it work. Like, I'm going to jam that thing in there. You know what I mean? Like, it just... So I don't think that's the solution, to start making people do more. You got to... I don't know. We got to listen to them. Let's spread this out. It has to be spread out more.
Agreed. And I do think that shortening the game, it goes against not only the record books and the record keeping, but also the general idea of entertainment. You know, you don't necessarily want to have a 40-minute game, so, you know, fans are getting even less bang for their already, kind of excelled dollar. The money that you spend already to go to these games is a lot more. So now you're going to get less. You're paying more to get less. It's kind of like that with a lot of products that we buy. At least when you get a gallon of gas, you're hoping that it's an actual gallon. You don't measure it out, but you get a gallon of milk, it's a gallon of milk.
I actually love what you just said. The things we trust. It would be a fun podcast or docuseries.
Right.
The things that we just trust. But and we don't ask questions. We just stick that thing in the side of our car, and then the numbers are blah, 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 and we're
11
just
gallons.
like, yep, we just believe it.
Yep.
Nobody pulls out. I don't see. Do you pull out your calculator? I don't know, to do the math. Like, I don't know. I don't look up at the big sign anymore. It's too depressing. Like, what does it cost?
Oh, I look, yeah.
Do you?
There's a place that's $3.99 by the house, and so I keep an eye on it to make sure it's always $3.99.
Yeah, but I don't know what's coming out of that tank.
Exactly. It might be calibrated to where every time it says it's a gallon, it's only 0.9.
Could be.
Right.
I mean, we all line up and go to, speaking of missing curfew in Vegas, you all just beeping on those slot machines, and they're probably completely set to lose.
Yep.
And you don't know that they ever hit.
Well, then somebody hits. I'm sure there's somebody upstairs going, hey, we need somebody to hit.
Machine 15.
Exactly. We need a winner. Yeah. We're losing the room. We need a winner.
But we trust it.
Ding, 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 ding. Hey! Then everybody reaches for their wallet because I want what they have.
Powerball, over $600 million.
Yep.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. That's another one, by the way. Remember when they used to do the big spin on channel 4,832?
Yep.
And you could watch the numbers for the weekly lottery come up?
You still can.
But not for Powerball, can you?
Yeah.
You could watch Powerball?
Probably online, but it used to be like a show, like a TV show.
Right, it used to be a show.
Remember the big spin?
The big spin, yes, absolutely. But Powerball, how do I know that they don't just get all the tickets and they're like, cool. Nobody's got 16, 17, 28. So just boom, there. Sorry, put it online. Those are the numbers.
Yeah.
Well, next week it's up to $700 million.
And so they get more people to pump the money in. A lot of things we trust. I like that. The things that we trust.
Yeah.
Podcast in there for sure.
No information whatsoever.
Right.
And the things we obey. I saw a comedy sketch recently about the Costco receipt people.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever seen, I've watched people run out of a grocery store. I've watched that
many times.
Who hasn't watched that? Somebody does a grab and go. Nobody challenges the Costco receipt person.
No.
Have you ever seen?
They've got a pen in their hand. They've got a pen, and they're going to look over your basket, and they're going to draw a line through it. And then it's like, oh, now I can go?
We just get in line. I'm like, I can get in line to see the Costco receipt person.
I need Mildred to put that pen to my receipt.
And their job's amazing. I bag stuff up, and then they'll still look at the cart like,
yeah.
Yes, you're good.
Okay.
I'm like, you can see two things. I bought 40 things. You can see the two things that are on the top of the bag. And line and go.
And go.
What are we all doing? This is a stupid process.
It's not like they're checking, okay, Downy fabric softener, check. Okay, 72 rolls of toilet paper, check. Ding. No, they just kind of count.
Yeah, they're like, whatever. Here you go.
It says 18 items. I'm looking for booze. Does he have booze? You can go.
I think they're profiling us. You look nice. Just go. Go.
Where's my pen?
Yeah, exactly. All right. Akil is next up. Susan City. Hey, what's up, Akil?
Hey, what's going on, Joe? How you doing? Yeah, I got a solution for that NBA dilemma. But first of all, just a quick aside that I want to add about that CD Lamb and situation.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got two young, virile superstar athletes playing for one of the most visible franchises in the world, and you're going to bring these dudes to Vegas for the weekend, and the game is on Monday night, and you expect them to not be out all night. The game is at 5:30 at night, and you're going to set a curfew? Hey, man, I good luck with that one, because that's just like putting a raw tomahawk steak in front of a full-grown crocodile. You just expecting them not to bite.
Yep.
You lost that battle, right?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say they weren't the only two, Akil. That's what I'm going to say.
Exactly. Of course they're not going to suspend them for the whole game. Okay, we did something. We sat them out for 5 plays. Okay, good. Yeah, okay. Anyway, they lost that battle anyway.
No doubt.
Yeah, so this whole NBA little management stuff, I am so done with this. I mean, as a Joe Schmo type of guy who works hard for his money, imagine I'm buying this 4-game package that's marketed to me with the pictures of Wembanyama and Steph Curry coming to your town. So you're paying this premium for this 4-package ticket prices, and you go to the game and they're not playing. I mean, how ticked off am I going to be, right? So, of course, they can add either, a few days in front of the schedule or in a few days after the schedule. So but that would just be to reduce the number of back-to-back. They're not going to totally eliminate that. I get it. But here's the solution. You go ahead and add an extra roster spot for these teams. The NBA needs to send out a memo saying, hey, if there's 13 active players on game day, there will now be 14 active players on game day. And that would, the trade-off for that for these teams would be that on back-to-backs, your star player has to play half the game. I mean, what's to stop a guy? Okay, you played 32 minutes the night before. You can't give me 24 minutes in the next game back-to-back. Why not?
Well,
right?
The problem with it, Akil, I mean, it's a really, I get the idea, but 2 things on that. And thanks for the call, man. That was fun. But I like, if you expand the rosters, I think you're actually encouraging even more to sit, because I've got more people I can turn to now.
And you're adding 30 basketball players who aren't normally good enough to be in the association anyway.
Right.
And so now you're going to play with a lesser caliber talent.
And then the second part of your point, I just think, I get the concept and the feeling, but anytime you get to the trade-off is you have to stop. It's not going to work. You can't have to, the players. You just can't. Some of them are actually super duper hurt. What am I going to do? Tell Jason Tatum? No, you have to play on the back. You've got to give me 20 minutes.
And that's why the guaranteed contract part of it won't work.
Exactly.
In the NBA.
You're not going to force this. You have to. I feel like we got to get rid of, because the anger is justified, but it's unproductive. So the fan has every right to feel duped. I bought tickets, you're not playing. That's a problem, and that's fair. But I don't think that it's productive to then take that frustration and try to return it and start forcing it. We have to listen to what the NBA is telling us. And I would say encourage changes that then encourage people to be able to really feel like they are able to give their all and play in all or most of the games.
Most of the games. And it's not ever going to be all the games. No. And I'm using 1975 as a comp just because of the big reunion coming up tomorrow. That year, you had 29 players play 82 or more games. Last year, you had 11. 11 players in the association played every game. And so, these guys back then, too, were playing 40-plus minutes a night. But you didn't know back then that, hey, a night off might give you a little bit of a freshening to where you'll be better in a couple nights. You just played because that's what you did.
Right. Because that's what you did.
One of those guys who played all 82, by the way, friend of the morning show or the midday show, Clifford Ray.
Clifford Ray, which, again, go listen to it. If you missed it earlier today, Odyssey app, YouTube. It was something different. It was really good. Okay, we got some time for calls for sure, but also coming up in 20 minutes, the pick. Okay, Dibs is ready for Thursday Night Football. Kyle Juszczyk is going to join us in about a half hour. John Feliciano next hour. So we'll be getting into plenty of Niners and football as well. We're sponsored by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back, as you know. Cheer them on, your Dubs, with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors, must be 21. Please drink responsibly. It's Willard and Dibs.
Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins. September 24th. Shoreline Amphitheater. The Crew celebrates the 20th anniversary of Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue with performances by Tesla and Extreme. Tickets on sale Friday at 9 a.m. at livenation.com. The return of the Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. You asked, and we listened. Our pre-holiday sale has been so popular that we've extended it another week. You now have until November 24th to get 30% off everything in the store. Hardwood, carpet, laminate, waterproof flooring, I mean 30% off everything. Plus guaranteed installation before the holidays. It's our biggest sale of the season, but it ends Monday. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
I'm David.
I'm John.
And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
Pretty sure that was my line.
Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack's serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't.
Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games.
I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose.
You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game this Friday for Football Fridays, where they discuss the red and gold and their upcoming game. Presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway, right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over.
Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans. Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it,
And now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming. Only on Paramount Plus.
We may still see some showers today in the East Bay, sunny and warmer tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Get ready for the return of the legendary rock group Motley Crue when they come to the Bay Area September 24th at Shoreline Amphitheater with Tesla and Extreme. For more info and a chance to score a pair of tickets, courtesy of Live Nation, enter our contest online at 957thegame.com.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to Willer and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. And you'll never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
Why do I feel like 40% of the audience just got triggered?
Why?
I'm asking you.
You never will know when he'll appear. You have an idea. Valk season.
I don't. General statement. I don't like
Pajowski.
No, it's not. I don't like Pajowski. I don't.
Dominski.
Rankin.
Something about
Brandon Pajowski.
Everything having to do with JK and Pods is just. Everybody gets you mention their names and people's shoulders get tight. It's happening in my own home.
Okay.
It is. It's happening.
I believe you, but...
No, my son, my 18-year-old son. Do you want to know the text that I got last night?
Can I just speak to your children briefly on the radio?
Do it. They're not listening.
I'm going to use my Willard voice.
All right.
Calm down. It's 17 games into the year. They're fine. JK's got bad knees, and Pods is searching a little bit.
What time did the game start last night?
Oh, boy.
4:30?
Something like that.
4:30 game, right?
Yeah, we were out of here at 4.
4:30 game. All right. 5:06.
Okay.
5:06. I get a text from my son.
Big or little?
Big.
He's a stretch 5.
Little guy would never think this way.
Okay.
Not cynical enough yet.
Ah, there you go.
Big guy. Loving the sneak peek of what a Pods-led franchise would look like. 4 points in 7 minutes.
Okay. That must have been after the first quarter.
Who the hell's talking about a Pods-led franchise? Before you answer,
he is.
Exactly.
Kid.
They were down 20-4 in that game.
Brandon,
they outscored the Heat 92-90 the rest of the way.
Brankin Jemski is never going to lead this franchise. So relax. He's yet another athlete.
Did you respond to your son with this very diatribe?
I waited until the Warriors tied the game, and I just wrote, coming back.
They were down 20-4.
Right.
Yikes.
But then they took the lead. The baby Gazelle, whatever.
They took the lead, yeah.
I don't know why. Why do these two guys trigger everybody so much?
I don't know. I mean, I guess they don't trigger me because I understand 82 games, and Pods is going to have good games. He already has.
Yeah.
JK is going to have great games.
He has.
He's had a small handful, and they're also going to struggle. And if you looked at yesterday's game on the winnable meter, the winometer, that thing was a 2 out of 10 as far as how winnable was that game. And I told you that at the start of the year. Game 6 of a 6-game trip, the last game of a long road trip is always going to be low on the winometer.
General statement about all sports. I don't care what team and what sport. If I take your 5 best players off, you're probably going to lose. Probably.
Niners, Rams. I don't know if they took away all 5. No Kittle, no Brock Purdy, no Bosa.
Fred played.
Fred played, okay.
That's definitely one of your 5 best players. McCaffrey played.
Yep, 3, you get my point.
And I used the word probably. Right. I didn't say definitely, but if I take your 5 best, what? In other words, why on earth would you come out of last night's game with any takes? I've none. That's not the Warriors.
No.
There's a bunch of little babies running around.
My only take was that, and I said this during the crossover, because Goo likes to talk about the others, and he's right. Last night, the others had to be the big brothers, and they're not ready to do that and be successful on the regular basis. And I'll just give you this one, Mark, because I'm in a good mood. Sunday, December 7th at Chicago, probably going to be a loss. It's a scheduled loss. They play the second here against OKC.
Yep.
Late night game. I won't say what channel it's on. Then they play the 4th at Philly, the 6th at Cleveland, and then the 7th at Chicago. That is 4 games in 4 cities in 6 nights.
Yep.
That last game, that's going to be a tough one.
Probably.
It's probably going to be a sit and spin for the Warriors.
We'll let everybody, I'm going to just give everybody a dibs take now that you're going to listen to a bunch next week. The Niners are going to lose in Cleveland. You've been saying it for 3 months.
Right. It's a scheduled loss.
Well,
they're allowed to win it, and they're going to be favored.
Correct.
But that is a brutal spot. Game 13, short week,
no bye.
Tough conditions and a nasty defense.
Yeah, all those things are true.
Right. They're the last group of teams to get a bye.
And I'm not going to say anything about Shedeur Sanders until we see what he looks like with a week of preparation.
Oh yeah. I actually said earlier in this building about how I'm going to start him on my fantasy team. Oh. And somebody said, don't do that. Like, really? Don't do that. I might.
Don't do that. Again.
Thanks, 1 in 10.
I'm just going to, let's reserve judgment.
Yeah.
But what I will tell you in a vacuum, if you didn't get to see what last week looked like.
It wasn't pretty.
It was not pretty.
But now they've got the game plan for him.
I also want to tell you something. I see the small sample, but I see something in Shedeur that reminds me of Trey Lance. Want to know what it is? You want to take a guess at what it is?
He's really good at running the ball, but not super good at throwing it.
It's actually sort of the opposite of that.
He can spin it, but he's afraid to run it?
He's not as fast as you think he is.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He's not as fast as you think he is. He can move. He can move. But what somebody looks like moving in college and then you put it in the pros, sometimes you're like, not that fast. He can move. Trey Lance can move. Not that fast.
Yeah.
So there's no Lamar.
And Kyler Murray.
There's no Kyler. There's not even a Jaden. There's not even a Mariota. They're not that fast. So you're just kind of like mobile. I would love to see Shedeur, how you think Shedeur moves compared to Brock Purdy. I bet that's pretty similar. And so Shedeur can move because Brock can move. I'm not saying he can't run the ball. I'm just saying it's not like this. It's not the weapon that I think people think it is.
Right. It's because the name. We all think that he's going to be like Daddy, like 100%. Prime time.
Yeah.
But, we'll see. I should probably see it for a week first before I go ahead and start him.
All right. We have football things to update. And word on the street, there's a drumbeat around this idea, is that Kyle Juszczyk might be maybe a little bit after 4:45.
Okay.
But it might create an opportunity for us. There's a discussion going on. No, yes, no. What, Lucas? Speak.
Feliciano was on a flight to L.A., and it turns out that flight got delayed.
Oh, okay.
So he's looking at tomorrow.
That's fine. All right, so John Feliciano just canceled.
Mongo's a no-go.
Thank you. But what Lucas had a fun idea that now we won't do. No, we'll look to do it another time. He was like, what if because their guys are going to overlap a little bit. So he's like, what if we had Feliciano ask Juice a question?
I don't do much of the reading.
They were teammates. I was like, I love the idea.
Great idea.
Yeah. Let Mongo do the interview. We'll leave.
Mongo and Juice.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
But anyway, so Feliciano just canceled. But we got Juice.
Okay.
And we got a pick. So pick 435, or do you want to go back to normal 450?
Whatever you think.
Well, do it 450 because there's a lot of people.
These calls,
a lot of people still want to do the NBA load management idea. Tom in Sonoma, you're next up. Hi, Tom. What's going on?
Hey, Willard and Div on 95.7 The Game, my man.
Yeah, Tom. Hey, Tom. Before you get into your take, you ever go to that B&V whiskey bar out there on the Sonoma Square?
Oh yeah.
That's my spot, Tom.
I live right. I'm a local in downtown Sonoma, man.
You need to go there more often and look for me and the lovely Christy because we're always there. It's our favorite place in the whole damn bay.
That, man.
All right.
So hey, this is my take. We got to get rid of the back-to-backs completely. I feel they cause most injuries, and all the coaches rest their players. My second take is, if you're the best team, you should get the hardest schedule. If you're the worst team, you get the easiest schedule, and it works its way down. What a concept. Okay, guys, I got to say one thing about last night. I watched that game, and all I can say is that's a preview to us rebuilding. Last night's game was 22 turnovers with 31 points. We are the worst. We're the third worst team in the NBA for turnovers. I am sick and tired of turnovers and dumb fouls. If I was Steve Kerr, I'd be losing my marbles, man. Because
he is.
I know he preaches to them every day for a dynasty, and it's driving me crazy, man. What do you guys think?
Well, Tom, so first of all, I think the turnover thing is driving everybody nuts, and that's completely fair.
Third in the association in TPG, turnovers per game.
I think Steve has been yelling about it. I think Jimmy Butler's been yelling about it. That's why he barked at Buddy Hield the other night. I think all of those things are true, and that's accurate. The other thing, though, that you said is kind of what caught my ear, and I don't know if this reassures everybody. I'm going to try. The Warriors are not dumb. They don't think that the group you saw last night is their future. That's not like the Warriors. If you watched that game and went, well, as soon as Steph retires, this is us. The Warriors, that's whether that's 2 years from now, 3 years from now, whatever it is, the Warriors are not going to get caught with their pants down in that sort of a way. Nobody is sitting in the back rooms going, man, like soon as Steph's gone, we're going to have Pods and Quentin Post. Better get ready to boogie. That's not their plan. Joe Lacob is a huge game hunter and will continue. And so I don't know how successful.
Well, he can try.
Right. He may be unsuccessful in who he wants to get, but I feel like some fans think that that is the future team.
Well, I think
that's not the future team.
The reality of life in the NBA is after you have a dynastic run or a successful run, a long run of greatness, you almost always, without exception, have to take that step back, and it's usually 4 to 6 years.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's almost happened every time. San Antonio was the one example because they got fortunate in the lottery. They got Tim Duncan, and he turned out to be even better than David Robinson. So he bridged the end of a David Robinson through him, and then they got Kawhi, and that gave them another title. So they did it. They got very fortunate, but they also drafted really, really well, and so far, the Warriors haven't done it that way just yet.
Right. You know, they haven't had to.
Well,
Joe Lacob's.
You had the number 7 pick, and all roads lead back to that man. And if he can be good and you get to keep him, well, then now you do have a real anchor piece going forward.
Maybe.
And it's not Pods.
No. That's like,
no.
I think everybody should just roll your eyes and move on. He thinks he's going to be better than Steph Curry. Okay, buddy. Okay. Yeah.
Good.
What's for dinner? You know, like just don't. It's almost as if people think that the Warriors believed him. You know, and I know Lacob once upon a time thought future All-Star, and he said that out loud, and that was a mistake. It was a mistake. But anyway, it doesn't mean he's an unuseful, awful basketball player either. So I just look at whatever the future is. That's a long time from now.
For sure.
It's in terms of moves and transactions.
I did like a couple things that the caller said. First of all, Warriors have 16 back-to-backs this year. 14 other teams have the same number of back-to-backs.
Good to know.
We're not getting rid of back-to-backs, but I do think that when you start to look at it, they've played 5 of their 16 already. The bad news is your schedule's been brutal early, but the good news is you only have 11 more back-to-backs to go. His other notion of last place schedule I thought was kind of fun. to where if you're Washington,
sure,
because now
I'm in, just like the NFL does.
So now the way you do the schedule is you have 2 games against the opposing conference, a home and a home. You've got 3 against everyone else in the West, and then 4 against your division, I think, something like that. And with the NBA Cup now, you throw in a couple of other, like they played Houston last year 5 times, right? A little bit of an anomaly, but I kind of like that and it would, I think, prevent some of the tanking a little bit. Where
maybe I don't know how it helps load management. It's fun,
yeah. And I don't know how it helps, like, the gate when you've got New Orleans and Washington 6 times. I don't think that either, at the expense of maybe you don't get Giannis, but you get, 3 more games against Washington.
Let's go to Alex in Oakland. Hi, Alex. Thank you for the call. What are you doing?
I'm watching my little baby right now.
Okay.
Chilling.
Nice.
So
perfect.
My thing is, far as letting the players play, remove the restriction of the enhancing performances that they can take, and remove that restriction and let them play. Let them use the stuff that's going to help their bodies perform better, because we want them to do superhuman things being regular like us, like drinking a cup of coffee. No, let them use the stuff that's going to make them play better. And far as last night's game, man, if they just stop turning the ball over, they're going to win a lot more games.
Hey,
but
Alex.
Let them take.
Alex, you said you're watching the little one right now?
Yeah.
How old's your little one?
She's 3.
3 years old. Okay.
I got a 3-year-old, yeah.
All right. So what if Caitlin Clark or Angel Reese just started rocking PEDs, and so that way the WNBA could be even more athletic. Maybe the ladies could start dunking on every trip down like they do in the NBA. And your little 3-year-old, that's who she's looking up to. And like, is that the message that you want to young fans, which is like, you get to be a star if you inject a bunch of junk into your body?
Honestly, for entertainment's sake, I don't care what they do to their bodies.
Okay.
Long as they make shots and long as they play games, because you can't tell them, you can't have it both ways. This is how fans think. Fans think that they can go and just play all these games without doing anything extra to their bodies like you and I. Try going 6 months without drinking coffee and see what happens to you.
I can't go
it's
6
the
hours.
Same thing. Exactly my point. So we use performance-enhancing things every day. I cannot go one day without drinking a cup of coffee.
Right.
If I do, I would be wrecked.
Right, but Alex, you're comparing a small amount of caffeine in a cup to something that is much, much more synthetic and dangerous, is how I would respond to that.
But remember, we're complaining that they can't play 82 games. They can't play this many games. They have to rest. Yeah, they're human beings. So if you want those human beings to be the superhuman beings that we think they are, let them take whatever they need to take to play the games.
Yeah,
it does not prevent injury, and I would argue that if you're taking PEDs, you are more likely to get an injury because your body's going to be doing things that it normally wouldn't be doing. So I don't think that that's the solution.
No, well, definitely not. I mean, first of all, it's going to happen on some level anyway. Some
Right.
professional athletes are going to do that. But
And I'm sure some professional athletes, basketball players, are already doing it.
Yeah, exactly. But to just open it up and say that's the solution, to me, feels a little bit too. I get that they're entertainers. To me, you're making them feel a little bit like puppets or gladiators that are just going to go out there and sort of ruin themselves for our enjoyment. I'm just not really in on that.
No, and I do think that if you had a bunch of people across the league doing it, they all would be getting bigger, stronger, and faster. And so I don't think that it would mitigate what we already have, which is people get hurt because already you're overusing your body. And some of these injuries we're seeing that we didn't see a long time ago, it's because of the usage of basketball players as young people and all the rest of it.
No doubt. I mean, I get where he's coming from the idea. Many will say PEDs themselves are not what builds the muscle. PEDs allow for much quicker recovery and allow you to go so much harder. And so from that standpoint, do they prevent injuries? You could make the argument. You could make the opposite argument too, that PEDs help stretch the muscle in such a way that it's easier for it to snap and break and pull and all of those things. So, but anyway, there's a larger conversation there that I think makes it obviously very preventative. 888-957-9570. How about Mike in Fremont? Hi, Mike. Thanks for the call.
Thanks, guys. Happy Thursday.
Yep. I said yep. Happy Thursday, Mike. Rock and roll. Here we go.
So I got two ideas. One's really creative, one's more realistic. The creative one would be if you finished the game prior without making the injury list, like you had to leave middle of the game or at some point, then that automatically makes you available for the next game. You can't he hurt himself, but he also finished the game out the night before. Like if you can finish out the game before, you can start the next one.
How do you legislate that, Mike? How would you? I mean, if you don't leave in the middle of the game with the injury, if you can finish the game and you're still on the healthy report for the game before, then you're available for the game after the next game. I got some thoughts on that, but go
the creative one.
Go ahead for your second one, Mike.
The other one is keep the back-to-backs, but make back-to-backs home only. So if you play Tuesday, Wednesday night, both games are at home, and then if there are away games, you have a travel day in between. That way you have that chance to travel, and you don't have to get on a plane at 11 p.m., midnight, travel to the next city, wake up early to do a shoot-around and all of that. You have that time to build that rest while you're also traveling.
Mike, thanks. That one is much more interesting. The first one is easily kind of dismissed because of the idea, like if anybody has ever suffered an injury before, you often know that either A, you can shoot things up or kind of power through.
And the adrenaline goes down.
And then you wake up the next day and the thing looks like a bowling ball. So like the idea that if you finish the game means you're automatically available the next night, that's not feasible.
What if you catch a flu? Catch that overnight bug.
Or anything.
Sure.
What if you get hurt after the game? I don't know, but like the other one, back-to-backs can only happen when you're home. My first thought is I'd be interested to see if mathematically it works.
Well,
I'd be interested to see.
We already mentioned it this year. You beat Denver at home in overtime in the best game of the year so far.
Mm-hmm.
Post-game presser, shower up, get on a plane, get to Portland. Not a long flight, but you got to play the next day. And they were lethargic, and they got motorboated by the Blazers. So that was a back-to-back home and then road. And, as I mentioned, tied for the most back-to-backs in the league. Actually, fourth in the league in travel mileage this year.
Only fourth.
Fourth, yeah. You've got Orlando, number one. They're going to Europe.
Oh.
They're taking on Memphis.
I see.
In Europe. Memphis is number 3. Portland would be the only domestic team that is ahead of the Warriors.
I don't think
the
Warriors are as worried about miles as they are about number of plane flights. The number of times they've had to hop a plane to go here, there, all over the place. What was it Steve said? 13 different cities?
Yep, in 29 days.
Yeah.
But, and I do think that your idea about stay and plays, where you go to a city, you play them, you have an off day, you play them again, that I think would be great if they continue to increase those. That way it cuts down on one flight right there.
Right. And actually, if there's a way to adopt what Mike just said, eliminate the idea of what the Warriors just did, which is a road back-to-back. I like it. Like you put that at the end of a trip. If you really think about what the Warriors did last night, think about it for a second. I know nobody wants the crying millionaires. I get it. At the same time, the Warriors are sitting here telling you this is the worst travel that they've seen to start a year. They lead the league in games. They lead the league in back-to-backs. They lead the league in road games, blah, blah, blah. 6-game road trip that goes over a week and a half period of time. And at the very end of it, you huck them a back-to-back on the road. So you're in this city, and I know it's close by, but then you got to get yourself to that city. You got to go hop a plane flight again at the very end of the week and a half trip. And then we're all shocked and having a 4-hour conversation because nobody you've heard of decided to actually play in the game.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's early in the year. I'm looking at the 6-game trip in March that has not one, but 2 back-to-backs.
Yeah.
You have a New York-Washington road back-to-back and a Detroit-Atlanta road back-to-back. That's the one. So
Detroit and Atlanta?
Back-to-back. We're going back-to-back.
That's stupid.
So you play Detroit.
That's stupid.
And then you get on a plane, and it's got to be 2 hours or so to Atlanta, and then you get to play the next day.
That's stupid.
That's a crazy one.
All right, Kyle Juszczyk's going to join us in about 15, 20 minutes. Dibs has the pick coming up next as the Bills and Texans are getting ready. Coming up on Monday, Niners and the Panthers. You know where we're going to be. Laughing Monk Brewing, Sunnyvale, right down the street from the stadium. Get you ready for the game starting at 2 o'clock. The food and drink menu there is fantastic. Make sure you come join us. We'd love to say hi. And then, of course, sign up for the free shuttle to and from the stadium. You can park for free at Laughing Monk. Got to sign up for that. Go to 957thegame.com right now. Seats do fill up. 957thegame.com. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs. And I'm just going to come right out and say it. We really need your help, and we need it right now. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Can you just imagine that for a second? We see things like parents skipping dinner so that their kids can eat instead, seniors who have to choose between medicine and groceries. In a place like this strong, this connected, that cannot happen, which is why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. You can do that in the form of a donation. We ask you to visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
With T-Mobile, we don't miss out on any family fiestas.
Hola, mija, ¿cómo quedó el mole?
It turned out great.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile and stay connected with los tuyos. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with no trade-in needed, plus 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store at T-Mobile.com or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits and imbalance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $800 required. Not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. and primary usage must occur on our network. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The holiday season is a time of giving, and for the 17th year in a row, Stevens Creek Subaru wants to give back. From now until January 2nd, get a great vehicle and support a great cause. Because with every new Subaru purchased or leased, Subaru and Stevens Creek Subaru are donating a minimum of $325 to charity during the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, happening now at Stevens Creek Subaru. And if that's not enough, buy or lease any new Subaru from Stevens Creek Subaru until December 31st and receive 2 Sierra at Tahoe season passes from Stevens Creek Subaru. So you get a great deal on a new Subaru, get 2 free season passes to Sierra at Tahoe, and help some great charities at the same time. It's a win-win-win at Stevens Creek Subaru. Located on Stevens Creek Boulevard near Santana Row and Valley Fair, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Been counting the days, wondering, will they bring it back? Wonder no more. The legendary McRib has returned. We're talking tender, boneless pork, smothered in that unmistakably tasty McRib sauce. It's a flavor experience that never sticks around for long. And why stop at just the sandwich? Make it a meal with any size soft drink for just $1.69. But don't wait. McRib season is short, and once it's gone, it's really gone. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hi, I'm Nick. And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box so that family memories would be safe and could always be enjoyed together. And starting now, we're offering listeners early access to our best deal of the year during our $9 tape sale. 1 million families and counting have trusted Legacy Box to convert their aging media because Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your videotapes, film reels, and photos aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. With the holidays approaching, don't wait. Simply fill your Legacy Box. We'll take care of the rest. It's the most meaningful thing you can do this holiday season, and the perfect time during our best sale of the year. Visit legacybox.com/value to get early access to our Black Friday sale and digitize your memories for only $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value. legacybox.com/value.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Dub Nation, it's D'Anthony Melton. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dibbs, your picks stink.
Is that from last year? That had to be from last year.
All the Dibbs picks stinks, or they like the picks. They're all from last year.
They didn't do that this year.
No, and he was right last year.
Yeah, which is why you're doing better this year. You didn't have all the bad juju.
Right. Well,
last
now
year you had the bad juju.
I think they handed it to a lot of guys to read, and all of them said, "No, I listened to Willard and Dibbs. He's got 16-4 right now. His picks don't stink. How dare you, Whitley Sandretto?"
I don't.
Bay Area, it's Keith Santo here. Hey, Dibbs, your picks stink.
I don't think that's how it went. I don't think that, because then they would have been like, "Hey, Dibbs, you're hot." You haven't been hot in a while, though.
This is Andrew Wiggins. Hey, Dibbs, your picks are slightly fragrant in a negative way.
He's one of the few that didn't do it last year.
I know.
I bet he was asked. He's like,
Bay Area, it's Kevon Looney. Hey, Dibbs, your picks stink.
That one hurts because I love Kevon.
And he gave it a little juice, too.
Yeah.
Speaking of juice, he'll be by probably in, 10 minutes, 15, whenever the hell he gets here.
Quick frame of reference on my picks.
Yeah.
And I pick every game in a pool that I am in. And over the last 5 weeks, I believe I'm 36-36.
Wow, yeah. So you're back.
I'm back to Mr. Coin Flip.
Yeah, whatever the hell was going on early in the season is
I was hot.
Over.
And what's my overall record, Grandy? I'm sure you have it.
What do we got?
You're just a click away. I know at one point I was 16-4, and it started to be a thing. holy cow, maybe I should get an 800 number.
You are 29-18 with your win on Monday night.
Okay,
I've the Cowboys.
13-14 since then. No.
But there's nothing to disrespect with 29-18.
Yeah.
At all.
You are 2-5 in your last 7.
Okay.
Yeah, that's disrespectful.
Okay.
So,
that was a Steiny right there.
I will say, though, that, so let's see. What you won on Monday. You had a good weekend, right?
2-2.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That's right.
No, sorry. You're 5-2 in your last 7. I have this sorted by fade the Dibbers record.
That's right.
So us fading Dibs are 2-5 in the
You
last
lost
7.
the Sunday night game last week?
Lost last Thursday. Won the Niner game. Lost Sunday night.
Yeah, that's what I just asked.
And then
you
won
lost the Sunday night game.
That's correct.
Yeah, you had the Lions. You had the Lions at Philly.
You
They
are
lost
2-2 in your last 4.
Okay, so you're
all
just whatever. Let's see if you can we come on, right? Get back on track, for crying out loud.
I mean, I'm ready.
Like this is big. This is the Texans and the Bills. Let's fade the Dibbers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a situation. We are actually sitting here live in the Situation Room right now.
Yeah, we are.
Because there is the possibility of something that's never happened on Fade the Dibbers, which is that Dibbs shows up with the pick and at the last minute changes because that number is like Darren Ruff. It is on the move. It is on the move. This number was 6.5 all day, but somehow someone grabbed 2 points and ran out the door and down the street. It is dropping like a lead weight. And the Bills, suddenly as we approach kickoff, are not 6.5-point favorites, Dibs. They are 4.5-point favorites.
It's crazy.
That's not the Keon Coleman bounce. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Fedarian Mathis is out.
I'm sorry.
Crazy.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
And keep going.
Whatever. Anyway, the Bills, now down to only 4.5. They are still a road favorite, which means the Texans are maybe did a home dog.
Yep.
We need more dogs, and here we go. Dibs?
This is an interesting one because I'm looking at the line, and it opened at 3.5, and it climbed. I saw it as high as 6. It might have ballooned more than that, and now it's down to 4.5 without any real dramatic injury news. Davis Mills has never won 3 consecutive games as a starter, and he's riding a 2-game win streak. The Buffalo offense is kind of a head-scratcher. I've got Shakir on my fantasy team, and some games he goes off. Some games he gets 1 catch for -1 yard. The one constant, though, is Josh Allen. And the other constant for Houston is really good defense. The advanced metrics love Houston's defense. They're maybe the best in football, according to the EPA stats. So it's a styles make fights kind of a ball game. And going in, I was really rock solid on my pick. And with this line movement, I'm even more solid. You take the Bills, you lay the 4.5. Cuckoosh.
And I picked the pick. Look at that. Look at you. Look at that.
I think all 3 of us picked the pick.
Well, it's actually wrong. I had it Bills -6 in my pool.
No,
so
but it's Bills -4.5.
And that's why you always say, and it's one of the few things that you've said that I kind of believe and value, when something looks really funky, lean into it. Like, why would this go from 6 to 4.5 over the course of an hour and a half? I know how. Somebody went kaboom with a big chunk of cheese.
Somebody knows something.
Yeah, but doesn't mean that somebody's right.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yep.
That's true. No,
I feel bad because a good friend of mine, Daryl, is in Vegas, and he texted me earlier today, and I said, wow, you take the Bills and you lay the 6, cuckoosh, and now it's 4.5.
Oh, no.
So,
well, maybe he took a while to get there.
No, he already sent me a picture of the ticket.
Oh.
Because he said, give me a parlay.
What?
And I said, -6 to the under. I do think it's going to be a little bit of a rock fight.
Well, boy, that's an interesting.
Bills 21.
-6 to the
Texans
under.
14.
That's a okay. What
the
is
number's
that?
not mini. It's 44.5. That's a pretty big number for a Houston defense.
I'm not saying you're going to be wrong. Anything can happen, but like a bettor would say, like if you're in favor of the Bills covering the number, that would lean to the over because you're expecting a lot of scoring. If you're expecting the Bells to do well offensively in order to cover a number like that, because
27-9 is an under.
Sure, but
31-10 is an under.
But holding an NFL team to 9 or 10 points, no matter how good or bad they are, is really hard, especially in their home building.
Well, not when you're the Houston Texans.
Okay.
And you look they opened up with a 9 spot against the Rams.
I know.
They put up 19 against Tampa.
Yep.
They scored 10 against Jacksonville.
Right.
This team can not score on you now.
You're picking their worst moments.
They had 26 against Tennessee, 44 against a Lamarless Ravens team.
What do you want to set as the Texans over-under line? Just their points.
The team total?
Yep.
I'd say it's probably about...
No, what do you think?
Oh, I think it would be 17.5. That's what I would set.
Mm-hmm.
I know the actual number's probably a little higher, but Davis Mills, Buffalo's D's not great. They're not terrible.
No, and Davis Mills has not been bad at all.
Yeah, they've been fine.
Yeah. He's been
They put up 16 against the Titans. That's a big number.
I know.
Titans are
That's
terrible.
A typical rock fight battle between division foes.
Yep. I think the Thursday night games do tend to be lower scoring.
You're probably right, but I feel that for the Bills too. Like, I saw Greg Cosell, our guy. You want to know what I saw him say? I saw this online earlier today. Josh Allen, sometimes we fall into the whole fantasy football-ification of the whole thing.
Yep.
Josh Allen accounted for 6 touchdowns last week. I think it was 3 in the air and 3 on the ground.
Sure was.
And Greg Cosell came out today and he's like, yeah, I can make the case that Josh didn't play well. And I was like, thank you for saying it. You're right. He's right. He's right. The Bills are not playing good football. They're not. And there were quirks of the industry that sort of led to that last week. I know they scored 44 points. That whole thing got crazy. It was a lot of points. I think 76 points were scored in the game against Tampa Bay. But Josh Allen is turning the ball over a lot. Josh Allen does not have a lot of help. He is missing his tight end again. His wide receivers are non-existent, and the one who is supposed to be the best one is now a double healthy scratch. And I've always been sort of in a head-scratcher mode in terms of the way they use James Cook. I would get that guy more involved than they do sometimes.
Man.
But they fall in love, and I get why. They fall in love with, hey, Josh, snap the ball, and then here's what we want you to do. Do a pirouette, and then run over there, and then run over there, and then hawk it downfield and see what happens. It's not good football. He's just a great, great player. But I feel like this game might be similar to when they went to Atlanta. You remember that game a few weeks ago? And everyone was like, what the hell was that stink burger?
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. I'm going to fade you.
Yeah, I know. I got that.
Yeah.
I got that sense. All the clapping and carrying on.
Yeah.
James Cook, second in the league in yards rushing, so they use him a pretty good amount.
Yeah, they use him more. Like, they should use him more.
Man, trying to kill the guy?
No. I mean,
He's third in the league in attempts.
I live in a city that has the guy that has the most touches.
Right.
I'd give him more. That's all. I'd get him more involved in the pass game than they do. I think he is a more dynamic bell cow than they allow him to be. And if it's because they're trying to, save him from himself, maybe, whatever. But I look at these things in terms of how do you play your best and win your football game. And it's kind of like how the Niners use Christian McCaffrey. That's what I would do with James Cook.
Yeah, and they basically do. They don't throw it to him as much, but he runs it almost as much, and Buffalo's 7-3. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, they're in second place.
Right.
They're the big old favorites out there, and they're in second place.
Probably going to make the playoffs, though. I like the chances.
No, they're going to make the playoffs. I don't know about those Chiefs, but, the Bills, they're going to make it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Also, Monday, Niners, Panthers. We'll be at Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale, right down the street from the stadium. Make sure you come by, say hi. We'll start at 2. Food, drinks, everything's great down there, and sign up for that free shuttle. Go to 957thegame.com right now. Seats fill up fast. 957thegame.com. Maybe it was that Houston furniture dude. He's the dude that's always doing
Mattress Mac?
Yeah, Mattress Mac. Maybe he came in with a bushel full on the Texans. But anyway, let's go live to Mark Grandy with this Warriors update.
Yeah, the Warriors just put out their injury report for tomorrow night's game. Cup game against the Blazers.
Oh, what color's the floor?
It's
blue.
I think it's like a gray.
It's like a gray, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What's happening?
Buddy Hield, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler are all listed as probable for tomorrow's
that's
game.
good.
Steph is off the injury report
Great.
entirely. D'Anthony Melton, as we know, still out. The other confirmed out, Jonathan Kuminga, has been confirmed out
What the
for
hell's
tomorrow's
going
game.
on with his knee?
Bilateral knee tendonitis, Mark. In a 23-year-old.
But something happened this week. That I'm confident of.
What do you mean? It happened in San Antonio.
No, but something didn't go as planned this week. I know when it happened originally, but remember, the teams always know more than we do, and they choose what information to give us. And I'm starting to get Pearsall vibes based on the way it was talked about. Steve talked to us on Monday and said he just worked out. The report I got was good. And I'm very hopeful that he will play Wednesday in Miami.
Yeah.
And he didn't.
No.
And they are already this far ahead of game time ruling him out of Friday as well. Something didn't go right with the remainder of the workouts during the week.
I'm sure the knees are still pretty racked up, if that's what you believe is the case. And I doubt they practiced today. They might have got together for some shooting around of that sort, but I'm sure they didn't get in there and do a practice.
I bet they did nothing.
They probably had the gym open if you want to come and get some shots up. Buddy, I'm looking at you, if you don't have any other plans. But then you play tomorrow, no game Saturday, no game Sunday, so you'll get a practice in there. I think Monday becomes more likely if JK can go through a practice.
Kyle Juice in 5 minutes, okay, everybody? Kyle Juszczyk is going to join us in 5 minutes right here on Willard and Dibs. We got all kinds of stuff that we're looking forward to talking to Kyle about. In fact, here, let's play this for you right now. This is fun because we're going to play this for Kyle. Apparently, this game coming up here is Kyle Juszczyk's. Last week. It already happened. That was his 200th game.
Yep.
So Kyle Shanahan was asked today about his longevity. Here's what he said.
Juice needed to be that way. He would train his body to be that way and still be able to be that type of fullback. I think the game's a little bit different and how you use people and the angles that's created now compared to just ISO every play in the 50s. But I do think that stuff helps his longevity to a degree, especially at that position, because it becomes more than just an offensive guard in the backfield. But Juice, just from how he takes care of his body to how he lives his life, is really unique. An extremely thought out guy, from what he's putting in his body the first day after the season to the middle of the season, how much hours he sleeps, all that stuff. So guys like him, guys like Christian, guys like Fred, to me are the perfect guys that all young players should watch in this league because they really know how to take care of their health.
I wonder how many hours he does sleep.
Yeah, I mean...
It's more than you, I know that.
Yeah, it's been a tough week for me with the ear infection for the 3-year-old, but, sleep and fitness and training and all the rest of it, and you watch him, and I love the way Kyle answered that about ISO, which is the old I formation, and I talked about it during the break about Lorenzo Neal, and he'd say to LaDainian Tomlinson, get on my hip and don't dip, and Lowe would just be the first guy into the hole and try to kapow as many people as possible. That was what the fullback was, and now you watch Juszczyk, and he's out there going in short motion, return motion. He's lined up in the backfield, then he goes on the line of scrimmage. He's a virtual tight end. Now he's out in the pass pattern. He's a brand new style of fullback.
No doubt. And I think a Swiss Army knife of sorts, and certainly elite in terms of his ability to be a receiver out of that position. But he's also one of those guys that I think, 85% of what he does on a field, we fans don't really see and we don't really process. This is somebody the 49ers have re-signed multiple times. It is clear to all of us how the Niners value him. And that one of the other things we're going to get to with him is sort of some of the stories of what took place for those few days this offseason when he was no longer a Niner. They kind of tried to rework the contract. Kyle didn't want it. He moved on. And then a few days later, they reconvened and brought him back. So I know that he's talked a little bit about it. I'd love to really almost get the hour by hour of how that thing all played out.
Yeah.
And then I guess he and his wife went on the Kittles podcast this week and told the stories from both sides of what that was like, because apparently the four of them have all just become the absolute best of friends. And the Kittles left a wedding to take the call that he was coming back.
In the middle of the maid of honor speech.
Exactly.
How rude. We got to take this. So they stand up from the table.
And left.
And not only do they leave, but they're on the phone with Kyle, and now they're screaming to where people are like, what's going on with the Kittles? Jones is back.
Yeah. Yeah, well, once you get to the speeches, it's like the marriage has already happened. We'll come back for some food.
The maid of honor. I remember when we met in 6th grade. It's like, let's wrap it up.
You ever seen a great maid of honor or best man speech?
Trying to think. I've seen some terrible ones.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm looking at you, Mike Dibley. Yeah. Let's go to Mike, half in the bag.
Ouch.
Well.
Really?
Yeah, and my ex-wife played on his high school basketball team that he coached. So he's talking about how when I play pickup basketball, I'm the first one out trying to get the ball on a breakaway. And then he talks about my ex-wife, and he goes, and Shonda, she can flat out rebound the ball. She's 5'11", so, and I'm like, dude, this is...
Go to Dibs, half in the bag?
And it wasn't me this time, half in the bag. Anyway, so I've seen some good ones and some bad ones.
John Bloom gave me a great one. One of the other ones.
I was going to say which time.
Whatever. Anyway, here on 95.7 The Game, it's all presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Obviously, Brock Purdy's name will also come up in the conversation we're about to have. We were mindful of this from Greg Cosell. He said this to us yesterday.
The thing about Purdy, and this is a little different than Mac Jones, so sometimes it's a positive, and every once in a while it's a negative. But he has a very aggressive mindset as a thrower, more so than Mac Jones. So he will turn it loose, which at times can result in some forced throws. You see that once in a while, but at other times it results in outstanding window throws versus zone coverage, which is an absolute strength of his game.
I wonder how people feel. Like, is that what you kind of want? You know what I mean? Like, what he's saying is Brock is going to push it further. He's going to take more chances. Maybe that does lead to more interceptions, but it also leads to more touchdowns.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It just depends on the situation, and I'm thinking about the Tonjes throw. That was in the opener, right, against Seattle, where he just kind of threw it up for grabs. I mean,
it's not a good-looking throw.
It was a risky throw, and it turned out to be a great throw because Tonjes got it at the high point, and they scored, and they won, but... Yeah, and there was the one, I think, last year where he rolled left and then threw it all the way across the field.
Jacksonville.
Yeah, halfway across the end zone.
That might have been two years ago.
Yeah, because Ayuk went up high to bring it down, and Kyle was like, don't ever do that again.
Right.
Touchdown 49ers.
Yeah, he's like, I told him when he got to the sideline, like, don't do that. But Kyle's interesting because he'll also say in post-game meetings, he'll be like, I didn't like the throw. I didn't think anyone was open. But if they catch it, he's like, then he proved me wrong. He didn't feel that way about that one, though, a couple years ago by any stretch. All right, here we are. Willard and Dibs, let's go out to the River Islands guest line and welcome him in. Kyle Juszczyk joins us on the show. Juice, what's going on? Thanks for doing it, man.
Hey, what's going on, man? Just finished up practice, headed home, ready for a big week.
200 games? Are you kidding me, Kyle?
200, man. That's regular season, too. That's not even counting playoffs.
My gosh, like how do you process that? I'm sure your mind goes back to when you were just entering the league, the idea of being able to play 200. So congratulations, and what does that mean to you?
Man, it means so much to me. And it really, it's hard for me to even wrap my head around that number because, like, I think back to playing college football, and I played 40 college games, and that seems like a big chunk of my life, like a big chunk of my football career. And to think that I've done that 5 times over in the NFL is just a wild, wild thought. But I truly am living my dream, man.
So, I mean, what's the secret? How do you do it? Sleep and nutrition and off-season training? What are the things that you really kind of hang your hat on as reasons why you're still doing it here in year 13?
Man, I feel like I could give you 100 reasons. Sleep is huge, probably one of the biggest. Nutrition, of course, is huge. I mean, there are so many different recovery things that I do each and every week, each and every day, whether it's, red light therapy, hot and cold therapy, acupuncture, massage. And, in the off season, I've gotten into stem cell therapy. I'm really big on, as if people have followed me, like I love my garden. I try to grow as much of the vegetables as I eat as possible. really try to eat clean. And there's just so much that goes into it. Style of play. I had to change that up from earlier in my career. And yeah, I mean, and I'm sure a little bit of luck goes in there as well.
Kyle, are you aware that your coach Shanahan actually talked about this and you earlier today? Do you know this?
No, actually, I haven't heard about it.
Okay, so let us play it for you. Somebody asked Kyle, the other Kyle, about your longevity, and here's what he said.
Juice needed to be that way. He would train his body to be that way and still be able to be that type of fullback. I think the game's a little bit different, and how you use people and the angles that's created now compared to just ISO every play in the 50s. But I do think that stuff helps his longevity to a degree, especially at that position, because it becomes more than just an offensive guard in the backfield. But Juice, just from how he takes care of his body to how he lives his life, is really unique. An extremely thought-out guy, from what he's putting in his body the first day after the season to the middle of the season, how much hours he sleeps, all that stuff. So guys like him, guys like Christian, guys like Fred, to me are the perfect guys that all young players should watch in this league, because they really know how to take care of their health.
I mean, he's talking about some of the things that you just brought up. Can we ask you, how much do you sleep?
I do shoot for 9 hours a night. I don't always get it. But yeah, I mean, even down to I'm crazy about my sleeping conditions. I can have absolutely no light in the room. I sleep with a night mask. I've got a cooling mattress that keeps it cold. I keep the thermostat at 60 degrees. I have my room full of different plants that help purify the oxygen in the room. And it's just, who knows if any of it even does anything, but I try to do as much as possible. I mean,
I don't want to be inappropriate here, but does Kristen, did she get any say, or does she just have to do whatever you do?
She's been a very good sport about it. I did make sure that my cooling mattress is split so that my side is cool and hers is not quite as cold as mine.
Yeah, that's genius. And I guess when you travel, you got to bring an extra suitcase with all your plants and all your other stuff.
Oh, I'm super annoying. When I travel, it takes me so long to pack because I bring my own sheets, my own pillowcase, my own fan. I'm bringing all my supplements. I'm bringing my walnuts, my blueberries, my dates that I eat first thing in the morning. It's a little outrageous.
I was gonna ask you about food. Can you take us through a mock day of what Kyle Juszczyk eats?
I mean, a typical day, like I said, I always start with my AG1s, which is athletic greens, probiotics, multivitamin type of thing. I always have walnuts for my brain, blueberries for antioxidants, dates for just general energy. And then at the facility, I have over easy eggs, steak, onions, sweet potatoes, and avocado. And then from there out, I really just try to, eat a lot of protein, some carbs, not a ton, a lot of vegetables, and then a kiwi every night before bed because I saw on Instagram it protects your DNA. Again, who knows if that's
nice little dessert, fruit,
Yeah, do you ever have a cheat day?
Oh, absolutely. That's the thing is people are always oh, Juice takes such good care of his body, which is definitely true, but I also love to eat junk food too. So I designate post game as my kind of my real cheat day. There's nothing off limits post game, and honestly, some of those the flights home from away games can get out of control just because we have unlimited access to chips and candy and cookies and cake and ice cream, and you sit on a plane for 5 hours coming from the East Coast, it can get a little dangerous.
No doubt. I totally get that. Kyle Juszczyk here on 95.7 The Game. So it's hard to ask, how long do you want to do it? But I just want to ask about you and George Kittle and, the bromance and the couples that you guys now love each other. How did this start, and when did you and George kind of realize that you're really cut from the same cloth?
Yeah, you know what? I noticed George right away, as a rookie, that there was something different to him and that he could be a really special player, if he did things right. And it definitely has panned out that way. You saw his freak athleticism very early on. But I would say it was probably our second year on the league or on the team that we really started to become close friends. When he first got here, he was still a rookie. He was living with all the other young guys, all the rookies in the same apartment, having their own little episode of Friends. And, I was in my second contract. I had bought a house. So, I was living my own life. I was married, all that type of thing. But the more time we spent together and the more time we played together, executed blocks together, we started to realize, like you said, we're cut from the same cloth. We're very similar people and made up of very similar stuff. And, just over the years, it's just gotten stronger and stronger. Just spent more time together. Our wives have become best friends. And it's been a really, really cool experience to go through this for 9 years together now.
Kyle Juszczyk with us here on Willard and Dibs. And I think a lot of people, maybe a lot of people haven't, Kyle, but that appearance that you two did on the Kittles podcast recently has kind of made the rounds, and those stories that you shared, not just about the group you four, but what was going on during those few days this offseason when you weren't a Niner. And it was interesting to hear it from the perspective of you four. But I'd love to hear you maybe just share a little bit of a timeline of kind of why did that happen in the first place, what was going on day by day, and then what made it reverse field and get everybody back together.
Yeah, you know what? I knew with probably 2 weeks to go in the season last year that it was a possibility that they were going to come to me about restructuring my deal. And it was never something that was set in stone. It was something that they had given me an idea that, just be ready. It is possible. And I really used that as fuel to play my absolute best football to end the season. And I felt like I did. I felt like that game against Detroit and Arizona, I put it out there that I can still play at the highest of levels. So I was feeling really good going into the off season. I figured I had shown what I could still do. Unfortunately, there were so many different contracts up in the air with the Niners, and so much going on with as far as signing Brock, and they upped I believe it was Fred and George this off season, and trying to sign guys like Huff and Greenlaw, and there's just a lot of money being spent, and I think, they were looking, for a place to find a little extra cash. And unfortunately, it came down to the 13-year fullback. And you know what? It was a complicated process, and, that I've spoken about it a million times of, I was hurt by the whole thing. But thank God, it worked out that, after they did release me, they had told me the door is open for you to come back. They just prefaced it with, it's probably not going to be for what you want it to be. So, as a professional, I had to go out there and, kind of shop myself, see what else was out there, see what kind of market I really had. And fortunately, I had one. I found it with a few teams across the league, and was able to, come back to the Niners and, basically say, hey, this is my market. If you guys I want to be a Niner. And, we were able to come to an agreement and, get to a deal that I felt comfortable with, and they did as well.
You say that there were suitors, and I'm not surprised because you're so good at what you do, but so few teams actually need what you do with so much 11 personnel. Not a lot of teams use the fullback, and yet you come back to the 49ers. Is your fit in the Kyle style simply better than it would have been anywhere else?
In my opinion, yeah, because, there are a number of teams now, that kind of come from that Shanahan tree that, that I can fit into. But even if they haven't used, a quote unquote fullback in years prior, I had teams tell me hey, I know we didn't use, a typical F like you, but this is how we envision using you if you did come here. And, that always, it sounds good. And I got some, people told me some really great things and how they envisioned me being in their offense, and it sounded incredible and it was enticing. But at the end of the day, like, I've been through this a long time, and there's a difference in talking about it and then versus a team that's actually going to do it and implement it like we have in San Francisco. And I kind of think to a number of Pro Bowls that I've been to, talking to the OC, like going into the game, and they're like, oh yeah, we love the fullback. Like, we use the fullback probably the second most in the league outside of you guys. And then I'll go back and fact check it, and their fullback plays like 15% of the snaps. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are really speaking the same language as me, So yeah. I know what we've done in San Francisco, and I knew that, we could keep that consistent.
Kyle Juszczyk with us. Just to bring it to now, we definitely want to get your perspective on what last week felt like. Like, in your words, how is everything different when Brock Purdy is on the field?
Yeah, Brock is just, he's dynamic. He loves to push the ball down the field, and I think we saw that last week. And having Ricky back was huge, because I think that just changes the way defenses have to play us. But really, the whole offense is healthy generally. So, like, this is kind of, what we envisioned coming into this season, and the few snaps that we all have been on the field, most of that Seattle game in week one, and then now against Arizona, we've been pretty successful. So, we're looking to continue that here going forward.
And more successful running the ball. Do you think that getting your center back after he was hurt, now George is back, is it starting to feel more like a typical rushing attack after some struggles earlier in the year?
Yeah, I think it's, it is a number of those things. It's, getting, like you said, getting Jake back. Jake is so smart, and he does such a good job of the targeting in the run game. George is a game changer, truly one of the best blocking tight ends in the league. And then in order to run the ball, you got to be able to throw the ball. Like, Kyle always says that. Like, you really have to be good at both in order to do one of them well. And so I think, having a number of our receivers back, being healthy, even if that's just the threat of the pass, it makes things a little bit easier in the run game. So we've had a lot of things kind of come back together, and I think we've found some different schemes in the run game that really fit our personnel and just the team that we have this year.
Kyle, this is a little top of mind because the Bills have a receiver who, for instance, was late to a meeting last week, and he's been an inactive. There's a story for the Cowboys that CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens both missed curfew last Sunday night before the game in Vegas on Monday. Did you tell George Kittle a story that you missed your first day as a 49er?
Long story short, yes, but I got there late. So in 2017, the Niners, they signed it was 13 free agents to start the season. They had cleared house. And so we were all coming out here to kind of meet everybody and see the facility and where we'd be living and all that type of thing. And they had given us a booklet with our schedule for the weekend. And I read the itinerary, and I did my physical, I did everything at the facility, did my press conference, all that type of stuff. And then that night there was a meet and greet, get together at the hotel. But what I didn't realize is that was on the backside of the itinerary. I missed that. So I did everything on the front page, and I thought I was done for the day. So my wife and I went to go look for somewhere to live. And we were just looking around Santana Row, and I start getting a call from the scouts, and they're like, "Where are you?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And we have this meet and greet at the hotel. And so, yeah, like I said on the podcast there, panic ensued. But I got there, I met everybody. I was just a little late.
No punishment, huh?
No punishment for that one.
Okay, all right. Kyle Juszczyk, great to have you. Hey, before you go, you got to help us out with something. Who do you look up to the most? Who's the best fullback of all time?
Man, that's a tough question for me. Because if I'm just being transparent and honest, I never wanted to be a fullback. That was never like my goal or my intention. So like growing up, that's not who I was watching. Like I so badly wanted to be a receiver. As I got older, I started to realize that wasn't going to happen. So I'm like, all right, I would love to be a tight end, like a good receiving tight end. And again, unfortunately, I'm not 6'3" or taller. So my avenue to the NFL was going to be a fullback. So that wasn't until I had graduated college that I really started playing fullback and started watching that. But at the same token, like I've, obviously grown an appreciation for the position. And I do love watching clips of Tom Rathman. I think he was just such a complete player. I mean, he had a season of like 600 yards rushing, 600 yards receiving, won a Super Bowl. I think he's, in my mind, probably the best of all time.
It's a great answer. And another one close to our heart is Lorenzo Neal, who we all work with still at the station. And he's a semifinalist for the Hall of Fame. And you've got 9 Pro Bowls. So if he can somehow get into the Hall of Fame, that might clear the way for old number 44, not Rathman, but you someday, Kyle.
Hey, that would be pretty sick. And I also obviously I love Lowe. I love Daryl Johnson, Tony Richardson. Like those are some other fullbacks that I liked as well. But man, I would be so happy if Lorenzo got into the Hall of Fame because I mean he obviously had such an impact on all the teams he had. All those 1,000-yard rushers that were following him. Very different style than myself, but I definitely respect his game.
Kyle, great stuff. Hey, real quick, does the fact that the Super Bowl is at Levi's Stadium, is there any extra, pardon the pun, is there any extra juice on this because it's here?
I mean, yeah, you're obviously going to be excited, but to say that, anything could motivate you even more to want to play in the Super Bowl, I think is a little crazy. Like, I mean, that is the goal every single year. Like, that is the number one. And, like, I don't think anything can motivate you more. But that really would be a cherry on top if we could play in our own stadium. Like, yeah, that's something out of a movie, No
doubt. You could sleep in your cold bed and you wouldn't have to pack all your plants.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I'd be so ready for that game, so recovered. Like, watch out, whoever we're playing.
Watch out. It's going to be blueberries and dates everywhere. All right.
That's right.
Kyle, thanks so much, man. You're the best.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
All right, there he is. Kyle Juszczyk right here on Willard and Dibs. And as we've all come to know now for many, many years, Kyle is quite the conversationalist.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Harvard-educated,
Awesome.
just a regular guy, a Midwesterner from Ohio and Kittle from Wisconsin. So, yeah, makes perfect sense that those two would eventually become fast friends. And, yeah, you really can't imagine him being anywhere other than with George Kittle,
I think that he feels the same way with what kind of took place in the offseason. They kind of got to a spot. And, look, I love that he admits, and he's right, he's talked about this before, but, like, it still hurts his feelings, I bet, when you look back on it. I think sometimes we romanticize this stuff because we're fans of the team, and so we want everybody who's on the team to really, really be, like, happy to be there and want to be on the team and do whatever your job is. I think, Juice, okay, my feelings are hurt. We were talking about it earlier. Jonathan Kuminga reportedly feels like a scapegoat every time the Warriors go on a little bit of a losing streak. We want everybody to all kind of be on the same page. Juwan Jennings this year, like, for sure that dude is still ticked. For sure.
Yeah.
He's still super ticked. Brandon Ayuk might still be ticked. And the Niners are definitely ticked about Brandon Ayuk.
Well, he may never play for the Niners again.
It's possible.
Like, you get to, if he doesn't come back this year, you get to the offseason, he could be traded. And so, yeah, the emotions in this, it's easy to say, these guys make a ton of money and you're out there playing a game. What's the big deal? But when you're Juszczyk and you get released, you're thinking, boy, I'm going to have to go find another job. And turns out there are more fullbacks than I thought, including the one for Buffalo who just helped lead the way for James Cook. But even at that, their fullback only plays 24% of the snaps. Juice plays almost half the snaps. So he's not your typical fullback, like, I'm just going to block. He does so much for this team. You said Swiss Army knife before. That's a perfect description.
I love that this offense is fully healthy.
Yeah.
I mean, from an entertainment standpoint, and certainly from the standpoint of like, what can the Niners achieve the rest of the way with a defense that is so overwhelmed by injury? But you look at this schedule, I think Monday could really be a culmination of some things. It really could. I know we're all going to be in the building because we're doing our show down there. Looks like the weather's going to be good. I can't wait for that night, and I really hope that the 49ers are able to put on another good offensive performance. Hopefully Matt Gay is kicking the ball through the uprights, but hopefully it's a lot of extra points, because to me, I felt this way about the Arizona game because it clinched a winning division record. This next one, I feel like, is the sort of momentary necessity if the Niners really want to introduce themselves as an actual playoff team. I know you're scared of the Cleveland game. I think those are healthy fears. But then you get a bye and Tennessee. I don't see a scenario where that's not a win. And I had said going into this 4-game stretch, I'll give them the room of like something could go wrong once, but you have to go at least 3-1 and be at least 9-5 after that Tennessee game. This is the game that ensures that. The Cleveland one, short week, 13, 14 weeks in a row of playing football, that's all fair. That could be difficult. You have to win this one, and I think if they win this one, that's the one that paves the way to almost ensure that the 49ers are going to end up in the playoffs.
Well, you handle your business, and you always say, like, just win the games you're supposed to win, and I just took a peek at the Week 13 look ahead lines, and the Niners are favored at Cleveland by 6.5. That's according to Yahoo.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
6.5, and that's, of course, pending what happens Sunday and Monday, but I would imagine they're going to be favored by about that much, and just because it's a tough spot doesn't mean that they're automatically going to lose, especially now that Cleveland's on QB4.
Yeah, no, I actually think that they should win. But
for sure.
But I think it's harder than this Monday.
Agreed.
It's harder than this
and
Monday.
It's harder than Tennessee.
Yeah.
And it's harder. It won't be harder than Indy, but of all the games you have left, it's probably the third hardest. I think the Seattle finale would be harder. Yeah. Because Seattle's better, even though it's at home.
Still trying to get a gauge on how good the Bears are. I don't think they're that good, but they're certainly dangerous. And the Niners defense in the state that it's in, you sort of feel like Caleb Williams could be doing some playmaking in that game. We'll see what it looks like. That's many, many weeks from now. And so don't know what the two teams will be dealing with when you get to that. I look at this one, though, and I go, okay, a 6-5 Panthers team, they can be a little bit dangerous. They do have some weapons and whatnot, but you're better than them. And even if it comes to that, you should be able to outscore them. And this is the one that you need if you want to sort of like, I shouldn't use the word ensure, but if the goal is at least 10 wins, this is one of them. This is absolutely one of them.
I think the goal is as many as possible, but 11 for me all along. That was my prediction when we did the Red and Gold Summit. I said 11 wins.
Yeah, same.
You look at, even if you split the division, which right now you're not going to do, you're going to have a better than a 3-3 record. I looked at the South and thought those are two of the weaker divisions. And, well, you've had a couple of tough games, but this is one of the ones you look at and you say, yeah, and you should beat Chicago. You should beat the Giants. These are games that, you should go out and win, and they did beat the Giants. And so they're in a perfect spot where I think 11 wins is the most likely thing. 12 to me is more likely than 10. If you look at the Niners, they're 7-4.
Not if they lose this Cleveland game that you keep thinking they might lose.
Well, even if they lose that one, and even if you lose to Indy, then it would be the Bears or Seattle that would get you, and that would be 10 wins. I think it's more likely that you win 12.
Yeah, 12.
It's more likely that you go 5-1 than you go 3-3.
12 is basically like what? I don't know if it's the Indy game that you're thinking, but that's one more loss.
Right.
That's some pretty good football.
That's great football.
Yeah, and that's pretty hard to do with a defense that's performing the way this one is.
Well, the defense is not terrible.
They're not terrible.
They're just mediocre.
They're not good either.
They're not bad.
Yeah.
I mean, they're a middle-of-the-pack defense. And
not in terms of rushing the passer, they're not. They're bad.
But the thing about a defense, and I always talk about complementary football, and this is what you're going to see on Monday, I believe. The Carolina run defense is not great.
No.
The Niner run offense is getting better, still dead last in yards per carry. But this is a classic case of protect your defense with 37 minutes of time of possession.
No, the Niners the Niners should score the ball on Monday night. They're not a good run defense, and by the way, they are the only team in the NFL that's worse at rushing the passer than the Niners.
Yeah.
So
bottom 2 in sacks,
and
right?
the way the offensive line has been playing and with full health like the 49ers, they should move the living daylights out of the football. You're going to have a dry stadium. You're going to have the home crowd, the blah, 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 your full health on offense. They just simply need to – I know you want to take care of the clock. I agree with that, but to me it's take care of the ball. If the 49ers don't turn the ball over, they're going north of 30 and they're winning the game.
Most likely, and that's, with any game, most teams, if you win the turnover battle, you're more likely to win the game. But I just think about the defense, and the best way to help your defense is by limiting how much time they actually have to go out there and tackle people, because that is the best way for a defense to stay fresh. And if you don't really get after the quarterback, you did have 3 takeaways last game, which was kind of nice.
You did.
2 picks and a fumble recovery. So maybe you bring that same energy and, you get it done again in that fashion. But I think that this is a game where you should be able to run the ball.
Yeah, I agreed. And we've been conditioned through the years. I think it was actually pretty unsettling to watch them struggle so mightily to run the ball. I go into every Kyle Shanahan, Christian McCaffrey game thinking, hey, he'd probably be able to run the ball. And the offensive line is finally performing. It was great to kind of talk that out with Greg Cosell yesterday, because he sort of confirmed, sometimes I think it's like, oh, they didn't get sacked or whatever. What was the game plan? How did it come out? But Greg fully agreed. He's like, yes, like what you think you're seeing, you are. This is a much healthier offensive line. They've got this left guard rotation thing that seems to be paying dividends. This offensive line is looking the way they're going to have to look. And this would seem on paper to be a matchup that they would win again on Monday night.
Yeah, and you've got your center back who is, he's not the best center in the league, but he's more of a veteran than Matt Hennessy. And, Dominic Pooney, I think, has gotten healthier somehow over the course of the year. We're not saying his name as much as we did.
Even good.
Trent Williams is rounded into form. Colton McKivitz gives up his 1 sack a game, and that's about it. And other than that, not a lot of self-inflicted wounds either.
Yeah.
No penalties on Sunday.
Yeah. Again, we want to hit this one more time, what Greg Cosell yesterday said about Brock Purdy. And the question was kind of like, what do you see as far as the difference in this offense when you go from Mac Jones to Brock Purdy?
The thing about Purdy, and this is a little different than Mac Jones, so sometimes it's a positive, and every once in a while it's a negative. But he has a very aggressive mindset as a thrower, more so than Mac Jones. So he will turn it loose, which at times can result in some forced throws. You see that once in a while, but at other times it results in outstanding window throws versus zone coverage, which is an absolute strength of his game.
Okay, so that's something that I'm, and I think that we saw that. A lot of people, the review of Brock Purdy in game 1 was, oh, that looked really good. And people like the stat line, right? When you have 3 touchdowns and no picks. But if you did watch all the plays, and I know you came in screaming, it was almost a little Nancy Kerrigan-esque. Why?
Totally.
Why? Like there are a couple throws where you're just like, why? Why? Because they could have been picked. I would love to see the fan base, which is always so screamy yelly about the quarterback. I'd love to see this idea of like, let's stop making the interception the end all be all. Like the top QBs in the game, they push it. They push it. Josh throws some. Mahomes throws some for sure. The top QBs in the game have the mindset that Greg Cosell's talking about there. I'm not comparing Brock to Josh and Pat. I'm just saying, from a mindset standpoint, I'll take that. That's the guy that I want. I want the guy who will push it a little bit, and that does mean a mistake or two sometimes.
Yeah, just depends on how many mistakes. And I always look at interception percentage as a great stat because not everybody throws the ball as much as others. And so far, Mac Jones is right on league average, 2.1. So 2.1% of his throws get picked off. Stafford's at 0.6.
Yep.
He's thrown 2 picks.
He's having a great year.
And even like Hurts and Fields, they don't throw it that much, but they're 1 and 2 in interception percentage. And Baker Mayfield throws it a lot.
There you
Only
go.
3 picks.
Yep.
So Just depends on what you look at, but that's one thing I do like to look at.
We're sponsored by Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek Boulevard. Frontier Ford's year-end sales event is on with 0% APR for 60 months, 0 down and no payments for 90 days on all Ford's top models. Deals end January 5th. Visit Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek or shop anytime at frontierford.com. Not done yet. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins. September 24th, Shoreline Amphitheater. The Crew celebrates the 20th anniversary of Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue, with performances by Tesla and Extreme. Tickets on sale Friday at 9 a.m. at livenation.com. The return of the Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue.
With T-Mobile, we don't miss out on any family fiestas.
Hola, mija, ¿cómo quedó el mole?
It turned out great.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile and stay connected with los tuyos. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with no trade-in needed, plus 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store at T-Mobile.com or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $800 required. Not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. and primary usage must occur on our network. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Been counting the days, wondering, will they bring it back? Wonder no more. The legendary McRib has returned. We're talking tender, boneless pork, smothered in that unmistakably tasty McRib sauce. It's a flavor experience that never sticks around for long. And why stop at just the sandwich? Make it a meal with any size soft drink for just $1.69. But don't wait. McRib season is short, and once it's gone, it's really gone. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family. Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused. You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio. Why, you little sh**.
I love Jax.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Oh, I'm super annoying. It's a little outrageous.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I tell you what, I don't know what it is about me. I could sit there and talk sleep and food with anyone ever. I'll share a text message.
It's a little outrageous.
It's really not, Kyle.
I'm super annoying.
So, stepdaughter's back in town for Thanksgiving, came back from Boise State, and you and I work in the afternoon. So there was a thought of maybe a breakfast out this morning. So I wake up and I text the lovely Christy, and I'm like, hey, should I eat or are we going? Right?
Yeah.
It's like 7:15 in the morning. She's like,
she's not up.
It's 7:15 in the morning, dude. Like, I hadn't even thought about food yet. And my response to her was, it took me till recently to know that there were people who didn't have that be the first thought that came up when they woke up.
Oh, right.
Like
most days I don't have breakfast.
Yeah, and for me, most days I have had some sort of multi-pan experience
by 8 o'clock.
24 minutes after I woke up. I'm going to go upstairs. The kids are eating, getting ready to go to school. And I'm in here going, all right, we're going to do chicken apple sausage with sliced zucchini with Italian season and a scrambled egg. And we're going to, that is my jam.
Yeah, you're getting after it. You love breakfast.
So I could sit here and talk about this with anyone all day long. I'm fascinated. And especially pro athletes and football players. Y'all ever want to have a good time? If you ever get a chance to meet someone who is or was an offensive lineman, ask them about food.
Oh, yeah.
Ask them what they have to do to keep that weight on.
Well, ask them about food then and food now, because many of the people we talk to and people that you know and I know, they are no longer massive human beings. And
that's true.
John Feliciano, who will join us tomorrow, he's still a really big offensive lineman-sized human being.
Well, he still wants to play.
But he also doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who's going to get down to 204.
Probably not.
I mean, he goes by Mongo. I think Mongo might dip down to 260 or 250, but
Mongo keep eating.
Mongo's about 320. I mean, he's a big dude. And like Neal, I mean, he lost a bunch of weight, but he's just a human muscle.
Yeah, he's big dude.
He's never going to get down to like what is it? Hardwick?
Yeah, Nick Hardwick. He was
lost a bunch.
He was Phillip Rivers center with the Chargers. And yeah, we worked together at a station in San Diego for a little while.
Ornberger lost a bunch.
Ornberger has lost a little bit.
Okay.
Ornberger swings back and forth. The fun thing with Ornberger was he started doing videos of his cheat meal. Dude, these people are built different. He would be like 6
Big Macs and
I'm telling you, it's like he's like, I'm trying to lose weight, and this was part of his philosophy. He was like 6.5 days a week, I'm going to be militant with what I do. And then one meal, I'm going to lose my mind. And he would go to In-N-Out and get 6 burgers or go to a pizza place and get at least a large for himself. And I mean, gone.
Yeah.
Gone. Not like, Oh, they have a little leftovers, like, gone. And you're just like, I can't even fathom eating all that. And it's like snap finger, no problem for somebody who played offensive line in the NFL.
Exactly. Yeah. And, even Juice, he's talking about, the cheat flight on the way home, and it's chips and candy and cookies and cake and ice cream and all the rest of it. Dude. And that's just he probably puts in maybe 1,200 to 1,500 calories just on the flight, and then you land, and it's like, all right, back to walnuts, back to dates.
Yep.
These guys are built different.
They're totally different.
Yep.
All right, hey, real quick, we've got to do some triples for autism here, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Guess what? Even the baby dubs can get a little donation sensation. Warriors made 13 three-pointers last night. Now, they shot 478.
Yeah, close.
But they made 13 of them, which was special, and that's another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. Buddy Heald had 4. His name is Buttered. Quentin Post had 3. Pods had 2. And 4 others had 1 apiece. That is 17 for 17 now on donations for Triples for Autism. We would really love it if you would get involved. Help out however you can. If you'd like to make a donation, go to sfautismsociety.org. Triples for Autism is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com.
Yeah, and even when you take 49 threes and don't shoot it that well, you still make enough to get it done. 13 for 49.
Yeah, the way they're firing them, I don't see how they're not going to always make 10.
Well,
we've had a number of games this year where like almost one guy has 10.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, they are the only team in the association to shoot more threes than twos this year. And so that's a trend that I don't think will be slowing down,
right?
Especially when Steph Curry is able to play basketball again, which will be tomorrow.
Tomorrow night, yeah. He is off the injury report. Jonathan Kuminga is already confirmed out, and then the other particulars that were out last night, they are all listed as probable. So I think we're back to a full go minus Jonathan Kuminga for tomorrow night's game against Portland. It's a cup game, and for me, it is the start of a completely, I'm not going to use the word era, that's way too big, but it's a start of like session 2, if you will, of the NBA season for the Warriors. They made it. They made it through these travels. They made it through this rash of back-to-backs. And now what you're going to see over the next 2 months, with some exceptions here and there, but over the next 2 months, you're going to be seeing a lot more home games, a lot more West Coast games. You're going to see a schedule that's much more friendly. And therefore, I think it's fair to say what you said earlier, which is, okay, so fine. If we give you that, like, yes, these first 17 games, apparently that was hard. If we give you that.
Games are hard.
Then you got to start playing really well.
Yeah.
Starting now.
And I would look at the next section, and I like the way you broke that down. 15 games until the new year.
Yep.
Until Jan 1, and you have only 2 back-to-backs, at Cleveland, at Chicago, and then you've got at Toronto, at Brooklyn. Not terrible travel spots and not ferocious opponents. And if you look at the schedule, you've got some doormatty kind of teams in there. Phoenix is better than we thought they'd be. You have them in a home and home. You've got an Orlando payback game. Dallas is way worse than you thought. You do go to Brooklyn, as mentioned. Charlotte's never good. So over the next 15, how about a 10-5? How about you slap on a 10-5?
That's a fair ask.
And you get to 19-13.
Yeah, that's a fair ask.
And we'll all bring in the new year, and you'll pop out with the Thunder for the 3rd time. And you look at, on the